Chapter 1. She simply does not deserve it. In a room filled with enchanting ambiguity, the air was thick with whispers as Wanwan pressed her back against the door, her delicate fingers gripping the embroidered patterns of the man's brocade robe with excessive force. The man's heated breath cascaded in her ear. Wanwan, Wanwan. Su Wanwan's voice trembled with sorrow. Your Highness, it is time for you to take a wife. Yet, in the throes of passion, how could he heed her words laced with grievance and despair? He grasped her vibrant face and fervently sealed his lips against hers, shattering her words into the ether. The intimacy was profound, mesmerizing, and soul-stirring. When Su Wanwan awoke, the man was already dressed, exuding an air of aloof nobility akin to the pristine snow atop a towering mountain, tantalizingly out of reach. The fierce desire to possess her seemed to have never existed. He gazed at her face, his long fingers gently yet assertively prying apart her clasped hands, intertwining their fingers. After a prolonged silence, he merely frowned and uttered, I am leaving. Su Wanwan sat there clutching the blanket, swallowing the bitterness that threatened to overwhelm her, managing only a faint. 2 years had passed. He remained an infrequent visitor in her life, never offering a single promise. In their secret encounters, his ardor burned fiercely, yet in public he was as frigid as ice. At 18, the urgency to marry loomed over her. Otherwise, she would be drowned in the spittle of scorn. This twisted relationship had long since reached its terminus. She had intended to sever ties today, yet he interrupted her, robbing her of the courage to voice her thoughts. What had she truly been to him over these 2 years? Merely a plaything unworthy of his status? Yet she was the legitimate granddaughter of the Prime Minister, raised beside the Empress Dowager for many years. Even as a potential consort for this cold, esteemed, and accomplished Crown Prince, her worth should not diminish. Yet he refused to acknowledge it. Despite years of pressure from the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Emperor for marriage, he remained steadfast and unyielding, resolutely refusing to take a wife or concubine. However, 2 years prior, under the influence of wine, they had unexpectedly crossed boundaries. They had tacitly concealed this drunken indiscretion. In every clandestine meeting, the depth of his affection seemed capable of melting her resolve, leading her to believe she was his chosen one. He would marry her and safeguard her reputation. But upon reflection, he had never explicitly promised to marry her. The memories they shared over the past 2 years seemed restricted to a few fleeting moments of intimacy. In public, they deliberately maintained a facade of indifference, avoiding conversation to prevent speculation about their clandestine relationship. Yet, within the palace, the relentless gatherings disguised as flower viewing events, where they could not evade each other, felt like a series of torturous encounters. She watched him nonchalantly admire the beauties around him, effortlessly navigating the elite society. Each time their gazes met, he would coldly avert his eyes. With each pang of heartache, she finally recognized the truth. He would never marry her. It was she who had misinterpreted the situation. A tarnished, unmarried maiden. What options remained for her? If he would not marry her, the only recourse was to retreat into a life of solitude, shrouded in illness and spiritual reflection. This path would inevitably invite suspicion and gossip, bringing shame to her family. With a heavy heart, Su Wanwan made her way toward the palace, only to encounter a pair of individuals surrounded by admirers at the corner. The young girl, Xia Shui, the niece of the queen, blushed with a delicate shyness. Cousin, the Crown Prince, I heard that Sister Wanwan has arrived at the Western Garden. Have you seen her? Su Wanwan's heart raced like thunder as she hurriedly concealed herself behind a rockery. Should anyone suspect her clandestine affair with the Crown Prince, it would merely tarnish his reputation with a trivial scandal, resulting in a few reprimands from the emperor. However, as a foster daughter residing in the palace, her honor would be irreparably shattered, possibly leading her to take her own life to preserve her dignity. Lu Xingjian exuded an aura of authority with every gesture, embodying elegance and composure, making it difficult for anyone to gaze upon him. The Eastern Palace has received several new jade artifacts. Assist me in selecting a few for the Emperor's birthday gift, he commanded, his voice crystal clear, imbued with a leisurely nonchalance that left no room for doubt. Xia Zui's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a personal invitation from the Crown Prince, a rare opportunity indeed. What did Su Wanwan matter now? The two departed together, Xia Shui chatting animatedly with him. While Su Wanwan could not discern their conversation, she merely caught a glimpse of Lu Xingjian's smile, reminiscent of ice melting under the warm sun. Leaning against the rockery, she could not suppress the tears welling in her eyes. He seldom smiled, and when he did, it was predominantly for Xia Shui. One could hardly blame him. Xia Shui was the most favored candidate for the crown princess, adored by both the emperor and the empress. Their silhouettes appeared perfectly matched, as if heaven had conspired to create a pair of ideal lovers. They could stroll openly, engage in light-hearted banter, and select gifts for their elders together, while she, Su Wanwan, remained like a rat lurking in the shadows, unworthy of the light and forced to meet him in secret. More critically, Xia Shui could charm the emperor and empress, whereas Su Wanwan, by merely existing, would invoke their disdain. He was astute, composed, and rational naturally. He knew whom to marry. As her tears dried, her face tightened with resolve. She finally decided that their entanglement must come to an end. 3 days later, after serving the ailing Empress Dowager her medicine, a young palace made from Cunning Palace had been waiting for a considerable time. The Empress requests Miss Su to come to Cunning Palace. Su Wanwan's heart leaped into her throat. Recently, the Empress had been orchestrating her marriage to the son of Duke Wei, and this time, she feared the topic would inevitably arise again. The Empress Dowager affectionately patted her hand. "Good child, it is the will of this old lady. Do not worry and go." Indeed, Cunning Palace was bustling with people, including the son of Duke Wei. The Empress was animatedly chatting with the beautiful Xia Shui. "The Crown Prince has departed the capital on official business and will not return for a month. How considerate of him to leave you this pair of jade bracelets as a gift before his departure," the Empress continued, her words laced with warmth. Su Wanwan lowered her gaze, feeling her heart bleed. He had bestowed jade bracelets upon Xia Shui, a clear sign of his affection. The bracelets symbolized keeping watch over her. Yet, Su Wanwan had shared 2 years of secret rendezvous with him without receiving a single token of his regard. She had believed he merely dismissed such sentimental trifles. Yet, the truth was that she was unworthy. Indeed, in his eyes, she was but a frivolous woman. Otherwise, how could she have entangled herself with him before marriage? He had even cautioned her against smiling at others, as if she were a temptress. A frivolous woman is often regarded by men as merely a source of amusement, unworthy of marriage. Yet, she is undeniably a trusted confidant of the Empress Dowager, praised by all for her profound knowledge, her decorum in handling affairs, and her steadfast reliability. Aside from her clandestine relationship with him, what could anyone possibly criticize her for? It is evident that he genuinely cherishes Xia Shui, viewing her as infinitely superior in his eyes. All these years of infatuation have ultimately been misplaced. "Your Highness, I am profoundly grateful for your sincere intentions," Xia Shui said, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she accepted the jade bracelet and adorned her wrist with. As her gaze flitted momentarily towards Su Wanwan, a sudden tension enveloped Su Wanwan, as if the secretive nature of her entanglement with him had been laid bare before the assembly. Chapter 2. The Crown Prince wishes to see you, the Lady of the Wei State. Duke beamed cheerfully, remarking, "It seems the Crown Prince's wedding is not far off." Lu Xingjian, the Empress's legitimate son and the sole prince, had long been established as the heir apparent, having held the title of Crown Prince for several years. Now at the age of 19, he remained unwed. Whoever became the Crown Princess would inevitably ascend to the role of future Empress. Yet, Lu Xingjian showed no inclination towards marriage. The grand wedding ceremony that should have taken place at 16 had been stubbornly postponed for 3 years. The selection of the Crown Princess remained unresolved. Throughout the past few years, countless noble ladies from the capital had exhausted their wits to win his favor, yearning for a meteoric rise in fortune. Su Wanwan had initially not been among them. Raised in the Jinling Palace since infancy, under the watchful eye of the Empress Dowager, she had grown weary of the cautious and meticulous life within the palace walls, longing to return to the Su family, to escape the confines of the royal residence. She yearned to explore the vast and beautiful landscapes beyond. Had it not been for that unforeseen encounter with Lu Xingjian, which had given rise to some misplaced fantasies, she might have already been married. In retrospect, his steadfast refusal to wed was likely a wait for the younger Xia Shui to mature. It seemed she had misinterpreted his intentions, squandering 2 years in vain. The Empress smiled with satisfaction, given the current ill health of the Empress Dowager. We ought to celebrate with more joyous occasions to uplift her spirits. Her keen gaze fell upon Su Wanwan. I am eagerly anticipating the day when you will be wed. Wanwan. Indeed, Wanwan had also turned 18 this year. There could be no further delay. As per the Empress Dowager's wishes, a swift resolution was necessary to bring her some joy. Su Wanwan's complexion paled, and she bowed slightly. It is my fault, and I apologize for causing concern to your majesty. For the past 2 years, her repeated refusals of marriage proposals had led the already unkind empress to grow thoroughly weary of her. Were it not for the Empress Dowager's protection, the empress would have expelled her from the palace long ago. Yet, she could not leave. She had to tend to the ailing Empress Dowager, the very one who had nurtured her. A cold glint and a warning flickered in the empress's eyes. The heir of the Wei State Duke is a fine match for you, both in appearance and demeanor. The Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and I are all in favor of this union, and it will be finalized today. There was no room for Su Wanwan to refuse in the Empress's words. Even the Empress Dowager was eager to see her married off. Resigned, Su Wanwan closed her eyes briefly, stifling her tears and the bitterness within. In a last-ditch effort, she implored, Your Majesty, may I have a moment alone to speak with the heir of the Wei State Duke? The Su family had long expressed that her marriage would be decided by the palace. Now, she found herself with no avenues for retreat. Of course, the Empress replied, her smile radiating confidence. In the western side hall, Su Pengyan, the heir of the Wei State Duke, spoke with sincere determination. The Emperor has promised that if I can wed the young lady, I shall be entrusted with an important position in the borderlands. I greatly value this opportunity for service, and hope the young lady will support my ambition. Su Wanwan's face turned ashen. She had intended to reveal her lack of purity to him, hoping he would withdraw. However, she was taken aback by the realization that Su Pengyan sought her not for love, but for ulterior motives. Aside from Lu Xingjian, is there anyone worth marrying? Su Wanwan clenched her hands, lowering her gaze, striving to suppress the tremors coursing through her body. Do you not regret it? The wedding had been hastily arranged, set to take place in just 3 days. The Empress Dowager had bestowed the marriage, with the Ministry of Internal Affairs managing the arrangements. Even the dowry was provided by the palace, exceedingly lavish. A moment of great revelry ensued, with all of the capital enviously discussing the marriage of the noble family S daughter and the princely house S bride, tales that spread through every street and alleyway. Su Wanwan emerged directly from the palace in a floral sedan chair, which made its way through the bustling streets, accompanied by the jubilant sounds of suona and firecrackers. Naively, she wondered if Lu Xingjian might suddenly appear, arrogantly commanding her not to marry. However, until she had completed the ceremonial rites and entered the bridal chamber, everything proceeded without a hint of discord. Su Wanwan wept beneath her red veil, mocking herself. Perhaps it was a lingering hope for a lifelong commitment that still clung to her, even now. She despised herself for it. He had left the capital on official business. How could he possibly care whether she married or not? To him, she was merely a disposable plaything. After 2 years, he must have grown weary of her. Without her, countless new suitors would readily fill the gap. He was the exalted crown prince. How could he lack for women? There were likely many who, like herself, quietly submitted to being his lovers. She truly counted for nothing. It was time for her to let go entirely. The last vestiges of hope within her vanished in that moment. Yielding to her in-laws' arrangements, she set sail the next morning, traveling down the Grand Canal towards Jinling. Her husband's family was rooted in Jinling, and as the future matriarch, she was to serve her grandparents and elders, learning to manage the clan and oversee their estate. The journey was smooth, with uninterrupted travel day and night. As Su Wanwan gazed at the picturesque scenery along the banks, her mood gradually settled. Life was so vibrant and colorful. She should not remain stagnant, ensnared by love, forgetting her true purpose. Letting go of the past and focusing on the future was what she ought to embrace. Just as the boat neared Huaiyang, it was intercepted on the canal. On the opposite side of the water, Several imposing five-masted ships lay anchored, forming a formidable barrier across the wide river. Numerous armored soldiers stood on the decks, their armor and weapons glinting in the sunlight, casting a chilling, spectral light. At the center, a tall, striking figure, surrounded by a throng, was gazing in her direction. Even from a distance, Wanwan recognized him instantly. It was Lu Xingjian. She hurriedly concealed herself behind the mast, her heart pounding like a drum. Was he passing through on official business? What a narrow fate they had encountered. She hoped he remained unaware of her presence here. Lu Xingjian's cold, narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the slender figure hiding behind the mast on the opposite ship. Chief Steward Li promptly stepped forward. "Miss Su is on the ship across. Should I send someone to invite her over?" Lu Xingjian's expression remained inscrutable. He merely nodded. Li, the chief steward, hurried to make arrangements. He found it somewhat perplexing to comprehend his master's feelings toward Miss Su, though he claimed to harbor no feelings. He had kept her in a state of limbo for 2 years, neither hot nor cold. It is said that she has married, yet disregarded everything to obstruct another's path. She speaks of emotions, yet her demeanor is astonishingly indifferent. Their encounters are merely fleeting, and after each rendezvous, there is an utter absence of communication, leaving even him, a mere eunuch, feeling desolate. He has followed Lu Xingjian for many years and understands his cold and unfeeling nature. Lu Xingjian epitomizes the perfect prince, the rightful heir to the throne, prioritizing his expanding power and influence while remaining aloof to most around him. Miss Su is strikingly beautiful, possessing an exceptional demeanor, and has grown up alongside Lu Xingjian. Furthermore, she is remarkably obedient and considerate, never causing him any trouble, making her an impeccable companion in bed. However, such a flawless partner has unexpectedly married without warning, prompting even the most indifferent of souls to seek an explanation in person. As Su Wanwan returned to her chamber, a maid approached, holding a fragrant sachet, her expression fraught with tension. "Miss, the Crown Prince wishes to see you. He says this is a token." Upon seeing the sachet, Su Wanwan felt a sharp pang in her heart, her eyes brimming with anguish. That sachet was crafted by her, having spent countless nights secretly embroidering it. Her fingers pricked countless times, yet she took pleasure in the labor, pouring her heart and soul into every stitch, imbued with an unspoken depth of feeling. When she shyly presented the sachet to him, he cast it aside without a glance, as if it were trivial. What was the point of such effort? The embroidery workshop could produce countless similar items. He was indifferent to it all, not at all impressed. Perhaps he even deemed her embroidery inferior, unable to compare to the exquisite craftsmanship of the artisans at the workshop. Chapter 3. I shall not meet her. She was so heartbroken that it felt as if her very soul was shattering, perceiving herself as nothing more than a complete fool. He recognized her distress, yet offered not a single word of comfort. Instead, he only intensified his actions on the bed, compelling her to weep and plead for mercy. Indeed, he regarded her merely as a vessel for his own desires. From that moment on, she never saw the fragrant sachet again. Believing he had carelessly discarded it in some obscure corner, she ceased to send him any tokens, lest she humiliate herself further. Now, upon encountering this item once more, she was overwhelmed by feelings of shame and irony. She was already a married woman. Did he send the sachet to deliberately humiliate her? Did he fear that her reputation remained untarnished and scathed? Su Wanwan inhaled deeply, grasping the scissors to shred the sachet into an indistinguishable mass of fabric. The maid was nearly driven to madness. "Miss, what are you doing? If you offend the Crown Prince, what shall we do?" Su Wanwan handed the bundle of torn cloth back to the maid, instructing her to return it from whence it came. "I shall not meet him. If he wishes to see someone, he ought to visit Miss Xue." The maid personally delivered the crumpled fabric to Lu Xingjian, trembling as she conveyed Su Wanwan's message. However, she received no immediate response. Gathering her courage, she dared to glance up at him. His handsome visage, with its profoundly chiseled features, wore an inscrutable expression. Though his eyes were frigid, he exuded an air of calmness that belied any disturbance. Lu Xingjian did not accept the bundle. He merely stated, "Let her decide." The maid felt a wave of relief wash over her. Truly, the Crown Prince, the focus of so many gazes, possessed an unparalleled grace, exuding a demeanor that did not intimidate others. With such a formidable force at his disposal, had he chosen to forcibly take the young lady, the consequences would have been dire. As the maid departed, she inquired of the steward, "Li, it seems the Crown Prince is in good spirits. He will not be angered with our young lady, will he?" Li the steward smiled gently, thinking to himself how naive the maid was. One who has endured for over a decade in the position of heir apparent maintains an unwavering composure even in the face of calamity. Those unfamiliar with Lu Xingjian might perceive him as gentle and composed, devoid of anger or arrogance. Only those closest to him understood that he could smile while witnessing those who defy him being torn apart by a fierce tiger. Meanwhile, the vessel remained stranded on the river, unable to move. The others aboard were perplexed, voicing their complaints and worrying that their supplies would not last. The maid was nearly in tears, exclaiming, "I inquired, and they said that unless you make an appearance, their ship will not budge. Are we to starve here?" Wanwan clutched her handkerchief tightly, knowing full well that defying him would lead to no good outcome. The situation escalated further. The Grand Canal was the lifeblood of transportation, with the abundant resources of Jiangnan relying upon it to reach the capital and the vital border towns in the north. The disruption of the canal caused countless vessels to be delayed, resulting in an uproar. Even the governor of the canal was alarmed, coming personally to verify the situation. Yet, the supplies continued to be inaccessible. Fortunately, there were no rumors circulating regarding her and the Crown Prince. Wanwan was not intimidated. Instead, her demeanor was resolute. "Go tell them that as long as they do not leave, I shall not partake in food or water. They might as well bring a coffin." If she was unafraid of death, how could she fear defying him? 3 days later, the intercepting fleet finally departed. Weak from hunger, Wanwan continued her southward journey to Jinling. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. "No!" Wanwan gasped, awakening drenched in sweat from a nightmare. Her maid, Jinling, unable to suppress her concern, lit a lamp and cautiously called out, "Miss, has the young lord visited you in a dream again? He must be watching over you and the young master from beyond." Still shaken, Wanwan surveyed her surroundings, gradually regaining her composure. This was the bridal chamber where she wed Su Pengyan in the capital. 3 years prior, Su Pengyan had lifted her red veil here. The day after their marriage, she journeyed south to Jinling while Su Pengyan remained in the capital, soon departing to the border to lead troops. Half a year later, the tragic news arrived. Su Pengyan had perished on the battlefield. Thus, Wanwan found herself a widow. After years of solitude, she raised Su Pengyan's illegitimate son as if he were her own, leading a tranquil life. Now, summoned by her mother-in-law, she had returned to the capital to vie for her son's claim to the title of heir. "What time is it?" Wanwan breathed softly, glancing out at the still dark night. Jinling checked the hourglass, assuring her they had time for another half-hour of rest before preparing. Wanwan took her hand and sat before the dressing table, a hint of melancholy on her face. Today she must enter the palace to seek the emperor's decree, so it was prudent to prepare early. In the mirror, her beautiful hair flowed like a waterfall, and her skin was as fair as snow. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, and her lovely eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jinling sighed softly, unable to hold back her own tears. The lady's unparalleled beauty stirred her heart, yet it was tragic that she had become a widow at such a young age. The title of heir to the Duke of Wei, which should have belonged to her young master, was now at risk of being seized by the illegitimate second branch. Without their noble title, the lady and her young master would be vulnerable to bullying, and what would their future hold? Wanwan was increasingly troubled by the prospect of her encounters in the palace after dawn. Over the past 3 years, significant changes had occurred within the court. The Empress Dowager, who had wielded power for decades, had passed away just a month after her marriage, and the emperor had died the following year. The new emperor, Lu Xingjian, had reigned for 2 years. The thought of him, with his cold and merciless nature, filled her with dread. How could she expect kindness from him? Her previous defiance and cruelty on the canal would likely be repaid in kind. Yet, compelled by her mother-in-law's insistence, she had no choice but to face this ordeal. Standing outside the imperial study, Wanwan was overwhelmed by the scorching sun, feeling faint and unsteady. Steward Li approached for the sixth time, urging her, "Madame Su, the emperor is too busy to see you. Why persist in enduring this heat for another hour?" Heat stroke is no trivial matter. Su Wanwan bit her parched lips, her eyes pleading, "Steward Li, please, I implore you to request an audience once more. My humble lord has sacrificed his life for the nation, leaving me a solitary widow with no support. I implore your majesty to take my plight into consideration and ensure that the lineage of the Duke of Wei, which has been upheld for centuries, does not fall into neglect." Chief Steward Li shook his head with a sigh. "Old servant shall convey your message once more. Yet do not cling too stubbornly to your beliefs." In the imperial study, Emperor Lu Xingjian held a memorial in his hands, his cold gaze directed towards the entering Chief Steward Li. "I shall not meet her. If she desires an audience, let her seek the Empress in Kunning Palace." His voice was crisp, akin to the sound of icy springs cascading over jade, carrying an unmistakable chill. Chief Steward Li's gaze fell upon the memorial in the Emperor's hands. Stifling a laugh, he contorted his face into a mask of exaggerated sorrow and remarked, "Oh, your majesty, is there anything amiss with this memorial? You have been perusing its cover for an entire hour. 1 hour, and your majesty has merely scrutinized the cover. It seems it harbors significant content." In the adjacent chamber, Su Wanwan could distinctly hear their exchange. Her body stiffened as she self-deprecatingly smiled. As anticipated, he was indeed within, yet chose not to see her. Their past affections had long been severed, and he was inherently indifferent, even if she were to endure an hour of exposure. Not a trace of compassion would arise within him. The heartless words she had spoken 3 years prior on the canal now echoed back to her. The current empress was none other than Xia Shui. Merely 3 months after his grand wedding last year, he had ruthlessly ousted 2 cabinet elders, with her grandfather, Su Jian, being the first to fall. She had completely lost her support. Not only did he harbor no affection for her, but it was likely that he even held animosity. So be it. With matters having reached this point, it could suffice to provide her mother-in-law with an explanation. Su Wanwan stiffly maneuvered her numb legs towards Kunning Palace. The grand door of the imperial study finally began to open slowly. The bright sunlight outside gradually illuminated the tall and elegant figure of the man within. Clad in a solemn, dark dragon robe, the red sash adorned with dragon motifs gently accentuated his slender waist and long legs, his posture as straight as a pine tree. With hands clasped behind his back, he exuded the calm composure of one who has long occupied the heights of power, strategizing with ease. Chapter 4. No one to cast glances at, only an aggressively handsome face remained as cold as ice, with deep, dark eyes fixated on Su Wanwan's receding figure, reminiscent of distant mountains shrouded in fog, heavy with an oppressive aura. Steward Li inexplicably shivered and tentatively inquired, "Madame Su's old injury on her leg may have flared up again. Should I fetch her back?" Lu Xingjian's brows furrowed, his expression frigid. "Mind your own business." Steward Li stifled a laugh, struggling to suppress the upward curl of his lips. Indeed, the emperor waited 3 days and nights. Can she not wait but an hour? He mused internally. It seems the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Shouldn't one be concerned when she has already departed? Alas, Su Wanwan did not even glance back. Now, even if someone wished to cast flirtatious glances, there was no one to behold them. In Kunning Palace, the queen, Xia Shui, lounged gracefully atop a soft couch, calmly observing Su Wanwan kneeling below, performing her respects. A flicker of triumph passed through her eyes. Beside her, Granny Chow mockingly introduced Miss Ting. "This is the esteemed young lady Su Wanwan, who has been nurtured for many years in front of the late Empress Dowager Xiaosu. Yet, how has she fallen so low, akin to a stray dog?" Seated next to the queen was a young girl clad in a resplendent red silk gown, adorned with pearls and jewels, her eyes wide as she discarded the shell of a lychee from her hand. Could this be the illustrious Su Wanwan? The girl in red was Xia Ting, the queen's half-sister, who had heard of Su Wanwan's name for many years. Back then, her sister Xia Shui was merely a common scholar's daughter, and in comparison to Su Wanwan, it was a chasm of difference. She had harbored secret jealousy for years. Now, The tables had turned completely. Su Wanwan knelt humbly on the ground, offering her utmost respect to her sister, who did not grant her permission to rise. Xia Shuiting could only imagine the satisfaction blooming within her sister's heart at this moment. Dressed in plain attire, Su Wanwan possessed an astonishing beauty that took one's breath away. She was as radiant as the moon veiled by light clouds, as ethereal as the drifting winds and falling snow, graceful like willows swaying in the breeze, and serene like delicate flowers reflected upon water. Her skin was like congealed fat, as fair as snow, exuding a luminous glow. She embodied an indescribable softness and purity, exuding a spirit of independence untouched by worldly dust. In contrast, Xia Shui, adorned in the opulent robes of a queen, seemed somewhat unable to contain her grandeur. It felt as though the royal attire overshadowed her presence, rendering her somewhat unremarkable. Xia Shui smiled with serene satisfaction, relishing in the sweet taste of vengeance fulfilled. What if she had humble beginnings? With the emperor's affection, she now sat high upon the phoenix throne, receiving the reverence of others. In the past, Su Wanwan had been admired for her exquisite looks, enchanting nearly all men, who treated her with kindness. Conversely, when they gazed upon Xia Shui, there was no trace of admiration in their eyes. This stark contrast had once lodged like a thorn in her throat, breeding envy and jealousy. Yet now, it seemed that beauty alone was not omnipotent. The emperor still disregarded her, too lazy even to meet her gaze. Granny Chow cast a disdainful glance at Su Wanwan. A scathing retort echoed through the air. Indeed, each person's fate is preordained by the heavens. What the Prime Minister's granddaughter? Such is the reality. Now, with Prime Minister Su compelled to resign, the Su family's influence has been thoroughly eradicated by the emperor, leaving a city rife with sycophants. It is only due to the benevolence of our gracious lady that she still deigns to meet the almost destitute Lady Su. Su Wanwan pressed her forehead against the cold, hard tiles, her knees aching from kneeling. She silently endured their mockery and disdain. It is often said that a woman's marriage is akin to a second birth. She and Xia Shui stand as two stark examples. Xia Shui, hailing from humble beginnings, ascended to the heights of power, becoming the empress through the favor of Lu Xingjian. In contrast, Su Wanwan's husband had passed away, her family had collapsed, leaving her with no support. Now, even requesting assistance from others invites scorn and ridicule. She comprehended Lu Xingjian's intentions. He sought to use Xia Shui as a means to torment her, flaunting their harmonious relationship as a form of retribution for her past defiance. So be it. This revelation of court sentiments grants her the clarity to relinquish hope. Her mother-in-law, upon seeing her return battered, would no longer press her to seek favors from the palace. Her dowry was substantial enough that, even without a title, she and her son could live without worry. Returning to the auspicious land of Jinling to enjoy a life of leisure would surely be far more comfortable than languishing in the cold of Beijing for a lifetime. With this thought, a wave of relief washed over her, dispelling her previous gloom. She could only wish for the days to pass swiftly, so she might embark on her journey back to Jinling. Before Xia Shui and her companions could finish their banter, a young eunuch approached with a message. Your Majesty, the Emperor has taken a liking to the chilled fruit tea you sent and wishes to return a gift. The Emperor's return gift was a flawless white jade ruby, warm to the touch and undeniably valuable. The Empress was elated. Nearly a year after their wedding, the Emperor had finally been moved, responding to her gesture. She seized the opportunity to personally curry favor with the Emperor. The Empress Dowager continually urged her to win over the Emperor, emphasizing the urgency of producing a prince. As Xia Shui prepared to adorn herself, she noticed the unwelcome sight of Su Wanwan still kneeling in the hall. Lady Su, rise. Do you have business with me today? She asked impatiently. Su Wanwan replied calmly, Your Majesty, I humbly request your compassion, that my son Su Bongrui may inherit the title of heir to the Duke of Wei. Xia Shui frowned, coldly retorting, This matter may prove challenging. The second son of the Duke of Wei, Su Pengjiu, is currently courting my sister. Do you expect me to relinquish a title meant for my sister as husband for your son? Surprised, Su Wanwan lowered her gaze, saying, If that is the case, I shall withdraw my request and not disturb your peace. Su Ping'an's half-brother, Su Pengjiu, had indeed ingratiated himself with the Empress's family. The outcome of this contest for the heirship was already quite clear. Her visit had been in vain, a mere exercise in futility. Lu Xingjian truly lacked compassion, deliberately toying with her dignity. She gracefully performed a bow and took her leave, much to the surprise of Xia Xuei. Upon exiting the grand gates of Kunning Palace, Su Wanwan leaned against the railing of the corridor, massaging her knees for a considerable time, awaiting the gradual return of sensation in her numbed legs. A few figures were approaching from the southern side of the corridor, near the direction of Qianqing Palace. Su Wanwan's heart raced. The striking figure, akin to a majestic mountain, surrounded by a throng of admirers, was none other than the esteemed Emperor Jinling, Lu Xingjian. Remaining here would inevitably lead to an encounter with him. Yet she had long abandoned her ambitions for titles and had no desire to endure further humiliation before Lu Xingjian. Resolutely, she hobbled down the corridor, making her way towards the eastern entrance of Jinga Gate. Just as she was passing by, a patrolling guard called out to her, "Sister Wanwan, what has happened to your leg?" Su Wanwan focused her gaze and was taken aback to discover it was a familiar face. The guard was Gu Ziyu, the young grandson of the Duke of Anghua. "It's nothing." Su Wanwan hastily attempted to evade him, offering a brief and dismissive reply as she hurried towards Jinga Gate. Gu Ziyu frowned and remarked, "Even in such a condition, you are still on your way? Are you in a hurry?" Chapter 5. The Unruly Tangle. What kind of decorum is this? Indeed, I shall leave the palace. Gu Ziyu greeted the accompanying guards and then stepped forward to assist Su Wanwan. "How can you walk like this? Allow me to escort you out of the palace." Su Wanwan hastily declined. As a widow, she was easily susceptible to scandal. The cold, crisp voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Su Wanwan's body stiffened. Lu Xingjian stood not far behind her. Slowly, she turned around, performed a respectful bow, and her gaze fell only upon the ocean wave pattern at the hem of his robe. Gu Ziyu boldly returned the gesture, his voice ringing with authority. "Your Majesty, Lady Su is the widow of a valiant soldier. How can it be that she limps away from the palace unscathed?" He continued, "If this persists, which noble man would dare to lead the charge into battle, leaving behind widows and orphans to suffer indignities?" His words were delivered with conviction, resonating deeply with the patrolling guards, who reflected on the fate that could befall their own families should they perish in service to the emperor. Su Wanwan felt her eyes grow warm, casting a grateful glance toward Gu Ziyu. Their acquaintance was rather superficial, yet he had chosen to speak on her behalf. A stark contrast to those who turned their backs without a second thought. Lu Xingjian's icy gaze swept over them, catching this moment, his expression turning cold and contemplative. He tightened his jaw and addressed Manager Li with a measured tone. "Investigate how Lady Su sustained her injuries." Manager Li thought to himself, "Oh dear, Your Majesty, are you not fully aware? The young eunuch who presented the jade Rui was sent by you to extricate Lady Su from her predicament." With a pained expression, he replied, "Lady Su stood outside the imperial study for an entire hour and knelt in Kunning Palace for quite some time. I fear her delicate constitution may not withstand it. It would be prudent to convey her from the palace in a sedan chair." "Approved," Lu Xingjian responded tersely. Su Wanwan maintained a calm demeanor. Her eyes cast downward as she replied, "There is no need to trouble yourselves. I shall take my leave." She thought to herself, the sedan chair would still be delayed here for ages. It was a common tactic of those in power to give a slap before offering a sweet date. She had no desire for such gestures. This palace, she resolved, she would never return to. Gu Ziyu's words had served as a reminder. She was, after all, the widow of a soldier, subjected to relentless humiliation, with her son's title being threatened. Enduring such torment had become her reality. To exit limping would only serve to tarnish the reputation of the imperial couple. If they sought to bully her, it would not come without consequence. The air suddenly turned icy. The atmosphere grew oddly tense. Despite the sweltering summer heat, Gu Ziyu couldn't help but shiver. Manager Li smiled benignly. "Lady Su, did you not request an audience with the emperor? Why do you now remain silent in his presence?" Su Wanwan's tone remained composed. "I am fully aware that without support, I shall not contend for my son's title, I shall no longer subject myself to humiliation. She performed another bow and departed without a backward glance. Her figure, limping away in muted colors against the backdrop of the crimson palace walls, appeared both fragile and defiant. The sight stirred a sense of compassion among the patrolling guards, who exchanged glances filled with empathy. Lu Xingjian's expression remained perpetually aloof, rendering her emotions inscrutable. As her delicate silhouette vanished beyond the inner left gate, Lu Xingjian took a long stride forward, heading in that direction. Chief Stewardly had to jog to keep pace, breathlessly inquiring, "Your Majesty, are you not bound for Kuaning Palace?" Su Wanwan traversed through the Wenhua Gate, heading eastward. Pausing momentarily by the entrance of the cabinet, she reminisced about her grandfather, who often served there. If she longed for him, she could wait here during his shifts to catch a glimpse of him. Though their conversations were brief, the connection of family carried a unique sentiment. Now that her grandfather had retired, she found herself without a safeguard, swallowing her grievances in silence when faced with bullying. Just as she was about to depart, a hand seized her wrist, yanking her into the opposite Wenhua Hall. "Let go of me," she protested, struggling in vain. Lu Xingjian released her grip, his long legs blocking her path. "Do you wish to discard your legs?" Su Wanwan retorted. "Am I in this state because of you, the instigator? What purpose does your feigned concern serve now?" With her gaze cast downward, she clutched her handkerchief tightly, remaining silent. The two stood in a tense standoff at the entrance of the Wenhua Hall. His shadow enveloped her, casting an intimate gloom over her figure. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, their shadows intertwined, creating an ambiguous atmosphere, as though he were embracing her. After a prolonged silence, Lu Xingjian finally addressed the young inner attendant behind him. "Fetch the medicinal ointment." The attendant dashed into the Wenhua Hall and swiftly returned with a vial of ointment. Lu Xingjian accepted the vial, inspected it, and then handed it to her. "This will reduce swelling and alleviate pain. Apply it to the injury." Su Wanwan glanced at the somewhat familiar vial, her complexion paling. Unpleasant memories surged forth. During her first unexpected encounter with Lu Xingjian, she had endured immense pain, bleeding profusely, fearing for her life. Upon returning home, she dared not speak of it, hiding beneath the covers, shedding silent tears, overwhelmed by unvoiced grievances. Lu Xingjian had discreetly sent a bottle of medicine through a young attendant, accompanied by a handwritten note detailing its usage, the ink still wet, staining her delicate fingertips. It was merely a common topical treatment, yet he had unusually filled an entire page with instructions, his words resonating deeply. He mentioned various herbs, including jinshao, ligustrum, and mimosa, which left her heart racing with trepidation. A connoisseur of poetry and medicine, she trembled as she reduced the paper to ashes and dust. Jinshao, also known as the Emperor's Grass, symbolizes loyalty and deep affection in the Book of Songs, often referred to as the eternal flower, representing unwavering fidelity. The meanings of ligustrum and mimosa were even more apparent. Having begun his scholarly pursuits at the tender age of 7, Lu Xingjian had been tutored by 20 esteemed scholars under the late emperor's patronage. His teachers praised his extensive knowledge of poetry and literature. Coupled with an exceptional memory, he must have understood the implications of these symbols. Thus, she had believed there existed some semblance of affection for her, becoming ensnared in this illusion for 2 years. Reflecting upon it now, she realized that those sentiments had been mere figments of her own overactive imagination. He harbored no genuine feelings for her, only a desire to toy with her emotions. The bottle of medicine he held bore an uncanny resemblance to the one before him. An irony not lost on Su Wanwan. Instead of accepting the medicine, she averted her gaze, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Lu Xingjian's hand, poised with the medicine, hesitated in midair, perplexed by the offense the remedy had caused her. The atmosphere grew tense, lingering in silence. After a considerable pause, he withdrew his hand, his brow furrowed slightly. Had he relinquished his claim to the title of heir? Su Wanwan remained silent. The crux of the matter lay within the Duke of Wei's household, not in the palace. The Duke himself had submitted a petition to appoint his illegitimate son as the new heir and sought to marry him to the emperor's sister. Yet, I had withheld my approval. Rather than displaying anger, his traditionally aloof demeanor softened, revealing an uncharacteristic patience and gentleness. Yet, Su Wanwan understood that this kindness was a mere reflection of the Empress's influence. This only deepened her disdain. Should she be grateful to him? Had he acted sooner, her mother-in-law would not have clung to hope, nor would she have been coerced into returning to the capital, enduring today's tribulations. Aware that she could not contend against the authority, she finally mustered the courage to speak. "May I take my leave?" She lifted her gaze to meet his. Chapter 6. Who played the fool? He did not speak. His face, with its sharp contours and prominent nose, had lost some of its youthful arrogance over the past 3 years, replaced instead by the resolute composure of a mature man. Su Wanwan inexplicably envisioned a scene where this face, breathless, pressed against hers, their noses touching as they locked eyes. What a wretched creature! Such a fine visage squandered. She silently cursed, her heart remaining unperturbed. Reality soon set in. The struggle for succession among noble families has always been bloody and ruthless. The age-old custom of favoring the legitimate heir has been universally acknowledged for centuries. The son under her name held the title of a legitimate heir, yet in truth, he was but a bastard, a mere infant waiting to be nurtured, while the young legitimate son, eager to restore the family's honor, was a choice easily made by the Duke of Wei. Only her mother-in-law, Lady Wei, remained unwilling to relent, her discontent refusing to dissipate. The bastard bore none of her blood, but the grandson did. Lu Xingjian's obsidian eyes delved into her glistening apricot orbs, perceiving only indifference and detachment, tinged with a subtle vigilance and restraint. The shyness and avoidance of Ur, along with the fleeting affection occasionally revealed during moments of passion, had vanished. 3 years had transformed their relationship into a vast chasm. Whether love or hate, not a trace lingered within her being. She styled her hair in a matronly fashion, having borne children, now clad in an invisible armor. She was no longer the timid girl who once dared not meet his gaze. The past had truly turned its page. He offered no response, enveloped in a dreadful silence. After an indeterminate time, he finally parted his lips. "All right." A hint of weariness graced his features as he slightly turned away. He was at a loss as to which of his words had offended her, unable to articulate an explanation, nor could he continue to confine her there. Su Wanwan could do nothing but brush past him. As they drew near, her shoulder almost collided with his chest. His hand, hanging by his side, reached forward mere inches from her delicate waist. A gentle tug, and she would tumble into his embrace, allowing them to return to their former intimacy. Yet, that long and powerful hand halted midair, unable to advance further. His dark eyes observed her cold profile, brimming with estrangement. With a furrowed brow, she turned slightly, gliding past him with a silken grace. The subtle fragrance of her hair brushed past his nose like a fleeting shadow. He watched in silence as her slender figure, limping slightly, vanished at the end of the path. After a long moment, he withdrew his gaze, resting on the hand still suspended in the air. His expression grew increasingly frigid. Not far away, stewardly feigned ignorance, his head bowed. Alas, who played the fool? Upon returning to the Duke of Wei's residence, her mother-in-law, Lady Han Xiufen, immediately summoned her. As Su Wanwan limped through the door, her pallid complexion dimmed the glimmer of hope in Han Xiufen's eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her face contorted with rage. "It is all your fault, you harbinger of misfortune. Had it not been for marrying you, my Peng'an would not have gone to the frontier to lead the troops, and he would not have met his demise, even in a state of idleness. He remains the unassailable heir. So why should I, at my advanced age, exhaust myself to preserve his title?" Han Xiufen grew increasingly despondent, weeping and beating her chest in despair. "I had thought that having been raised in the palace, you would possess some connections with the nobility, but to my utter dismay, you are utterly ineffectual. I must have been blinded to choose such a worthless individual as my daughter-in-law." Su Wanwan did not approach to offer solace. Instead, she gazed at her quietly, a faint, sardonic smile playing upon her lips. Once, the Duke of Wei's household had relentlessly pursued her hand in marriage, seeking a chance to restore their former glory. Alas, her husband cannot be resurrected. Otherwise, Her mother could have easily divorced her and sought a more suitable daughter-in-law. 3 years of dutiful respect had done little to warm Han Xiufan's heart. In fact, after her family fell from grace, she became increasingly domineering and disrespectful towards her. Accusations of being a harbinger of misfortune were not new to her. In the past, when the Su family was prosperous, she was the ideal daughter-in-law that Han Xiufan coveted. Now, with the Su family's decline, she had become a worthless wretch, subjected to scorn and ridicule. Did they truly believe her to be a mute figure without temper? In a fit of anger, Han Xiufan glared and shouted, "Do you dare to retort? Go outside and kneel." Su Wanwan calmly rose and acquiesced, proceeding to kneel at the entrance of the Duke of Wei's residence. The two maidservants, Yanrong and Haing, followed suit, weeping silently. It was the peak of the afternoon, and the bustling thoroughfare outside the Duke's estate was alive with passers-by. Soon, a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. 3 delicate and beautiful young women kneeling at the grand entrance was indeed a sight that drew attention and piqued curiosity. The secrets of noble families have always been a topic of great intrigue. Moreover, the sight of 3 tearful figures was indicative of their suffering. Whispers circulated that the young woman in simple attire was the widowed wife of the Duke of Wei's heir. The crowd erupted in chatter. With the Hamlin Academy and the Imperial College nearby, many scholars and students were present, their keen minds piecing together the unfolding narrative. It was well known that the struggle for the heirship of the Duke of Wei's estate was a contest between the Duke and his wife. Yet they chose to bully a widow, a truly shameful act. No wonder the Duke of Wei's household had been in decline for years, even losing a respectable 5th-rank position. It was evident that their family morals were corrupted. Everyone knew that the Minister Su was known for his integrity and incorruptibility, serving as a model for scholars like us. After his retirement, his granddaughter suffered greatly at the hands of her in-laws, prompting us to lament the fate of the unfortunate. Public opinion quickly swayed in one direction. The Duke of Wei and Han Xiufan became the villains of the tale, while Su Wanwan was portrayed as a mistreated widow. Mischievous onlookers began throwing cabbage leaves and rotten eggs at the Duke's residence. Meanwhile, there were those light-hearted rakes who, upon catching sight of Su Wanwan's fair skin and exquisite beauty, were instantly smitten, their imaginations running wild. They lamented their own impotence, wishing they could stand up for the beleaguered beauty. If one could bring home and cherish this poor, delicate young widow, it would indeed be an exquisite delight, surpassing even the joys of immortality. At this moment, the Duke of Wei was within his residence, his temper flaring upon hearing the commotion at the entrance. Infuriated, he furiously puffed out his cheeks and shattered his most cherished snuff bottle. He stormed off to berate Han Xiufan, and together the couple hurried to the entrance, coaxing and persuading Su Wanwan and her 2 companions to step inside. Unbeknownst to the Duke, a piece of rotten vegetable had been hurled at him. Han Xiufan, on the other hand, was struck by a clump of mud that cascaded down her hair, some of it trickling onto her face and smudging her makeup, rendering her quite disheveled. Despite holding the esteemed title of a first-rank duke for several years, the Duke of Wei had yet to produce any outstanding talents. The recent turmoil surrounding the heir's competition had already stirred considerable unrest. To further acquire a reputation for being cruel to widows and daughters-in-law would be adding insult to injury. Enraged, Han Xiufan gritted her teeth, yet she was compelled to swallow her pride and endure the humiliation. It seemed her reputation as a harsh mother-in-law would soon echo throughout the capital, jeopardizing her standing within the elite circles of society. Little did she anticipate that the usually quiet Su Wanwan, who seldom caused a stir, would deftly outmaneuver her. She was indeed a formidable opponent. Trembling with rage, Han Xiufan dared not show her displeasure towards Su Wanwan any longer. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan was still inclined to kneel. Chapter 7. A bone-chilling encounter. Duke Wei, Su Chengbi, promptly instructed someone to support her, speaking with kind demeanor. "Dear daughter-in-law, you have been widowed less than a year after marrying into our Su family. It is we who have brought this misfortune upon you. Quickly, retreat to your room and rest. Why are you standing there? Hurry, assist her back indoors." That very evening, Duke Wei and Han Xiufan quarreled fiercely behind closed doors, the sound of shattered porcelain echoing throughout the room. He had already prepared bathing essentials and warm water. Su Wanwan immersed herself in the soothing warmth, finding slight relief from her aches and fatigue. She exhaled deeply. Yin Rong observed the bruises on her calves, her eyes reddening, throat tightening with emotion. Yet she forced a smile, saying, "Miss, the third young lady of the Qingyan Marquis has sent an invitation, intending to visit you tomorrow." Ying, initially wearing a worried expression, immediately brightened at this news. "Indeed, your maternal grandfather is the Count of Chongning, brother to the Marquis of Qingyan. With the support of these two distinguished families, the Duchess would likely refrain from overtly troubling us." A faint smile graced Su Wanwan's lips. "Then ensure you prepare her favorite osmanthus taro paste." Yin Rong and Ying both quietly sighed in relief, responding in unison with cheerful agreement. It was the first time the young lady had smiled since returning to the capital. The third young lady of the Qingyan Marquis, Zhou Wanxiu, was 2 years younger than Su Wanwan and, by kinship, should address her as cousin. She was Su Wanwan's sole confidant, having grown up together. The next morning, Zhou Wanxiu approached Su Wanwan in a flurry, lifting her skirts. "Aunt Wan, I need to speak with you." Su Wanwan chuckled. "Why the rush at such an age?" Zhou Wanxiu squeezed her hand, her expression grave. Su Wanwan instructed the maidservant preparing breakfast to step aside. "What is it? Is your cousin, Su Wenying, missing?" Su Wanwan's expression shifted instantly. This was a little-known secret of the Su family, known only to a select few. Seeing her reaction, Zhou Wanxiu grew more resolute. "Last night, my brother was entertaining guests at Ziyun Tower when a young performer stopped him, claiming to be your cousin, asking him to relay a message to you for her rescue." Tears welled in Su Wanwan's eyes as she tightly grasped Zhou Wanxiu's hand. "Quickly, take me to find her." Zhou Wanxiu reassured her, "Do not panic. Ziyun Tower opens in the afternoon. My brother has already made arrangements to ensure she is not troubled. We shall go quietly in the afternoon." Her gaze flickered momentarily, her expression becoming somewhat uncomfortable. "However, your status poses a dilemma. A widow visiting a pleasure house. One can only imagine the scandalous rumors that would ensue." Ziyun Tower, a luxurious establishment under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Music, catered to both entertainment and lodging, frequented by the affluent and noble. Some visited for business, while others sought leisure. Su Wanwan, being a widow, and notably one embroiled in recent scandal, would suffer irreparable damage to her reputation if discovered in such a vibrant and indulgent venue. She feared that from then on, all manner of unscrupulous men would dare to approach her. After a moment's contemplation, Su Wanwan devised a strategy to address the situation. She informed her mother-in-law that she was going to visit her grandfather, and then stepped out with Zhou Wanxiu, bringing along the carefully prepared gifts. Upon alighting from the carriage, she had donned the attire of a man, dressed in a sky-blue robe, wielding a folding fan, and adorned with a large hat that concealed half of her visage, rendering her androgynous in appearance. Zhou Wanxiu's elder brother, Zhou Shuyan, who was around 23 or 24, respectfully bowed and said, "Aunt Wanwan, please follow me." Su Wanwan felt a slight flush on her cheeks. It felt rather awkward to be addressed as aunt by a man older than herself, despite her seniority in familial terms. The peak hours of operation for the Ziyun building were in the evening, with few patrons during the afternoon. It was Su Wanwan's first visit to such an establishment, and upon entering, her gaze was immediately captivated. The interior of Ziyun building was luxuriously and elegantly decorated, surrounded by private booths, while the central area featured a stage. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, and from the ceiling hung long beaded curtains, cascading down like a waterfall. At the heart of the curtains sat a stunning beauty, resplendent in her attire, gracefully playing the pipa and singing sweetly with a melodious voice that tugged at the heartstrings. Deep red veils obscure the dust. The old is not as good as the new. Even Su Wanwan, a widow with a heart untroubled for many years, felt a flicker of romantic yearning stir within her. Zhou Shuyan first communicated with the manager of Ziyun building, noticing Su Wanwan's fascination with the singer on stage. He assumed she was simply intrigued and asked her to wait for him momentarily in the corridor on the second floor. After stealing a few glances, Su Wanwan turned to continue walking, only to suddenly lock eyes with a pair of cold, penetrating ones. Her breath caught momentarily, instinctively taking a step back. To her astonishment, it was Lu Xingjian. He too had not anticipated encountering her here, standing there with a furrowed brow, observing her for an extended period. The lingering sweet, melancholic melody continued to play. The peach pit of the Wanwan tree is indeed to be lamented, for within lies another. Wanwan froze in place, questioning his presence here. Was he seeking pleasure? Was he so desperate? The warm light from the lantern elongated his shadow as he stepped closer. Each stride felt like a weight upon her heart. Wanwan clenched her hands, her complexion paling momentarily, her heartbeat thunderous. She thought to herself how unfortunate it was to be caught in such a predicament as a widow visiting a flower house. The embarrassment was so profound that she wished to vanish into the ground. At the staircase, a throng of people gathered. Lu Xingjian frowned, swiftly pulling her into a nearby private booth and shutting the door. Inside, the booth was draped with lavender-embroidered curtains, and mottled sunlight filtered through, casting a dim yet intimate ambience over the two of them. He held her wrist tightly, pinning her between himself and the door, their proximity so close that they could almost hear each other's heartbeats. Wanwan, flustered and disoriented, struggled to free her delicate wrist. He was likely a frequent visitor here. She hoped he had not contracted any unsavory diseases. "What brings you here?" Lu Xingjian inquired, his gaze fixed on her, his expression stern and his voice icy. The threshold of Ziyun building was indeed high, with its renowned singers and dancers attracting the attention of affluent men. Some flirtatious, noble women frequented this place for leisure, seeking handsome companions. He was astonished to find that after years apart, she had transformed into such a woman. Even if she were not seeking a lover, should her identity be revealed, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, making her future endeavors exceedingly difficult. Wanwan was at a loss for words, feeling no obligation to explain herself. Thus she tossed the question back at him. "And how did you come to be here?" The emperor's proclivity for visiting courtesans, undoubtedly, would be a scandal of monumental proportions, subject to the scorn of officials for a lifetime. It would be recorded in the annals of history. In that instant, she straightened her posture. Outside, voices could be heard, that of Zhou Shuyan. "Where is she?" Lu Xingjian remained silent, coldly scrutinizing Wanwan, only able to discern the delicate, pale curve of her chin beneath the brim of her hat. He had lost count of how many times he had longed to caress that exquisite, tender contour, a sensation that was utterly enchanting. Yet in this context, it felt strikingly out of place. "Come with me." Before he could finish his sentence, she raised her hand to cover his mouth. The man froze entirely. He lowered his gaze with an icy demeanor, observing her delicate, fair hand, the fingertips slender and refined, pressed against his thin lips. The palm was soft, warm, and slightly damp. The lilting voice of a songstress wafted through the air, delicate dice resting on red beans. Does one know the yearning that penetrates to the bone? The melody was intoxicating. Unbeknownst to him, the coldness in his eyes, akin to shattered starlight, gradually dissipated. She extended a slender finger to her own rosy, supple lips, making a shushing gesture. The man remained silent, their gazes locking as her enchanting eyes, glistening with dew, seemed to speak, holding his gaze for a fleeting moment. Chapter 8 lingered with the gentle warmth of his lips. The man was as if struck by a thunderbolt, his pupils trembling slightly. The chill enveloping him shattered like brittle ice, inch by inch, on the verge of dissipating. In her eyes danced a flicker of mockery and derision, so vivid and captivating. No longer the calm and distant persona she had been before. Yet, in the next moment, she swiftly withdrew her hand, forcefully pushed open the mahogany door of the private room, and stealthily exited, closing the door behind her with seamless grace, too swift for anyone to react. The man's expression, which had softened significantly, darkened instantly. Zhou Shuyan glanced at the door, frowning as he lowered his voice to ask, "Is someone inside?" Wanwan casually fabricated an excuse to deflect his inquiry and followed him to another room. Lu Xingjian, dressed in casual attire, was evidently their incognito. She was even less inclined for anyone to discover her solitude with him. Inside the room stood a girl of around 13 or 14, clad in the uniform of Ziyun Tower, nervously wringing her hands. Su Wanwan cast a few fleeting glances before enveloping the girl in a tight embrace, both sisters weeping together. "Sister, I've finally met you," the girl cried, tears flowing freely. She was Su Weiniang, the daughter of Su Wanwan's uncle. "Do not fear, I am here," Su Wanwan replied. Her eyes reddened, refraining from inquiring about the hardships the girl had endured over the years. Zhou Shuyan waited for their sobs to subside before speaking in a hushed tone. "As long as I haven't mistaken anyone, I've put in considerable effort to secure her release." Su Wanwan felt immense gratitude. "I shall cover the expenses. Please do not let this be known. If it becomes public that Su Weiniang has spent time in the Ministry of Rights, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, making her future prospects for marriage exceedingly bleak." The Ministry of Rights was a governmental institution governed by the court, comprising the families and servants of convicted officials. Securing someone's release from there was far more challenging than from ordinary pleasure quarters, requiring substantially more funds. However, given that in recent years, even capital offenses could be expunged with money, redeeming a person was still feasible, provided one could afford it. Zhou Shuyan quietly exhaled in relief. Su Wanwan's dowry was as substantial as that of a princess, and with her assurance, he would merely need to run a few errands to facilitate the process. "Aunt Wan, you and Wanxiu should return to the Qingyun Marquis' residence and wait. I will see you once my tasks are completed." Yet, Su Wanwan hesitated. Her brow furrowed as she inquired, "Is there a small exit here?" She wished to avoid another encounter with Lu Xingjian. The lingering warmth of his lips still resonated in her clenched palm. The rough sensation of his stubble was deeply unsettling. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her, longing to cleanse her hands immediately. She wondered how many beauties he had tasted and whether he had contracted any ailments. She should not have touched him, just a brief covering of her mouth. Surely that wound tea lead to contagion? She thought with a flicker of hope. Suiyun Tower indeed possessed discreet exits for those wishing to conceal their identities. Su Wanwan departed without incident. Meanwhile, Lu Xingjian stood expressionless in the private room on the second floor of Suiyun Tower, delicately pinching the edge of the gauzy curtain. His gaze fixed on the entrance as people came and went. Manager Li entered with a palpable sense of trepidation, feeling an ominous chill enveloping the room, prompting him to sneeze twice. "Master, Madame Su has departed," he reported, claiming she is visiting relatives at the Qiyun Marquis and the Chongning Earl's residence. "Shall we investigate if she often frequents the brothels in Jinling?" Lu Xingjian's voice was devoid of any emotion. Manager Li nodded in acquiescence, refraining from uttering another word, uncertain of what had provoked the gentleman's ire. The late Empress Dowager, Lady Zhou, had two brothers. The elder, Zhou An, was the Marquis of Qiyun and the great-grandfather of Zhou Wanxiu, while the younger, Zhou Hua, the Earl of Chongning, was Su Wanwan's maternal grandfather. Both grandparents, having crossed the threshold of 60, were overjoyed to see their granddaughter Su Wanwan, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Wanwan's mother, their cherished daughter, had passed away at a tender age when Wanwan was merely 6 months old. The Empress Dowager, in her affection, took Wanwan under her wing, ensuring she was well cared for until her marriage. Dinner was a lively affair at the Marquis of Qiyun's residence, filled with laughter and merriment. The guests were divided by gender, filling 4 large round tables. Relatives, both familiar and unfamiliar, approached to offer toasts, and Wanwan reciprocated with drinks for her elders. After several rounds, she found herself pleasantly inebriated, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Lady Chun, embracing Wanwan, remarked with tearful eyes, "You are far more fortunate than your mother." Zhou Wanxiu interjected, "It is because Aunt Wan is open-minded. She need not bear children herself." Her words rendered the room slightly uncomfortable, leaving the attendees at a loss for response. They all knew that Wanwan had separated from her husband merely a day after their wedding, rendering the prospect of immediate conception impossible. With her husband now deceased, even the position of the Duchess of Wei, which had seemed within reach, had slipped away, eliciting sighs over the fleeting nature of beauty and fortune. The title of Duke of Wei, unlike the ephemeral titles of their kin, was hereditary and unyielding, even without engaging in any endeavors. The annual stipend of 3,500 stone would suffice for a life free from want. Not to mention the esteemed reputation of a century-old family that ensured advantageous marriages for their offspring. Wanwan smiled gently, pouring a glass of wine for Lady Chun. "Grandmother, do sample this Jinhua wine. If it pleases you, I shall bring it to you every year henceforth." Lady Chun's hand trembled as she held the wine glass. Tears welling anew. "Must you venture so far to Jinling, leaving this old body without a glimpse of you for years?" Wanwan nestled against Lady Chun, playfully asserting, "If you truly care for me, grandmother, you could accompany me to Jiangnan for a brief respite. The climate there is far more agreeable than in the capital, and I could serve you dutifully every day." At this, Lady Chun finally broke into a smile. "Now that is more like it. You have a good heart." As the banquet drew to a close, the butler hurriedly entered, announcing, "A distinguished guest has arrived." Wanwan, her face flushed, concealed herself behind the crowd. When she saw Lu Xingjian stride through the door, she felt as though the ground had shifted beneath her. Why did misfortune seem to follow her, making encounters with him inevitable? Suddenly feeling a piercing gaze upon her, she hastily lowered her eyes and joined the others in greeting. This insufferable man. Was he fearful that she might divulge his visits to the brothels? What a ridiculous concern. Lu Xingjian, clad in a stone-blue robe, gracefully traversed the crowd and approached the elevated platform, casting a downward glance at the prostrated assembly. Elevated and composed, he commanded the space with an air of tranquility. "Stand up," he uttered softly, his two words eliciting a collective sigh of relief as the crowd rose once more. At this hour, coinciding with the dinner time, the silver-haired Marquis Qingyun, Zhou, courteously inquired, "Has your Majesty dined yet? If it is not too presumptuous, I would be honored to prepare a modest repast and serve you." Lu Xingjian's gaze swept over the assembly, momentarily pausing upon Su Wanwan, causing him to frown slightly. His lips pressed together. "Then I shall impose," he replied. Having known each other since childhood, he had never before witnessed her in this half-drunken, alluring state. With so many male relatives in the Zhou family, she seemed unperturbed by the possibility of their covetous eyes. Zhou, overjoyed, promptly ordered the rearrangement of the banquet and instructed the servants to bring in intricately carved screens to separate the tables from men and women. The emperor's willingness to dine at the Zhou residence was a testament to his considerable trust in the family. Chapter 9. Release Me. Since the passing of the Empress Dowager, the Zhou family has been in a steady decline. Their primary source of income, the salt trade, has vanished, and several younger members of the Zhou family who served as officials have been dismissed. As they watch their fortunes dwindle, they find themselves powerless to change their fate. They harbor deep resentment towards the scheming Empress Zhang. You're left with no choice but to endure in silence. Unexpectedly, the emperor pays a visit to the Zhou residence today. This presents a remarkable opportunity for redemption. Through the intricately carved screen, Su Wanwan observes her granduncle and grandfather, both hunched over, one pouring wine for Lu Xingjian, the other presenting a porcelain dish with a damp cloth. A wave of unease washes over her. These two loving elders, since Lu Xingjian's arrival, have not straightened their backs, and their expressions are filled with a palpable anxiety. The rest of the assembly remains eerily silent, not daring to even cough, a stark contrast to the previous cheerful atmosphere. By lineage, Lu Xingjian ought to address them as granduncles, and Su Wanwan as cousin. However, in the face of absolute power, such distinctions are rendered insignificant. Zhou lifts his wine cup, bowing respectfully, and states, "Your Majesty, this old minister offers you a toast." He then tilts his head back, downing the wine in one go. In his haste, he coughs, struggling to suppress the urge, his face flushing with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lu Xingjian sits leisurely and elegantly, scarcely glancing at the wine cup. After hearing their requests, he casually remarks, "Submit a memorial. I shall grant it." Zhou and Zhou Hua's faces glow with excitement. This truly is an unexpected delight. How smoothly things are proceeding. The emperor is so amenable, ready to fulfill their requests. The women present, including her grandaunt and Madame Chun, display relieved smiles, exhaling in unison. Su Wanwan lowers her gaze, concealing the melancholy and torment within her. The warmth and harmony that should characterize a family gathering has been shattered by the stark display of hierarchy and power. She cannot bear to witness such subservience any longer. She yearns to flee the capital and return to Jinling, to live a life of freedom and leisure. Lu Xingjian's gaze, piercing through the ornate screen, falls upon her. Su Wanwan feels a shiver run down her spine, instinctively retreating behind Zhou Wanxiu, seeking refuge. Following Lu Xingjian's gaze, Zhou notices Zhou Wanxiu, and a significant glint flickers in his eyes. It appears the emperor's interest lies not in the wine. He has taken a liking to our Wanxiu. Initially, her elder sister had attempted to arrange a match for Wanxiu as the crown princess, only to return in defeat, leaving the impoverished Xia family with an unexpected fortune. Wanxiu gained nothing from the ordeal and, now at 19, refuses to marry, spending her days weeping at home. Perhaps fortune has finally turned, and the emperor's eye has alighted upon her. Throughout the gathering, Lu Xingjian refrains from lifting his chopsticks. No one dares to touch the lavish array of dishes laid before them. Zhou feels an immense weight in his heart. The emperor's refusal to eat or drink at the banquet clearly indicates his limited trust in the Zhou family. After all, generations have passed, and the emperor's estrangement from the Zhou family is entirely understandable. If Wanxiu were to marry into the palace and bear a prince, the Zhou family would rise once more. Su Wanwan could not help but stifle a yawn. With a poor tolerance for alcohol, she felt overwhelmingly drowsy, her eyelids heavy. Lu Xingjian's gaze swept over her, lingering for a brief moment before he withdrew it, speaking in a calm tone, returned to the palace. Zhou hastily escorted Lu Xingjian out, calling Zhou Wanxiu to his side. Wanxiu, come quickly to bid farewell to his majesty. Su Wanwan trailed behind Madame Chun, playfully clinging to the elderly woman's arm. Grandmother, I wish to sleep with you tonight. Madame Chun affectionately patted her hand, casting a reproachful glance. What kind of married woman stays out overnight? It invites trouble. It is better to return home to rest. You can visit me again tomorrow. The crowd exited the Qingyun Marquis's residence in grand procession, with Lu Xingjian being surrounded as he departed. Su Wanwan subsequently took her own carriage, collapsing into sleep as soon as she boarded. In her hazy slumber, she experienced a myriad of bizarre dreams. At times, she found herself entwined with Lu Xingjian, their breaths ragged and mingling. Sweat interspersed as he whispered passionately in her ear, Wanwan, Wanwan. Other times, she was engulfed in chaos, drenched as she clawed her way ashore from turbulent waters. A great fire illuminating the night behind her. The crackling of flames, the resounding crash of a fallen mast, the waves crashing against the shore, intertwined with cries for help and the clash of swords, formed an impenetrable web of sound amidst the torrential rain and enveloping darkness. Lu Xingjian approached her, holding Xia Xueye's hand. She struggled to seek rescue, reaching for his feet. Yet, he gazed down upon her with disdain. A look of hatred etched on his face. Why are you not dead yet? Then, with a vicious kick, he sent her tumbling back into the icy waters. The frigid river surged into her mouth and nose, choking her chest with pain, threatening to suffocate her. Her body sank deeper into the depths. In terror, she reached for the surface. She could not die. She wished to live. She longed to live well. But he paid her no heed. Instead, he cradled Xia Shui in his arms, whispering soothing words while coldly observing her helpless struggle, as if to say, "You brought this upon yourself." Those words seemed to drain her of all strength. Despairing, she opened her eyes wide, surrendering to the waves that engulfed her. She fell niche on her face. Su Wanwan raised her hand to wipe it, only to encounter a bony hand. Her hand hesitated momentarily before being grasped gently by that larger hand, its calloused fingertips brushing against her skin, sending shivers coursing through her body. With disbelief, she slowly opened her eyes. The carriage had stopped, cloaked in darkness, with only the sound of chirping insects breaking the silence. A man sat not far from her. Su Wanwan's heart thundered, plunging her into disarray, her breath stuttering. She attempted to sit up, only to be pulled into his lap. Su Wanwan gasped, her hands pressing against his shoulders, her body stiffening to maintain distance. Wanwan, The man whispered softly in her ear. It was Lu Xingjian's voice. Su Wanwan's breath quickened further. How could it be him? She found herself perplexed, bewildered by how she ended up here and how he came to be in this very moment. Her mind was a tumultuous haze. He whispered, "It is I." Instantly, Su Wanwan's body tensed. She yearned to extricate herself from his grasp. Yet, the man tightened his hold around her waist, drawing her closely against his chest. Her face was pressed into the crook of his shoulder, enveloped by the faint, enchanting scent of his presence. Their breaths quickened, rising and falling in unison. This was a posture of embrace, one that suggested an intimacy reserved for only the closest of companions. Memories of their once entwined lives surged forth in an instant. With a trembling voice, she admonished, "Release me." The man stiffened slightly, his grip on her waist loosening. She attempted to shift away, seeking to dismount from his lap. Chapter 10, Your Majesty. I shall not spread rumors about your visit to the flower house. Lu Xingjian finally released his grip. Su Wanwan hastily seated herself in a nearby chair. The atmosphere was dim and tranquil, punctuated only by the rustling of fabric and the rhythmic rise and fall of their breaths. In this confined space, even the slightest sound resonated, heightening their already sensitive nerves, as though they were engaged in an indiscreet act. Su Wanwan quickly adjusted her garments, eager to exit the carriage, only to feel her sleeve being grasped. Containing the tumult of her heart, she endeavored to keep her voice steady. "May I leave now?" Lu Xingjian remained silent, his grip unwavering. After a moment, he inquired, "Are you avoiding me?" His tone bore an accusatory edge, low and husky, enriched with a matured, masculine allure, a stark contrast to the youthful brightness he previously exhibited. Uncertain of his intent, she responded dismissively, "Your Majesty jest." Silence enveloped them, an oppressive quiet. "If you face difficulties, you may seek my assistance," he offered, his voice tinged with a hint of concession. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow, a trace of mockery curling her lips. "When I sought your audience, you refused to see me. Do you not find it ironic to say such things now? Do you delight in toying with me? Or is this merely an attempt to silence me after I caught you visiting the flower house?" "Not at all," she continued. "I appreciate your concern, but I'm doing quite well and have no pressing needs at the moment. To seek your help would only lead to further humiliation." She understood her place. His slender fingers parted the curtain of the carriage, allowing the moonlight to illuminate her, as if he were discerning the truth behind her words. "You are a woman. Why indulge in such frivolities that tarnish your reputation?" His voice carried an almost imperceptible reproach. Su Wanwan was taken aback, a surge of inexplicable anger flooding her senses. "So, you presume I cannot withstand solitude and must seek solace in the brothel? Perhaps you are right. You have always deemed me frivolous." How absurd it was! When he had once cast her aside, did he not foresee the damage to her reputation? All the buried grievances and sorrows bubbled to the surface, causing her eyes to sting. Who was he to dictate her actions? What authority did he possess to govern her life? Reluctant to explain herself due to the implications for her cousin's reputation, she spoke with a chill that kept him at bay. "My affairs are of no concern to you. Your Majesty, if you truly cared for my reputation, you would not have abducted me. This tugging and pulling is most unbecoming. You criticize others while failing to uphold your own integrity. How ridiculous!" Did he think everyone shared his penchant for visiting flower houses? With this thought, she could not resist the urge to jab at him. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will not be the one to spread word of your escapades in the flower house." Lu Xingjian pressed his lips together, narrowing his elongated eyes slightly. She resembled a hedgehog, bristling with quills. After a prolonged silence, he simply asked, "Shall I escort you back?" Su Wanwan firmly declined. "No need. I can return on my own." At last, Lu Xingjian released her. Su Wanwan swiftly tugged back the section of her sleeve that he had crumpled, stretching it forcefully. Her actions carried a hint of disdain. Lu Xingjian observed her behavior with a slightly frosty gaze. Her attitude was rather ungrateful. Su Wanwan descended to switch to her own carriage. Her handmaidens, Yinrong and Haing, wore expressions of confusion and vigilance, continuously scrutinizing the carriage she had alighted from, as well as the group of individuals that had gathered around. They were baffled by the audacity of those who dared to abduct the wife of their young master. Given their disciplined demeanor, their status must be remarkable. As the two carriages passed each other, Lu Xingjian's indifferent voice drifted through the curtain, instructing that Li Rong be sought for any matters. Li Rong, standing beside the carriage, cheerfully provided Yin Rong and Haing with the address of his private residence. Should Madame Su encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out, he offered. However, Su Wanwan feigned ignorance, choosing to disregard him. Before long, they arrived home. To her surprise, her mother-in-law, Han Xiufan, was still awake, her face darkened with displeasure. I thought you would be staying out all night. Have you forgotten you are the daughter-in-law of the Su family? Su Wanwan lacked the energy to contend with her. Quick-witted Yin Rong interjected. In response to Madame's concerns, we were delayed due to the Emperor's visit to the Qingyun Marquis' residence, which is why we returned late. This statement held no falsehood, merely omitting unnecessary details. Han Xiufan's pupils constricted slightly, her anger dissipating. Then you should rest, she said curtly. Recently, after a night of quarreling with her husband, she had come to realize that the late Empress Dowager Zhou was the true puppet master behind the political stage. The previous emperor had been sidelined for years, only regaining power after the demise of the Empress Dowager, yet he ruled for merely a year before his death. The new emperor, having ascended the throne, swiftly consolidated power in just 2 years. With the Zhou family declining, the Zhang family had risen, supporting a deeply entrenched Empress Xia, thus firmly securing their position in the harem. However, if the Zhou family regained the new emperor's favor, Su Wanwan's backing remained formidable. She could not afford to offend them lightly. That night, Su Wanwan fell ill with a fever. Her health had always been frail, and the recent exertion compounded by shock led her to succumb to illness, her face flushed and plagued by relentless nightmares. The Wei Wugong Manor was, after all, a first-rate noble residence, making it convenient to summon a physician with a name card. A few doses of medicine brought her fever down, albeit not completely. The recurring low-grade fever left her feeling perpetually weak. Han Xiufan approached her bedside, wiping away tears multiple times, lamenting, I must have wronged you in my past life. Now I am branded a wicked mother-in-law for being reproached so harshly. If you do not recover, I shall be condemned for mistreating my daughter-in-law. And even the Empress will be implicated, bearing the blame for the harsh treatment of the widows of soldiers. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan's expression subtly shifted. Her ears perked up to catch more of Han Xiufan's words. Yet, the latter continued to repeat a few phrases, incessantly lamenting their offense against the Empress, predicting that their lives would become increasingly arduous. Su Wanwan, however, believed that the officials would continue to target the softer adversaries, refraining from directing their ire toward Lu Xingjian. It was none other than Lu Xingjian who had treated her so harshly. Zhou Wanxiu came to visit Su Wanwan, bearing distressing news. Su Waning's redemption was facing significant obstacles. The instigator was none other than Zhang Taoho's nephew, the heir of Shining Marquis, Zhang Zonghui, who also happened to be the brother-in-law of Empress Xia. The Zhang family had long harbored grievances against the Zhou family, reaching a point of irreconcilable animosity. Merely a month after the passing of the Empress Dowager Zhou, the Zhang family had engaged in a fierce altercation with the Zhou family's servants, ultimately drawing the attention of the late emperor. The late emperor took sides, favoring his wife's family. From that moment on, the Zhou family was plunged into a downward spiral, facing increasingly dire circumstances. Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting in concern. Was it truly impossible to redeem her with more financial efforts? Zhou Wanxiu shook her head in shame, tears welling in her eyes. That Zhang Zonghui is like a vicious dog, deliberately opposing our Zhou family. He does not understand why my brother wishes to redeem someone, yet he is resolute in sabotaging my brother's intentions. He even declared that he intends to claim that girl for himself and will break her innocence tonight. From then on, she will be compelled to entertain 10 clients daily. Not even the heavens can hope to rescue her. Su Wanwan trembled with anger. Wei Ning was only 13 years old, still but a child. Chapter 11. How could Zhang Zonghui be such a beast? The Zhang family currently stands at the pinnacle of power, with both the Empress Dowager and the Queen as formidable allies. striding through the capital with impunity. Su Wanwan found herself at a loss. Yin Rong's gaze flickered, and she proposed, "Shall we consider seeking out Manager Li?" Su Wanwan furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. It seemed as if Lu Xingjian anticipated her need for his assistance. Was he deliberately obstructing her? Once this thought took root, it flourished uncontrollably. She felt an overwhelming frustration. He was compelling her to plead for his help, to witness her on her knees, weeping and regretting her past decisions. This was his true aim. Su Wanwan's blood boiled with indignation. However, as this matter pertained to her cousin's honor and safety, she could not afford to be concerned about her own pride. The dismal plight that befell Wanning was, after all, rooted in her own actions. Her heart felt as though it were being violently tugged. A decision was swiftly made. It was merely a matter of seeking assistance, of enduring humiliation. She would accept it. Summoning her waning strength, she hastily penned a letter and entrusted it to He Ying, instructing him to deliver it personally to Manager Li's residence outside the palace. Manager Li happened to be at home for a brief respite, and upon hearing it was a letter from Su Wanwan, he immediately rushed to the palace without even changing his attire. By this time, darkness had enveloped the palace, and the gates were about to be locked. Lu Xingjian was hosting a banquet for several ministers on night duty. Upon learning of Su Wanwan's urgent missive, he disregarded the curious gazes of the ministers, excusing himself from the table to open the letter. The message was succinct, merely stating that there was an urgent matter at hand. Lu Xingjian instructed Manager Li to arrange for an immediate exit from the palace. Manager Li hesitated. "Your Majesty, the palace gates have already been locked, and you are still entertaining the ministers. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow?" Lu Xingjian shot him a cold glance, remaining silent as he strode towards the exit. Realizing his error, Manager Li quickly slapped his mouth in self-reproach and hastened to make arrangements. Madame Su, having previously been impervious to both soft and hard tactics, was now humbling herself to seek assistance. Missing this opportunity would mean losing a vital chance. Someone was undoubtedly anxious. Su Wanwan waited not far from Ziyun Tower, which at this hour of the night typically buzzed with activity. Yet, it was unusually shut tight. Once Zhou Shuyan entered, there had been no further news. The tower was brightly lit, but the reason for this was unknown. She had already instructed Zhou Shuyan to do whatever it took to delay Zhang Zhonghui, ensuring he would not ruin her cousin, hoping at the very least to gain a day's respite. For this purpose, she had entrusted him with her entire dowry of 300,000 taels, urging him to use any means necessary to thwart Zhang Zhonghui's malicious intentions. However, with the Zhang family currently in a position of power, Zhou Shuyan might not be able to withstand the pressure. Unfortunately, her trusted bodyguard, Xiao, was not by her side, leaving her severely short-handed. Otherwise, she might have considered forcibly taking her cousin away. When Ying returned with news that someone wished to see her, Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. It had been less than an hour since she had completed the letter. Lu Xingjian sat in the carriage, the dim light casting a cool pallor over his features. What urgent matter could this be? Su Wanwan found herself at a loss for words. "My cousin has been sold to Ziyun Building, and Zhang Zhonghui intends for her to entertain guests tonight. Can you help me rescue her?" The pale, emaciated face, now tinged with anxiety, revealed her distress. "I never anticipated he would appear in person, and so swiftly at that." This inadvertently corroborated her suspicion. He was indeed acting with intention. How would he further humiliate her? Lu Xingjian's demeanor softened considerably as he reassured her, "Do not fret. Please provide me with her name, age, and appearance." Su Wanwan hesitated for a moment before offering a detailed description, adding, "Zhou Shuyan is assisting. I am uncertain about the current situation. Regardless, rescuing her cousin was of paramount importance." Lu Xingjian cast a gentle glance in her direction and instructed stewardly, "Have Ma Yongchang bring her out." That glance sent Su Wanwan's heart racing. What did he mean by that? Stewardly promptly complied. Lu Xingjian then suggested, "Would you like to return and rest? I will inform you once she is brought out." Su Wanwan clenched her hands tightly, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Would he truly let her go so easily? She shook her head. She feared that if she left, something unforeseen might occur. Had she known the situation would escalate to this point, she should have devised a plan to take her cousin away yesterday. Lu Xingjian's tense expression softened slightly as they sat in the carriage, enveloped in a serene yet palpable silence, devoid of the previous cold detachment. Nevertheless, Su Wanwan's taut body betrayed her inner turmoil. Lu Xingjian remained composed, his gaze not once meeting hers, though his peripheral vision subtly lingered upon her. The atmosphere grew taut to the point of stagnation. After half an hour, Steward Lee returned with news. "Master, she has been brought out, but she was drugged. It would be prudent to summon the imperial physician. Perhaps we should arrange for her to be taken to Xiaoyuan." Su Wanwan, though unsurprised, felt her body tense further. Lu Xingjian frowned slightly. Su Wanwan tightened her grip. "I wish to see her. She needed to ensure her cousin's safety." Lu Xingjian did not refuse. "I will take you there." Su Weining was curled up, her body marred with lacerations, revealing deep crimson wounds, her complexion an abnormal flush, her consciousness hazy. Upon witnessing her in such a state, Su Wanwan felt her heart shatter. Her body trembled, fingers quivering as she tenderly caressed her face. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. You've suffered so." Hearing her voice, Su Weining finally opened her eyes and burst into tears. "Sister, it hurts so much. I feel so unwell, Wu." Su Wanwan's heart ached like a dagger. Weining was still just a child. The physician arrived swiftly. Lu Xingjian gently pulled Su Wanwan out of the room, stating in a calm tone, "The maid is inside, tending to her wounds. You need not look." The sight of blood-soaked clothes and gruesome injuries was too harrowing. He wished to shield her from further distress. Su Wanwan's eyes were swollen like peaches, yet she maintained a semblance of composure, softly inquiring, "Who did this to her?" Lu Xingjian regarded her pale visage, his expression inscrutable. "Do you wish to seek vengeance for her?" Su Wanwan lifted her gaze to meet his, questioning whether it was permissible. The two pairs of eyes clashed in a silent confrontation. She looked up at him, her expression unwavering, resolutely defiant. After a considerable pause, Lu Xingjian finally responded, "I will handle it." Su Wanwan appeared momentarily taken aback, her tone slightly frigid. "No need, I have my own people. I hope you will not impede me." She could discern the reluctance in his voice, perhaps even a hint of his covert orchestration behind it. Various thoughts flitted through her mind, and a fleeting shadow of doubt crossed her eyes. Lu Xingjian lowered his gaze upon her, acutely sensing that sliver of skepticism. An unsettling feeling stirred within him. He raised his hand to caress her hair, but she instinctively stepped back, evading his touch. His hand hovered in the air, and in the next moment, he grasped the nape of her neck, forcibly drawing her closer. His strength was formidable, compelling Su Wanwan to rise onto her toes, her hands pressing against his chest for balance. The physical disparity between them was evident, especially given his years of martial training, which rendered his physique far superior to that of an ordinary man. Her heart raced violently, her breath momentarily stifled, plunging her into a state of panic, akin to prey awaiting slaughter. He was the exalted emperor, and should he choose to impose his will, she possessed no means of resistance. Their faces were mere inches apart, breaths intertwining, their gazes locked in a chilling standoff. "Do you not trust me?" Su Wanwan dared to voice her inquiry. "Was it your arrangement?" Lu Xingjian's expression grew icily resolute. "Am I so petty?" Chapter 12. "Would you care for some kanji?" Su Wanwan gazed into his eyes, her heart pierced as if by a sharp blade. Perhaps she was overthinking it. The exalted emperor would hardly trouble himself over her cousin, even for the sake of revenge. Such elaborate machinations seemed unnecessary. Lu Xingjian observed the flicker of fear and the fleeting sorrow in her gaze, and the chill that enveloped him began to dissipate. His tone softened. "If I were to confess that your cousin's plight bears some of my responsibility, it is only fair that I seek to restore her honor." Su Wanwan stared at him, disbelief etched upon her features. Her eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks as memories of that fateful night 3 years prior ignited within her, the inferno that had consumed Jiang. He knew. He was aware of the trials they had endured, the depths of despair, the narrow escapes, the helplessness that had surrounded them. Yet, he had remained indifferent, a mere bystander. Why would he invest any thought into her? The confrontation on the canal 3 years ago had been the extent of his involvement, and she had offered no gratitude. Lu Xingjian released his grip on her face, his expression dimming slightly. He then enveloped her in his arms, her cheek resting against his chest as he held her tenderly. Su Wanwan found the intimacy overwhelming, too close for her comfort. Attempting to retreat, she was ensnared by his long, strong arms around her waist, rendering her immobile. The familiar scent of masculinity filled her senses, her tears staining his garment. She pressed her hand between their bodies, forming a fist as she crumpled the embroidered fabric adorned with a dragon motif, akin to a hedgehog bristling with quills, striving to maintain distance. You must take care of your injuries. Will you stay with her for a while? Lu Xingjian changed the subject, his voice laced with gentleness. Su Wanwan was compelled to respond softly, quickly extricating herself from his embrace and stepping back 3 paces. Her face flushed with embarrassment from her earlier loss of composure. She struggled to suppress the frantic beating of her heart. Remaining in his presence would inevitably lead to further encounters, and the atmosphere between them felt palpably awkward. Yet, she could not abandon Wanning. An astonishing thought crossed her mind. Perhaps this was his true intention, to rekindle their past connection. At the instant the thought emerged, her body involuntarily tensed, resembling a frightened rabbit poised to flee. Lu Xingjian noticed her change, his expression dimming further. That evening, she did not return to the Wei Duke's residence, but remained by Su Waning's bedside. The consequence was a resurgence of fever in the middle of the night. Just as the physician had departed, who promptly returned to prescribe and prepare medicine for her. When Su Wanwan awoke, Lu Xingjian was conversing with the physician. Upon noticing her consciousness return, he approached the bedside and sat down, his tone gentle. Would you care for some congee? Su Wanwan glanced at the dim light of dawn outside. Aren't you attending the morning court? Lu Xingjian cast a glance her way, but offered no reply, accepting the bowl of congee from the young attendant. Would you like to drink some? Su Wanwan struggled to sit up and drink on her own. However, as she rose, dizziness enveloped her, and the world spun around her. Lu Xingjian steadied her, placing a soft cushion behind her and bringing the congee to her lips. Focus on your recovery. Leave the rest to me, all right? A faint expression of concern graced his face. Su Wanwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her gaze dropping to the ground. The kinder he was to her, the more she yearned to distance herself and flee. All she desired was to decline his kindness. She accepted the bowl of porridge and the spoon from his hands, murmuring a soft thank you. Lu Xingjian noticed her aversion and detachment, but merely withdrew his hand, watching her finish the porridge with a placid gaze before he departed. In the following days, she did not encounter Lu Xingjian again, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She had misinterpreted his intentions. He harbored no such feelings. Instead, Ying, who returned to the Duke of Wei's residence to collect her belongings, brought news that the heir of Shaning Marquis, Zhang Zhonghui, had suffered a broken leg and would likely remain bedridden for life. Zhou Shuyan of the Qingyuan Marquis household was not faring much better, his body covered in wounds, expected to be bedridden for several months. A sense of guilt washed over Su Wanwan. She felt she had implicated Zhou Shuyan. She needed to make amends. That day, the imperial physician did not come. A little servant hurried over, breathless, to convey that the empress had caught a cold, prompting the empress dowager and the emperor to summon all the physicians to the palace. Su Wanwan chuckled softly. See, he truly held Xia Shui dear, creating a great fuss over the slightest disturbance. Assisting her was as simple as a mere flick of his finger. Su Wanqing's wounds had scabbed over, requiring only time to heal, and her spirits had improved considerably. Soon, Su Wanwan resolved to take Su Wanqing back to the Duke of Wei's residence for her recovery. The news brought by Ying further solidified her decision. Guard Xiao had brought Dr. Tan to the capital. Dr. Tan hailed from a prestigious medical family in Jiangnan, possessing extraordinary medical skills, particularly in gynecology, despite being a woman of the inner quarters. Elated, Su Wanwan hastily instructed her attendants to pack their belongings in preparation for their return to the Duke of Wei's residence. When Lu Xingjian arrived, she was smiling as she directed Ying to load her things onto the carriage. However, upon catching sight of Lu Xingjian, her smile faltered, quickly replaced by a look of detachment. He stood before her, gazing down with an inscrutable expression. Are you leaving? He inquired after a prolonged silence. Yes, she replied clearly. There's someone coming to pick me up. After a moment, her hands, which hung at her sides, clenched slightly. She wanted to express her gratitude for all he had done during these days. She understood that her words of thanks felt insubstantial, but she truly had little to offer in return. He was so elevated, wielding great power, lacking for nothing. Her best form of recompense was to minimize her disturbances to him. From above, a calm male voice broke the silence, gently suggesting, "Shall we take a walk by the lake?" Su Wanwan felt her body tense instantaneously. They were not in a relationship conducive to leisurely strolls together. Glancing up, she noted his mild brow and distant gaze, which evoked a sense of relief within her. She endeavored to relax. He had rendered her significant assistance, and this small request was not unreasonable. There was no rationale for rejection. Very well. To the north of Xiaoyuan lay a vast training ground, and beyond it, a few pavilions and towers led to an expansive body of water. The azure sky and white clouds of the morning were reflected upon the crystal-clear surface of the lake, epitomizing the serene charm of summer. Upon gazing at Mount Wanshui across the lake, she immediately recognized her surroundings. "Is this the Shiyuan?" she inquired. "Indeed," he replied, standing beside her, casting a sidelong glance in her direction. "Would you care for a boat ride?" Su Wanwan curled her fingers and shook her head. In their childhood, rowing on Tai Lake had been their greatest aspiration. However, the Empress Dowager had prohibited it, deeming it too perilous. Though the lake lay just to the west of the palace, with large, stable boats and numerous palace attendants to safeguard them, the prohibition remained. At that time, Lu Xingjian was still but a child, merely 7 or 8 years old, stamping his feet in indignation as he proclaimed, "Wanwan, when I grow up, I shall take you out on a boat, and who would dare to stop us?" The Shiyuan was abundant with blooming flowers and verdant trees, adorned with both mountains and waters. Yet the Empress Dowager forbade them from playing there, allowing only occasional excursions to a small pavilion on Mount Wanshui when the mood struck her. Subsequently, a pavilion named Yuxiu was constructed on Mount Wanshui, tragically bearing the name of the princess and leading to her untimely demise. A fire also broke out in Qingning Palace. After that, they never ventured out to play again. Now, nearly a decade had elapsed. He had ascended to the throne, yet their identities had changed, leaving them with no shared opportunity to enjoy a boat ride together. The two strolled slowly along the banks of Tai Lake, enveloped in silence. Across the lake stood the palace walls, adorned with golden glazed tiles that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. There resided his kin, his birth mother, the queen, and his consorts. Perhaps this would be their final meeting. "Take care," Su Wanwan silently wished in her heart. When all was prepared, Hing arrived to report, "Miss, we may depart now." Chapter 13. Gentle as a young father, Lu Xingjian cast his gaze downward towards her, shadows falling beneath his eyelids. Su Wanwan refrained from uttering any farewells. She merely offered a slight bow and turned to depart with Hing. Outside, in the carriage, Su Weiniang had already settled in, while Dr. Tan flashed a smile at Su Wanwan before boarding her carriage. Before Su Wanwan's carriage stood a tall and upright young man who slightly bent at the waist, extending his arm for her to grasp. An inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over Su Wanwan as she took hold of his arm and ascended into the carriage. As she lifted her skirt to board, her steps hesitated momentarily, meeting the young man's gaze. The unspoken connection in their eyes was beyond the comprehension of any onlooker. Lu Xingjian observed everything keenly. He watched as the man deftly mounted his horse, skillfully instructing the accompanying guards to clear the way for pedestrians, ensuring safety. Meanwhile, he remained steadfastly by Su Wanwan's carriage, never straying far from her side. He noted the man leaned down to listen to someone speaking from within the carriage, a gentle smile gracing his face. Xiaobin. Lu Xingjian's gaze gradually turned frigid. So this was Xiaobin? Stewardly shuddered slightly. Standing behind Lu Xingjian, he focused on the clenched fists hidden behind his back, feeling a dryness in his mouth. Indeed, the late Empress Dowager had assigned a guard unit to Miss Su, with many casualties. This Xiao guard had emerged as the new leader of the guard unit, displaying unwavering loyalty, diligence, and garnering much trust. Lu Xingjian remained silent. his fists clenched tightly, knuckles paling under the pressure. What unwavering loyalty it was. She so casually leaned on his arm, seemingly unaware of any impropriety. This familiarity, intimacy, and trust. Lu Xingjian's countenance appeared somewhat unapproachable. Su Wanwan gazed at the box of abalone with bones in her hands, a faint smile gracing her lips. He Ying's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao Guard is truly attentive. Last time the young lady couldn't eat anything on the boat, after just one mention of the abalone. He brought the chef directly to the capital. Su Wanwan lifted the curtain of the carriage and addressed the tall figure outside. "Thank you for your trouble." Xiao Bin leaned down from his horse, simply replying, "All is well at home. Please do not worry." Mississippi. Su Wanwan lowered her gaze, responding with a soft acknowledgement. Yet, He Ying pouted, showing a hint of displeasure. Xiao Guard speaks lightly, but when escorting the young lady to the capital, he suddenly left midway, leaving us in a state of anxiety. With a smile, Su Wanwan offered a piece of abalone to He Ying, saying, "He had urgent matters to attend to on my behalf." He Ying, with a mouthful, spoke indistinctly, but he shouldn't just abandon the young lady. This flavor. So delicious. Seeing He Ying's greedy expression, Su Wanwan chuckled and handed her the box, carefully wiping away the remnants at the corners of her lips. "Don't overindulge and make yourself unwell." Han Xiaofan had been exceedingly busy these days, engaging with the wife of the Earl of Qingyang. Hearing that Su Wanwan was to stay at her grandfather's house for a few days, she accompanied her. Su Wanwan had begun preparations for their departure from the capital, with Dr. Tan accompanying them. Su Waning's injuries should pose no significant trouble during their journey. However, 2 days later, an imperial decree from Empress Zhang summoned the wife of Duke Wei, along with the heir's wife and the young grandson, to the palace. Consequently, An Xiufan, Su Waning, and Su Bongrui were all required to attend. Su Waning was utterly perplexed. The empress had never favored her, so it was hard to fathom why she would wish to see her. It was likely not for anything good. In the grand hall of Xikong Palace, as Han Xiaofan and Su Waning were about to enter, a teacup shattered on the floor. The Empress Zhang was fuming, exclaiming in outrage, "How dare they bully me?" The Empress, Xia Shui, knelt trembling on the ground, her voice quivering with suppressed tears. "Mother, please quell your anger. Do not let the actions of a heartless scoundrel provoke you." Fearing the repercussions, Han Xiaofan grasped Su Waning's arm, urging her to wait at the entrance of the hall. The young Su Bongrui, having never encountered such fierce words, was on the verge of tears, pouting in fright. Su Waning quickly retrieved a piece of candy she had prepared earlier, placing it in his mouth, which promptly distracted him from his impending sobs. The Empress was in a fit of rage. "The Emperor has not shown himself for days. You are all utterly useless in summoning him. You think it is your privilege to bask in luxury while contributing nothing." The Empress and the 2 young ladies in splendid attire kneeling behind her wept, lamenting their incompetence. "A bunch of good-for-nothings. If the Emperor does not come to see me today, your salaries will be halved. I maintain you to win the Emperor's heart and ensure the royal lineage continues, not to sit idly by." In her pink floral robe, the honorable concubine wept. "It is not that I refuse to serve the Emperor, but he warns me that the late Emperor's mourning period is not yet over and cautions me against tarnishing his reputation with accusations of disloyalty. Oh, I'm also a victim of circumstance." Mentioning the late Emperor seemed to mitigate some of the Empress's wrath. She pinched her brow and, after a moment, spoke sternly, "The mourning period is nearly over. Prepare yourselves diligently. It is imperative that you take turns attending to the Emperor, so we may hasten the arrival of a royal heir." Just then, Lu Xingjian strode into the courtyard of Xikong Palace, and upon spotting Su Waning standing at the entrance with the child in her grasp, his brow furrowed and his expression darkened. Su Bongrui, now over 2 years old and quite plump, had just finished his candy and was reaching for Su Waning to be picked up. Han Xiaofan gestured for her to lift the child quickly to avoid provoking the Empress's ire. As Su Waning bent to embrace him, her delicate frame struggled with the weight. When Su Waning glanced at Lu Xingjian, he had already approached her. Suddenly, he extended his hand, which startled her into stillness, unsure of his intentions. He took Su Bongrui directly from her, gripping the child around the waist. Su Weiniang was taken aback. Han Xiufen, astonished, bowed. "Your servant greets your majesty." Su Weiniang, momentarily dazed, noticed Su Bongru dangling uncomfortably in the air on the brink of tears and couldn't help but softly remind, "You need to support his bottom." As she spoke, she adjusted Lu Xingjian's other hand to the appropriate position. As their fingers brushed against one another, Lu Xingjian's hand hesitated momentarily, a wave of inexplicable tingling surging through his heart, his gaze momentarily sharpening. Su Wanwan, preoccupied with concerns for the child's discomfort and ensuing cries, failed to notice. Lu Xingjian quickly regained his composure, listening to her directives with an impassive demeanor. What was the child's name? "And sie offen talked Isu Wenwen is sleef," prompting her to pay her respects, then replied, "Your Majesty, this humble servant's grandson is named Su Bongrue." Lu Xingjian disregarded Han Xiufen, casting a fleeting glance at Su Wanwan before uttering a command to rise, then cradled the child as he entered the grand hall. Han Xiufen and Su Wanwan followed suit into the hall. The assembly within had already caught wind of the commotion outside the doors, exchanging astonished glances. The emperor, known for his aloofness and unapproachable demeanor, how could he possibly be holding a child? Su Wanwan found herself momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Lu Xingjian to embrace the child so effortlessly, radiating warmth akin to that of a young father. Empress Dowager Zhang reclined on her soft couch at the upper end, quietly observing Lu Xingjian as he approached, the child nestled in his arms. And Su Wanwan not far behind. It resembled a family of three. For a fleeting moment, a shadow of displeasure crossed the dowager's face. The very scene she dreaded most had abruptly unfolded before her. While she yearned for a royal grandson, she could not bear the thought of him being born of Su Wanwan. "Mother, may you be at peace," Lu Xingjian offered, bowing respectfully. The Empress Dowager, having composed herself, scoffed lightly, reassuring herself. What was there to fret about? That child was born of Su Wanwan and her husband, not of royal lineage. They had both entered into marriages. The likelihood of their union was fraught with insurmountable obstacles, bordering on impossibility. In this day and age, it was fashionable for widows to uphold virtue and maintain their chastity. Neither the Duke of Wei's household nor the Su family, with their scholarly heritage, would permit Su Wanwan to remarry. The dowager's expression remained unsatisfactory, her tone laced with discontent. "The emperor is so occupied that he scarcely has time to see me." Chapter 14. The distinction between love and indifference these days. Due to the incident involving Zhang Zhonghui's broken leg, she has been consumed with anger and frustration, yearning to seek solace from the emperor, but finding him elusive. Lu Xingjian cast a detached glance over the assembly, his gaze pausing momentarily on Su Wanwan. Upon noticing his scrutiny, Su Wanwan hurriedly lowered her head, avoiding his eyes. Lu Xingjian soon averted his gaze, taking his seat with an air of nonchalance as he addressed the Empress Dowager, inquiring casually whether she had partaken of the bird's nest porridge sent from the court during these past few days. The Empress Dowager hesitated, contemplating that he was indeed a man of profound thoughts. Despite her numerous attempts to summon him, he had remained obstinately absent, seemingly dismissing her authority as Empress Dowager. Yet, he adeptly performed the facade of filial piety, sending daily offerings of bird's nest porridge, rendering her criticisms of his lack of devotion ineffective, and instead, risking the public perception of discord between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Furrowing her brow, she cast a fleeting glance at the timid Han Xiufen before softening her tone, attempting to project a semblance of benevolence. "The Emperor's filial intentions bring me joy. However, given the recent accusations against the Empress that have caused me great distress and illness, it would be prudent for the Emperor to visit her more frequently." Xia Shui appeared considerably wan, her eyes red from weeping, exuding a sense of vulnerability. Lu Xingjian turned his attention to her, gently inquiring, "Has the Empress been able to take her medicine from the imperial physicians?" His expression bore traces of tenderness and concern. Xia Shui, moved to tears, replied, "I am grateful for the Emperor's concern. As long as I can see you daily, my ailment will surely improve." He instructed the head of the imperial kitchen to ensure that bird's nest porridge was delivered to Kuan Ning Palace daily. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan stood quietly in a corner, observing the profound affection Xia Shui harbored for Lu Xingjian, as well as the gentle care he bestowed upon her. She kept her gaze lowered, reflecting on the year prior to her marriage, when she had fallen ill with a cold, fearful of passing her illness to the Empress Dowager, and thus retreated to the Western Garden for recovery. Her condition lingered, compounded by her troubled thoughts, lasting nearly a month without a single inquiry from Lu Xingjian. Instead, it was Zhou Wanxiu who frequently came to visit, often mentioning that Lu Xingjian was either accompanying Xia Shui to admire the plum blossoms or planning to take her to see the lanterns the following day. The distinction between love and indifference was indeed stark. Fortunately, the disappointment she had amassed over the years rendered her indifferent to their apparent affection. Furthermore, regardless of Lu Xingjian's feelings for Xia Shui, he still indulged in the pleasures of the brothel. How foolish she had been to have once been blinded by love. Lu Xingjian's gaze subtly shifted back to Su Wanwan. Xia Shui, seated opposite him, sensed his attention on Su Wanwan, her expression momentarily darkening. Having been married to the emperor for nearly a year, and with the late emperor's mourning period still in effect, their union had yet to be consummated. Recently, she had eagerly adorned herself in hopes of pleasing the emperor, only to learn that he had walked behind Su Wanwan on his way to Kuanning Palace. The Empress Dowager, in her urgency to discuss the matter of Zhang Zhonghui, had sought an audience with the emperor for several days, yet his presence remained elusive. As Su Wanwan entered the palace, the emperor took the initiative to reveal himself, cradling her child and frequently casting glances in her direction. Despite the presence of both the De Fei and Rong Fei, he seemed entirely oblivious to them. This behavior compelled Xia Shui to contemplate further. After a moment's reflection, she seated herself beside Lu Xingjian, symbolically patting Su Bongrui's head. She then grasped Lu Xingjian's hand, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him with tender eyes, saying, "This humble servant also yearns to give birth to a dragon child soon, to expand the royal lineage." Upon finishing her declaration, her gaze intentionally flickered towards Su Wanwan. Observing their intertwined hands, Su Wanwan lowered her eyes. Was Xia Shui deliberately flaunting her affection before her? Was it truly necessary? Lu Xingjian slightly furrowed his brow, naturally withdrawing his hand from Xia Shui's grasp, adjusting Su Bongrui's sitting position while gently pinching the child's pudgy cheek. The child's skin was remarkably fair, reminiscent of Wanwan. Wanwan was not just fair. She was particularly delicate, leaving imprints on her snowy skin with the slightest touch, and would frown and cry out in pain with even a moderate amount of pressure, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded for mercy. A pang of sorrow struck his heart. Did her deceased husband, who had passed away too soon, also refrain from hurting her? When she lay beneath another man, did she ever think of his anger? Rong Fei, with envy, remarked, "The emperor and empress share such a deep affection. It reminds me of the late emperor's tender feelings towards the Empress Dowager in years past." This statement greatly flattered Empress Dowager Zhang, who dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, sighing. Just days ago, the late emperor appeared in a dream, instructing that the emperor prioritize heirs, for the early birth of a prince is fundamental to stabilizing the harem and the dynasty. At this proclamation, the hall fell silent. Rong Fei and De Fei also wished to curry favor with Lu Xingjian, but dared not overstep, enduring their discomfort in silence. Quietly seated on Lu Xingjian's lap, Su Bongrui pouted on the verge of tears, reaching out towards Su Wanwan. "Mother, mother." All eyes turned to Su Wanwan and Su Bongrui. Feeling somewhat awkward, Su Wanwan approached to take the child, yet Lu Xingjian showed no intention of letting go. She had no choice but to crouch down and offer Su Bongrui a piece of confection, then retreated to the side. With the treat in hand, Su Bongrui immediately ceased his crying. Empress Dowager Zhang smiled gently, remarking, "This child is quite bold." Han Xiufan quickly interjected, in response to the Empress Dowager's words. "Bongrui is still young and has been spoiled by the family. We ask for the Empress Dowager's forgiveness." Turning her gaze towards Su Wanwan, Empress Dowager Zhang mused, "Is this child truly Wanwan's own? He bears no resemblance." The crowd began to compare the faces of Su Wanwan and Su Bongrui back and forth. Indeed, they bore no similarities whatsoever. Lu Xingjian's interest was piqued. He raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Wanwan with a scrutinizing gaze that made her feel exposed. Han Xiufan, drenched in cold sweat from fear, trembled as she spoke, in response to the Empress Dowager's inquiry, when Wanwan suffered a miscarriage. She took the child born to the concubine as her own, recording him as her legitimate son. Due to the sorrowful nature of the matter, it has not been disclosed publicly. We beseech the Empress Dowager and the Emperor for your understanding. The act of passing off an illegitimate child as legitimate is a common secret amongst noble families, yet it carries the risk of deceiving the sovereign. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened for a brief moment before she swiftly regained her composure and shifted the conversation. Enough of that. The Emperor is quite fond of children. Empress, noble consort Rome, noble consort do strive diligently to bear offspring for the royal family. This old woman eagerly anticipates holding a grandchild. Su Wanwan's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat soaking her back. Noticing the topic had veered away, the others ceased to pay her any mind, allowing her to quietly unclench her tightly held fists. Subsequently, the Empress Dowager resumed discussing Su Pengju's betrothal to the Xia family and the incident involving Zhang Zhonghui's injury, though Su Wanwan absorbed none of it. She inadvertently sensed a chilling gaze upon her, causing her to hastily lower her eyes. The Empress Dowager appeared to be in good spirits today, inviting Han Xiufan and others to stay for lunch. At that moment, Su Bongrui began to fuss and cry, prompting Su Wanwan to exit the Zikong Palace with a palace made to soothe him, feeding the child a bowl of steamed egg custard and lulling him to sleep. Upon turning around, she found Lu Xingjian standing right behind her, his presence unknown until now. Your Majesty. The words barely escaped her lips before Lu Xingjian seized her wrist. Su Wanwan's heart nearly leapt from her chest. They were not far from the Zikong Palace, and anyone could arrive at any moment. If someone were to witness this, what would become of her? In alarm, she retreated repeatedly until her back met the wall. Her hands pressed against his chest, resisting his encroachment. Lu Xingjian grasped her hands, pinning them against the wall above her head. In the next instant, his fingers slipped through hers, intertwining their hands tightly. Their breaths mingled, rising and falling in a chaotic rhythm. The atmosphere was undeniably intimate, should they be discovered, and he was so unseemly. Wanwan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a frantic rabbit, as she lowered her voice to deliver a stern warning. Your Majesty, please conduct yourself with dignity. Chapter 15. Be good, shall we? He cast a glance at her, his ebony eyes harboring a hint of chill, his voice barely above a whisper. How many secrets do you still conceal from me? A shiver coursed down Wanwan's spine, her heart quaking under the weight of his oppressive aura. Biting her lip, she averted her gaze to mask her inner turmoil, inhaling deeply. When she finally lifted her eyes again, they shone with clarity and resolve, unwavering. Your Majesty, matters concerning me are under the jurisdiction of the Su family and have no bearing on you. Thus, there is no question of concealment. The man's gaze grew colder, descending to her tender lips. She instinctively turned her head away, but it was too late. His lips captured hers suddenly, invading inch by inch, their mouths meeting. Her entire being tensed like a drawn bowstring, her teeth clenched in defiance. He was akin to a patient predator, loosening his grip slightly, and, as she gasped for air, he seized the moment to kiss her anew, compelling her to part her lips. The intimacy was overwhelming, yet she dare not bite him. Should she mar his lips, the consequences would be dire. He, as an emperor, would remain unscathed, while she, a widow, would face utter disgrace. The suffocating sensation left her flustered and bewildered. Had he not pinned her against the wall, she might have crumpled entirely. Her heart was a tempest, entangled with thorny emotions. Anger and indignation surged within her. No, this despicable man. He maintained a fade of propriety during the mourning period, refraining from touching the empress and consorts, yet sought solace in the brothels. Now fixating on her, a widow. Such audacity was intolerable. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her lips, breathless, and asked, still unrelated. Wanwan remained silent, her misty eyes brimming with grievance and fury. The man gently covered her eyes with his hand. Wanwan, be good, shall we? His voice was tender, yet laced with a rasp. Be good and continue to be my plaything? Wanwan breathed softly, suppressing the rage in her tone. Your Majesty, the late Emperor's mourning period has not concluded. Your actions are improper. Are you not afraid of being scorned by the world? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips. Had he truly adhered to propriety, she would have long been a consort of the late Emperor. How could they have savored 2 years of mutual affection otherwise? His hand brushed her face, fingers gently caressing her cheek. Leave it to me, do not fear. Wanwan recoiled from his touch, her voice muffled with indignation. My husband, Su Peng'an, sacrificed his life for the country. Do you not feel remorse for humiliating his widow? Is it your intention to dishonor him, even in death? Lu Xingjian's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, his dark eyes reflecting mockery and indifference. He looked down at her flushed face, grasping her chin firmly, his voice icy. He took my woman, and now he expects me to feel guilt? Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, attempting to remove his hand from her face, but he held it fast, her cheeks burning with urgency. He was able to marry me, while you cannot. I am his lawfully wedded wife, bound to uphold my loyalty to him. You must not further dishonor him. The deceased deserve our utmost respect. With the heavens watching just above, she unearthed the memory of her deceased husband, who would always have some reservations. Uncertain which words had pierced him, Lu Xingjian's eyes brimmed with a chilling anger and melancholy. Su Wanwan bit her lip, glaring at him. Throughout her life, she had endured numerous grievances, most of which she chose to dismiss. Yet now, her heart ached acutely. Having lived in the palace for so many years, she felt like a mere shadow, consumed by insecurity and timidity, her presence almost negligible. Engaging in an affair with him was the most audacious and rebellious act she had ever committed. Even though he could not marry her, she harbored no regrets for those 2 years. She swallowed her bitterness alone, lacking the courage to reopen old wounds and rekindle their past. Maintaining a facade of politeness between them would suffice. She wished for him to respect her choices. After a lengthy silence, he finally regained his composure and asked, "Shall I escort you back?" Su Wanwan lowered her gaze, exhaling in relief, and nodded. She paid no mind to Han Xiufen still at the Empress Dowager's side. Her lips must be somewhat swollen, and returning with Han Xiufen would only invite trouble if discovered. Upon returning to the Duke of Wei's residence, she promptly instructed her maids to pack her belongings, striving to depart for Jinling at the earliest opportunity. She truly wished to delay her stay in the capital no longer, uncertain when Lu Xingjian might again lose his temper. Xiao had been reported that arrangements for the boat were in order. Their belongings could be transported to the Tongzhou dock the next day, with departure set for early the following morning. The maids, along with Lady Luo, Su Bongrue's biological mother, approached Su Wanwan with a request. Could they have a day off tomorrow to shop and visit relatives? Wanwan understood that they all had family in the capital and naturally consented to their wishes. She herself had matters to attend to. The Duke of Wei, Su Qingbi, readily approved her request to return to Jinling, acknowledging the need for the younger generation to remain at home to care for the elderly matriarch. Moreover, without Su Wanwan stirring the pot, the affairs regarding the heir of the Duke of Wei might progress more smoothly. At dawn the next day, Su Wanwan set out with her maidservants and Lady Luo. The maidservants dispersed to attend to their tasks, some shopping, others visiting relatives. Ultimately, only Su Wanwan and Xiaobin remained with Su Bongrue to visit the pawnshop for some immediate cash. Upon her marriage, the palace had provided her dowry, which did not include any property or businesses in the capital, seemingly determined to prevent her from remaining there. However, the Su family had prepared a dowry for her as well, consisting of all her mother's possessions upon marrying into the Su family, which included numerous properties in the capital. Having left the capital in haste, she had never found the time to manage these assets. Now, she aimed to liquidate them swiftly for silver, part to cover Zhou Shuyin's medicinal expenses and the rest to serve as travel funds. Given the urgency of her situation, relying on a broker to find buyers would take too long, so selling to the pawnshop was the most convenient option. As they exited the pawnshop, Xiaobin remarked that the pawnshop's offer of 50% of the value was quite unreasonable. Su Wanwan, however, remained undeterred, recognizing the need for practicality in urgent times. She could always redeem the items later when her finances were more stable. With a hint of helplessness in his tone, Xiaobin remarked that he would seek a reliable person to handle the matter. Su Wanwan teased him with a smile, saying that with Xiao Huwei taking care of things, what was there to worry about? Xiaobin's gaze held a barely perceptible fondness as he helped her navigate away from a pedestrian they nearly collided with. Su Bongrui, upon spotting a shop selling snacks, insisted on going to take a look. The shop was bustling with people, and Xiaobin cradled Su Bongrui in one arm while gently draping the other around Su Wanwan's shoulders to shield her from the crowd. Some onlookers, captivated by their appealing appearances and charm, remarked that this family truly embodied a perfect match of talent and beauty. Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and Xiaobin felt a twinge of discomfort, surprised by the misinterpretation of their relationship. A passerby, with a sarcastic tone, chimed in, stating that mere looks were of no consequence. One still needed to preserve their life. Hadn't they heard? The court had recently issued a decree mandating that widows must remarry. This statement instantly sparked a flurry of animated discussions among the crowd. Chapter 16. Follow her. What sort of absurd decree is this? My 80-year-old widowed grandmother cannot even find a suitor. Su Wanwan was taken aback by this news. After purchasing pastries, she felt somewhat absent-minded, her face marred by worry. What should she do? As for the guard Xiao, she had no desire to remarry, weary of dealing with a multitude of chaotic relatives and in-laws. The interpersonal dynamics within the Wei Guogong mansion were relatively manageable. Her in-laws afforded her a tolerable degree of freedom, with wealth, servants, and the assistance of Xiao, who helped her navigate unsolvable dilemmas. Her life was peaceful. This was the existence she envisioned. There were still matters awaiting her return to Jinling. Xiaobin's expression was also somewhat grim. After a long silence, he spoke in a low voice. If you do not wish to marry, then do not. I shall protect you with my life. He did not meet her gaze as he spoke, his eyes cast downward. Su Wanwan lifted her head to observe his face, studying it intently for an extended period until a faint blush tinted Xiao Bin's ears. A sense of inexplicable reassurance and warmth enveloped her, causing her lips to involuntarily curve upwards. The unconditional support of her most trusted confidant instilled a profound sense of security within her. The two exchanged no further words, walking side by side in quiet companionship until they boarded the carriage to make rounds at the Chongningbo mansion and the Qingyunho mansion. As dusk approached, a torrential downpour began. Lu Xingjian was painting beneath the lamp's glow. Chief Steward Li reported the latest developments, holding his breath in anticipation of Lu Xingjian's reaction. The boat leaves early tomorrow morning. All the properties in the capital have been pawned, with the deeds contained within this box. It seemed he had no intention of returning to the capital. Lu Xingjian, with his wrist poised, held the brush, his expression revealing no emotion. The rain hammered against the roof. Lightning illuminated the night sky, casting a stark light upon his face, revealing the pallor of his countenance. The ink-laden brush finally succumbed to its burden, releasing a drop of ink onto the canvas. He appeared frozen in place, his gaze fixated on the blot that marred the half-finished painting. The memory of her blushing as she said, "Your Majesty, please be self-restrained," echoed in his mind, intertwining with the sounds of the storm, amplifying and reverberating in his ears, imprisoning his heart. After an indeterminate period, he finally exhaled, casting the brush onto the canvas and sweeping out of the room. Chief Steward Li, feeling anxious, suggested, "Should we intervene?" "Let be." Lu Xingjian's voice was low, devoid of warmth. Su Wanwan had retired early, yet sleep eluded her. Her mind was awash with memories of Lu Xingjian, with their departure from the capital imminent. Along with the past, would be buried in memory. Early the next morning, just after rising, news rushed to the gates of the Duke's residence. Guard Xiao has been apprehended by the Shuntian prefecture. How could this be? Su Wanwan was taken aback, her face drained of color. Xiao Bin acted with caution and acumen, having rescued her from peril numerous times. How could he possibly attract the attention of the Shuntian prefecture? He had assaulted Li Shoufu's only son, Li Zhaoxian, in public last night, inflicting serious injury, and had been promptly taken to the Shuntian prefecture's prison. Su Wanwan's complexion suddenly turned pale. Li Zhaoxian had once harassed her in Jinling, only to be severely reprimanded by Xiao Bin, returning to the capital in disgrace. Could it be that he seized this opportunity for revenge? Gathering her composure, she hastened to seek out Duke Wei, Su Qingbi. Su Qingbi furrowed his brow in contemplation. With both the Su and Xie families having fallen from grace last year, the cabinet now swayed under the influence of Prime Minister Li, and he feared that even his own authority might prove ineffective in this matter. Nevertheless, he dispatched trusted subordinates to deliver a formal greeting to the Prime Minister's residence, only for the message to be returned unopened. The Li family's stance was resolute. Their son had been grievously injured and bedridden, and they intended to ensure that Xiao Bin faced severe consequences. Su Qingbi sighed, saying, "It's merely a bodyguard, Wanwan. You should return to Jinling at ease. I shall handle matters here." Su Wanwan's gaze dimmed as she returned to her quarters, her spirit unsettled. Without formidable protection, she, a wealthy and beautiful widow, was but a target for those who sought to exploit her. Even if she returned to Jinling, she would remain vulnerable. Given Su Qingbi's temperament, he would certainly not make a vigorous effort to rescue Xiao Bin, instead opting to placate the Prime Minister. In fact, to appease the Li family, he might even allow them to dispose of Xiao Bin as they wished. She could not abandon Xiao Bin. He was her savior, her most trusted confidant and partner over the past 3 years, akin to family. Without Xiao Bin's repeated life-risking assistance, she would have long since perished in this cruel world. Resolutely, Su Wanwan abandoned her plans to leave the capital, her heart growing heavier with each passing day. Li Zhaoxian was already in a frail state, and after being beaten by Xiao Bin, he was now barely clinging to life. The governor of Shuntianfu, a pupil of the Prime Minister, spoke with an unwavering tone, implying that Xiao Bin must pay with his life. She spent a considerable sum to visit Xiao Bin in prison. He bore the marks of severe torture, having endured considerable suffering within the confines of his cell. With a furrowed brow and a grave expression, he remarked, "Li Zhaoxian is in such poor health. Yet he set a trap for me on the road. It is hard to believe this was done without someone inciting him from behind. Such drastic action suggests that the target is not merely my subordinate, but rather you." Mississippi, Su Wanwan offered a wry smile. "I am but a widow, having gone to such lengths to evade danger. What could possibly warrant such calculations against me?" Xiao Bin knelt on one knee, expressing regret. "I have failed in my duty, delaying your journey." Su Wanwan, however, remained optimistic, her eyes soft yet resolute. "Without your support, life in Jinling would be equally difficult. Guard yourself well, Xiao Hui. I will find a way to rescue you." Xiao Bin pressed his lips together, his dark eyes betraying a tempest of emotions. Once, he had felt fortunate to be her protector, to stand by her side. Now, he loathed being merely a lowly bodyguard, unable to safeguard himself and causing her to bear the burden of his plight. Su Wanwan spoke with conviction, yet in her efforts, she encountered insurmountable obstacles. She personally visited the Prime Minister's residence to offer her apologies, only to be met with countless refusals. Through the connections and influence of her maternal grandfather, she ultimately navigated the path to becoming the favored concubine of the governor of Shu, and received a piece of news. If it could be proven that Li Zhaoxian was suffering from a grave illness rather than having been severely beaten, then Xiao Bin might salvage his life. Su Wanwan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The greatest challenge in obtaining this evidence was making contact with Li Zhaoxian. With the current prominence of the Chief Minister Li, there were few individuals she could approach to acquire such proof. A name she had deliberately avoided surfaced in her mind: Lu Xingjian. Su Wanwan stood at the entrance of the imperial study, her hands clenched tightly. This was her third appeal to Lu Xingjian. The saying goes, 3's a charm, but she feared that upon seeing her, he would also be quite vexed. Before long, the grand doors of the study swung open, and a procession of ministers in crimson robes streamed out. Leading the group of officials was Chief Minister Li Dongqian. Without offering even a glance to the bowing Su Wanwan, continued on his way. Her heart sank further. Chapter 17. She spares no effort in seduction. Li Dongqian had known her since childhood. When she waited at the gates of the cabinet for her grandfather, she would occasionally encounter Li Dongqian, who would smile and exchange a few words, praising her as a good child and her grandfather as a fortunate man. However, now, Li Dongxian displayed an attitude that offered no semblance of compassion. The several esteemed eunuchs from the Ministry of Rites, however, greeted Su Wanwan politely with a nod. The young attendants opened the large doors of the imperial study to let in some air. Chief Steward Li cheerfully extended a tray holding a teacup to Su Wanwan, saying, "Madam Su, please enter." Taking a deep breath, Su Wanwan stepped inside. Lu Xingjian sat behind the imperial desk in his dark attire, wearily pinching the bridge of his nose. He had likely just concluded a challenging morning assembly. His imposing demeanor commanded profound respect, making it easy to forget he was merely in his early 20s. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, and his deep, dark eyes seemed capable of penetrating one's soul. Su Wanwan's breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding fiercely. Yet she managed to smile. "Your Majesty, your tea." She nervously approached the imperial desk to place the teacup down. Lu Xingjian leaned back in his chair, observing her strained smile, and raised an eyebrow, casually inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Su Wanwan bit her lip, and after a moment of silence, she decided to speak candidly. "Your Majesty, my guard Xiao Bin has offended Minister Li, and I fear for his safety. Could you possibly assist him?" This was her last hope. Without Lu Xingjian's help, Xiao Bin would likely meet a dire fate. As a widow, she lacked the power to contend with the minister's family. "What has he done?" Lu Xingjian asked, his tone cool. "He assaulted Minister Li's only son, Li Zhaoxian, who is reportedly not expected to live much longer," she murmured, her voice lacking confidence. Lu Xingjian's expression turned frosty as he lowered his gaze, his long fingers lightly tapping on the Zeton table. "Minister Li has only this one son. If he spared your guard's life and did not trouble you, he has shown mercy." His voice remained as crisp as ever. Was this an indication that he intended to withhold assistance? Su Wanwan's complexion paled. No, Li Zhaoxian was already gravely ill. He was not severely injured by Xiao Bin. Lu Xingjian's demeanor remained aloof as he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. Is he really worth such protection? Su Wanwan shook her head, her eyes reddening. He is more than just a guard. He is my savior. Without him, I would have perished 3 years ago. He remained silent for a long moment before asking softly, "Is he more important than the Su family?" His voice was low and barely audible, meant only for her ears. The Su family had fallen, and she had not returned to the capital, nor had she sent even a word to plead for his aid. Regarding her son's title, she had merely feigned a request without genuine concern. For the sake of a mere guard, she found herself bending her stubborn pride to implore him. Truly, he must be of great value to her. Su Wanwan's expression stiffened. His tone was distinctly displeased. Did that mean he was unwilling to help? Even as she lowered herself to such depths, it was a matter of utmost importance. Su Wanwan bit her lip, closed her eyes, and resolutely shifted to sit on his lap. Lu Xingjian's pupils flickered slightly as he lowered his gaze, coldly observing her. Trembling with anxiety, Su Wanwan paid no heed to the open doors of the imperial study or the eunuchs standing outside. Hesitantly extending her arms, she finally wrapped them around his neck. Lu Xingjian remained still, silently seated, his expression impassive. His eyes, cold and distant, allowed her every movement. Su Wanwan felt her heart racing to the brink of escape, her delicate pink lips quivering uncontrollably. Her gaze was so frantic that it could not focus, yet she slowly leaned closer to his face. Pausing several times, she noted his lack of rejection before her soft lips gently brushed against his thin ones. Their lips merely grazed together. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Neither moved, remaining suspended in that moment, their breaths intertwining like a delicate dance. After years of acquaintance, this was her first initiative to embrace him and offer a kiss. Blood surged to her head, causing a tightness and tingling sensation on her scalp. Yet, Lu Xingjian's heart grew colder still. For the sake of that guard, she was willing to entice him. What of fidelity? What of her deceased husband? All was disregarded. After an indeterminate time, he finally spoke, his lips still lightly touching hers. "Madam Su, please conduct yourself with dignity." His voice was as soft as a feather, tinged with a subtle rasp. Amid such an intimate encounter, he uttered such distant words. Embarrassed and furious, Su Wanwan retreated slightly, her lips hovering at the corner of his mouth, the warm, fragrant breath enveloping his face. The man's pupils quivered. With a trembling, delicate voice, she pleaded, "Please save his life if you can, as long as it would spare Xiao Bin's life." Shadows flickered outside the imperial study. In the next moment, Lu Xingjian gently pushed Su Wanwan away and stood to leave. Su Wanwan stood there, her complexion alternating between crimson and pale, cursing inwardly, feigning indifference. Clearly, the moment she sat down, he had reacted. Resolutely, she grasped his sleeve, biting her lip as she softly added, "If it will save him, I am willing." Lu Xingjian's gaze swiftly sharpened as he looked down at her. His patience exhausted, he lowered his voice, slightly harsh, and uttered two words, "Be quiet." Towering over her, he exuded an overwhelming presence. Su Wanwan was intimidated by his aura, tears welling in her eyes, feeling utterly at a loss. If it meant saving Xiao Bin, she was willing to become Lu Xingjian's plaything once more. This was a conclusion she had deeply contemplated before coming. In Lu Xingjian's presence, this was her only value. Yet, she never anticipated he would assume such a stance. It was a blow to her dignity. Just last time, he had forcefully kissed her. Previously, they had wandered through the flower houses together. Now, he pretended to be a gentleman. What choice did she have but to lower herself, given her desperate need? His voice was cool and deep, carrying a hint of admonition. A girl must possess self-respect and dignity. Do not lose face for a man. Do you understand? With that, he turned and departed. Su Wanwan felt as if she had been dealt a crushing slap across the face, the heat of humiliation burning fiercely upon her cheeks. The very essence of her strength seemed to have been drained away, her shoulders sagging in defeat. Overwhelmed with shame, she could easily discern the scorn in his words, as he berated her for her lack of dignity. Yet, what did it matter? She bit her lip, a flicker of stubbornness igniting in her eyes. If forsaking her pride could somehow restore Xiao Bin's life, she would deem it worthwhile. Upon returning home, Su Wanwan began to devise a second plan, an audacious prison break. However, the challenges associated with such an endeavor were formidable, compounded by the absence of reliable allies, rendering the task exceedingly arduous. The capable individuals she had gathered over the years were either engaged in enterprises in Jiangnan or overseas. As a sheltered young woman, she was not well acquainted with the capital and had no connections to those who might assist in a jailbreak. Despite expending a considerable sum of money, she had only managed to recruit a handful of unsavory characters from the underworld. Lu Xingjian had offered her no response, and she dared not harbor excessive hopes. On the third day, a young eunuch from the palace arrived, causing Su Wanwan's heart to leap into her throat. Had he come to aid in her quest to rescue someone? The eunuch presented her with a small box, bowing respectfully as he said, "Madam Su, His Majesty has instructed me to deliver this to you." As she opened the box, her fingers sifted through its contents. Alongside the property deed, she discovered a banknote amounting to 500,000 taels of silver, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Had he left any message? Although the sum was substantial, her yearning for Xiao Bin's safety overshadowed all else. Chapter 18. Forget him. You deserve better. The young eunuch wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression tinged with apprehension. The emperor has been exceedingly busy of late and has not issued any further commands. Su Wanwan's gaze dimmed entirely. She had greatly overestimated her significance in Lu Xingjian's eyes. How laughable! Once merely a plaything, he might harbor some remnants of affection, but after her repeated rejections, he had likely lost interest and patience, showing no inclination to heed her desperate pleas. It was more plausible that he sought to punish her for her defiance and disobedience. The young eunuch continued, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Yesterday, during the court's dismissal, an anonymous letter of accusation against the emperor surfaced, yet no one would confess to its authorship. Consequently, the court of imperial sacrifices intervened, resulting in over 300 civil and military officials being punished by kneeling before the Golden Water Bridge at the Fengtian Gate for an entire day. Under the blazing sun, the ground scorched. More than 10 fainted, and 3 succumbed to heat stroke. Eventually, all the officials were imprisoned, and today, Lord Li submitted a formal letter of admonishment, leading to their release. Su Wanwan was astonished by this news. The court of imperial sacrifices had the Emperor Lu Xingjian as its backing. He appeared to be using this pretext to assert his authority over the officials. However, such a widespread crackdown, while effective in instilling fear, could have dire consequences, easily branding him a tyrant. One must ponder, how can an emperor who has lost the people's trust maintain his throne? Yet, why had the young eunuch chosen to inform her of this matter? The following day, the Shuntian prefecture proceeded to adjudicate Xiao Bin's case and delivered the verdict in court. A new face presided over the trial. As the previous judge had succumbed to heat stroke while kneeling at the Golden Water Bridge the day before, Su Wanwan could not discern whether this was mere coincidence. The verdict regarding Xiao Bin was not particularly favorable, yet it was not entirely unfavorable either. He was sentenced to military exile to the Wei prefecture of Wanwan. There were no objections from Lord Li's household, as Li Zhaoxian had indeed not passed away. The imperial physician had diagnosed him with a severe heart ailment, rendering him bedridden. Su Wanwan found this situation deeply perplexing. She pondered whether Lu Xingjian had deliberately punished the officials to assist her in rescuing Xiao Bin. Yet, the extent of this display was almost beyond belief. Clearly, he was infuriated and had not acquiesced to her request. Still, she could not deny that she was a beneficiary of these events, and she felt a twinge of guilt. The Wei prefecture lay over 300 miles from the capital, situated at the border but closer to the inland. It was not as perilous as Xuanfu, which stood at the front lines of conflict, where one could face imminent danger. However, once conscripted into the border army, the likelihood of returning home was slim unless granted a pardon or achieving notable deeds that would elevate one to another post. Su Wanwan's heart was heavy as she prepared ample silver and assembled 10 capable guards to ensure his safety. As she bid farewell beyond the West G Gate, the sky loomed ominously, with dark clouds swirling overhead. Xiao Bin wore a wooden collar around his neck, his once robust figure now appearing somewhat gaunt. Su Wanwan poured 3 cups of wine, delicately raised a goblet with her slender fingers, and on tiptoe presented it to his lips. Xiao Bin took a step back, requesting the constable to unshackle him from the wooden yoke. He accepted the wine cup from Su Wanwan's hands, making a conscious effort to avoid any contact with her fingers, and drained it in one gulp. After consuming 3 cups of wine, he silently followed the constable into the distance. As his silhouette faded from view, the rain began to pour down in a relentless cascade. A profound sorrow enveloped her. It was not just the guard Xiao Bin who was departing, but also the tranquil and stable life she had long yearned for. Seeking refuge from the rain at a nearby inn, Su Wanwan felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart and consumed nearly half of the jar of Jinhua, wine meant for his farewell. In a drunken haze, she recklessly ventured into the downpour, heading in the direction where Xiao Bin had vanished. The frigid rain pelted her skin, chilling her to the bone, reminiscent of that fiery night by the river 3 years prior. It was Xiao Bin who had rescued her from the icy waters, evading the water bandits' search and saving her life. After being confined in the Su family's back residence, consumed by worries over her pregnancy, it was Xiao Bin who resolutely took her away to reside at the Rooster Crow Temple, under the pretense of praying for the Empress Dowager. Staying there for an entire year, he was privy to all her secrets and shortcomings, yet embraced and accepted them wholeheartedly. He had always stood firmly behind her, resolving her troubles and ensuring her safety and peace of mind. Now, the most steadfast support she had known for 3 years was departed from her life. Would she now have to weather the storms of her future journey alone? Tears mingled with the rain, streaming down her face as both her body and heart grew numb from the cold. At some point, a rain umbrella appeared above her. A tall, striking figure clad in dark attire held the umbrella beside her. Lu Xingjian grasped her wrist, lowering his gaze to her pale visage. Was he so important that she would harm herself out of sorrow for him? The rain drummed loudly against the umbrella, rendering his words somewhat indistinct, as if they were spoken from a great distance. Su Wanwan managed a sorrowful smile. Yes, he was indeed important. Through many difficult moments, it was Xiao Bin who had stood by her side. He had aided her in making countless tough decisions. He was not merely a guard. He resembled a steadfast and reliable elder brother, protecting her, caring for her, comforting her. Lu Xingjian's expression remained impassive, betraying little emotion. After a long silence, he finally uttered, "Forget him. You deserve better." Su Wanwan broke free from his grip on her wrist, wrapping her arms around herself as she lowered her head in despair. That could never be. There would be no one better. Her cousin, who had escorted her to Jinling, perished in that fiery night by the river. She had no brother left. Who else would care for her or protect her? All that remained were those who needed her to safeguard them. In her drenched and heartbroken state, she resembled an abandoned creature, adrift in the torrential rain. Lu Xingjian observed her, shivering and despondent, before gently urging, "Come back with me." Su Wanwan feigned deafness, continuing to walk into the relentless downpour. She wished to accompany him a little further, believing that the shared journey would alleviate her solitude amidst the storm. Lu Xingjian pressed his lips together, a tempest of unexplainable emotions swirling in his cold gaze as he stood unmoving beneath the umbrella. Suddenly, he tossed aside the umbrella in his hand, his long legs striding forward as he scooped the delicate figure into his arms, turning towards the inn. Su Wanwan's struggles resembled those of a newborn kitten, utterly devoid of any menace. The room had already been prepared with warm water for a bath. Lu Xingjian carried her into the clean room and instructed Jinling and Hang to take good care of her. However, when he attempted to set her down, Su Wanwan clutched at his clothing, refusing to let go. "Shao guardian," she murmured, her eyes tightly shut as she nestled into his embrace, nuzzling affectionately. Yinrong's expression shifted to one of alarm as she hurried to pull Su Wanwan's hand away. "The young lady is drunk and speaking nonsense," she exclaimed. Lu Xingjian furrowed his brow, gazing down at her for a long moment before commanding, "Leave." His words were directed at Jinling and Hang. Once they were alone in the clean room, Lu Xingjian seated her on a chair, still holding her in his arms. He lifted her chin, leaning closer to her face, softly inquiring, "Who am I?" Su Wanwan, heavily intoxicated, opened her dazed eyes, utterly disoriented as if she were dreaming. After a lengthy pause, she finally closed her eyes again, her tone filled with disappointment. "Your Highness, even in dreams, I cannot see Shao Guardian, yet I dream of that scoundrel Lu Xingjian." Lu Xingjian remained silent for a long time before softly saying, "Do not demean yourself like this in the future. Do you understand?" Su Wanwan, feeling uncomfortable in her damp clothes, curled up with her eyes shut, murmuring, "So cold." He spoke to her with a hint of indulgence. "Take off your wet clothes. You won't feel cold once you have bathed." "Furrobin herbrau, Su Wanwan staba ni replaied." No. Just after saying this, she sneezed. Lu Xingjian, displaying remarkable patience, reassured her, "Be obedient. I shall call your maidservant in." Yet, despite his words, he made no move to summon anyone. Su Wanwan could no longer distinguish between reality and dreams. As if Shao Guardian had returned, her expression softened, her voice laced with a playful tone as she clutched at his clothing. "Don't go." Lu Xingjian reveled in her affection, gently rubbing his chin against her damp hair, his tone tender as he spoke to her like a child. "You must wash and change quickly, otherwise you may fall ill." Su Wanwan shook her head, keeping her eyes closed. "No, you mustn't leave." A smirk crept on Lu Xingjian's lips. A quarter of an hour later, Su Wanwan, clad in clean undergarments, found herself cradled in Lu Xingjian's arms, who was wrapped in a bathrobe as he carried her out of the clean room. Jinling and Hang stood frozen in disbelief. No way the emperor helped Our Lady bathe. Together, their faces reflected a mix of horror and incredulity. Good heavens! If this gets out, Our Lady's reputation will be utterly ruined. But do we dare to drive the emperor away? Chapter 19. Had they slept or not? Lu Xingjian cast a fleeting glance at them and commanded, "Fetch me a glass of water." Jinling and Hang hastily complied, their minds swirling with thoughts. How could the emperor possibly know that my lady would desire water after a bath? Su Wanwan was soundly asleep, oblivious to the calls of the maidservants. Lu Xingjian instructed them to leave, cradling her against him, gently lifting her chin to feed her sip by sip. Perhaps parched from thirst, she did not open her eyes, swallowing the water in delicate gulps. A droplet slid from the corner of her soft lips, hanging precariously on her chin. Lu Xingjian's gaze fixated on that droplet, and after enduring a long moment, he bent down to kiss it away. Su Wanwan shifted slightly to find a more comfortable position, humming softly with a hint of playfulness. Shall protect her. Lu Xingjian paused. His long fingers caressed her flushed face. And, at her lips, he inquired, "Who am I?" Reluctantly, Su Wanwan opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused and dreamy, lingering in silence. Lu Xingjian pressed his lips against hers, releasing her only after a while, breathless as he asked, "Does he treat you this way?" Su Wanwan blinked her watery eyes, filled with sorrow. He would not dare. Shao Protector was too hesitant to even touch her fingers, let alone kiss her. Yet, he was willing to sacrifice his life for her. It was Shao Protector who had shown her the sensation of being cherished and cared for. Lu Xingjian felt a pang of hurt. After a fleeting glance at her, he laid her down on the bed and tucked her in, saying sleep. When Su Wanwan awoke, the dawn light was dim. Her heart momentarily halted at the sight of Lu Xingjian lying beside her. Fragments of yesterday rushed back to her mind in a disarray. Had she and Lu Xingjian shared a bed again? She felt as if struck by lightning. Her thoughts were chaotic, and her heart raced uncontrollably. How foolish it was to have been intoxicated. The quilt enveloped her, while Lu Xingjian lay uncovered, his attire impeccably arranged. They occupied opposite ends of the bed, separated by a chasm reminiscent of the Yangtze River. In a flurry, she leapt from the bed and dashed to the washroom to inspect herself. Her body appeared unchanged. Had they truly slept together or not? Would he have passed on any infections? Su Wanwan thumped her head in frustration. How could drunkenness lead to such a predicament? Had he indeed assisted her with her bath? Vivid images flooded her mind, and her face burned with embarrassment. More intimate than mere slumber. This was a source of profound shame. She returned to the bedside, intending to inquire of Lu Xingjian, but upon seeing him still asleep, her courage faltered. In truth, they had shared the same bed before, having done so for 2 years. What significance did it hold to dwell on whether they had slept together last night? It was already done. A sense of resigned helplessness washed over her. Turning to leave, she was suddenly seized, falling into a warm embrace. Lu Xingjian had rolled over, trapping her beneath him. His robust presence enveloped her. Su Wanwan's heart raced like thunder, her breath becoming labored. "Who am I?" The man's voice echoed in her ears. "The Emperor, the Sovereign." No, it was incorrect. The man's lips hovered near hers, their noses touching, patiently waiting for her response. "Xingjian, Brother Xingjian," Su Wanwan stammered, awkwardly closing her eyes and turning her head aside. Lu Xingjian had never truly been her brother. In terms of lineage, he was merely a distant cousin. In status, he had always been the exalted prince, surrounded by adoration. She, on the other hand, was merely a fostered noblewoman in the palace, utterly alone. Only in her childhood, when innocence clouded her judgment, did she trail behind others, occasionally calling out Brother Xingjian with a cheerful smile. Yet, it appeared he relished hearing her say that. During their clandestine encounters, he would cruelly insist she utter it. If she failed to comply, he would subject her to various torments, leaving her in considerable distress. At times, she would return home with trembling calves, nearly stumbling. Thus, she learned to comply. A mere title. If it pleased him, she would acquiesce. His heart ached at her motion of turning away. He had never anticipated that someone as proud as he could be so summarily rejected. It was not precisely rejection, but rather an exercise in endurance. How could she hold him in such low regard? Su Wanwan's breath quickened as she awaited what she presumed would be his kiss. Yet, to her surprise, it did not come. She glanced back at him. After all, he had already touched her body. What difference did it make? Their gazes locked, breaths intertwining chaotically. A palpable tension hung in the air. The fragrance of her skin mingled with the masculine scent emanating from him, with the dimness of twilight enveloping them. It was the perfect moment for indulgence and surrender. She anticipated his next move, longing for deeper intimacy. However, they remained in that tense standoff for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, he released her and rose, leisurely donning his garments. Su Wanwan was perplexed by a sudden halt, feeling a slight relief wash over her. A thought crossed her mind, and she decided to stoke the flames further. She sat up and wrapped her arms around his narrow waist from behind. The man stiffened, his movements paused as if he were awaiting something. She pressed her cheek against his back, her voice laced with reluctance. "I am willing. I want to thank you." Lu Xingjian's gaze grew icy in an instant. After a moment, he turned to her, his expression stern. Thank me for what? Su Wanwan hesitated briefly before deliberately responding. For what happened with Xiaobin? Lu Xingjian's countenance darkened entirely. He grasped her chin, coldly scrutinizing her eyes, veins throbbing at his temple, his voice low yet menacing. Su Wanwan, are you willing to share your bed with me for the sake of another man? Are you that despicable? Without waiting for her reply, he left abruptly, disregarding the fact that he was only half-dressed. Su Wanwan sat on the bed, hugging her knees, letting out a cold laugh. How infuriating this Lu dog! To label her as despicable. Was this not the most genuine reflection of his thoughts? He wished to bed her, while simultaneously deeming her unworthy. If she was so base, what did that make him, the so-called pure-hearted? And he had taken advantage of her while she was intoxicated. Now that he knew her heart belonged elsewhere, he should no longer pursue her, should he? Upon returning to the residence of the Wei family, the atmosphere was filled with joy, and many unfamiliar faces were present. It was said that the wife of the Duke of Qingyang had brought her daughter to visit, discussing matters of marriage. It then dawned on Su Wanwan that not long ago, Su Qingbi had sent a matchmaker to propose to the Qingyang Duke's household. The engagement between Su Pengjiu and Xia Shiwedding had already been made public by both families. As a widow, she felt it inappropriate to appear during such a festive occasion. Thus she retreated to her room. Inside, Su Weining awaited her with frantic anxiety. Upon her entrance, Su Weining hurriedly instructed the attendants to close the doors and windows. Her eyes filled with terror as she grasped Su Wanwan's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. I saw them again. I saw them. Confused, Su Wanwan gently patted her sister's back to soothe her. Do not panic. Whom did you see? The ones who want to kill us. Su Wanwan's breath caught for a moment. She inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Su Weining's tears had begun to flow as she nestled into Su Wanwan's embrace. The ones who set our boat ablaze on the river 3 years ago. The old woman beside the Duchess of Qingyang was the one who commanded those people by the river 3 years ago. I saw it clearly. It is her. Sister, what should we do? What will we do? At that moment, Su Wanwan felt her blood run cold. She forced herself to remain composed, softly reassuring Su Weining. Do not be afraid, Weining. You were merely delivering my dowry then. They were not targeting you specifically. I will protect you, and you shall not suffer harm again. I have written to grandfather. In due time, I shall send you back to our home in Luoyang, if that pleases you. Chapter 20. Why must we hang ourselves at the Su family? After shedding tears for a while, Su Weining's emotions had significantly eased, yet she resolutely shook her head. No, there must be someone who intends to harm you. I cannot abandon you. I shall accompany you, sister. The two sisters embraced each other, offering mutual comfort. Su Wanwan had spent very little time at the Su family home since childhood. Apart from her grandfather, she was not well acquainted with the other members of the Su family. If not for her cousin Su Qingyan escorting Su Weining to Jinling 3 years ago for her wedding, she would scarcely have any recollection of her sister. It was during the fateful journey to the wedding that the disastrous fire occurred, resulting in her cousin's demise and Su Weining's mysterious disappearance. It took 3 long years before they were finally reunited. Su Wanwan had once believed that the inferno was merely a stroke of bad luck involving water bandits. However, it turned out that someone had deliberately plotted against them. It was a tragic fate for her cousin, who had been so young, with a child still in swaddling clothes, and just recently appointed as an official, promising a bright future. Yet, he met his untimely end, all because of her entanglement. A lump formed in Su Wanwan's throat. What enmity could she possibly have with the Xia family? Her only connection was a past romance with Lu Xingjian. Yet, she had already married another and traveled far to Jinling. So how could she provoke their malice? The confrontation on the canal replayed in her mind. Perhaps the encounter had alarmed the Xia family, leading them to fear that Lu Xingjian still harbored feelings for her, prompting them to eliminate her swiftly. A cold smile curled at the corners of Su Wanwan's lips. Such a life-and-death enmity could not go unavenged. She must confront the Xia family. After reassuring Su Weining, Su Wanwan visited Han Xiufen. Upon entering the guest room, the expression of Lady Qingyang instantly shifted upon seeing her. The maid beside her appeared somewhat uncomfortable. In contrast, Xia Xueting watched Su Wanwan, the future widow, with keen interest. Han Xiufan's countenance reflected displeasure. If her health was poor and she had come to rest in a house, why was she here? Only when Lady Qingyang noticed her demeanor did her expression gradually soften. Su Wanwan maintained her composure and smiled gently. A distinguished guest has arrived. The daughter-in-law has come to inquire whether the newly arrived live shad should be steamed or braised. Han Xiufan's expression brightened with excitement. Wanwan, you actually managed to procure live shad? My daughter-in-law is truly remarkable. Lady Qingyang raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with surprise. The shad is one of the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River, renowned for its rarity, as it dies immediately upon being caught. The court dispatches 14 boats each year solely for transporting shad as tribute. I have heard that even the emperor consumes dead shad. To think the Wei Guogong residents could obtain live shad is indeed impressive. Her words carried an undertone of sarcasm, insinuating that the Wei Guogong residence was overstepping, dining better than the emperor himself. Su Wanwan chose not to elaborate, merely smiling serenely. It is but a few fish, madam, you flatter me. Lu Xingjian had never been fond of fish, let alone dead shad. She did not believe Lady Qingyang's boastful claims. Xia Xueting's gaze flickered. I heard from my sister, the empress, that shad only arrives in the capital at the end of June, offered to the ancestral temple on the 1st of July before being served to the imperial kitchen, ultimately rewarded to the ministers. The Li Chancellor's household received only 6, while the second Chancellor's household received merely 4. I wonder where the young lady obtained her shad? Yet Su Wanwan did not provide a direct answer, merely allowing a subtle smile to grace her lips. It cannot be said that they arrived through theft or coercion. Guests are to be treated with respect. Madam Xia and Miss Xia, please take your rest. I shall take my leave. The Countess of Qingyang's expression fluctuated, her grip on the handkerchief tightening as she cast a sharp glance at Su Wanwan's retreating figure. For some unknown reason, Su Wanwan suddenly turned around, catching the Countess's fierce gaze in full view. Their eyes clashed for a brief moment. Su Wanwan remained unfazed, neither surprised nor evasive, instead offering a gentle smile to the Countess, which only served to heighten the latter's discomfort, making her feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles. That evening, Han Xiufan summoned Su Wanwan, her demeanor unusually amiable as they discussed matters. Wanwan, regarding the issue of Bongrui inheriting the title, there's a compromise we might consider. Please see if it is feasible. Su Wanwan curled her fingers slightly. Han Xiufan's demeanor was far too out of character. It appeared that this compromise would come at the expense of her own interests. She obediently replied, Mother, please speak candidly. Han Xiufan's expression grew a shade awkward. The Duke wishes for Bongrui to be adopted under Pengju's name. Once a century has passed, the title will still revert to Bongrui. Su Wanwan felt a chill wash over her. She lowered her gaze and replied coolly, Do you think Pengju would agree to this? Would the Xia family consent? Initially, the Xia family had been opposed, but after today's visit, they had changed their tune, now stating that negotiations were possible. As for you, without heirs to support you, there is no need to cling to the Su family. While you are still young, remarrying would not be frowned upon by the Duke or myself. After all, has not the court issued a new decree mandating that widows must remarry? Our noble house cannot openly defy the court. As she spoke, Han Xiufan picked up several invitations from the table and handed them to Su Wanwan. These are potential suitors I have identified for you. Do take a look. They all come from affluent families. Marrying into one of these households would be far better than remaining a widow in the Duke's residence. Su Wanwan did not accept the invitations, her gaze icy as she looked at Han Xiufan. Since you have made your plans, why bother with pretenses? However, to pressure me into remarriage in such a manner. What of Pengyan, who rests beneath the earth? She had not anticipated that the Su family would reject her so vehemently, forcing her towards remarriage with such swiftness, even providing her with candidates. Han Xiufan, filled with indignation, retorted, How dare you mention Pengyan? If it weren't for your ill fortune bringing about his demise, would he have met such an end? Su Wanwan, considering our bond as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, you should remarry obediently. It would preserve some semblance of dignity for us. The Su family can also serve as your maternal kin to support you in the future if matters turn contentious. With a cold laugh, Han Xiufan tossed the invitations to the floor. Do not presume you can aspire to join these fine families. Su Wanwan casually picked up one of the fallen invitations and read aloud, Zhang Guanlin, the seventh illegitimate son of the British Duke. She raised an eyebrow and remarked, if I recall correctly, he is a fool who has killed 2 wives. Is this truly the good family you wish for me to consider, mother? Han Xiaofan cast her a disdainful glance. Could you possibly find a better match? Su Wanwan carelessly tossed the invitation aside. Her complexion remained serene and unruffled, neither servile nor arrogant. In her first marriage, she was guided by her family. In her second, she would follow her own will. The matters of her son's marriage were not to be a burden on her mother. Since the Su family could not accommodate her, she requested a formal declaration from them, after which she would depart. Han Xiaofan's face shifted through shades of blue and white, her frustration palpable as she slammed her hand on the table. How naive! Su Wanwan chose to ignore her and retreated to her room, feeling utterly exhausted. Today, Han Xiaofan's demeanor was unusually suspicious. She had never before suggested a remarriage. It was likely that the Xia family was meddling in affairs. Indeed, with the enmity stemming from the great fire that consumed Jiangyi, the Xia family must fear her retaliation. It would be most advantageous for them to eliminate her discreetly through Han Xiaofan. Su Wanwan let out a series of cold chuckles. Chapter 21. I only wish to marry you. Yin Rong and He Ying were perplexed by the events that had unfolded and inquired with concern. Has the lady fallen ill after being caught in the rain? Shall isumunduk dotan. Su Wanwan waved her hand dismissively. I shall rest for a while. Please ensure that our people maintain a respectful distance from the Duke's residence. That evening, Su Wanwan succumbed to a high fever. Fortunately, Dr. Tan proved to be quite capable, administering acupuncture and prescribing medication, and soon her fever subsided, though she felt utterly drained. Upon learning of Su Wanwan's illness, her grandmother, Madame Chun of the Chongningbo House, invited her to recuperate at their country estate. Su Wanwan spent several days there, yet did not encounter the individual who still harbored feelings for her. Instead, she was visited by the wife of the Duke of An and Gu Ziyu. The wife of the Duke of An was exceedingly warm-hearted. Wanwan, you are far too slender. You ought to eat more. Madame Chun wore a worried expression. Poor Wanwan, I never expected the Su family to be so ruthless. In recent days, Duke Wei Su Qingbi had already adopted Su Bongrue under Su Pengju's name. The title for Su Pengju's heir had also been swiftly approved by the Ministry of Rights, showcasing an astonishing efficiency. At present, Su Wanwan had no son to rely on, rendering her a mere drifting leaf within the Su family. And her life had become increasingly arduous. The wife of the Duke of An glanced at Gu Ziyu, her eyes shimmering with compassion. Why must Wanwan remain tethered to the Su family? While she is still young, would it not be more prudent to marry into a good family? Madame Chun shook her head. I share your sentiments. Yet Wanwan is obstinate and desires to carve her own path. The wife of the Duke of An's eyes brimmed with sympathy. It is the Su family that is unfortunate. I had hoped for a daughter-in-law as obedient and sensible as Wanwan. If she does not mind Ziyu, why not marry into our family? Su Wanwan was taken aback by such a suggestion and stood momentarily speechless. Gu Ziyu's ears flushed red as he stood nervously, unsure of where to place his hands. After a pause, he exclaimed, Sister Wanwan, I have no ambitions for glory. I simply wish for a peaceful life, unlike Su Pengyan, who met an early demise. If you were to marry me, you would no longer endure such hardships. Madame Chun couldn't help but laugh at the child's earnestness. What a way to speak. The wife of the Duke of An chuckled as well. You are unaware. Over the years, we have sought matches for him, but he has been overly picky and refused all. We have been at a loss with this stubborn child, and now, hearing that the Su family cannot accommodate Wanwan, they hastily urged us to propose, fearing that someone else might claim her first. Madame Chun, intrigued, seized upon the crux of the matter. Again, the wife of the Duke of An clapped her hands. Years ago, we wished to propose as well, but we were preempted by the Wei family. Su Wanwan had kept her head bowed, and unable to evade their urging, she straightforwardly declined. I am grateful for Ziyu's kindness. Yet I am not considering marriage at this time, and I would not wish to squander your goodwill. In terms of marriage, the Gu family was indeed an excellent choice. But her current thoughts were consumed by thoughts of revenge. The notion of returning to Jinling was too daunting to contemplate. Gu Ziyu's expression paled momentarily, and upon regaining his composure, he offered a bittersweet smile. Sister Wanwan, it matters not. I am in no haste. When the time comes for you to consider marriage, I hope I'll be the first to cross your mind. Did you enjoy the shad fish I sent last time? I shall procure a few more to nourish your health. Lady Qin's expression shifted instantly as she glanced at the wife of the Duke of An. The shad fish is a sacrificial offering to the temple of the ancestors, rare and exceedingly precious. How generous of Gu Ziyu! The wife of the Duke of An, however, appeared unfazed and chuckled as she elucidated. Recently, the Emperor bestowed upon our family 6 shad fish, and Ziyu took 2 to gift away. It turns out they were meant for you, Wanwan. With a playful glint in her eye, she turned to Su Wanwan, jesting, having tasted our fish. When will you become a daughter-in-law of our family? The Duke of An's household, unlike the illustrious Duke of Wei, is a powerful entity that has thrived over the past few decades. Since the reign of Emperor Xinzong, they have ascended from Count to Marquis, and then to Duke. For over 40 years, they have commanded the 30,000 imperial guards in the capital, standing unrivaled among noble families and military leaders. In the 2 years since Emperor Lu Xingjian's ascension, the military power held by the Duke of An has gradually shifted toward the eunuch faction. Yet, the accumulated influence over decades remains, compelling even Lu Xingjian to show a modicum of respect toward the Gu family. Gu Ziyu, the youngest son of the Gu family, bears no pressure to uphold the family legacy. He possesses no vices and currently serves as a sword-bearing guard in the palace, a commendable choice for a husband. Serving as a sword-bearing guard is not a privilege granted to just anyone. It requires exceptional martial skills and a robust family background. As a confidant of the Emperor, those who take on official roles typically start at 3rd or 4th rank, a position that evokes envy from many. Furthermore, Gu Ziyu is renowned for his striking appearance, with numerous families from the capital seeking to ally with his family. Lady Chun could not help but silently admire Wanwan's fortune. Such a golden son-in-law. What noble lady would not covet him? That he would choose Wanwan is indeed remarkable, and he even offered shad fish so readily. Su Wanwan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Not long ago, she had sought help from Xiao Bin, and Gu Ziyu had assisted her significantly, facilitating connections with the Wei Zhou Guard. When Gu Ziyu sent the shad fish, she felt the gift was rather extravagant, yet she did not anticipate the deeper sentiment behind it. A few days later, as Su Wanwan's complexion improved considerably, Gu Ziyu invited her to go horseback riding. Lady Chun personally prepared a beautiful riding outfit for Su Wanwan and encouraged her, saying, "Wanwan, do not be so stubborn. Ziyu is a fine young man. Your great-granduncle once considered marrying Wanxiu to him, but Ziyu did not find her appealing." Su Wanwan hesitated, stating, "I do not know how to ride." "That is perfect. Let Ziyu teach you. I must return home today, so you take the time to get to know him well." The Duke of An's household is not only powerful, but also possesses immense wealth, ranking among the elite in nobility. Marrying into their family would undoubtedly offer a life of comfort far surpassing that of a consort in the palace, Lady Chun remarked with a hint of envy. She lowered her voice. "You cannot imagine. The late emperor squandered the treasury, and the current emperor has gone to great lengths to amass funds over the past few years. Recently, even the Treasury and the Imperial Horse Bureau have not been spared. Without any explanation, they withdrew 350,000 taels of silver, causing considerable discontent among the court officials." Su Wanwan paused slightly. How could the mighty emperor be in such dire straits? She recalled the 500,000 taels in silver notes that Lu Xingjian had given her not long ago. Could have been drawn from the Treasury and the Imperial Horse Bureau? Despite the poverty, there was still an air of ostentation, a troubling contradiction indeed. Lady Chun shook her head. 3 years ago, when the emperor was still the crown prince, he went to Jiangnan on an official mission to oversee the collection of taxes and grain. Unfortunately, before he even reached Jiangnan, an incident occurred. It was said that he had taken a fancy to a beauty who was subsequently abducted. In his pursuit of her, he fell into a trap and nearly lost his life. The Empress Dowager, Xiaosu, passed away upon hearing this dreadful news. Su Wanwan was astonished. Such a thing happened? I was at Qingning Palace at the time, and I remember it vividly. When one seeks to claim another's wealth, How could they not fight back? This silver did not simply materialize from thin air. Su Wanwan had not anticipated that he would risk everything for a woman. A thought began to stir within her. 3 years ago, shortly after the Great Fire in Jiangye, the Empress Dowager Xiaosu had passed away. Could it be possible that the beauty he coveted was, in fact, her? Chapter 22. In an opportune moment, what if it were her? A subtle wave of emotion surged within her, yet her mind echoed with his cold retort. Am I of any significance to you? Her thoughts swiftly cooled. She could not afford to indulge in misplaced affections any longer. Had she not endured enough heartache already? If he genuinely cared for her, would he have remained distant for 3 long years? It was evident that he held no feelings for her. A man like him, who frequented the flower houses, could hardly possess true sentiment. Was genuine emotion to be sought in such places? Regardless, she could not dismiss the flicker of interest he displayed. She must seize this opportunity wisely. The vendetta against the Xia family must be resolved to eliminate her greatest threat. Otherwise, should she return to Jinling, she risked encountering yet another inferno akin to the one that had transpired before. At present, there was no Xiao Bin to rescue her from peril, nor could she bring danger to Jinling. Madame Chun, concerned that Su Wanwan might miss her chance with Gu Ziyu due to her stubbornness, deliberately arranged for them to have some time alone, bringing Dr. Tan back to the city along the way. Gu Ziyu presented Su Wanwan with an exceptionally rare Akeltech horse. Its coat a resplendent golden hue, smooth and lustrous, akin to satin, breathtaking in its beauty. Su Wanwan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Gu Ziyu, patient and attentive, led the Akeltech as they leisurely circled the area. Once she grew accustomed to the horse's gait, they rode together, trotting slowly in tandem. Meanwhile, Lu Xingjian had been preoccupied for several days, and finally found a moment of respite. Rubbing his brow, he inquired of Steward Li, "What is the situation with the Su family?" Steward Li placed a teacup beside him, stating, "Su Bongrue has already been adopted into the Su family's second branch. Madame Su has fallen ill and retreated to the suburban estate for recuperation. As of now, there are no further updates." Lu Xingjian paused. "Ill? Has a physician been summoned?" "No," replied Steward Li. "Madame Su brought her own doctor, a renowned physician from Jiangnan." Lu Xingjian's expression darkened instantly. "I must see for myself." Steward Li's face grew awkward. "However, that estate belongs to the Duke of Chongning. If we go unannounced, it may stir gossip." Lu Xingjian frowned and called for Zhou Wanxiao. As dusk approached, Su Wanwan had grown quite adept at riding. Standing atop a hill, gazing at the setting sun, her spirits soared, radiating an enchanting glow. Gu Ziyu, mounted on his horse, stood bathed in the afterglow, gazing at her in a trance. After a long pause, he finally summoned his courage to speak. "Sister Wanwan, will you marry me? I promise to cherish you for a lifetime, without concubines or secondary wives, to respect and love you, and to shield you from harm." Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, but replied earnestly, "Ziyu, I am not as remarkable as you perceive. You deserve to marry a noble lady." Gu Ziyu quickly countered, "No, I do not want anyone else. Since childhood, I have only wished to marry you." As Su Wanwan opened her mouth to respond, he interjected eagerly, "There is no need for you to rush to refuse me. I merely seek an opportunity for you to witness my sincerity. In the past 2 years, I secretly visited Jinling to see you, but fearing for your reputation, I refrained from making my presence known." Su Wanwan remained silent for a considerable time. "I am a widow, and the wife of the Duke of Wei claims that I bring misfortune to my husbands. I do not wish to hinder you." Gu Ziyu's forehead throbbed with indignation. "Do not heed her nonsense. To take an extreme view, Master Hongwang once remarked that my fate is resilient and impervious to such ill fortune." Su Wanwan chuckled softly. Frankly speaking, she considered Gu Ziyu to be an admirable choice for a husband. Having known him since childhood, she felt a sense of familiarity. Gu Ziyu was a year her junior, undeniably handsome, and possessed a delightful sense of humor, exhibiting both warmth and thoughtfulness. He had lavished her with various delicacies and amusements over the past few days, demonstrating considerable effort. At the very least, he was a far superior match compared to the suitor Han Xiofan had found for her. If Lu Xingjian did not assist her in dealing with the Xia family, Could she perhaps leverage the influence of the Gu family? Su Wanwan pondered the challenges and feasibility of such a plan. Zhou Wanxiu was utterly taken aback by Lu Xingjian's invitation to accompany him on an outing, her excitement rendering her almost delirious. From a young age, she had been meticulously groomed by her family with the aim of becoming the consort of Prince Lu Xingjian. She had spent a considerable duration residing in Qingming Palace. Despite the generational gap, she and Su Wanwan shared a close friendship. She had confided her affections for Lu Xingjian to Su Wanwan on numerous occasions. Fortunately, Aunt Wan had no romantic inclinations towards Lu Xingjian and instead shared a mutual affection with the Wanwan. They often whispered secrets to each other while nestled under the covers, exchanging insights. Had it not been for the Wanwan marrying his consort at an early age, such blissful days might have stretched on for several more years. There was a time when she felt an overwhelming jealousy towards Su Wanwan. Although she had never witnessed any interaction between Lu Xingjian and Su Wanwan, she sensed a distinct difference in his demeanor towards Su Wanwan. Whenever she sought Lu Xingjian's attention and mentioned Su Wanwan, he exhibited a remarkable patience and warmth. Occasionally, he would even take the initiative to steer the conversation in that direction. Consequently, her discussions with Lu Xingjian predominantly revolved around Su Wanwan. Even when she recounted the details of their shared breakfasts, he listened intently. During that period, she frequently relayed the exchanges between Su Wanwan and the Wanwan. What small gifts were exchanged, the words they shared, all to Lu Xingjian's ear. After the Wanwan's marriage, Su Wanwan wept bitterly, burning all the gifts he had given her. When she divulged this to Lu Xingjian, to her astonishment, he laughed joyfully and rewarded her handsomely. That year, while Su Wanwan convalesced in the Shiyuan, Lu Xingjian maintained regular contact with her, albeit indirectly seeking information about Su Wanwan through her. He even sent physicians under the guise of her name to inquire after Su Wanwan's health, delivering various treats to amuse her, freshly picked plum branches, lanterns from the Lantern Festival, intricately painted clay dolls, beautiful kites, and steaming delicacies. This compelled her to fabricate lies to cover for him during her visits to Su Wanwan. It was then that she realized, beneath his typically aloof exterior, he harbored a compassionate side, capable of genuine concern. Yet, jealousy gnawed at her heart, driving her to intentionally inform Su Wanwan that he was accompanying Xia Shui to admire the plum blossoms today and to view the lanterns tomorrow. The sight of Su Wanwan's pallor brought her a perverse sense of satisfaction. Unexpectedly, Su Wanwan soon married and left Beijing, while the Empress Dowager also passed away. The opportunities for her to meet Lu Xingjian dwindled to a mere handful, almost pitifully scarce. Today, sharing a carriage with Lu Xingjian, he exhibited a demeanor of politeness, poise, and elegance. Yet, the occasional flicker of distraction revealed the cold detachment residing within him. A pang of bitterness surged within Zhou Wanxiu, though she dared not express a hint of it. As the carriage approached the estate of the Earl of Chongning, Zhou Wanxiu, struck by a sudden inspiration, ventured a suggestion. Aunt Wan is recuperating at the estate. Might I visit her? Lu Xingjian responded with a composed demeanor, of course. However, Su Wanwan was not at the estate, as the servants reported that she had gone out for a ride. The ability to ride indicated her recovery. As dusk began to settle, Zhou Wanxiu felt a wave of embarrassment. Your Majesty, perhaps we should return to the city and visit Aunt Wan another time? Lu Xingjian, however, remained patient. There is no rush. By the time Su Wanwan and Gu Ziyu returned to the estate, night had enveloped the surroundings. Her dismounting from a horse revealed her lack of skill, and Gu Ziyu hurriedly stepped forward to steady her. As she lost her balance and began to fall, Gu Ziyu caught her, the fragrant softness of her form enveloping him. He stood frozen, his face flushed with embarrassment, uncertain of how to proceed. A panicked voice suddenly broke the silence from behind. Aunt Wan. Turning around, they saw Zhou Wanxiu standing at the entrance, accompanied by a tall, striking figure, obscured by the light, rendering his features indistinguishable. Yet, Su Wanwan's body stiffened momentarily. Even in a different guise, she would recognize that silhouette. It was indeed Lu Xingjian. He had come, but the timing was far from ideal. Zhou Wanxiu shivered at the sight of Lu Xingjian's impassive profile, nearly frightened to death. She rushed over to separate Su Wanwan from Gu Ziyu, whispering, "Where have you been? I've been waiting for you." Su Wanwan remained silent, while Gu Ziyu, blushing, managed a smile and bowed. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Zhou Wanxiu, being a member of the Zhou family, had a reasonable cause to visit Su Wanwan, but Lu Xingjian's presence was unexpected. "Have you had enough?" Lu Xingjian disregarded the inquiry, his gaze as icy as ever. Gu Ziyu, feeling slightly out of place, scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Sister Wanwan has just learned to ride and is still unsteady. I merely assisted her." "You seem to enjoy it." Lu Xingjian's cold tone instilled an inexplicable dread. Gu Ziyu recognized that he had perhaps overstepped, yet in the heat of the moment, he did not truly believe he was in the wrong. Sister Wanwan did not mind. "Your Majesty, is it not somewhat excessive for you to care?" He cast a concerned glance at Su Wanwan. "Sister Wanwan is exhausted. Let her rest for now." At last, Lu Xingjian's frosty gaze shifted to Su Wanwan, revealing her evident fatigue. The estate steward approached, announcing, "Dinner is prepared. We kindly invite your esteemed presence to the table." Su Wanwan, already famished, declared, "I am too tired and need to rest. You may proceed without me." The atmosphere grew exceptionally cold and awkward. Zhou Wanxiu, filled with anxiety, felt the urge to leap away and declared, "Aunt Wan, I will accompany you." Gu Ziyu trailed closely behind Su Wanwan, inquiring with concern, "I have arranged for dinner to be sent to your room, featuring fresh venison from the Gu family, which is nourishing and ideal for replenishing your energy." Lu Xingjian gestured for the eunuch to restrain him, his voice chilling and frigid. "Mind your place." Gu Ziyu wore a defiant expression, yet was compelled to halt. Turning to face Lu Xingjian, pondering, "I am merely expressing concern for my future bride. What business is it of yours, Your Majesty?" In the next instant, Lu Xingjian moved with remarkable swiftness, advancing like a gust of wind, swiftly bypassing Gu Ziyu and Zhou Wanxiu to catch the fainting Su Wanwan in his arms. Chapter 23. They have feelings for each other. Su Wanwan felt as if the world was spinning around her, her entire body heavy with fatigue, yet she still weakly protested. "I am fine." Lu Xingjian effortlessly lifted her into his arms, his voice cold and devoid of emotion, summoned the imperial physician. Gu Ziyu hurried over, extending his hands. "Let me carry her." Lu Xingjian pressed his lips into a thin line, casting a frosty glance at him before striding away with Su Wanwan in his embrace, his expression impassive. Gu Ziyu's typically cheerful demeanor was now tinged with a hint of chill. The emperor's feelings for Sister Wanwan were anything but ordinary. Zhou Wanxiu sensed the tension in the atmosphere, a shiver running down her spine. She hastily instructed the steward to prepare warm water and the necessary utensils for medicine preparation. The imperial physician, who had come with Lu Xingjian, declared that Su Wanwan had just recovered from a serious illness but had ridden a horse, catching a chill that exacerbated her condition and triggered a fever. She required meticulous care and must avoid any strenuous activity. Gu Ziyu was blocked at the door by an attendant, and upon hearing this, he was filled with regret. He had not anticipated that Su Wanwan was so fragile, easily toppled by a mere breeze. Had he known, he would have refrained from taking her horseback riding. They could have played chess instead. The maidservant entered the room with the prepared medicine. Lu Xingjian showed no hesitation in disregarding the boundaries between genders. He sat before the bed, propping Su Wanwan up against his shoulder, patiently coaxing her to drink the medicine. Witnessing this scene, Gu Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief, veins throbbing on his forehead. What was he doing? He couldn't even enter the room, but was cradling her to feed her medicine instead. As an emperor, could he really marry a widow? Zhou Wanxiu, equally shocked, was at a loss, while Yen Rong and He Ying remained relatively composed, silent witnesses to the scene. They had seen Lu Xingjian care for a drunken Su Wanwan throughout the night before. Feeding her medicine was hardly noteworthy in comparison. Su Wanwan leaned wearily against Lu Xingjian's shoulder, her hair slightly disheveled, a strand of dark hair cascading down her cheek, her eyes closed. She resembled a pear blossom, weighed down by the spring rain, evoking a sense of pity. Lu Xingjian leisurely stirred the warm medicinal concoction in the bowl, his tone laced with a hint of indulgence. Yet cautious not to startle her, he softly coaxed, "Drink your medicine obediently, and I shall grant you a wish." Zhou Wanxiu, standing a short distance away, froze in place, her eyes wide in disbelief. Was the Emperor's promise of a wish merely a means to persuade her to take her medicine? She wished she could drink the medicine for Su Wanwan and then request Lu Xingjian to take her into the harem as his consort. Even if she could only gaze at him from afar, it would suffice. If she could earn his favor and bear a child of their own, her life would be complete. Gu Ziyu's fists clenched tightly. It was utterly shameless. The exalted emperor seducing a frail widow. Where was the ethics in that? Where was the morality? What were the boundaries? He longed to burst into the room, but was held back by a young attendant, helplessly watching Lu Xingjian extend his kindness towards her. He anxiously glanced at Su Wanwan, fearing she might actually agree. Slowly, Su Wanwan opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused and weak. An internal struggle ensued within her. Lu Xingjian's words stirred something in her. The Duke of Qingyang's residence, Empress Xia, she felt utterly powerless to challenge them alone. If she were to seek vengeance, if she were to liberate herself from their persecution, she could only rely on external forces. Yet, whom could she consider as her most advantageous ally? Gu Ziyu or Lu Xingjian? While Lu Xingjian appeared to offer her an opportunity to fulfill her desires, in truth, he was merely setting a trap for her, compelling her to choose in front of Gu Ziyu, thus leading Gu Ziyu to withdraw. This decision could condemn her to a life of solitude, relegated to being his plaything. Was it worth sacrificing the latter half of her life for revenge? Zhou Wanxiu felt her teeth nearly shatter, her heart constricting with pain. She had known Lu Xingjian since childhood. He had always held himself aloof, never having treated her with such tenderness before. Lu Xingjian, with his elongated fingers, lifted the medicinal bowl once more, bringing it to Su Wanwan's lips. She firmly pushed it away, declaring, "I will not drink." She was curious to see just how far this man would go for her. Would he, for the sake of his former lover, impose difficulties upon his own family? Lu Xingjian lowered his gaze upon her, a hint of displeasure flickering within, yet he remained remarkably patient. "We shall wait then," he said, placing the bowl on the bedside table. As Su Wanwan turned to lie back down, Lu Xingjian's long arm reached out to pull her back, now cradling her in his embrace. It was far too intimate, especially in the presence of Zhou Wanxiu and Gu Ziyu. Embarrassment flooded Su Wanwan's face, turning it a deep crimson that reached her ears. Her watery eyes glared at Lu Xingjian, who seemed entirely indifferent to her reputation. Lu Xingjian met her gaze, his eyes warm and earnest. "Once you drink the medicine and rest, you shall feel better." His voice was low, soft, and heavy, like a feather brushing gently across her heart. Su Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. Those bedridden longed for gentle, patient companionship. She had not anticipated this tender aspect of him. Would he then be of use to her? A fierce internal struggle ensued within Su Wanwan. The atmosphere was tense until Zhou Wanxiu stepped forward, forcing a smile. "Annie Wanwan must be craving the candied fruits made by Granny Zhang. Am I right?" Both Lu Xingjian and Su Wanwan snapped back to reality. The rosy hue on Su Wanwan's face gradually faded, while Lu Xingjian's expression turned colder. With great effort, Su Wanwan straightened up, taking the bowl and downing its contents in one swift motion. Her demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, her gaze distant and unapproachable. "Your Majesty, please excuse yourself. Matters concerning the Empress are unnecessary for your concern. Wanxiu, you may attend to the Emperor for dinner." The royal court was heartless, valuing only self-interest. This man was too proud and too astute. He would not be easily swayed. He might not even desire her, a widow without support, to confront his family. How naive she had been. Lu Xingjian's expression grew increasingly frigid as he tucked her blanket around her, his tone polite yet distant. "Rest well." Su Wanwan deliberately shook off the blanket he had arranged, refusing his kindness. Lu Xingjian silently observed her actions, his brow and eyes cold as ice. Zhou Wanxiu nervously swallowed, feeling as though she had misspoken, yet she could not discern where the error lay. Was it due to mentioning Aunt Zheng? With Aunt Wan still unwell, it would be best not to disturb her rest. Observing the tension between the two, Zhou Wanqiu sought to mediate. Lu Xingjian responded coolly, rising to his feet. He reverted to a demeanor of indifference, as if the previous warmth and concern had merely been an illusion. Wanwan appeared fatigue. It was evident that he had lost interest, no longer willing to feign enthusiasm as the fish refused to bite. Outside, Gu Ziyu had regained his composure and, upon seeing Lu Xingjian emerge, clasped his fist with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for looking after Sister Wanwan." Wanwan's gesture of tossing aside the blanket bore a hint of disdain. Although he was at a distance, he could see clearly and felt an immense sense of pride. "What of the Emperor? Our Sister Wanwan is undeterred by power and remains indifferent to you." Lu Xingjian's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze growing colder. "It is as it should be." Gu Ziyu frowned, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. "The Lady of Chongning has entrusted me with her care. It was my oversight not to attend to her adequately." Lu Xingjian paused momentarily, responding merely with a faint before departing. Gu Ziyu remained, watching his retreating figure, his expression fluctuating between gloom and clarity. Zhou Wanqiu delivered the evening meal to Lu Xingjian's chamber, her smile radiant. "Young Master Gu still waits outside Aunt Wan's door. I overheard the servants at the Tian Manor saying they are fond of each other. Perhaps good news is on the horizon." Lu Xingjian, initially engrossed in reviewing documents under the light, turned his cold gaze toward her upon hearing her words. "What are you trying to convey?" Zhou Wanqiu trembled with anxiety. She forced a smile onto her pale face, her voice quivering. Despite stuttering several times, she managed to articulate her thought. "Your Majesty, you surely would bless them, wouldn't you?" Young Master Gu said he wishes to be her one and only for all eternity. Lu Xingjian's expression darkened, his tone menacing. "Leave?" Zhou Wanqiu, her eyes reddened with grievance, bit her lip and departed. Had he not once enjoyed hearing her mention Aunt Wan? Why did he now react with such fury at the mere mention of her name? It was Aunt Wan sharing sweet moments with young Master Gu, not her. Why direct his anger towards her? Lu Xingjian ordered the removal of the evening meal and opened the window, allowing the fresh air to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. A gust of wind extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness. He remained indifferent, eyes closed, surrendering to the cool summer breeze that enveloped him, his face devoid of expression. The words of Zhou Wanqiu echoed in his mind. They are fond of each other, perhaps due to her youth. Wanwan awoke the following morning feeling significantly better. However, the chafing from riding had left her thighs red and sore, resulting in a slightly altered gait. Rising early, she ventured outside for a stroll. Chapter 24. Let us no longer be entangled. Gu Ziyu could not help but chuckle at her demeanor. "Sister Wanwan, you walk like a duck." He mimicked her gait with exaggerated movements. Wanwan shot him a glare, yet as she witnessed his antics, she too stifled a laugh, her previously taut emotions suddenly easing. Gu Ziyu, with a playful grin, began to perform a comical series of punches, making Wanwan laugh heartily. Amidst their playful sparring, he unexpectedly produced a fluttering little white dove from behind him and presented it to Wanwan. "Sister Wanwan, do you think it's for keeping as a pet or for making soup?" Wanwan stared at him incredulously. "Such a lovely dove, and you actually consider cooking it?" Gu Ziyu, slightly embarrassed by her accusation, scratched his head. "I thought the same, which is why I snuck it out of the kitchen to ask for your opinion." Zhou Wanqiu approached, her skirt held up, fuming. "I wondered why the dove from the kitchen was missing. It turns out you're the culprit." "Oomph. I brought it here specifically for Aunt Wanwan's nourishment, and you're not giving it back." She reached out to snatch the dove from his hands. Gu Ziyu deftly dodged her grasp, declaring, "Not a chance. I'll compensate you with 10 doves, but this one is a gift." Zhou Wanqiu, exasperated, insisted on having that specific dove, chasing Gu Ziyu around the courtyard. "Gu'er, you truly are incorrigible." Wanwan watched their playful chase, her laughter erupting uncontrollably. Gu Ziyu, invigorated by her mirth, leaped about, teasing Zhou Wanqiu while circling around Wanwan. In the serene morning light of the countryside, the air was crisp and refreshing, filled with an atmosphere of joy. Lu Xingjian stood quietly on the second-floor corridor, gazing down at their laughter with an inscrutable expression. Beside him, Steward Li remained silent, his gaze lowered, The emperor and the three below had known each other since childhood. Yet, as Lu Xingjian had been burdened with great expectations from a young age, such carefree moments were few and far between. Steward Li could scarcely recall the last time the emperor had played so joyfully, perhaps before the Great Fire at Jinling Palace. Back then, he and Miss Su had shared a close bond, practicing calligraphy, studying together, and engaging in endless conversations, often resting side by side in the afternoon sun, their laughter carefree and their eyes sparkling like stars. Yet, at some point, Lu Xingjian had grown increasingly silent, his thoughts becoming more enigmatic. With the master absent, Zhou Wanqiu had organized breakfast, setting a grand table with 4 place settings. She personally ascended the stairs to invite Lu Xingjian to join her for the meal. As Su Wanwan inadvertently turned and saw Lu Xingjian descending the stairs, a shiver ran down her spine, her heart a tumult of emotions. Sensing his gaze upon her, she averted her eyes, yet still approached him. "Is it convenient? I need to talk to you." Her heart raced as she spoke softly. Lu Xingjian paused. Glancing at her, "Come up, let us speak in my room." His expression bore a hint of aloofness. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs once more. Alone together in a room, Su Wanwan hesitated momentarily, yet she ultimately gathered her skirts and followed him. She wished to return the 500,000 taels of silver notes to him. Upon entering the room, Lu Xingjian sat at the edge of the Kong, gesturing for her to take a seat on the opposite side. "What tea would you like?" Su Wanwan stood at the doorway, her heart racing, and did not sit down. Instead, she produced a small box she had prepared and placed it on the table. "No need for tea. I have no use for these silver notes. The properties and shops I pawned are somewhat tight at the moment. Once the profits from Jiangnan are settled this year, I shall repay you." Over the years, she had meticulously managed her dowry in Jiangnan, establishing silk and cotton workshops in Huzhou and Suzhou, respectively. She had also reached an agreement with a jade shop in Yunnan, opening several jade stores in Jiangnan, with business flourishing increasingly. Altogether, the profits from various ventures amounted to approximately 100,000 taels of silver annually. This success was largely attributed to the generous endowment from the late Empress Dowager Zhou, which had provided her with an exceptionally substantial dowry. And the properties and shops were of the finest quality. Of course, there were many undisclosed ventures, such as the highly profitable overseas smuggling fleet, which need not be brought to light. Lu Xingjian regarded the small box on the table with an impassive expression, revealing no emotion. After a brief pause, Su Wanwan did not raise her gaze and, summoning her courage, stated, "I previously acted thoughtlessly and offended you. It shall not happen again. Please do not take it to heart. From now on, consider me a stranger. In public and in private, let us have no further entanglements." Having uttered these words, she stood there, shrinking into herself, awaiting his response. The atmosphere in the room felt inexplicably tense and stifling. Su Wanwan struggled to catch her breath. A shadow covered Lu Xingjian's face, his expression neutral, revealing no discernible emotion. "As you wish," he replied, taking the small box without lifting his eyelids. "Farewell." With a pale complexion, Su Wanwan departed. The 500,000 taels of silver could serve as a test. He held a modicum of interest in her, but it was merely that. Once his dignity was affronted, she was of no consequence. Relying on him to confront the Duke of Qingyang's residence offered little chance of success. She considered returning to her room for breakfast alone, but was cheerfully called by Zhou Wanqiu. "Aunt Wan, let us dine together. It will be more lively. Just simple fare from the countryside." "No, thank you," Su Wanwan replied absently. "Aunt Wan, I haven't seen you in ages. Can't we share a meal?" At this moment, Lu Xingjian had already descended the stairs, gracefully taking his seat at the dining table with an aloof expression, not sparing her a glance. Su Wanwan felt as if she were frozen in place, unsure whether to leave or stay. Gu Ziyu approached the table with a food box and generously announced, "Sister Wanwan, I had some of your favorite steamed chicken feet with black bean sauce and wontons from the city." As he spoke, their eyes met briefly. A momentary clash of gazes between him and Lu Xingjian. The atmosphere grew tense. Gu Ziyu suddenly smiled brightly. "Sister Wanwan has been unwell for quite some time and has a poor appetite. It's not easy for her to eat well. Your Majesty, I hope you don't mind." After a moment of silence, Lu Xingjian replied with a calm tone. How could I? Zhou Wanxiu gently grasped Su Wanwan's hand and led her toward the dining table. With trepidation, Su Wanwan took her seat, bracing herself to confront the tense atmosphere surrounding the table. Zhou Wanxiu attentively served congee and arranged dishes for Lu Xingjian, while Guzi busily helped Su Wanwan with various delicacies, quietly remarking, "This was just purchased from Yu Xingzhai this morning. The taste is delightful. Do give it a try." He placed a piece of salted duck on her plate, adding, "This flavor is authentic, reminiscent of Jinling." Having skipped dinner the previous night, Su Wanwan felt famished and quietly consumed the food Guziyu had prepared for her. Indeed, the flavors were quite exquisite. It must be noted that Guziyu possessed a keen sense for life's pleasures. His cheerful and lively disposition made interactions effortless. Whomever he married would surely enjoy a fulfilling and delightful life together. The effort he put into sourcing these culinary delights from afar was truly touching. At the head of the table, Lu Xingjian sat, his long fingers stirring the congee in his bowl absent-mindedly, untouched by any food. His calm gaze rested upon Gu Ziyu and Su Wanwan, observing their interactions with keen interest. Chapter 25. My adversary, perhaps your kin Zhou Wanxiu, somewhat embarrassed, cautiously inquired. Your Majesty, is it not to your taste? Lu Xingjian cast a sidelong glance at her, his brow slightly furrowing. Not at all. Zhou Wanxiu forced a smile. Turning to Su Wanwan, Aunt Wanwan, this plate of shrimp dumplings should suit the Emperor's palate. Could you please serve it? Su Wanwan hesitated for a moment, her gaze unwavering as she lifted the plate of dumplings to present before Lu Xingjian. However, her wrist was seized midair, and the plate remained steadfastly in place. Lu Xingjian's voice was cold and uncompromising. No need. The atmosphere at the table grew tense and heavy, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Su Wanwan looked up bewildered, locking eyes with him. His expression remained as frigid as ever, his dark, depthless gaze revealing nothing. After a brief pause, he finally released her wrist, and the plate of dumplings returned to its original position. The ambience at the dining table was stifling, and the appetite of all present had dissipated. As Su Wanwan set down her chopsticks, Lu Xingjian loosened his grip, causing the spoon he held to clatter into the bowl of porridge. The porcelain made a crisp sound upon contact, and the other three paused in their movements, preparing to depart. Lu Xingjian's tone bore a hint of rigidity. Su Wanwan averted her gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. Surely, he could not be speaking to her? Indeed, Zhou Wanxiu replied obediently yes. Lu Xingjian stood to leave, uttering nothing further. Su Wanwan wished for him and Zhou Wanxiu to depart swiftly. Just as she stepped out of the dining hall, she learned that a palace eunuch had come seeking her. The messenger, He, the steward of Ningxiu Palace, conveyed the esteemed command of the Empress Dowager Wang, requesting Su Wanwan to enter the palace for an audience. Confused, Su Wanwan pondered the nature of this summons, for she had no close ties with Wang. So why would she be invited to the palace? He, with a cheerful demeanor, explained, tomorrow marks the 60th birthday of the Empress Dowager. She has been thinking of you and specifically sent me to invite you to accompany her for a chat. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Su Wanwan finally replied, Please convey my regards to Chief Steward He. I have just recovered from a severe illness, and I fear that my presence in the palace may impose my lingering sickness upon her. Perhaps I could pay my respects from a distance tomorrow. If she were to reside in the capital, receiving the Empress Dowager's favor would indeed be advantageous for her. He, surprisingly accommodating, arranged for someone to escort Madame Su into the palace the following day. Su Wanwan courteously bid farewell to He, reluctantly preparing her belongings to return to the city. It was evident that staying at the countryside estate for the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration would require an early start. Suddenly, a servant from the Gu family rushed in with alarming news. The young master has fallen from his horse. Madam, please return home at once. Gu Ziyu was instantly filled with concern. He had taken several days off, intending to spend more time with Su Wanwan, and never anticipated his father would face such a mishap. Su Wanwan urged him to return quickly to check on his father. After much contemplation, Gu Ziyu finally said, I will go back and see. Wait for me to come and fetch you. Su Wanwan firmly declined. There is no need for such trouble. The journey is usually tranquil. and filial piety comes first. Attend to your own matters for now. Gu Ziyu ultimately mounted his horse and departed, leaving behind half of his guards at Su Wanwan's disposal. Aware that he had been accompanying her these past few days, his mother had sent someone to seek him out, fearing that there might truly be urgent matters at hand. Su Wanwan instructed her attendants to leisurely pack their belongings. As the afternoon wore on, it became evident that if they did not set off soon, they would miss the city gates before they closed. Finally, Su Wanwan commenced her journey, unexpectedly setting out even earlier than Lu Xingjian and his companions. About an hour after leaving the estate, the carriage suddenly went out of control. Su Wanwan, who had been feigning sleep with her eyes closed, was thrown out in an instant. The coachman, in a state of panic, reported, "I beg your pardon, my lady. The axle suddenly broke, causing you to be startled." Fortunately, the coachman, seasoned in his craft, promptly realized the danger and managed to rein in the horses, preventing the carriage from careening off the mountain path and tumbling down the hillside, the consequences of which would have been dire. Su Wanwan, disoriented from the fall, took a considerable amount of time to recover. Her left leg throbbed with excruciating pain, likely due to a fracture, and a long gash marred her skin. Blood stained her trousers and the hem of her skirt. The two maidservants fared slightly better, but were also left bruised and bloodied, stranded on a desolate mountain road. Far from any village or inn, they found themselves in a troublesome predicament. She had no choice but to send her guards back on horseback to the estate to fetch another carriage. Before long, a formidable procession approached from behind. It was Lu Xingjian and his party, who had set out after her. Su Wanwan restrained her group, choosing not to seek their assistance, instead opting to wait quietly by the roadside for them to pass. However, Lu Xingjian, upon glimpsing the figure of He Ying standing at the roadside through the carriage window, halted in surprise. He commanded that the carriage be stopped and called for He Ying to approach and explain the situation. What transpired? He Ying, her eyes reddened with urgency, replied, "The carriage broke down en route, and our young lady has been injured." "Where is she?" "She remains in the carriage, waiting for a new one to be dispatched from the estate." Lu Xingjian, observing the dimming light, grew stern. "This is madness. We are in the wilderness. By the time a new carriage arrives, it will be nearly dark. What if we encounter bandits?" He dismounted and made his way to Su Wanwan's broken carriage. Lifting the curtain, he beheld her pale visage, glistening with beads of sweat, her body trembling slightly from the agony of her injured leg. With a cold expression and keen gaze, he hesitated before reaching out to embrace her, instead opting to inquire in a firm tone, "Where are you hurt?" Su Wanwan gritted her teeth and replied, "It's nothing." Lu Xingjian shot her a piercing glance before leaning in for a brief examination. He carefully lifted her into his arms and proceeded toward his own carriage. As his hand brushed against the bend of her knee, it became stained with her blood. He laid her gently in his carriage and summoned the physician to attend to her promptly. Zhou Wanxiu dismounted and stood beside the carriage, cautiously studying Lu Xingjian's countenance, which appeared terrifyingly ashen. Her heart raced with trepidation. After the physician's examination, it was revealed that Su Wanwan's calf bone had been impacted, exacerbating an old injury. She would require a splint for stabilization. Fortunately, the external wounds were not severe. With proper medication and bandaging, they merely awaited the healing of her injuries. Lu Xingjian instructed his trusted subordinate to meticulously examine Su Wanwan's carriage to identify the source of the problem. After a brief period, the subordinate reported that the axle had been tampered with. It was an old axle, riddled with cracks and painted over to conceal the imperfections, rendering it deceptively sound in appearance. This indicated a deliberate and cunning attempt to orchestrate harm. Lu Xingjian's voice was devoid of warmth. "Icy and resolute. Send word to the Eastern Bureau for a thorough investigation." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanxiu was left in a state of shock, her body trembling involuntarily. Originally traveling in the same carriage as Lu Xingjian, she now found herself relegated to the rear, sharing space with the physician, while Su Wanwan lay within the carriage. Once the carriage was in motion, Lu Xingjian turned to Su Wanwan and inquired, "Do you have any enemies?" Reflecting on Su Wanyi's words and the animosity directed towards her by the Countess of Qingyang, Su Wanwan closed her eyes, feigning sleep, and remained silent. She had never been acquainted with the Countess, so what enmity could exist? Moreover, to speak ill of his mother-in-law in his presence would be sheer folly. Lu Xingjian waited patiently, noting her reluctance to speak, and refrained from pressing her further. His tone was imbued with earnestness. Even if you wish to sever ties, should you not at least ensure your safety? After all, we have some acquaintance, and I merely wish to see you thrive. After a moment of silence, Su Wanwan finally replied, "My enemy may very well be one of your own kin." Lu Xingjian regarded her with quiet contemplation. Su Wanwan chose not to elaborate, relieved that she had refrained from naively naming the Countess of Qingyang directly. Chapter 26. Eyes like hooks, having spent many years in the palace, she was acutely aware that the dragon throne was fraught with thorns, each step laden with hardship. The late emperor had valiantly held his ground, yet succumbed after just a year at the tender age of little over 30. While Lu Xingjian could indeed assist her in resolving numerous issues, it would inevitably bring considerable trouble upon himself. For instance, the punishment meted out to the Minister of Rights at the Golden Water Bridge served as a stern warning, yet it had offended many. If it were merely to aid her with a matter concerning Guard Shao, the price would be exceedingly steep. When the moment arrived, certain words became painfully difficult to utter. Lu Xingjian refrained from saying more, simply tucking her blanket in. "Focus on your recovery. I shall handle the rest." Su Wanwan observed the neatly pressed corners of the quilt, refraining from tugging them free. Upon the carriage's halt, Su Wanwan gazed at the familiar crimson walls and golden tiles, her heart sinking. "I wish to return to the residence of the Duke of Wei." Struggling to sit up, she inadvertently strained her injured leg, causing her body to tremble in agony. Lu Xingjian pressed his lips together, frowning as he insisted, "First, tend to your injuries." Ignoring the palanquin, he lifted her from the carriage and carried her through doors and courtyards, finally laying her down on the bed. Nestled in his embrace, Su Wanwan carefully surveyed the architecture and decor, recognizing it as the Shao Garden where she had recently stayed, her tense body relaxing slightly. The physician soon arrived to examine her wounds. Following Lu Xingjian's instructions, he applied a new pain-relieving ointment and replaced her splint with a more exquisite and lightweight version. She was advised to remain in bed to avoid any lingering complications. "How long must she rest?" Lu Xingjian inquired. The physician's words weighed heavily. "A minimum of 2 months, potentially extending to 3. Subsequently, rehabilitation exercises will be necessary to facilitate recovery." With reddened eyes, Su Wanwan turned to Lu Xingjian, her voice barely above a whisper. "I cannot remain here." Lu Xingjian disregarded her plea, his brow furrowed as he continued questioning the physician. "How often should the dressings be changed?" "Daily until the wounds heal. Then every 2 days thereafter." Lu Xingjian's expression darkened. "Understood." Once the physician departed, Su Wanwan grasped the sleeve of Lu Xingjian's garment. "I cannot stay here to recuperate. Just this morning, I declared my intent to sever ties with him. Yet here I am, dwelling in his domain. He is astute and will surely perceive this as a tactic to ensnare him." Lu Xingjian turned, his gaze first settling on his sleeve, noting her delicate fingers gripping the fabric. His eyes slowly shifted to meet hers. In that fleeting moment, he averted his gaze first, responding with a single word. Su Wanwan exhaled softly, relieved. In the past, they had indulged in mischief within the secluded palaces of Shiyuan. Here, devoid of restraint, it was all too easy to cross boundaries once more. Now, as the widow of a Su family, her reputation could not be tarnished. She must evade him. Lu Xingjian's demeanor remained indifferent, tinged with detachment. "Should you wish to return to the Duke of Wei's residence or the Earl of Chongning's, you are free to do so. However, the assailant remains at large. Are you certain you wish to disregard your health? I shall not prevent you. Decide where you wish to go, and I will make arrangements." His tone was remarkably calm. Su Wanwan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that he had completely dismissed any hint of ambiguity, leaving her feeling somewhat lost. After a moment's hesitation, she finally said, "I will leave after the birthday celebration tomorrow. For now, I shall impose upon you for the night." Lu Xingjian responded with a cool, indifferent hum, signaling Yinrong and Hang to come in and attend to her. After dinner, Su Wanwan instructed the maidservants to prepare for her bath. The anesthetic in her leg gradually took effect, alleviating much of the pain from her injury. Having not bathed the previous day, remnants of travel and traces of blood lingered on her, making her feel uncomfortably unclean and eager for a wash. Jinling and Hang were taken aback, repeatedly refusing. "Miss, your leg is still injured. You cannot come into contact with water." Wanwan, unusually obstinate, insisted, "I must bathe. Otherwise, I would feel worse than death and be unable to endure the night." After much deliberation, Jinling sought out the physician, inquiring whether it was permissible for her to bathe under such circumstances. Before long, Lu Xingjian arrived with a few attendants. The bathing chamber had been meticulously arranged. Wanwan bit her lip, her gaze wandering as she avoided looking at him. Was it necessary to involve him for something as simple as a bath? Once the bathing chamber was prepared, Lu Xingjian approached the bedside, casting a glance at her before lifting her into his arms. "If you feel uncomfortable, just speak up." Wanwan's heart raced. Her head bowed as she clutched her garment tightly against her chest. What was he intending to do? Memories of that day, when he helped her bathe while she was intoxicated, flashed in her mind, leaving her flustered and embarrassed. She felt the heat radiating from his hands, as if they were smoldering coals, threatening to scorch her. However, Lu Xingjian's expression remained composed as he carefully carried her through the doorway of the bathing chamber and placed her gently on a chair with a curved back. Her injured leg was propped on a slightly higher soft couch, ensuring her comfort while minimizing the risk of water contact. He bent down to look at her, cautioning, "Be careful not to fall. As long as your injured leg stays dry, you will be fine." Wanwan endeavored to appear calm, responding softly, "Thank you for your trouble." As she spoke, she glanced up at him. Lu Xingjian averted his gaze, conducting one final check in the bathing chamber to ensure no accidents could occur, before instructing Jinling and Hang to attend to her with care, and then stepped outside. Wanwan took her time bathing, being meticulous in her routine. Since childhood, her skin had been meticulously cared for with specially crafted ointments, resulting in a flawless complexion. An hour had elapsed by the time she completed her regimen. The bathing chamber was filled with a gentle mist. Her delicate face glowed with a rosy radiance, exuding an enchanting charm from within. She donned a pale lotus-pink short-sleeve blouse and a flowing jasmine-white silk skirt, resembling a flower adorned with dew, fresh and inviting. "Please summon Old Lady Dong." Wanwan had no intention of troubling Lu Xingjian further and instructed Jinling to fetch a sturdy maidservant to assist her back to bed. Unable to move easily, she needed help, as her two close maidservants lacked the strength. However, the maidservants did not return. Growing impatient while seated in the chair, Wanwan languidly yawned and called out, "Where are they?" Perhaps due to the effects of the painkillers, a sense of indescribable comfort enveloped her, and she felt an overwhelming desire to sleep. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, devoid of any echoes. She turned her gaze towards the doorway and found herself momentarily stunned. Lu Xingjian stood there, quietly observing her, though it was unclear how long he had been there. Fresh from a bath, he donned an ivory-hued, fitted long robe, cinched at the waist with a matching sash that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His damp hair was elegantly secured with a jade crown atop his head, exuding an indescribable charm, reminiscent of a celestial being. Wanwan felt a sudden stillness within her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Lu Xingjian's eyes, glimmering with a mysterious light, bore into her. She cast her gaze downward, desperately clutching her skirt, increasingly flustered. His gaze seemed perilous, and everything spiraled towards chaos. She felt as if she were plummeting from a precipice, on the verge of shattering into a million pieces. The sound of wind whistled in her ears, and her surroundings grew surreal. Only the figure at the doorway remained, like an unfathomable abyss, pulling her downwards with relentless force. Yet he stood there motionless, merely gazing at her. The windows were tightly shut, there was no wind. She bowed her head, striving to ignore him. Finally, he moved, gliding gracefully towards her, each step feeling as if it were treading upon her very heart. A low, serene male voice resonated above her. "Have you finished packing?" It sounded almost ethereal, his slightly husky tone imbued with tenderness and concern. "Yes." Wanwan summoned her courage to meet his gaze, her eyes shimmering like a tranquil lake in spring. Lu Xingjian fixed his gaze upon her glistening eyes, his expression tranquil. "I will carry you back," he murmured, his voice deep and soothing, a melody to the ears. Su Wanwan bit her lip, her eyelashes fluttering like butterflies in a gentle breeze. Her thoughts grew sluggish, as if she were drifting on clouds. Her chest felt constricted, her heart racing violently. In terms of appearance, he was precisely her ideal, calm and composed, instilling a sense of security. Yet, she was acutely aware that this was merely a fade. Had she not endured enough suffering at his hands? He did not rush to embrace her. Instead, he lowered his gaze, silently studying her. Her delicate, rosy face radiated innocence, her entire being impeccably neat. Her injured leg was concealed beneath the pristine fabric of her dress, revealing only a few dainty, porcelain-like toes, their nails a soft pink, reminiscent of exquisite jade, crystal clear and utterly enchanting. He slowly extended his hand to lift her, as if cradling a rare porcelain treasure. His arms were long and strong, while Su Wanwan felt as fragile as a mere kitten in his embrace. The faint scent of her hair wafted to his nostrils, the damp strands brushing against his hand, teasingly tickling him. At the moment he lifted her, his calloused fingers pressed into the soft flesh at her waist through the delicate fabric. Suddenly, her mind erupted with a resounding clarity. A long-desired yearning took root within her heart, its tendrils stretching wildly, shattering the confines of reason, ensnaring her heart, and blossoming into a dazzling and alluring flower. Blood surged to her head, the sound of it rushing in her ears. Su Wanwan inhaled the unique scent of the man, imbued with a hint of dragon's saliva fragrance. She was unaware of how she ended up on the bed, only remembering the gentle caress of his fingertips as they brushed through her damp hair, which clung to her face. Their gazes intertwined, ensnared in a captivating bond that seemed impossible to break. Their faces were so close that their breaths mingled in the air. He asked softly, his voice a melodious whisper filled with concern, "Does your leg still hurt?" As rationality slowly returned to Su Wanwan, alarm bells rang in her mind. Quietly, she pinched her thigh, and tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. The pain was excruciating. Her delicate, soft voice evoked deep sympathy. Surely, he wouldn't take advantage of a patient, would he? Lu Xingjian's dark, enigmatic eyes glimmered with desire as he observed every subtle expression on her face, his breath unsteady. How could he possibly believe her feeble excuses? A faintly sardonic smile played at the corners of his lips. "Wanwan, you are truly disobedient." The figure on the bed was gentle as water, enchanting and alluring, delicate and tender, soft and warm. Lu Xingjian's voice was hoarse as he uttered her name, Wanwan. His fervent lips descended upon hers, his tall frame enveloping the warmth of summer, his body taut and rigid. Su Wanwan felt his weight pressing down on her, letting out several soft sounds as her injured leg throbbed with pain. The man's forehead was lined with tense veins, engaged in an intense battle between beastly instincts and moral restraint. "What does it hurt?" His hand retreated from her waist, descending until it rested on her injured leg, gently kneading it. "Does it feel better?" Su Wanwan nodded vigorously. "Yes, just there. Please massage it more." Through the thin fabric, her long, well-proportioned leg exuded remarkable elasticity. After a few moments of kneading, the man's gaze deepened, his atoms apple-bobbing. His movements inevitably slowed, and his eyes traveled upward until they met hers. Their gazes locked, and Su Wanwan quickly diverted her eyes, frowning slightly. "It hurts." She intended to leverage his compassion to keep him firmly in the position of her masseur, forbidding any further transgressions. "Your Majesty, please serve me as a footman." The treatment felt oddly comforting. The man's kneading took on a more significant meaning, and Su Wanwan sensed a shift in the atmosphere, her instincts prickling with danger. Her mind raced to change the topic. Which girl from Siyun Tower is the most beautiful? His massage technique was rather provocative. Had he learned it from a brothel? His lust-laden gaze turned towards her, his tone nonchalant. "None of them." It seemed he had seen them all. "Which one do you like the most?" Su Wanwan blinked, her expression earnest as she pressed for further details. His sharp, dark eyes locked onto her pupils, piercing through her hidden intentions. A half-smirk appeared at the corners of his lips, hinting at mischief. They're all acceptable. Su Wanwan's lips curled downward in disappointment. What a scoundrel. He was both fickle and vile, a true waste of such a handsome exterior. Suddenly, the prospect of his massage lost its appeal. She struggled to shift her injured leg, evading his touch. I'm tired and need to rest. Please leave, Your Majesty. Politeness veiled his disdain, evident in his every gesture. Lu Xingjian's long fingers remained poised in the air, slightly bent. His jet-black eyes narrowed ever so slightly as they slowly turned toward her, a shadow enveloping his pupils. Su Wanwan's heart tightened, and she instinctively shrank back in fear. After the witching hour had passed, Lu Xingjian finally emerged from Su Wanwan's chamber. His ivory robe was severely wrinkled, his hair disheveled, and the jade crown that usually held his hair in place was nowhere to be found. He appeared unusually disheveled, lacking the usual radiance that characterized him. Upon returning to his quarters, he languidly commanded, "Prepare water for my bath." The stewardly had already completed his shift, and the young eunuch on duty was momentarily taken aback by the request. However, he dared not inquire further and quickly bowed his head to arrange for it. Chapter 27. How could they possibly tolerate her? Before dawn on the following day, Su Wanwan was roused from her slumber, compelled to rise, cleanse herself, and partake in breakfast. Upon encountering Lu Xingjian, who was already seated at the dining table, she felt an unease wash over her. The events of the previous night felt like a fleeting dream, both indulgent and sinful. Although they had not gone to the final stage, the emotional connection shared between them was undeniably real. Perhaps it was the prolonged solitude that made her emotions difficult to contain. She consoled herself, realizing why men were drawn to brothels and why noble women favored their young lovers. Lu Xingjian did not direct his gaze towards her, but instead frowned at the maid who was assisting Su Wanwan. Noticing her gentle and meticulous actions, and that Su Wanwan did not cry out in pain or discomfort, his brow relaxed. His voice was calm and soft. "Eat first. Then we shall proceed directly to Ningxiu Palace. You two may be at ease in your tasks." It was as if the previous night's events had never occurred. This was an arrangement for her to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Su Wanwan replied softly, taking small bites of her food like a little bird. The taste lost on her. The table was laden with her favorite dishes, yet her heart was elsewhere, torn between the desire to ensnare him and provoke a confrontation with the Qingyang Marquis household, and the necessity of leaving the palace after the birthday celebration, never to return. Otherwise, their entanglement would deepen, becoming increasingly convoluted. Matters of the heart, once stirred, could lead to profound pain. She had suffered enough and was fearful of further anguish. Last night, let us just consider it a visit to a brothel, indulging in a fleeting dalliance. After the meal, a maid carried Su Wanwan back to her chamber to prepare. The garments and jewelry were newly delivered. Su Wanwan was presented with an elegant black silk, round-collared robe, understated yet luxurious, which she donned. However, upon exiting, she spotted Lu Xingjian in a similar black robe, and her fingers instinctively curled. Their attire shared a comparable fabric and style, distinguished only by one bearing a dragon motif and the other adorned with floral patterns. If they stood together, one might mistake them for a couple. Lu Xingjian's gaze fell upon her, sweeping over her form, a faint smile gracing his lips. Su Wanwan felt a wave of embarrassment and was about to suggest changing her outfit, but Lu Xingjian interjected, "It's getting late. Let us be on our way. Once we are in the palace, you may rest in Ningxiu Palace. I shall take care of the rest." Su Wanwan swallowed her words, recognizing that during the birthday tribute, men and women were separated and others might not notice their similarity. Dismounting the carriage, the maid placed her in the prepared wheelchair. Empress Dowager Wang had already risen, though her spirit seemed diminished. She squinted for a moment before recognizing Su Wanwan, a gentle smile illuminating her face. "Ah, it is Wanwan. You have come to celebrate despite your leg injury. Your filial piety is commendable." Wang had her wheelchair arranged beside her, offering tea and snacks, while warmly inquiring about her well-being. Su Wanwan obediently flattered and responded. Wang was the second consort of Emperor Xian, having endured years without favor, devoid of offspring. She was also the daughter-in-law of the formidable matriarch, Madame Zhou. Yet, Through her intelligence and quiet adaptability, she managed to maintain her position amidst the dual pressures from her overbearing mother-in-law and the favored daughter-in-law of the late emperor. The three brothers of her maternal family have all been conferred the title of Marquis, bringing glory to their household. Their abilities and ambitions are formidable. Su Wanwan grew up under the care of the Zhou family, maintaining only a superficial connection with Wang, who was once the Empress Dowager. Now, with the ascension of the new emperor, Wang has successfully transitioned from Empress Dowager to the new Grand Empress Dowager, becoming the most esteemed woman in the palace. Su Wanwan finds it perplexing why Wang would think of her, a married woman who has long remained unassuming within the court. Perhaps she perceives some lingering value in Su Wanwan. After all, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. The likes of Empress Zhang and Empress Xia have never held Su Wanwan in high regard. The number of court ladies and noble women arriving to celebrate the birthday continues to grow. The palace attendants manage their reception with precision, guiding them to nearby palaces to await their turn to pay respects. Only Su Wanwan remains at the side of the Grand Empress Dowager. With a smile, the Grand Empress Dowager remarks, "This old woman feels lonely in the palace. Henceforth, Wanwan shall reside here to keep me company." Su Wanwan's emotions are tumultuous, grateful for the Grand Empress Dowager's favor. For others, this would be an exceedingly rare boon. With the Grand Empress Dowager's royal endorsement, any attempts to undermine her must be approached with caution. Suddenly, she comprehends the arrangement that Lu Xingjian alluded to have the Grand Empress Dowager permit her to stay in the palace. It is indeed a considerate gesture, allowing her to evade the lurking dangers that remain undiscovered and preventing the unrestrained circumstances she faced in Xiaoyuan, where boundaries were easily crossed. This will undoubtedly enhance her reputation. Should she remarry or engage with others in the future, her status will rise, earning her greater esteem. This realization evokes a complex mix of feelings towards Lu Xingjian. However, remaining in the palace will likely necessitate encounters with Empress Zhang and Empress Xia. How could they ever accept her? When Empress Zhang and Xia Shui arrive with the court ladies to celebrate the birthday, their expressions shift upon seeing Su Wanwan. Empress Zhang's demeanor turns cold and stern. "Su, you have lost your title and yet dare to enter the palace?" Su Wanwan bows slightly, acknowledging the greeting. "The Grand Empress Dowager has summoned me to the palace. I am merely fulfilling my duty." Empress Zhang's expression hardens, and she sneers, "What audacity! You do not kneel to pay your respects upon seeing me?" The Grand Empress Dowager, noticing Zhang's increasing arrogance, clears her throat and responds leisurely. "I recently heard that Wanwan has returned to the capital and specifically invited her for a conversation. Is this not permissible, Your Majesty?" The weight of her words is significant, nearly a public rebuke of Empress Zhang's filial piety. Accustomed to her domineering ways, Empress Zhang must temper her temper in front of the assembly, begrudgingly saying, "Mother, your words are too harsh." The daughter-in-law merely fears that this Su may be arrogant and disrespectful towards you. Disrespectful? The Grand Empress Dowager's tone drips with faint irony. Wanwan suffered an injury yesterday and has come early to keep this old body company. Compared to others, she is exceedingly respectful and dutiful. "Come, let everyone see the jade guanyin that Wanwan has brought," she commands, revealing a statue blessed by Master Huichang from Jinling Temple, a testament to her sincere devotion. Empress Dowager Zhang's countenance appeared somewhat rigid, and after a brief pause, she smiled and deftly shifted the topic. "Ah, so it is merely a leg injury. One cannot falter for that. By now, the ladies of the outer court should have gathered, correct?" At the forefront of these ladies was Princess Chunin, in her 50s and somewhat portly. Upon encountering Su Wanwan, her expression instantly darkened. She was the half-sister of Emperor Xianzong and the eldest among Lu Xingjian's numerous aunts. Now the eldest in years, her mother had been a fierce rival of the late Empress Dowager Zhou, resulting in a long-standing disdain from Zhou, who had once scolded her publicly. At that time, Su Wanwan had been serving beside Zhou and had witnessed her humiliation. Now that Zhou's lineage had fallen from grace, Princess Chunin sought to strike while the iron was hot. With a cold rebuke, Princess Chunin exclaimed, "Su, have you grown so audacious, emboldened by the favor of the late Empress Dowager Xiaosu, that you act with such impunity?" The title of Empress Dowager Xiaosu belonged to Zhou. This baseless accusation was akin to placing Su Wanwan upon a pyre. Should she defend herself, she would be perceived as sharp-tongued and disrespectful to her elders. Conversely, silence would imply acquiescence to the slander, unjustly besmirching her reputation. With a cold smile, Su Wanwan pinched her thigh with force, her eyes instantly reddening. In a voice laced with sorrow, she grasped the hand of the Empress Dowager Wang and lamented, "Dear ancestor, it is my fault. I sincerely came to celebrate your longevity. Yet have caused discord on such a significant day." As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks like dewdrops upon flowers, creating an image of exquisite vulnerability that evoked pity. Empress Dowager Wang, with a gentle demeanor, reassured her, "My dear child, it is not your fault." Following closely behind Princess Chunin was Princess Yixing, who, with a pout, interjected a voice of reason. "Dear elder sister, are you not being unreasonable? The younger generation arrives to pay their respects despite their injuries, and you deem it an act of impudence? Pray tell, what constitutes true impudence? Among those of similar age, who could achieve such a feat?" Xia Shui, upon hearing this, wore a rather displeased expression, casting a resentful glance at Su Wanwan. She had always busied herself with flattering Empress Dowager Zhang and had little interaction with Empress Dowager Wang, which now cast her in an unflattering light of ingratitude. Awkwardly, she redirected the conversation. "I have heard that the wife of Duke Wei is seeking a match for Madame Su. I wonder how that endeavor is progressing?" Chapter 28. Is she to be included in the harem? Han Xiaofan was discreetly shrinking back amidst the crowd, wishing to remain uninvolved in the unfolding conflict ahead. Her eyes flickered as she responded to the Empress Dowager. Soon, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. The court mandated that widows must remarry. It was unexpected for the Wei Duke's household to be so eager, even hastily seeking a husband for their widowed daughter-in-law. How disgraceful for our noble families. Have you not heard? The Wei Duchess has been known to mistreat her daughter-in-law. What a family legacy, indeed. Beside them, the wife of the Marquis of Anghua supported her mother-in-law, the Duchess of Anghua, and remarked with a smile, "Our Anghua household has no tradition of mistreating daughters-in-law. Today is a grand occasion for the Empress Dowager. I humbly request a match for our second son." The Empress Dowager, intrigued, inquired, "Pray tell, which young lady has that rascal Ziyu taken a fancy to?" The Duchess of Anghua, her hair graying and aged similarly to the Empress Dowager, answered with a hearty smile on behalf of her daughter-in-law. "Far away, yet close at hand, it is none other than the young lady Su seated beside you." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room shifted palpably. The Marquis of Anghua commanded a profound influence in the military, wielding power that few royal relatives dared to challenge. The Duchess's words effectively placed Su Wanwan under the protection of the Anghua household. Who would dare to speak ill of her? Knowing it would mean opposing the Marquis of Anghua, both Empress Zhang and Xia Shui felt a tinge of envy. Su Wanwan was indeed fortunate. The court had just enforced the remarriage of widows, and she had somehow caught the eye of the Anghua household. The Zhang family had previously sought to ally with the Anghua household, but was rebuffed. Xia Shui's family had even less to boast, as her sister, Xia Shueting, had aspired to marry Gu Ziyu, only to be ignored by the Gu family entirely. In the end, they could only forge an alliance with the powerless Wei Duke's household. Xia Shui had encountered Gu Ziyu. He was a spoiled young master with lofty expectations. How could he possibly be interested in a widow? She had thought Su Wanwan would be cast aside by the Wei household, destined to wed a fool or a destitute man. Yet, to her astonishment, Su Wanwan had found an even better prospect. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon Su Wanwan's attire and adornments. Su Wanwan wore a garment that appeared understated and dignified, befitting her status as a widow, yet it was crafted from exquisite silk. Clearly a product of the imperial household, it exuded luxury while complementing her skin, which gleamed like flawless jade, translucent and radiant. Her accessories were few, with pearl earrings and a hairpin reflecting a lustrous sheen, enhancing her allure, making her seem increasingly captivating with each glance. Jealousy surged within her. "Duchess of Anghua, your household has always been noble, a steadfast ally to generations of emperors. How could you choose the Su family? I am quite astonished. A widow known for being a husband killer is hardly worthy of your family stature." Wanwan. Xia Xui's remarks were indeed lacking in sophistication. Though she attempted to belittle Su Wanwan, she was, in fact, disparaging the Duchess of Anghua's discernment. No wonder she struggled to establish her authority among the other noble ladies. The lady of the estate, Duke, possesses remarkable grace and does not hold grudges. She merely smiled gently and remarked, Wanwan is a fine young lady. If anyone is unworthy, it is our Ziyu who does not deserve her. The Empress Dowager Zhang perceived the impropriety in Xia Xui's words and cast a cold glance in her direction. Xia Xue immediately felt a pang of bitterness and grievance. In the past, when others suggested that she was unworthy of the Empress position, the Empress Dowager had never contradicted them. As a result, she had lived in the palace with great caution, constantly gauging the Empress Dowager's disposition, leading to a stifling existence. She often displayed a sense of superiority in front of those of lower status, primarily to regain a semblance of confidence. The Grand Princess of Yixing interjected, Wanwan has been sensible since childhood. When our late mother was alive, she held her in high regard. Who among us has not benefited from her support? The mother she referred to was the late Empress Dowager Zhou. The Grand Princess's husband, Ma Cheng, was known for his roguish behavior and penchant for trouble. He had once been punished by Emperor Xianzong for consorting with a maid and had even been imprisoned for failing to request leave during court mornings. Several scandals had reached the ears of Zhou, and it was Su Wanwan who discreetly sought the Grand Princess's counsel and persuaded Zhou to suppress the incidents, thus preserving the Grand Princess's dignity. After several inconsequential incidents, Ma Cheng gradually reformed, and the couple's relationship softened with age. The Grand Princess's daughter had married the nephew of the Wang family and could engage in conversation within the Rinshou Palace. The lady of the estate Duke wholeheartedly concurred. Who can deny it? If we speak of sensibility and understanding, Wanwan is truly unparalleled. Her tone was laden with meaning, though she refrained from elaborating. The Empress Dowager's expression turned somewhat grim. In a fit of rage previously, she had nearly ordered the death of Gu Ziyu. Yet the Gu family had not made a fuss about it, and had even sincerely requested punishment. The matter seemed to have been easily brushed aside. However, to this day, the powerful first family that wielded military authority maintained a distant yet respectful facade towards her as Empress Dowager, while extending a warm regard towards the widow Su Wanwan. With the Grand Princess of Yixing and the Lady of the Estate Duke leading the charge, the tide of conversation soon shifted, with praises for Su Wanwan pouring forth. Some merely echoed the sentiments, but most were heartfelt. Either their own children had received kindness from Su Wanwan herself, or they had benefited from the Su family's generosity. As Xia Xue listened to the continuous accolades, her mood soured. Su Wanwan, without even lifting a finger, sat quietly and garnered the admiration of many, while she, the Empress revered by all, seemed almost superfluous in their eyes. A sharp glance from the Empress Dowager brought Xia Xue back to her senses, and she deliberately straightened her back. What did it matter that Su Wanwan had cultivated numerous good relations? The esteemed position of Empress, elevated above all, belonged to her. With the Emperor's favor, she was 1,000 times superior to Su Wanwan. Just then, a palace attendant reported, the Emperor has come to celebrate the birthday with the princes. The noble ladies retreated, being led to another hall. Accompanying Lu Xingjian were also Prince Rong Lu Yaoting and the 3-year-old heir, Lu Xingsa. Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting the existence of Prince Rong. She recalled his fervent promises, vowing that he would marry no one but her and would love her alone for all eternity. At that time, she was young, naive, and utterly oblivious to the matters of love. However, the Zhou family instructed her to cultivate a relationship with Prince Rong, emphasizing the necessity of capturing his affections. Thus, she exerted every effort to win his favor, ultimately coaxing him into uttering those very vows. Yet in the end, he married another and fathered children, demonstrating that verbal oaths bear no weight whatsoever. To her surprise, he still resided in the capital. Since Emperor Xianzong ascended the throne, princes were required to leave the capital for their fiefdoms shortly after their marriages, returning only by imperial decree. Prince Rong was the 13th son of Emperor Xianzong, the younger brother of the late emperor and the uncle of Lu Xingjian. Years ago, Prince Rong Lu Yaoting was set to depart for his fief, with a considerable entourage and supplies already on their way by boat. However, just before his departure, the princess discovered she was with child, necessitating a postponement of their journey and rendering her an exception among all the princes. His profound affection for the princess accentuated the absurdity of his once grand declarations of love. At that time, she was too young to find any means to move the heart of someone significantly her senior, other than offering her genuine feelings. Consequently, her efforts to gain his favor consumed much of her spirit, and the process of healing from her emotional wounds took considerable time. The Empress Dowager kindly beckoned Lu Xingjian forward, affectionately patting his head and smiling, inquiring about the health of the princess. Lu Yaoting's expression was subdued as he merely replied, "There is no significant issue. Please do not worry, Mother Empress." Empress Zhang flattered. Next month marks the end of the late emperor's 27 months of mourning. It will be fitting for the palace to welcome a few more young princes to honor the empress. The Empress Dowager smiled at Lu Xingjian, affirming, "Indeed, it is time to add a few new faces to the emperor's harem." Lu Xingjian, with gentle respect, acknowledged, "Grandson will remember grandmother's teachings." His gaze discreetly shifted towards Su Wanwan, who sat quietly and obediently, her attention fixed on Prince Lu Yaoting, lost in thought. A flicker of coldness passed through Lu Xingjian's eyes. Xia Shui noticed the change in his demeanor, her smile faltering. What troubled her further was the realization that Lu Xingjian's attire mirrored Su Wanwan's, both clad in dark hues, though their patterns differed, in a sea of opulent garments. This similarity stood out starkly. Meanwhile, she, the empress, donned a deep blue ceremonial robe, feeling out of place. A shiver ran through her. Lu Xingjian was known for his disinterest in women. He had not even entered the bridal chamber during their wedding. For the past year, he had claimed to be in mourning for the late emperor, never favoring any woman. Why then, at this moment, did he seem to align with the Empress Dowager in discussing the addition of new members to the harem? Was he contemplating bringing Su Wanwan into the palace? No, she would not allow Su Wanwan any opportunity to vie for her favor. Clenching the handkerchief in her grasp, she forced a smile, speaking of adding new members. Did Mother Empress not mention that the princess is in poor health and suggested a concubine for Prince Rome? I wonder if a suitable candidate has been chosen. Empress Dowager Zhang smiled meaningfully, remarking on the fortuitous coincidence. Not long ago, the Princess of Rome had presented a memorial to me, requesting that Su Wanwan be betrothed to the Prince of Rome as a concubine. Little did I expect this to coincide with the proposal from the Duke of An's household. The Empress Dowager seemed somewhat taken aback, her expression darkening. Is that so? Yaoting, what is your perspective on this matter? After all, the Princess of Rome is considered her daughter-in-law. To seek out the Empress Dowager Zhang instead of her biological mother is indeed an affront to her authority. Prince Lu Yaoting bowed respectfully, his demeanor grave and serious. Sister Wanwan and I grew up together as childhood friends. If I could welcome her into my household, it would be a tremendous blessing for me. I hope Mother Empress will grant this wish. The term childhood friend struck Lu Xingjian's ears with sharp irony. He clenched his fists in silence. What sort of childhood friends were they? Lu Yaoting had merely taken advantage of the time when he was preoccupied, lingering around her for 3 years. He had shamelessly tarnished her reputation. The Empress Dowager remained silent. Empress Dowager Zhang remarked, "You have been close since childhood, which indeed makes for a fine match. Mother, please consent to the union between the prince and the Princess of Rome. Su Wanwan, being a widow, will be fortunate to marry the Prince of Rome as a concubine." It was Prince Lu Yaoting who rescued Su Wanwan from the fire at Jinling Palace all those years ago. Chapter 29. The self-imposed loss of the chance to enter the palace as a consort subsequently, the two maintained an excellent relationship. In his pursuit of marrying Su Wanwan, Lu Yaoting defied the wishes of the Zhou family on multiple occasions, enduring punishments that saw him kneeling in the frigid snow for 3 days and nights, ultimately falling gravely ill. Yet, he was still compelled to wed another. Su Wanwan wept inconsolably, becoming the subject of ridicule within the palace. Whispers circulated that she had forsaken her dignity and grace as a young woman in her quest to become a princess. Seeing that the situation was all but sealed, Xia Shui felt a sense of relief, unable to resist glancing at Lu Xingjian's expression. She recalled a lantern festival in the first month of the lunar year when Lu Xingjian, then the Crown Prince, had escorted her out of the palace to view the lanterns at the behest of the Empress. Unlike her anticipation of the festivities, Lu Xingjian seemed more interested in meandering through the streets. She hurried to keep pace behind him, breathless and nearly stumbling, her meticulously styled hair falling out of place. Eventually, amidst the flickering lights, she spotted the Wanwan, Lu Yaoting, and Su Wanwan engaged in lively banter beneath the lanterns, solving riddles together. At 14, Su Wanwan was already tall for a girl, holding a rabbit-shaped lantern. Yet, beside the tall and handsome Lu Yaoting, she appeared delicate and demure. Tilting her head to call out sweetly, "Yaoting Gidge, I want that lantern too." Their laughter was carefree, a genuine expression of joy that seemed to fill their eyes with stars. Lu Yaoting leaned down to whisper something in her ear. It took a moment for Su Wanwan to comprehend, her face flushing with embarrassment as she playfully punched him in frustration. He embraced her, apologizing and coaxing her as if they were lovers playfully teasing one another, saturating the air with a sweetness that was palpable. At that time, Lu Xingjian was merely a 15-year-old youth, handsome yet still youthful compared to the 4 years his elder counterpart, Lu Yaoting. He observed silently for a while, before a faint smile graced his lips, his tone nonchalant. "Uncle San truly has feelings for Wanwan. What a pity that the Empress Dowager has already chosen a bride for you." Lu Yaoting's smile gradually faltered, and after a prolonged silence, he declared, "I will plead with the Empress Dowager. I will marry no one but Wanwan." She stood behind Lu Xingjian, catching sight of his hand, which had crushed the jade ring he held. In the end, Lu Yaoting married Lu, the daughter of the commander of the Dongxing troops. The Roan Wangfei hailed from a military family, known for her fiery temperament and jealousy. It was said that the Roan Wangfu had not even a single warm bed attendant in recent years. As Su Wanwan became a secondary consort in the Roan Wangfu, she would inevitably find herself at odds with the Roan Wangfei, likely leading to a life devoid of comfort. After a few years, as her beauty faded, should the Roan Wang lose interest in her, it seemed her life would meander aimlessly. Lu Xingjian pursed his lips slightly, his cold gaze resting on Su Wanwan. She parted her pink lips in surprise, looking at Lu Yaoting without casting a glance at Lu Xingjian. The latter could not help but recall how she had looked in his arms the previous night, her lips slightly parted, her face adorned with an alluring blush. A shadow of melancholy flickered in his eyes as he spoke with clarity. This matter must also consider Su's own opinion, lest we disturb the Empress Dowager's peace in the afterlife. He emphasized the last few words, causing the faces of those present to grow solemn. The warning was unmistakably evident. Who could forget that it was the Zhou family who mercilessly tore apart the love between Lu Yaoting and Su Wanwan back in the day? Now, resurrecting the Zhou family from the ashes, they waved the banner of filial piety, positioning themselves on a moral high ground. Anyone daring to allow Su Wanwan to wed Lu Yaoting would be deemed to be defying the Zhou family, a blatant act of ingratitude. Empress Dowager Wang turned her gaze to Su Wanwan. "What do you think, Wanwan?" Su Wanwan, having regained her composure, replied with a tone both respectful and calm. "In response to our esteemed ancestor, the Su family has a family code forbidding its daughters from becoming concubines, as such a role would only betray the good intentions of the prince and his consort." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Lu Yaoting furrowed his brow, disbelief etched across his handsome features. "Wanwan, your acceptance into the household is not solely the wish of the prince's consort, but also my own. Please consider your decision carefully, without hesitation." Su Wanwan inclined her head slightly. "I'm deeply grateful for your esteemed affection, my lord. But as a daughter of the Su family, I cannot contravene our ancestral teachings. I hope for your understanding." Lu Yaoting appeared struck, his expression darkening, and he was about to speak when the 3-year-old Lu Xingzi, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, began to cry for outdoor play. Exasperated by the persistent distraction, Lu Yaoting took his son by the hand and exited. As Su Wanwan watched the duo depart, her gaze inadvertently met the icy eyes of Lu Xingjian. She lowered her eyes, focusing on her nose, her heart seemingly detached from the unfolding events. The tension in the room was palpable, and Empress Dowager Zhang's countenance darkened considerably. Su Wanwan's actions were a blatant affront to her. Surprisingly, Xia Shui appeared somewhat pleased. Su Wanwan's refusal of the prince was not based on any compelling rationale, but rather on the familial prohibition against becoming a concubine, effectively severing her own chances of ascending to the role of a consort. The emperor's displeasure was evident, as he had clearly entertained thoughts of including her in the imperial harem. Nonetheless, if Su Wanwan remained unmarried, she would inevitably become a source of trouble. With a calculating glint in her eyes, Xia Shui seized the moment. Madame Su, since you refuse to become a concubine, what the proposal from the Duke of Ngua? Isn't it true that the second son has yet to marry? Should Su Wanwan wed into the Duke of Ngua's household, Lu Xingjian, regardless of his lingering affections, would have to relinquish them. Otherwise, it would result in enmity with the Duke's family, a clear act of self-sabotage. Recognizing Xia Shui's ulterior motives, Su Wanwan responded with grace and humility. I am profoundly grateful for the kindness of the Duchess of Ngua and the young master, and I would not dare to defy their intentions. Their declaration today serves as a reassurance for me. The Duke of Ngua's household, as a sanctuary, was unparalleled. As for the grievances with the Xia family, they could be set aside for the time being to be addressed in due course. This arrangement was certainly preferable to becoming a consort and enduring the torment of Empress Xia. Empress Dowager Zhang's expression softened significantly, and she smiled at the Empress Dowager. Since both parties are in agreement, Mother, you should acquiesce to their wishes and grant them a marriage, thus bestowing them with honor. The Empress Dowager regarded Lu Xingjian, her expression momentarily pensive, and hesitantly inquired, what does the emperor believe? The atmosphere within the hall was eerily silent. Lu Xingjian, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze on Su Wanwan for quite some time before finally allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Congratulations, he uttered, yet the coldness in his elongated eyes betrayed a chilling undertone. Those two seemingly light words bore a heavy sense of oppression for Su Wanwan, as if laced with sarcasm. After all, just the night prior, they had shared an intimate moment. She had never intended to accept Gu Ziyu's courtship, but a series of events today had stirred unease within her heart. If she did not resolve the matter of marriage soon, the tangled relationship between her and Lu Xingjian might become increasingly complicated. There were also those who sought to harm her lurking in the shadows, specifically the maternal family of Empress Xia, whom Lu Xingjian held dear. How many traps had the Empress Dowager and Empress Xia set for her during today's birthday celebration? If she continued to entangle herself with him, the threats might escalate, becoming relentless and even more severe. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Thus, finding a new protector had become an urgent necessity. Moreover, why should she settle for being a mere mistress or concubine when she could marry and assume the honorable position of a legitimate wife? Consequently, neither Lu Xingjian nor Prince Rong, Lu Yaoding, would be suitable candidates for her remarriage. In this light, Gu Ziyu appeared to be the lifeline she could not afford to overlook. She had anticipated Lu Xingjian would obstruct her path, yet she was taken aback by his willingness to acquiesce. The Empress Dowager smiled and nodded, considering it a fortuitous event that reflected well on the royal family's dignity. As the emperor was willing to support their union, Lu Xingjian narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone dripping with irony. At grandmother's birthday banquet, is it appropriate to slap the face of the 13th uncle? Is there still any royal dignity left? Chapter 30, silently observing the poignant scene between the emperor and empress. The smile on Empress Dowager Zhang's face froze. This was the consequence of rejecting the marriage proposal. Lu Xingjian merely cast his gaze downward, exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be approached. Xia Shui glanced at him, her eyes slightly reddening. Since entering the grand hall, he had not once directed his attention towards her, as if she were merely a decorative object. I am your legally wedded wife, the empress of this realm. Your Majesty, I must preside over the palace banquet. Might you accompany me? Lu Xingjian responded absently. Xia Shui's spirits lifted immediately. With the emperor's support, she felt considerably more confident. After all, Xia Shui was still young and of humble origin. This was her first time hosting such a high-profile banquet, and she could easily falter before the seasoned noblewomen. Her eyes glistened with tears as she looked up at Lu Xingjian, her heart touched. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. Let us proceed." Finally, Lu Xingjian turned his gaze towards Xia Shui, offering her a gentle smile. "You have worked hard, Empress." With affectionate eyes, Xia Shui responded, "It is my duty. I do not feel it as labor." The Empress Dowager chuckled warmly at Empress Dowager Zhang, teasing, "It won't be long before the harem welcomes a prince." Xia Shui blushed deeper as she departed with Lu Xingjian. As they reached the threshold of the grand hall, Lu Xingjian turned back, kindly steadying her arm, ensuring she would not stumble. Su Wanwan silently observed this intimate exchange between the emperor and empress, her heart remaining undisturbed. You see, finding new love and severing old ties is not a formidable undertaking. Even after their intimate entanglement the previous night, it did not hinder his tenderness towards Xia Shui today. Before long, Empress Dowager Zhang and the Empress Dowager departed to attend a birthday banquet. Su Wanwan, nursing her injured leg, found herself with some respite, remaining in Ning Shou Palace to dine alone. After her meal, she rested briefly while the physician tended to her leg. As dusk approached, the Empress Dowager had yet to return. Su Wanwan expressed her desire to leave the palace. The palace maid stationed in Ning Shou Palace replied, "Today is a rare occasion of festivity. The civil and military officials are hosting a banquet at the Meridian Gate, and all the noblewomen are present. There will be fireworks tonight. Lady Su, please do not rush." Thus, Su Wanwan had no choice but to patiently await her departure. She was no longer afraid of Lu Xingjian forcibly keeping her in the palace. A man of his pride would not bother with her after clearly hearing her consent to marry Gu Ziyu today. As night fell, two sturdy maids wheeled Su Wanwan's chair near the Meridian Gate. The best vantage point for the evening's fireworks was atop the city tower at the Meridian Gate, allowing her to enjoy the spectacle before returning home. On the tower, Chief Steward Li approached Lu Xingjian, quietly inquiring, "Lady Su wishes to leave the palace. What are your thoughts, Your Majesty?" Lu Xingjian's expression remained calm as he replied softly, "Let her be." Upon hearing she could leave the palace, Su Wanwan quietly exhaled in relief and exited through the right side gate. A carriage awaited outside the palace, where Gu Ziyu stood idly beside it, seemingly unaware of how long he had been waiting. Upon seeing the wheelchair, he swiftly rushed over, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy and excitement. However, upon noticing the splint peeking from beneath Su Wanwan's skirt, his expression shifted to one of poignant concern and guilt. "Sister Wanwan, I should not have left you alone that day. I never anticipated your injuries would be so severe." Gu Ziyu took hold of the wheelchair and began to push it, his tone laden with solemnity. "I shall ensure you are never placed in such perilous circumstances again." Su Wanwan paused momentarily, offering a gentle smile in acknowledgement. "How is your father? Is he in good health?" "He's fine," Gu Ziyu replied succinctly, his smile bright. The Chancellor of the Rome Wangfu happened to encounter him and insisted on sharing a few drinks. My father, being cautious by nature, took the opportunity to take leave and recuperate at home, avoiding any potential trouble. His words carried a weight of significance. The Duke of Anghua held military power, and the Chancellor's discreet ties with the Duke's heir could indeed heighten tensions. The Duke's illustrious reputation, sustained for decades, was inextricably linked to their family's prudent traditions. At that moment, fireworks illuminated the night sky, transforming it into a dazzling spectacle. Everyone looked up in awe at the brilliant display. Lu Xingjian cast his gaze down at the occupant of the wheelchair, his handsome visage appearing particularly frosty against the backdrop of the fireworks. Su Wanwan, sensing something, glanced back at the city tower but could see nothing due to the distance. Gu Ziyu escorted her to the entrance of the Wei Guogong residence, his expression slightly dimmed. "Sister Wanwan, will you still return to the Su family?" "As I remain the Su family's daughter-in-law, I must return here," she replied, pausing before adding, "I plan to establish several silk and jade shops in the capital. I may require your assistance." Given the Duke of Anghua's esteemed position among the noble families, her enterprises should thrive with their support. Gu Ziyu's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he gazed at her, yearning to assist without reserve. He lowered his voice, a hint of shyness in his tone. Sister Wanwan, I will come to propose marriage at the earliest opportunity. Please focus on your recovery. Su Wanwan surmised he was likely aware of the situation at Ningxiu Palace and couldn't help but admire the Gu family's keen awareness of events. Her cheeks flushing as she nodded in agreement. Yin Rong and He Ying had yet to return from the Xiaoyuan, prompting Su Wanwan to instruct the two capable women to escort her back to the courtyard. As she approached the gate, she overheard a heated argument. Su Weining's youthful voice was unmistakable. This is my sister's dowry, Lady Luo. Do you intend to usurp it? Lady Luo's voice dripped with a mix of arrogance and satisfaction. What dowry? This belongs to my son, Bongrue. Unfazed, Su Weining countered, Su Bongrue is your son. But it has no connection to my sister's dowry. Lady Luo scoffed, a widow like her. Does she truly believe she can take these possessions to remarry? They should be left for my son, who will provide for her in her old age. She ought to know her place. Fury coursed through Su Weining, causing her to tremble. You truly are a heartless wretch. My sister has treated you with respect as the mother of the young master, ensuring your needs were met without any grievance. Yet you covet her dowry. Madame Luo was struck at her weak point. Her delicate face flushed crimson. How dare she claim the position of matriarch when she cannot even secure my son's title as heir? I have exhausted my efforts to curry favor with Su Pengjiu, only to find myself in this predicament, and yet she is unwilling to part with even a modest dowry? Su Wanwan spoke coolly. What? Does Madame Luo intend to take charge of my household? Madame Luo, taken aback by Su Wanwan's sudden return, momentarily displayed a flicker of joy, then composed herself and straightened her back, feigning nonchalance. Madam, the Su family will not allow you to take the dowry. It would be wiser to share some with me to foster goodwill. Su Weining hurriedly approached the wheelchair. Her eyes reddened as she scrutinized Su Wanwan. Sister, what happened? Are you all right? Su Wanwan took her hand gently, reassuring her. I am fine, merely injured. I shall recover with some time. Seeing that her sister's complexion was relatively stable, Su Weining felt relieved and continued. Sister, that Madame Luo is always fixated on your dowry. She has come and moved things several times, and I caught her red-handed just now. Madame Luo stood there, unperturbed, rolling her eyes at Su Weining, her gaze darting towards Su Wanwan. As she witnessed Madame Luo's eyelids twitching, Su Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle. If Madame Luo desires something, why not simply draft a list? Should I be able to grant it, I shall do so directly, rather than enduring this embarrassing charade. Madame Luo, flustered, hesitated to speak, ultimately crossing her arms in a huff. All these items belong to my son Bongrue. Since you are so generous, why not give them all to me? It would save you from being blackmailed by the heir and allowing others to benefit. Su Wanwan furrowed her brow, perplexed. What does the heir intend to blackmail me for? Chapter 31. Will you wait for me to marry you? Madame Luo dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Why pretend to be oblivious, my lady? The late heir had once declared that his relationship with you was entirely above reproach. Yet you tarnished the Su family's reputation by bearing an illegitimate child. And he dared not confront you, but swallowed his grievances. Now that the new heir has ascended, supported by the Xia family, he is bound to seek justice. Su Wanwan's expression shifted dramatically, and even Su Weining was taken aback, hastily retorting, Do not slander my sister's name with your baseless accusations. At that moment, Madame Luo was no longer in a hurry. She cast a glance at Su Wanwan, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I would not dare to make unfounded claims without evidence. However, I fear that someone might exploit your past indiscretions regarding your pregnancy. With that, Madame Luo departed, gracefully swaying her slender waist as she exited. Su Wanwan gripped the armrests of her wheelchair tightly, her knuckles turning white as she bowed her head in silence. Madame Luo had benefited greatly from her, and her servitude was in Su Wanwan's hands. Today's visit was not for a request, but rather to serve as a warning. Su Weining found herself engulfed in confusion, along with the maids and servants present, all of whom were in a state of panic. Trembling, Su Weining asked, Sister, what they said isn't true, is it? Only then did Su Wanwan regain her composure, offering a reassuring smile. Of course, it is not true. However, The Su family schemes to tarnish your reputation, to seize your dowry. What shall we do? Su Wanwan pinched her weary brow and simply replied, We shall worry about these matters tomorrow. I am too fatigued today and wish to rest early. After the fireworks display, Lu Xingjian made his way to the Eastern Palace. Compared to the imposing and stately Jinling Palace, he had always preferred the tranquil Jinling Palace where he had spent his childhood, as well as the Eastern Palace where he had resided for many years. Zhou Wanxiu had accompanied her great-grandmother to celebrate the birthday, but she had yet to find an opportunity to meet Lu Xingjian. Just as she was about to leave the palace, she was halted by Chief Steward Li. The emperor has had a bit too much to drink today. I must trouble Miss Zhou to deliver a restorative soup. Chief Steward Li's words were laden with meaning. Zhou Wanxiu's heart raced, unable to contain her overwhelming joy. The Zhou family had previously given many gifts to Chief Steward Li in hopes that he would assist Zhou Wanxiu. She never expected an opportunity like this to arise. Accepting the food box, Zhou Wanxiu stepped through the door in a daze, feeling as though she were in a dream. Many years ago, she had performed a similar task when she was just 14, delivering restorative soup to the then Crown Prince Lu Xingjian. Yet, she had been unable to gain entrance to the Eastern Palace's door. After much contemplation, she decided to bring Su Wanwan along, and indeed, they were welcomed inside. However, once inside, she found herself waiting for what felt like an eternity, never catching a glimpse of Lu Xingjian. Unwilling to continue waiting idly, Su Wanwan eventually left. Zhou Wanxiu remained, anxiously waiting until an attendant informed her that the Crown Prince had already retired for the night and instructed her to return. The bitterness and sense of injustice swelled within her. She wondered if she would encounter the same disheartening situation as 5 years prior. The Dongnuang Pavilion was shrouded in darkness. The air thick with an intoxicating scent wafting from a dimly lit inner chamber whose door was slightly ajar. Zhou Wanxiu's heart raced uncontrollably. After much hesitation, she summoned her courage and pushed open the door to the darkened room. Lu Xingjian sat cross-legged on the ground, his long legs propped against the wall. A wine jug hung loosely from his hand, and with his head leaning against the wall, he was utterly intoxicated, oblivious to his surroundings. The dim room contained little, but the most striking feature was a painting that adorned the wall. It depicted a graceful young woman, exuding an indescribable beauty, yet her face remained blank. The maiden wore a short crimson garment and a pleated skirt, the attire most commonly seen among the women of the palace. Zhou Wanxiu's heart was a tumult of emotions. She bitterly pondered whether the figure in the painting could possibly be herself. Indeed, it must be. The painting bore an inscription of a poem. I have someone on my mind, separated by distant lands. I have feelings that bind, entangled in deep strands. Zhou Wanxiu could not bear to read further, her heart aching with unbearable pain. This was a poem penned by the poet Bai Juyi, expressing his longing for his unattainable love, the little green plum. How could she not recognize it? The longing for distant lands was unyielding, and the depths of her heart were endlessly pondered. Cousin Xingjian, have I not also been consumed by thoughts of you every evening? She stifled her sorrow, bending to assist the inebriated man seated on the ground. He grasped her sleeve with a sudden urgency, murmuring with closed eyes, Don't marry. Zhou Wanxiu chose to sit beside him, suppressing her choked sobs. I will not marry. The drunken man, lost in his own world, struggled to open his bleary eyes, softly asking, Really? Not even a little bit? Do you not like me? Zhou Wanxiu's tears flowed freely. I have always liked you. How could she not? From a young age, her dream had been to marry him. He made a feeble attempt to touch her face, yet in his disoriented state, he merely grasped at emptiness. A bittersweet smile graced his lips, tinged with an indescribable sadness. Really? Wait for me to marry you, all right? Zhou Wanxiu could no longer contain herself. She threw herself into his embrace, weeping. All right, I have always been waiting for you. Lu Xingjian tenderly caressed her hair, his actions cautious as if handling a precious treasure, and in a hushed voice, he implored, Do not deceive me. Zhou Wanxiu paused, her voice trembling. I will not deceive you. He leaned down, intending to kiss her hair, but suddenly halted, his nostrils flaring slightly. In the next moment, he forcefully pushed her away, his expression darkening, his voice laced with accusation. Who are you? Zhou Wanxiu fell to the ground. Struggling to rise, her face streaked with tears. "Cousin Xingjian, it's me. Who else could it be?" Lu Xingjian steadied himself against the wall, gradually rising, his steps unsteady. After rubbing his temples, he commanded leave. Zhou Wanxiu picked up the wine jug from the floor and took several large gulps, coughing violently before summoning the courage to shout at him. "If you like her, why don't you marry her? You stand by, watching her marry another, and yet you feign such deep affection." They both refrained from uttering her name. Lu Xingjian halted, the alcohol's effects dissipating significantly. He suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Like her?" That her stretched out particularly long, as if Zhou Wanxiu had just shared some grand jest. Having spoken, he seized the wine flask from her hands and hurled it violently against the wall opposite. Shards of porcelain scattered like stars, and the liquid splashed about, permeating the air with a rich aroma of wine. Zhou Wanxiu gasped in fright, instinctively cradling her head to shield herself from the flying fragments. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Lu Xingjian languidly sinking back to the ground, his head bowed, exuding an air of disheveled despondency. An inexplicable pain twisted within her heart. Accustomed to his lofty demeanor, poised elegance, and aloof indifference, she had never witnessed him in such a state. It felt as though he had plummeted from grace. "Cousin Xingjian, I merely wish to be by your side. Would it please you to like me?" Zhou Wanxiu implored humbly. At last, Lu Xingjian lifted his gaze to meet hers, a flicker of pity and compassion surfacing in his crimson eyes, followed by a self-deprecating smile. After a prolonged silence, he finally rose unsteadily and ambled outside, letting out a solitary sigh of desolation. Return. Upon entering the grand hall, Lu Xingjian abruptly overturned the tea brought by a young servant, coldly commanding, "No women are permitted to enter here henceforth." The following morning, during breakfast, Steward Li reported on the situation, mentioning that the Duke in Guo's household was seeking the Earl of England to act as a matchmaker. The Earl, held in high esteem, occupied a revered position among the nobility. When the late emperor appointed the queen, it was the Earl who served as the envoy of honor. The Duke in Guo's household was also in contact with the Astronomical Bureau, attempting to pave the way for a favorable match. Steward Li refrained from naming the individuals involved, yet everyone was acutely aware that they referred to Su Wanwan and Gu Ziyu. Lu Xingjian's hand, which had been poised to grasp his chopsticks, hesitated slightly, his expression growing somewhat detached. After a prolonged silence, he acknowledged the thoroughness of the Duke and Guo's considerations. With the authoritative prophecy from the Astronomical Bureau, Su Wanwan's reputation for bringing misfortune to her husband would inevitably dissipate, benefiting her future social interactions. To be fair, the Gu family indeed represented a commendable match. He set down his chopsticks and softly inquired, "How is her injury?" Steward Li paused, catching the cold glance Lu Xingjian directed at him, and quickly responded, "It remains unclear. There has been no word from the Wei Gui Duke's residence." Lu Xingjian, utterly devoid of appetite, replied languidly, "Send the imperial physician to check on her. Arrange for someone capable at the Astronomical Bureau to produce a favorable match." Chapter 32. It seems the emperor has decided to relinquish his interest in Miss Su. Henceforth her affairs need not be reported. He no longer wishes to hear of her impending union with Gu Ziyu. Steward Li's eyes flickered momentarily before he respectfully acquiesced. The emperor's intent is clear. He wishes to let go of Miss Su. It is indeed surprising that she has chosen Gu Ziyu. A fruit that is forcefully picked is seldom sweet. Nonetheless, this may prove beneficial. With the late emperor's mourning period nearing its conclusion, the imperial harem is likely to grow increasingly tumultuous. As Su Wanwan and Su Weining were enjoying their breakfast, a sudden commotion erupted in the courtyard. The new heir of the Wei Duke, Su Pengju, stormed into the room, his demeanor fierce and accusatory. "Su Wanwan, how dare you bully someone under my protection?" Su Wanwan regarded the weeping concubine Luo, cradled in Su Pengju's arms, and replied coolly, "Concubine Luo was the concubine of my late husband, Peng'an. The contract remains in my possession. When did she become your relative?" Su Pengju gritted his teeth. "Then why haven't you surrendered the contract? Do not presume that I will tolerate your insolence. You unchaste harlot. I shall expose your debauchery to the world." and then let us see which noble family would dare to marry you. Su Wanwan curled her fingers, delicately dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, and responded languidly, Su, heir, by tarnishing my reputation, you equally jeopardize the standing of the Wei Duke's household. A victory that costs you dearly. Are you truly prepared for this? Su Pingju scrutinized her demeanor with a cold gaze, sneering, if you are so concerned about your reputation, then hand over both the contract and your dowry. The Wei Duke's household will not impede your remarriage. She finally lifted her gaze to meet his, her expression serene. And what if I refuse? Su Pengju's anger flared, his forehead veins bulging as he pointed a finger at her. Su Wanwan, you are courting death. Su Wanwan remained calm, determined to see how Su Pengju could besmirch her name. His composure faltered under her steady gaze, and ultimately he stormed out, declaring, we shall see. You won't shed tears until you face the coffin. Concubine Luo glanced at Su Wanwan, then quietly sighed in relief before trailing after Su Pingju. Su Wanwan sat at the table in silence for a considerable time. Su Wanwan grasped her hand firmly. Sister, I stand by you. You are not that kind of person. Su Wanwan paused, reflecting. Had concubine Luo not caused such a stir yesterday, I might have faltered when confronted directly, revealing a weakness. After an entire night of mental fortitude, she felt prepared to face the trials ahead with composure. Unless confronted directly by Lu Xingjian, she could adeptly navigate any challenge. However, given that the Su family sought her dowry, she needed to prepare thoroughly. Since she had previously intended to depart from the Su family, many of her newly established shops and enterprises were not in her name, and a significant portion of her dowry had been transferred through sales. Even if the Su family sought to consume her dowry, they would only manage to seize a fraction that remained untransferred. Later, Yinrong and Haiying, the servants who remained at Xieyuan, returned, and Su Wanwan generously bestowed upon the two capable women a wealth of gold, silver, and fine fabrics, expressing her gratitude for their care over the past few days. Su Wanwan awaited the Su family's next move with bated breath. 3 days later, Han Xiaofan finally came to see her. With a gentle smile, she said, the Nguo Duke's residence has sent a matchmaker to inquire about you, Wanwan. As mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, it is only natural for me to wish you well. However, you must understand that the Wei Guo Duke's household is financially strained, with most of the court's stipends being little more than worthless paper currency, insufficient for our expenses. Since ancient times, women who remarry have their dowries and family assets remain with their former husband's family. Your dowry, both in theory and in sentiment, should stay with the Wei Guo Duke's residence. Su Wanwan gazed at her for a long moment before lowering her eyes and responding softly, Mother, does the law of De Liang stipulate that a remarried woman's dowry belongs to her former husband's family? Han Xiaofan's smile faltered, and after a prolonged silence, she pouted and replied, while the laws of our current dynasty do not specify such, the laws of the former Yuan dynasty did clearly state it. With a calm demeanor, Su Wanwan remarked, the Yuan royal family has been driven back to the grasslands for over a century. The first Duke of Wei contributed greatly to that endeavor. Mother, are you truly intending to invoke Yuan law to claim your daughter-in-law's dowry? If Emperor Taizu were to learn that his blood and sweat built this empire only for someone to invoke the laws of a previous dynasty, would the coffin lid still keep its place? Han Xiaofan's expression shifted dramatically, her chest heaving with suppressed anger as she finally spat out, what a sharp tongue you possess. I cannot best you, the granddaughter of the Prime Minister, but if you think to defy your mother-in-law simply because of your noble birth, do not expect a good reputation to follow. In a fit of rage, Han Xiaofan stormed off. Su Wanwan took a deep breath, sensing the true intentions of the Su family. They wished to compel her to relinquish her dowry for a remarriage while avoiding any scandal that might tarnish the reputation of the Wei Guo Duke's household. For at present, the Wei Guo Duke's residence had little left beyond a hollow title. Su Wanwan summoned Yinrong and instructed, go and inquire about the preparations for the heir's betrothal gifts. Yinrong complied and returned with a peculiar expression, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. The Duke of Qingyang's household demands that the betrothal gifts surpass those of the Shaning Marquis' estate. At this moment, the heir is throwing a tantrum in the front courtyard, and it is said that the entire household has scrambled together barely a third of what is needed. He indignantly exclaimed, to seize the widow's dowry to enhance his own face in marriage. I have never seen a brother-in-law so brazen. Su Wanwan lowered her gaze and instructed someone to retrieve the list of betrothal gifts Su Pengyan had originally offered her. She meticulously organized the items that had eventually become her dowry. This task consumed 3 days of her time. She did not mind contributing a portion of her funds to assist the Wei Guiduc's household. However, being coerced into surrendering her dowry and willingly offering it were two entirely different matters. Had the Su family approached her with kindness to discuss the issue, she would have generously provided that portion of the betrothal gifts. But now, it would be unwise to yield easily, lest the Su family perceive her as weak and take advantage of her, leading to a tiresome cycle of such demands. Meanwhile, news of Su Wanwan organizing her dowry reached Su Qingbi, the Wei Guiduc. After much contemplation, he begrudgingly decided to summon Su Wanwan. She arrived in the front courtyard in her wheelchair. Su Qingbi wore a grave expression, uncertain of how to begin. He hesitated to ask his daughter-in-law for a dowry, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment. However, Han Xiufan and Su Pengyu arrived upon hearing the news. Han Xiufan smiled warmly, taking Su Wanwan's hand and inquiring, "Dear daughter-in-law, have you come to offer the dowry, knowing the family's predicament?" This remark was too brazen, and Su Pengyu immediately felt his dignity slip away. He cleared his throat and complained, "Mother, why are you prattling on with her? Since she married into the Su family, she has not brought us the slightest benefit. Instead, we have endured lawsuits, and it is only just that the dowry be used to support the household." Su Qingbi scolded sharply, "Silence." Yet, Su Pengyu grew only more emboldened. "I spoke no falsehood. Last year, the censor who accused our Su family of usurping farmland and causing a death, the illustrious Zhu Daiyou, is none other than Su Jian's prized disciple. I had hoped that marrying the granddaughter of the prime minister would leverage the Su family's connections, but instead, it has backfired, making this union hardly worthwhile." Su Wanwan replied calmly, "My grandfather, Su Jian, was a man of integrity, known for his unwavering righteousness and absence of partisanship. To attempt to profit from the Su family's connections was indeed a grave miscalculation." Su Pengyu's fury flared. "If my elder brother were still alive, I would have him divorce you, wretched woman." Just as the words left his lips, the steward rushed in urgently, "Your Grace, the second master of the Su family has come to pay a visit." Su Qingbi's expression shifted, and he furrowed his brow at Su Wanwan, taking a moment to regain his composure before saying, "Please invite him in." Chapter 33. Who is the adulterer? Master Su Nanshu, the father of Su Wanwan, is a highly esteemed scholar, having achieved the rank of a 5th-grade civil official and serving as the deputy director of the Ministry of War. Despite his modest title, he wielded considerable influence. However, following the forced resignation of Su Jian last year, Su Nanshu also chose to retire to his hometown. Su Wanwan was taken aback. She had sent a letter to the Su family requesting someone to fetch Su Weiniang. Yet unexpectedly, her father had come to the capital. In March of this year, the court had just branded her grandfather and others as traitors, and the Su family was under intense scrutiny. It would have seemed prudent for her father to remain in their hometown, avoiding the spotlight. So why had he come to the capital? Before long, a refined gentleman in his 40s entered the room. His narrow, bright eyes glimmered with a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing through the hearts of men. Dressed in a simple blue robe, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a recluse. Yet, the bloodstone seal hanging from his waist was impossible to overlook. This exquisite stone, entirely devoid of impurities, was a rare tribute, and the dragon and tiger pattern of the seal was a design reserved solely for the royal family. Ordinary subjects would never dare to don such an audacious emblem, unless granted by the emperor himself. This middle-aged man was indeed Su Nanshu. He clasped his hands and addressed Su Qingbi. "Brother Huizu, has my daughter committed some heinous act in your esteemed household that she is being vilified?" Huizu is the courtesy name of Su Qingbi. Su Qingbi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Brother Chang'an, you exaggerate. Please take a seat and enjoy some tea." Su Nanshu made no haste to sit. Instead, he lightly brushed the sleeves of his robe and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a sense of determination. Su Qingbi quickly offered his apologies, explaining that his son, Pengju, had acted thoughtlessly and offended Wanwan, and he implored Chang'an to be forgiving. Su Pengju's face momentarily reflected embarrassment, but it swiftly transformed into arrogance. He was about to become the brother-in-law of the reigning emperor, a position of unparalleled prestige, and he looked down upon Su Nanshu, a retired official. You, from a Su family, have failed in your upbringing, producing a woman of ill repute who dares to be impudent in the residence of the Duke of Wei. Upon hearing this, both Su Qingbi and Han Xiufan's expressions darkened. Su Qingbi hastily gestured to Su Pengju and, with a forced smile, addressed Su Nanshu. My son spoke indiscreetly while intoxicated. I hope you can forgive him, esteemed father-in-law. Su Nanshu's countenance gradually grew colder. He cast a glance at Su Wanwan, who remained calm, with only a hint of redness around her eyes, clearly accustomed to such accusations. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with conviction. Young Master Su, are you implying that my daughter, Su Wanwan, has been unfaithful and committed adultery? Su Pengju snorted disdainfully. Su Nanshu, unfazed, continued, Then I ask you, young Master Su, to specify who my daughter has purportedly committed this act with, when, and where. Who is the adulterer? Are there any witnesses or evidence? Su Pengju faltered momentarily before finally retorting, Of course, there is material evidence. As for witnesses, my elder brother has passed away, so there are naturally no witnesses. The implication was that Su Penggan had allegedly witnessed Su Wanwan in the act of infidelity. Su Pengju denied this, asserting, My brother and Su Wanwan only spent one night together. What are the odds of such an occurrence? Su Wanwan's pregnancy years ago must have been shrouded in mystery. As for the identity of the seducer, he sneered twice, and it was easily deduced. Su Nan, calm as if attending to official matters, requested Su Shitzi to clarify who the seducer was. Su Pengju, with a righteous demeanor, cast a disdainful glance at Su Wanwan. Her hands, resting on the wheelchair, tightened around the armrests, her fingertips turning slightly pale, her entire form tense. Su Nan, following Su Pengju's gaze, observed her every movement. A flicker of pride and mockery flashed in Su Pengju's eyes. It was undoubtedly Gu Ziyu, who had openly proposed to marry her. Standing beside Su Wanwan, Yin Rong's expression momentarily shifted in a peculiar manner, a detail keenly noted by the perceptive Su Nan. When he turned his gaze back to Su Wanwan, he found her hands had released the armrests, gently resting on her lap. Su Nan's expression turned serious, asserting that it would be necessary for Duke Wei to send someone to summon Gu Ziyu for a confrontation. Su Pengju grew anxious, hastily rejecting the idea. How could such a sordid scandal be brought before outsiders for confrontation? Su Nan's countenance finally darkened. You accuse Gu Ziyu of illicit relations with Wanwan, but hesitate to allow the parties involved to confront each other. What is your true intention? He paused, his tone chilling. Could it be that your allegations of infidelity are mere fabrications? Su Pengju's gaze flickered. Knowing he could not retreat at this juncture, he proclaimed defiantly, I possess tangible evidence. How could it be a fabrication? Su Nan stood his ground, his brows furrowing. Then why do you fear allowing Gu Ziyu to confront this matter? Have a Su family's lineage been extinguished, leaving their daughter at the mercy of your bullying? The atmosphere grew tense, charged with hostility. This was no longer a matter that could be resolved within the Duke Wei's household. Su Qingbi, caught in a dilemma, displayed an uncomfortable expression, struggling to find words. Ultimately opting for a conciliatory approach, instructing the steward to invite someone from the Nguogong's residence. He buried his ambitions regarding Su Wanwan's dowry deep within. If Su Nan were to learn of this matter now, it might escalate into an even greater uproar. Gu Ziyu arrived swiftly, still clad in his guard's attire, bewildered upon entering the hall. His face flushed upon seeing Su Nan, displaying a mixture of excitement and shyness as he awkwardly performed his greeting. His demeanor was not as bold and confident as before, now appearing somewhat reserved. He was in the midst of making arrangements to propose to the Su family in Luoyang when he discovered that his future father-in-law had already arrived in the capital. Su Nan stroked his beard, scrutinizing him, and asked blandly, Young Master Gu, Su Shixi claims that you have engaged in an affair with my daughter Wanwan, resulting in her unexpected pregnancy. Do you acknowledge this? Gu Ziyu's eyes widened in astonishment, and moments later, filled with indignation, he stepped forward, seizing Su Pengju's collar and raising his fist to strike his face. How dare you slander Sister Wanwan? I will ensure you can no longer survive in the capital. Su Pengju, whose looks were rather charming but whose martial skills were lackluster, only displaying flashy but ineffective moves, found himself utterly defenseless before Gu Ziyu, who had passed rigorous tests to become a palace guard. He was left battered and bruised, crying out for help, his arms limp at his sides. Su Pengju was pinned to the ground, unable to move, wailing in despair. Gu Ziyu, I am the betrothed son-in-law of the Duke of Qingyang, the future relative of the current emperor. Just you wait. Gu Ziyu's fist, raised in the air, hesitated for a moment, his eyes turning crimson, veins protruding from his forehead, as he exerted more force to bring it down. Su Nin quietly observed Su Pengju, who had swollen to the size of a pig's head, and felt that the beating had been sufficient. Finally, he spoke up to intervene. Young Master Gu, since Su Shixi dares to accuse you of an affair with Wanwan, he must have evidence. Let him clarify his claims. As Gu Ziyu's fist descended towards Su Pengju's head, the latter, terrified, shut his eyes, regretting his defiance that had provoked this nobleman into a frenzy. Even if he were to be beaten to death, would the emperor really demand Gu Ziyu's life in return? It was highly likely that he would merely offer a few nonchalant reprimands. Su Qingbi rushed forward to save his son, but it was too late. The force behind this punch was immense. It could very well result in a fatal blow. Han Xiaofan widened her eyes, a flicker of excitement flashing through her mind. If Su Pengju were to be killed, the title of heir would fall to her grandson, Bong Rue. Gu Ziyu, go for it. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Su Pengju, trembling in fear, opened his eyes, turning his head to see the bluestone tiles beside his ear shattered into pieces. Had that fist struck his skull, it would surely have resulted in a catastrophic outcome. Su Wanwan noticed that Gu Ziyu's hand was bleeding and quickly instructed Yenrong to fetch her handkerchief to help bandage him. Su Pengju, terrified, scrambled to hide behind Su Qingbi, his voice quivering as he cried out, "Father, look, they are so brazen in front of so many people. Who knows how many vile deeds they have committed behind the scenes." Chapter 34, it seems that the child within you bears the surname Gu. Gu Ziyu had already regained his composure from his earlier fury, methodically wiping the blood from his hands and casting a cold glance at Su Pengju. You had better present irrefutable evidence. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Su Nin concurred, saying, Su Shixi, since you insist they are committing adultery and claim to have witnesses and evidence, please present them so we may resolve this matter face to face. Su Pengju, now compelled to act, could only summon the witnesses and evidence. Han Xiaofan relaxed her tense body, subtly leaning back against the chair, discreetly observing everyone in the room. Let the dogs fight. The more ferocious, the better. Su Wanwan's reputation is in tatters, and her dowry must remain with the Duke of Wei's household. Su Pengju had gravely offended Gu Ziyu and the Nguagong's estate today. He would not be able to flaunt his authority for long. The one who would ultimately prevail would be Han Xiaofan and her little grandson, Su Bongrue. The witness brought forth was Deng Zhong, a clever young man in his 20s and a loyal attendant of Su Pengyan. He knelt upright on the ground, holding a letter and an old handkerchief, tears streaming down his face as he implored, I beseech the Duke to seek justice for our young master and avenge his wrongs. Since Su Pengju ascended to the title of Shixi, Su Pengyan had been referred to as the young master, a notion that made Deng Zhong feel a pang of injustice. Our young master's death was utterly in vain. He dedicated years to study for the sake of revitalizing the family, only to lose his life on the battlefield. Su Qingbi, his eyes slightly reddened, maintained his composure and asked, Pray tell, what grievances and hatreds did Pengyan bear? Su Pengyan was his carefully nurtured and highly cherished eldest son, and the loss at such a tender age was profoundly painful. If Pengyan were still alive, there would be no need to confront this embarrassing situation today. Deng Zhong, with fervor, proclaimed. The young master took on the role of a guerrilla general at Dusher camp merely a month after his marriage, leading the troops to pursue the invading Tartars. on the verge of achieving great merit. It was Gu Xiaojun who obstructed him, resulting in our failure. Not only did he refuse to apologize, but he also assaulted the young master, causing him to be bedridden. In response to Deng Zhong's accusations, Gu Ziyu merely pressed his lips together, a faint smile of derision gracing his features. Su Qingbi slammed his hand on the table with force. This is outrageous. Gu, my son Pengyan bears you no enmity. You are indeed overstepping your bounds. Only then did Gu Ziyu turn his attention to Deng Zhong, his tone laced with disdain and nonchalance. Fool. Duke Wei, as someone who has led troops, you should be aware that Su Pengyan's first venture onto the battlefield was a solitary excursion into the grasslands. Was it meant for glory or for death? Do you not understand this at all? If it were not for the concern that Wanwan would become a widow so soon after her marriage, I would not have intervened to save him. Su Qingbi hesitated for a moment. Deng Zhong, agitated, exclaimed, How can you distort the truth? The enemy is not far ahead, with supplies and horses discarded along the way. How could it possibly be a death mission? Are you, Duke Wei, unaware of the stratagem inviting the enemy into the jar from the 36 stratagems, or the principle of luring with benefits from Sun Tzu's art of war? Duke Wei's expression darkened as he pondered. Gu Ziyu rolled her eyes, muttering to herself, her voice loud enough for everyone present to hear. After all, this is a family of military generals with a legacy spanning a century. Yet each generation seems to be inferior to the last. Deng Zhong, flustered, hurriedly extended the letter and handkerchief in his hands. These pieces of evidence can attest to the unseemly intentions of the young General Gu. Su Qingbi, feeling humiliated by a junior's public mockery, angrily pointed at Deng Zhong. Produced the letter. Deng Zhong promptly extracted the letter, reading it aloud with clarity. To my dear wife, upon receiving this letter, Gu heir has a history with you, presenting you with a handkerchief. It seems that the child you bear shall also carry the surname Gu. Therefore, I hereby issue a divorce decree, in accordance with our previous promise, to part ways amicably. Another document was a divorce letter personally penned by Su Pengyan. Su Wanwan's complexion paled. She was unaware that Su Pengyan had written to her. They had only met 3 times, the longest being their wedding night, when they conversed throughout the night, agreeing to act as mere surface spouses and to quietly divorce a year later. After that, they had no further contact. She had once written a letter asking someone to deliver items to Su Pengyan, but had never received a reply. For this reason, she had felt relieved. It was best to have no emotional ties. It would make the divorce cleaner and more thorough. However, unexpectedly, before a year had passed, Su Pengyan had died. Although there had been no romantic feelings between them, they were still bound by marriage, and Su Pengyan had never made things difficult for her. Ultimately, she felt she owed him more. She had initially planned to nurture Su Bongrui to a slightly older age before leaving the Duke of Wei's residence, ensuring that Su Pengyan's lineage would not be extinguished. Little did she expect that the Duke's household would no longer accommodate her to such an extent. Su Qingbi's cheeks twitched in anger as he glared at Gu Ziyu. Gu heir, what else do you have to say? Gu Ziyu adjusted her posture in the chair and raised an eyebrow. Is that all? The date on the letter is June of the 21st year of Honghua. I have been stationed at the border town of Xuanfu since the 20th year of Honghua, and I have not returned to the capital without an imperial decree, having not seen Sister Wanwan for several years. May I inquire, Duke of Wei, how could Sister Wanwan's unborn child possibly bear the surname Gu? Deng Zhong's eyes darted around as he interjected. Perhaps you sneaked back to the capital for a clandestine meeting with her. Sunin could no longer contain himself. Absurd. Before Wanwan married, she lived in the palace and never left its gates. Even I, her father, have not seen her for years. How could she have a secret rendezvous with an outsider? By your logic, the heavily guarded imperial palace is akin to a marketplace, allowing military commanders free access to disrupt the inner sanctum, compromising the purity of the Empress Dowager, the Empress and the Queen. With such a heavy accusation cast, Deng Zhong dared not speak further. Su Pengjiu pointed at the handkerchief in Deng Zhong's hand, asserting, they share a past. Thus, they cannot escape culpability. While it was futile to accuse Su Wanwan and Gu Ziyu of illicit relations now, if they could firmly establish that there was an old affection, Su Wanwan would no longer be considered wronged. After a prolonged silence, Su Wanwan finally spoke. Young Master Gu, when did that old handkerchief come into your possession? Gu Ziyu's tone softened considerably as he recounted. It was the year I climbed the persimmon tree in the palace garden and fell. And Sister Wanwan lent me her handkerchief to wipe the blood from my nose. He paused for a moment, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he continued. That time, the Empress nearly took my life, and it was Sister Wanwan who saved me. Yet it ultimately led to your bettered state for half a year. Su Wanwan's complexion grew even paler as she recalled many forgotten memories. It was a month after the devastating fire at Jinling Palace, during the Saints' Day celebration of the Empress Dowager Zhou, when numerous guests arrived to pay their respects. Gu Ziyu, merely 10 years old, mischievously ventured to the northern part of the palace garden to pick persimmons, and not only did he fall, but he also incurred the wrath of Empress Zhang. The young Princess Xiui had just passed away a month prior, and the persimmons on the tree were meant for painting, a fact unbeknownst to the naive Gu Ziyu, who inadvertently destroyed them. Enraged and carrying the weight of her pregnancy, Empress Zhang unleashed her sorrow upon Gu Ziyu, ordering him to receive 100 lashes. After such punishment, how could a mere 10-year-old boy possibly survive? Su Wanwan, wise beyond her years, understood the significant influence of the Nguagong residents within the court. There was no way she could stand idly by and witness Gu Ziyu's demise. Therefore, she immediately knelt, declaring that it was she who had encouraged Gu Ziyu to pick the persimmons, and that she should share in his punishment. This act was merely a ploy to buy time and to awaken the Empress from her grief. Chapter 35. Your marriage cannot be realized. The Nguagong residence stands as the foremost family of martial nobility, while the Su family holds the esteemed position among civil officials. Both her and Gu Ziyu's familial backgrounds are not to be underestimated. Despite the madness of Empress Zhang, she must weigh the consequences of offending two powerful clans simultaneously. Yet, bereaved of her beloved daughter, the Empress has lost all semblance of reason and ordered that she be struck as well. After enduring several severe blows, she felt herself on the verge of losing consciousness, faintly perceiving the hurried silhouette of Lu Xingjian rushing towards her. At this thought, Su Wanwan could not help but shed tears. In her memory, it was the last time Lu Xingjian publicly defended her. Since that incident, Lu Xingjian no longer resided in the newly refurbished Jinling Palace, but instead chose to live alone in the East Palace. His visits to Jinling Palace diminished, while his closeness with the Emperor and Empress grew ever stronger. The bond that once allowed her and Lu Xingjian to converse openly, share literary pursuits, and indulge in playful banter had morphed into that of mere strangers. After spending half a year recuperating in bed, Lu Xingjian never once came to see her, while Prince Rong, Lu Yaoting, frequently visited Jinling Palace to pay his respects, showing her warmth and concern. To claim that she was untroubled would be disingenuous. It was rumored that not long after, the Empress suffered a miscarriage, bearing a well-formed male fetus. From that point on, Lu Xingjian gained the favor of both the Emperor and Empress, often serving at their side, and she felt a twinge of joy for him. The Empress Dowager's health continued to decline, with only a few years left to live. Gaining the affection of the Emperor and Empress would ensure a prosperous future for his heir. Subsequently, the Empress brought her niece, Xia Xiui, into the palace for upbringing, forging a closer relationship between Lu Xingjian and Xia Xiui. In stark contrast, Su Wanwan found her opportunities to meet him dwindling to a lamentable degree. Su Pengjiu triumphantly exclaimed, "Now there's no denying it, is there? You two must be having an affair." He dared not mention any illicit relations. Gu Ziyu regarded him with an expression of disbelief. At that time, Sister Wanwan was merely 11, and I was 10, publicly battered almost to death. What sort of affair could we possibly have? Su Pengjiu was momentarily taken aback. How could that be possible? Having only entered the capital after Su Pengyan's death, he remained oblivious to many past events within the city and the palace. Abruptly interrupted from a reverie, Su Wanwan finally spoke. "Bring me the handkerchief for examination." It was an old, yellowing cotton handkerchief. Su Wanwan instructed someone to pass it to Su Nan. "Father, this handkerchief was made for me by my stepmother during my brief visit home in the 14th year of Honghua. She specifically used her treasured Songjiang 3-shuttle cotton fabric. Do you recognize the embroidery? Su Nen examined the handkerchief closely and nodded. It was the only piece of Songjiang three-shuttle fabric in her dowry. Apart from making this handkerchief for you, she also crafted a set of intimate garments for your newborn brother. After the fire at Qingming Palace, Su Wanwan returned to the Su family for half a month. A significant moment, as it was her first day in her family home since she could remember. Han Xiufen and Su Qingbi exchanged awkward glances. The Songjiang three-shuttle cotton fabric was smooth, soft, highly absorbent, and breathable, far more expensive than silk. It was unthinkable for an ordinary family to use it for a handkerchief. Using it to make garments for a newborn son was indeed reasonable. Most crucially, Su Wanwan had only one brother, who was just 10 years old this year. This indicated that the handkerchief was an antiquated item from a decade prior. At that time, Su Wanwan was merely 11 years old, and the notion of her exchanging secret affections with the 10-year-old Gu Ziyu was utterly preposterous. Su Nen casually set aside the handkerchief and calmly inquired, "Lord Su, do you possess any other witnesses or evidence that could substantiate the alleged affair between Wanwan and young Master Gu?" Su Pingju flinched slightly, taken aback that all the evidence and witnesses had been dismissed. After a moment of rapid contemplation, he responded, "Although there is no way to corroborate their affair, my elder brother suspects that the Su family bore an illegitimate child back then, and that cannot be fabricated." Su Wanwan clenched her fists, her complexion paling momentarily. Su Nan, unable to contain his fury, slammed the table. "Nonsense! With no proof, you slander her, Su Qingbi. Is this how the Wei State Duke's household conducts itself? Your Su family has been negligent, causing Wanwan to suffer a miscarriage, yet we, the Su family, have not pursued the matter. Now you dare to slander her character based on an alleged pregnancy? How can such logic prevail in this world? Furthermore, when the news of Wanwan's pregnancy emerged months ago, if it had been suspected to be illegitimate, why did you not confront the Su family back then? Now that Su Pengyan is deceased, you wield an ambiguous letter as your defense. What is your true intention?" Yen Rong, with tears brimming in her eyes, interjected, "Lord Su and the Duchess of Wei merely covet the girl's substantial dowry and seek to usurp it. If it were not for Lord Su's visit today, we cannot fathom how the girl would have been bullied." Su Nan, his face ashen, fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Qingbi, Han Xiufen, and Su Pingju. Noticing their guilty expressions, he discerned the truth. He let out a cold laugh. "Su Qingbi, I once held you in high regard, but it appears you have set your sights on the dowry of a widowed daughter-in-law. Truly impressive. Wanwan's marriage was bestowed by the Empress Dowager. Who would have thought she could err so grievously?" After Wanwan devoted 3 years to mourning Su Pengyan, serving her in-laws, and raising a stepson, she has ended up in such a predicament. What need is there for her to endure further suffering within the Su family? Wanwan, return to the Su family with your father. Su Pengju, in a fit of agitation, retorted, "She may leave, but the dowry must remain. Our Su family offered a considerable betrothal gift when we married her. Had it not been for the need to arrange a betrothal for the sister of Empress Xia, he would not have resorted to such underhanded tactics to seize Su Wanwan's dowry." Su Nan laughed in anger. "Very well, Lord Su. I await your evidence of Wanwan's wrongdoing towards the Su family, and I shall ensure the betrothal gift is returned in full." The Su family possessed a modest residence in the capital, considerably smaller than the once bestowed residence of the Grand Tutor, which they had purchased with their savings. Su Nan settled Su Wanwan there. Gu Ziyu dutifully escorted them to the entrance, only to be halted by Su Nan. "Young Master Gu, please return. For the sake of my daughter's reputation, do not disturb us henceforth." Gu Ziyu awkwardly smiled. "Uncle, I was just about to send a matchmaker to propose." Su Nan's expression darkened. "Young Master Gu, you are aware that the grievances between Wanwan and the Su family remain unresolved, making it ill-advised to discuss matters of marriage. Once the affairs of the Su family are concluded, I shall personally escort her back to our ancestral home in Luoyang. I kindly implore young Master Gu to seek another suitable match and refrain from further discussions regarding this marriage." Gu Ziyu's countenance instantly darkened. "Uncle, you cannot do this. Sister Wanwan has already promised our union in the presence of the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Emperor." Su Nan remained resolute. She is but a woman, unaware of the gravity of her words. I ask for your understanding, young Master Gu. Your marriage cannot come to fruition. Having said this, he disregarded Gu Ziyu's entreaties and strode inside, commanding the door to be shut. Gu Ziyu pounded on the door for an extended period, yet received no response. It was only when members of the Gu family arrived that he was coaxed and persuaded away, utterly disheartened. Stewardly followed Lu Xingjian with utmost caution, not daring to let his guard down. The emperor had been in a foul mood lately, making him rather difficult to serve. This morning, the imperial eunuch Jinling was abruptly dismissed from the capital for a rather peculiar reason. He had merely reported that the wheelchair the emperor requested had been completed. Not only did Lu Xingjian fail to commend him, but he also seized upon a trivial excuse to expel him from the city. Stewardly could not help but shake his head in silent dismay. Alas, if the emperor has little intention of attending to Miss Su, why would Jinling choose to provoke him? Chapter 36. Marrying off my flesh and blood to another? Two guards stationed outside the left gate were engaged in hushed conversation. What is wrong with Guer today? He looks as if someone owes him money. Wasn't he just brimming with excitement, eager to buy everyone drinks? What could it be? His wife has run away. Lu Xingjian halted in his tracks. Steward Li was about to reprimand the chattering guards when Lu Xingjian's piercing gaze halted him. The guards were deep in their discussion. Run away? Wasn't he set to marry the granddaughter of the former prime minister, Suga? How could she have fled? It's unclear. I heard the Su family disapproved, and the engagement was called off. Huh. Guer's first marriage, and so many noble ladies vying to wed him. How could the Su family object to marrying a widow? That's truly strange. Indeed, the guard lowered his voice, glancing around before continuing. I heard the Su family is stirring trouble, claiming that Su Wanwan was carrying a bastard child and caused the Su family disgrace. Lu Xingjian's body trembled slightly, his expression suddenly taut, his gaze sharp as he turned to Steward Li. The steward trembled in fear, shaking his head innocently and bewilderedly. Your Majesty, you instructed not to report on Madame Su's recent circumstances. I have not kept track. You cannot blame me. Lu Xingjian's hands, clasped behind his back, formed tight fists. The veins on his hands visibly strained, his emotions clearly unsettled. After a moment, he turned and walked back. Steward Li bowed his head and followed closely behind, hastily sending someone to gather recent news about Su Wanwan. Lu Xingjian proceeded to the Eastern Palace, locking himself in his chamber and rummaging through belongings. It was not until nightfall that he discovered a small locked box atop a cabinet. The key was long lost. Lu Xingjian retrieved a dagger to pry it open. Inside, he found a collection of letters, most of which were unopened. The arrival of Su Nan in the capital provided Su Wanwan and her sister Su Weining with immediate support. In these days, they merely needed to remain in the tranquility of the Su family's inner courtyard, while Su Nan handled all external affairs. Su Wanwan's leg injury had healed, leaving only a faint scar. Yet, the bone injury required gradual care. One evening, Su Weining wheeled Su Wanwan beneath the osmanthus tree in the courtyard to enjoy the cool breeze. She looked up at the tree, pondering. I wonder if the osmanthus will bloom before we leave the capital? Su Wanwan smiled. If you love osmanthus, once we return to Luoyang, I shall plant one in your courtyard. Su Weining was thrilled. Really? Sister, I'll make you sweet osmanthus cakes. My skills are exceptional. The lady of the previous household adored my cooking. A pang of sorrow tugged at Su Wanwan's heart. Her cousin, clever enough to escape the clutches of water bandits after nearly drowning, had been sold to a household as a servant and endured great suffering. When the master of that household was imprisoned in the capital, she too was swept into the brothel system. Ultimately, it was her predicament that had entangled Weining, and she yearned to make amends. Weining, what else do you cherish? I will help you find it. If you wish, Su Wanwan gently inquired. However, Su Weining remained silent, her wide eyes fixated on something not far behind her. Su Wanwan turned her head and caught sight of a tall, handsome figure vaulting over the wall, landing gracefully. He strode towards her with purposeful steps, his expression grave and somewhat intimidating, gazing down at her with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. The chilling aura surrounding him was almost palpable. Having stayed at Siyuan before, Su Wanwan recognized Lu Xingjian. After a brief shiver, she prudently excused herself, stating, "I'll go check if my uncle has returned." Uncertain of his intentions for breaching the wall, Su Wanwan pressed her lips together and regarded him warily. "What is it?" Lu Xingjian endeavored to soften his expression, yet his piercing gaze remained fixed upon her. "Whose child is it?" The blood drained from Su Wanwan's face, leaving her looking as pale as a ghost. After a lengthy silence, her stiff body finally stirred as she unnaturally tugged at the corners of her mouth. "What child?" Lu Xingjian observed her movements with meticulous attention, letting out a cold laugh. "Su Wanwan, who gave you the audacity to bear my flesh and blood and bestow it upon another?" Su Wanwan froze, her lips pressed tightly together as she helplessly closed her eyes, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks. The emotional barriers she had meticulously constructed over the years crumbled in that moment. She could face any inquiries from others with equanimity, but not his. After what felt like an eternity, she finally lifted her reddened eyes to meet his. His elongated pupils were frigid and bloodshot, concealing a tempest of repressed fury beneath. The veins on his forehead throbbed, his pale skin flushed with rage, resembling a beast on the verge of a violent outburst, ready to rend her apart. Had it not been for his remarkable self-control, she feared he might have already done so. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanwan endeavored to steady her trembling voice. "At that time, I was unaware of my pregnancy." Lu Xingjian clenched his teeth tightly, leaning forward, his hands gripping the armrests of his wheelchair, lowering his head to draw closer to her face, gazing intently into her eyes. "So, you chose to disregard it?" The words were spoken with a weight that felt as if they were crushing, extracted from him with great effort. Su Wanwan instinctively tilted her head back, attempting to evade his oppressive presence. "No, it was... Our boat encountered river bandits. The waters in early March were particularly frigid, and I was submerged for too long, which harmed my body. The child..." She hesitated, her voice steadier now. "Later, I couldn't keep it." Lu Xingjian grasped her chin, his voice hoarse. "You had no intention of letting me know of its existence?" Forced to lift her chin, Su Wanwan kept her gaze lowered, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Regardless, the child is gone. I'm already married, and you were to wed the Crown Princess then. There was no need for this matter." A sardonic smile played at the corners of his lips, which seemed to convey a bitter sorrow. "You are truly considerate." Su Wanwan's demeanor grew increasingly tranquil. Years had passed, and there was no longer any need to revisit the past. Once she resolved matters with the Duke of Wei's estate, she would return to Luoyang with her father, severing any ties with him. Let the past be forgotten. Chapter 37. "We can be together in the future." Lu Xingjian remained silent for a prolonged moment before gradually standing upright, slightly tilting his head back, and closing his eyes as he stood still. A gentle breeze caressed him, and delicate osmanthus petals fell upon his shoulders and hair. Su Wanwan sat quietly in her wheelchair, lost in thought. The air was filled only with the soft rustle of leaves stirred by the wind, creating a tranquility that felt sorrowful. The setting sun cast their shadows on the ground, one standing, the other seated. Their silhouettes stretched long, resembling two steep mountains gazing at each other from afar, forever unable to draw near. When she regained her senses, the sky had darkened significantly. Su Wanwan approached, draping a thin blanket over her legs and looking at her with concern. A glance around revealed that Lu Xingjian had vanished without a trace. Su Nin returned late, seeking out Su Wanwan with a grave expression. "The situation is becoming increasingly complicated. Prince Rong, Lu Yaoting, is to visit the Wei Gugong's mansion tomorrow. Rumors suggest that you bore his child many years ago." Su Wanwan was taken aback, not expecting Prince Rong to meddle in such murky waters. "Father, I shall go as well," she declared. Su Nan frowned. "This matter is too harmful for you. There's no need for you to attend. You can rest comfortably at home." A slight ache welled up in Su Wanwan's nose. She and her father were not particularly close, having met infrequently. Even during her brief stay at home years ago, her father had been consumed by his duties, leaving little time for shared meals or conversation. By then, he had already remarried and welcomed a younger brother, forming a loving family in which she felt like an outsider, merely bearing the surname Su. Had it not been for her father's arrival in the capital, they would have remained strangers. Surprisingly, he had never inquired about her nor approached her, merely allowing her to live in peace while he faced the challenges posed by the Su family alone. I must go. Prince Rong is unlike others. He knows me better, and if I'm absent, it may complicate matters further. Su Wanwan rationally assessed the pros and cons. Eventually, Su Nan acquiesced. As the younger brother of the late emperor, Prince Rong had been married for many years, yet had not taken up a fief like other princes, revealing his capabilities and ambitions. The late emperor had only one son, Lu Xingjian, who remained without heirs. Among the royal princes still in the capital, only Lu Yaoting remained. Should the emperor encounter an untimely fate, Prince Rong would possess the advantage of proximity. Su Wanwan was not idle. Early the next day, she discreetly imparted a few words to her trusted confidant. Upon returning to the Wei Guogong's mansion, Prince Rong Lu Yaoting had already arrived. He greeted her with a warm smile. Wanwan, how is your health faring? Su Wanwan lowered her gaze and nodded faintly. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. After so many years, being regarded by him with such tender eyes evoked a sense of nostalgia within her. Yinrong, standing behind Su Wanwan, momentarily stiffened before hastily lowering her head. Lu Yaoting assumed she was merely shy, and with a knowing smile, he shifted his gaze back to Su Chengbi, saying, Wei Guogong, you may have heard that Wanwan and I once shared a deep affection. Today, I have come to propose marriage, intending to welcome her into the royal residence as a concubine. Su Wanwan stood frozen in place, a sudden recollection of her grandfather's words flashing through her mind. During Lu Yaoting's grand wedding, she had wept with red-rimmed eyes while waiting for her grandfather at the gates of the cabinet. With a look of compassion, he had gently inquired, if you were not a daughter of the Su family, would His Royal Highness still desire to marry you? At that moment, she found his words utterly sarcastic. The cunning politician saw only self-interest, unable to perceive the purity of love. It was only after the passing of the youngest brother of the late emperor, Prince Shen Lu Yukai, and the news of the pregnant royal consort that the originally planned journey to the fief was abandoned, allowing the prince to remain in the capital. A series of coincidences led to an outcome that seemed impossible, and she gradually grasped her grandfather's intent. His Royal Highness was far more complex than he appeared. Now, with the Su family in decline and her reputation in tatters, the prince insisted on marrying her as a concubine, returning to seek her hand a second time. What could he possibly desire from her? It left her utterly bewildered. Su Chengbi stroked his beard, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Your Highness speaks candidly. However, Lu Yaoting, generous and affable, replied, I merely wish to ensure Wanwan's well-being. Should the Duke have any requests, I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Su Wanwan clenched her fists, silently observing the prince. Su Nan, who had remained silent beside her, cast a few fleeting glances at Lu Yaoting and then at Yinrong, who stood behind Su Wanwan, before furrowing his brow and glancing back at her. Su Chengbi's gaze flickered as he pondered silently, directing his attention towards Su Pengju. Su Pengju, in contrast, was straightforward. Your Highness is forthright. The Duke's residence would certainly wish to facilitate this union. However, the Su family's dowry consists of antiquities, which would not befit a transfer to the royal residence. It would be better to leave it with the Duke's household, while the prince provides her with new items. What is your opinion, Your Highness? The royal prince was indeed astute, refraining from mentioning the embarrassing fact that Su Wanwan's unborn child was illegitimate, allowing everyone to maintain face. Lu Yaoting smiled warmly, as gentle as a spring breeze. Such an arrangement meets with my agreement. A heaviness is settled in Su Wanwan's heart. The royal prince was not even interested in her dowry. What then did he seek? She smiled bitterly. One of you wishes to seize my dowry, while the other covets my person. The interplay between you is indeed lively. Su Nan remarked coolly. They merely consider that our Su family has fallen and can no longer support you. Su Chengbi's face flushed with embarrassment. Why must you speak so harshly, Su brother? If this leads to a satisfactory resolution, what is inappropriate about it? Su Nan scoffed lightly, brushing off his sleeves as if they were sullied. A satisfactory resolution? You may find it satisfactory, but in the end, my Wanwan will bear the stigma of a loose woman, her dowry seized, left to rely on others as a concubine. Our Su family's daughters will also suffer from this disgrace. Is this what you call a satisfactory resolution? Lu Yaoting's brow furrowed slightly as he gazed at Su Wanwan. His eyes filled with deep affection. Wanwan, in the days to come, we shall cherish one another. Do not concern yourself with the princess. Her prolonged illness will not pose any challenges for you. You have always regarded yourself as lofty, treating wealth as mere refuse. One can surmise that you hold no interest in the trivialities of dowries and material possessions. Am I correct? Su Wanwan let out a cold laugh. What a clever act of moral coercion. On what grounds does he presume that she would desire to remain by his side? And why does he think she would be indifferent to the importance of dowries? She absently gazed towards the doorway, as if awaiting the arrival of someone. Soon it interjected. The daughters of the Su family do not become concubines. I implore His Royal Highness to abandon this notion. Wanwan will not wed you as a secondary wife. Chapter 38. Wedding Night. Is there any Yuan Pa? Lu Yaoting smiled faintly. In the matter of marriage, the first is determined by one's father, and the second by oneself. Master Su, you cannot dictate Wanwan's fate. He cast another affectionate and resolute glance at Su Wanwan. Wanwan, I shall replenish the silver from your dowry in the future. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow, secretly scoffing. He likely had no idea of the true amount of her dowry and was merely speaking without thought. She wondered if he could truly afford it. Just as his words faded, a messenger arrived. The Princess of Rome has come. The expression on the face of the Prince of Rome shifted slightly, clearly taken aback. Su Wanwan leaned back against the backrest of her wheelchair, the corners of her lips curling in a slight smile. Before she stepped out, she had sent a note to the Princess of Rome. The princess did not disappoint her. Before long, a soft sedan chair was brought to the hall. Lu Xingjian, the slender-faced Princess of Rome, emerged with the assistance of her maid. She was slightly out of breath, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally landing on Su Wanwan. Lu Yaoting's expression grew increasingly cold. His voice cool. The princess is still unwell. How could she venture out? Lu Xingjian nodded at Su Wanwan. Madam Su, I have come today to dispel the rumors. The gossip circulating about your supposed affair with our prince is unfounded. Shortly after I became pregnant, the prince fell from his horse and was bedridden for half a year. Until your marriage, he did not leave the royal residence. How could there be any illicit relations with Madame Su? Lu Xingjian's words directly tore apart the veil of embarrassment that many were reluctant to mention, restoring some semblance of reputation to Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan inclined her body slightly in gratitude. Thank you, Princess, for stepping forward to clarify the rumors. The Princess of Rome truly delivered, exceeding her expectations. When Lu Xingjian had just become the Princess of Rome, she regarded Su Wanwan as a thorn in her side, her gaze sharp and unyielding, like a poisoned blade. During the grand banquet for Empress Zhang's birthday in February, she had splashed a bowl of hot soup over Su Wanwan, arrogantly scolding her. A seductive vixen who knows how to entice men. Su Wanwan had lost face in front of everyone, typically obedient and quiet. She had committed her first act of rebellion, forcefully shoving Lu Xingjian's face into the simmering soup of stewed duck. Enraged, Empress Zhang ordered her to transcribe palace regulations 100 times and confined her for 3 months, threatening to expel her from the palace otherwise. Lu Xingjian, with a scalded face, retreated to her home to recuperate, later mourning her mother's death and remaining in seclusion for years. At 14, Su Wanwan was impulsive and reckless, ultimately falling into a trap of gossip. Now, at 21, she had learned to temper her brilliance, seeking tranquility and depth. The Lu Xingjian, who had once been her sworn enemy, now stood to clarify the rumors and uphold her reputation. Meanwhile, Lu Yaoting, who had once sworn eternal love under the moonlight, harbored unconfessed intentions, determined to possess her. How ironic. Thus, whether friend or foe, if managed appropriately, they could all serve my purpose. Lu Xingjian waved her hand lightly. I merely speak the truth. If Madame Su were willing to humble herself, she could have long been married into the royal residence as a concubine, rather than endure such trials at the Wei Duke's manor. She had once been consumed by jealousy towards Su Wanwan. However, it soon became evident that Su Wanwan had long since moved on from Lu Yaoting, while it was Lu Yaoting who remained persistently attached to her. Since Su Wanwan refused to marry into the Wang residence as a concubine, she was determined to let her go. Su Pengju did not anticipate that the Princess Rong would emerge to spoil the mood, her tone laced with exasperation. Su, your reputation for infidelity is already well known. The Prince Rong is willing to shield you, yet you fail to appreciate the gesture. Very well, I shall see who dares to marry you in the future. Su Wanwan replied with an air of indifference. I have no intention of remarrying. Young Master Su, you overthink. Su Pengju was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Outside, people were already gossiping that the Wei Duke's household was maligning their widowed daughter-in-law to usurp her dowry. His status as a young master was diminished in social gatherings, and with the situation escalating, the Su family had only tarnished their reputation further. Truly, a case of losing the hen while trying to catch the egg. Regardless, Su, you must return the betrothal gifts that our Su family bestowed upon you. At this point, Su Pengju resolved to act as the villain. Su Wanwan seemed unfazed by his words, her gaze wandering absent-mindedly to the ground, occasionally flitting towards the entrance. Su Pengju's eyes clouded with confusion. Could it be that she had summoned some sort of savior? Just as Su Nan was about to speak, others arrived. The steward of Ningxiu Palace, He, accompanied by Gu Fong, the commander of the Jinyue from the Bizenfu, entered. Gu Fong was the granduncle of Gu Ziyu and had overseen the Bizenfu for many years, investigating significant cases, often leaving families in ruin, earning him the moniker of the black-faced Yama. Su Qingbi felt his legs weaken upon seeing Gu Fong, while Su Pengju was so frightened he stumbled over his words. Yet, a flicker of disappointment passed through Su Wanwan's eyes. Lu Xingjian knew she had borne his child and had faced reproach from her in-laws. Yet he would not stand up to support her. Relying on him for vengeance seemed a fruitless endeavor. Gu Fong cast a cold glance at them, his voice stern. The Empress Dowager has heard of Madame Su's entanglement in public scandal and has issued a decree for the Bizenfu to investigate this matter. With that, he strode confidently to a chair, scanning the room with an intimidating presence. If the truth eludes us today, I will have to escort the Wei Duke and young master to the jail for further inquiry. Su Qingbi and Su Pengju's faces drained of color. The jail, once inside, they might not emerge alive. They nodded vigorously. Please proceed with your investigation. We will cooperate fully. Gu Fong cut straight to the point. On the wedding night of Su Wanwan and Su Pengyin, was there a bloody handkerchief? The so-called bloody handkerchief signified the bride's loss of virginity on her wedding night. Although Su Wanwan had not been intimate with Su Pengyin, there was indeed a bloody handkerchief, as Su Pengyin had cut his own elbow to stain it with his blood. Han Xiufan stepped forward to respond. Yes, there is a bloody handkerchief. I will send someone to fetch it. In the past few days, she had come to realize that if Su Wanwan's reputation were ruined, Su Pengyin would be forever mocked for his cuckoldry. She could not bear to see her son suffer such disgrace and death. Gu Fong did not indulge in idle chatter. In other words, when Su Wanwan married into the Su family, she was still a virgin and had consummated her marriage with Su Pengyin. Chapter 39. The Emperor and Empress should consummate their union. Han Xiufan steeled herself and replied affirmatively. Yes. On the morning following their nuptials, Su Pengyin continued to show concern for Su Wanwan, their marital affection evident. Thus, for 3 years, she never doubted Su Wanwan's integrity. Were it not for the allure of Su Wanwan's dowry, nor the desire to bring the illustrious Su Pengju down from his pedestal, she would not have allowed Su Pengju and Su Qingbi to slander Su Wanwan with accusations of infidelity. Gu Fong paused momentarily. So, the only evidence the Su family has to accuse Su Wanwan of adultery is that letter from Su Pengyin? Indeed, Su Qingbi replied, visibly troubled. Su Wanwan departed the capital in February of the 21st year of Honghua, while Gu Ziyu only returned from the border in the 22nd year, leaving no chance for their paths to cross. Thus, the assertions in that letter were false. Gu Fong gestured, and someone brought forth a letter on a tray. I have here another letter from Su Pengyin. I implore Duke Wei to review it and ascertain its authenticity. After Su Qingbi perused the letter, his complexion turned ashen, and he cast a remorseful glance at Su Wanwan. Good daughter-in-law, I have wronged you. Su Pengju's expression shifted dramatically, and even Prince Rong, Lu Yaoting, appeared somber. Gu Fong instructed for the letter to be read aloud. My beloved Wanwan, as I write this, I feel as if we are together. Upon hearing that you are with child, my heart swells with joy. I eagerly await my return to see you and our offspring. Recently, someone sowed discord regarding Guziyu, only to discover it was a misunderstanding, and I deeply regret it. The letter bore the same handwriting and paper as the one Su Pengjiu had produced, yet the content was entirely contrary. Su Pengjiu took the letter, scrutinizing it repeatedly, murmuring, "Impossible, this cannot be." Gu Fong disregarded his protestations and ordered for the key witness, Deng Zhong, to be brought forth. Upon seeing the two conflicting letters, Deng Zhong became weak with fear, collapsing to the ground in tears, pleading for mercy. My lord, spare me. That earlier letter was written by the young master while intoxicated and was never sent. It later fell into my hands. I thought to sell it for a bit of profit from the young lord. This latter letter is the one the young master composed and dispatched. The courier system of the great Liang was well established, capable of reaching all corners of the realm. Su Pengjiu's correspondence was transmitted through this network. However, Su Wanwan had never received any letters from him. With the key witness's testimony turning, Su Wanwan's innocence was finally revealed. Gu Fong remained impassive, his words laced with veiled threats. Duke Wei, will you provide an explanation for this matter, or shall I escort you to the prison for a more thorough discussion? Su Qingbi, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, I am grateful, my lord, for uncovering the truth. My son and I have been misled by this vile servant, causing Wanwan great distress. My son and I shall humbly seek her forgiveness and restore her honor. A flicker of impatience crossed Gu Fong's face as Su Qingbi hastily added, not a single part of Wanwan's dowry shall be withheld. Our Su family has wronged her immensely. Gu Fong regarded Prince Rong Lu Yaoting with a neutral expression. Do you have any objections, my lord? Lu Yaoting pressed his lips together, his expression one of extreme displeasure. Casting a reluctant glance at Su Wanwan, I have no objections. Gu Fong clasped his hands together and politely requested the prince to publicly dispel the rumors, so that Madame Su would no longer suffer from the unjust slanders. After a prolonged silence, the Prince of Rome reluctantly uttered two words, naturally. Princess Lu Xingjian of Rome chuckled derisively. It is easy to spread a rumor, but it takes great effort to refute one. Madame Su's reputation has been thoroughly tarnished by you all. It was absurd that former rivals now sought her assistance. The unpredictability of life left one pondering. Who could truly predict its course? The eunuch He Shi, who had been observing the spectacle, smiled, his face crinkling like a blooming chrysanthemum. The Empress Dowager is concerned that Madame Su might be troubled by these rumors, and has specially commissioned me to convey her decree. He straightened his back, cleared his throat, and turned his beaming gaze towards Su Wanwan. The Empress Dowager has decreed that, due to Madame Su's mobility issues, she need not perform any formalities. She may sit and listen to the edict. The decree announced that Su Wanwan, daughter of Su Nan, was appointed as the keeper of the treasures, effective immediately. The crowd remained bewildered, yet Su Wanwan and Princess Lu Xingjian swiftly grasped the situation. Lu Yaoting's pupils flickered with realization. Lu Xingjian was taken aback, exclaiming, The keeper of the treasures oversees the imperial seals and contracts, a most significant position among the 20 offices of the 6th Bureau. Madame Su, you are indeed favored by the Empress Dowager. The prince's expression darkened ominously, as if he were on the verge of a storm. He cast a furtive glance at Lu Xingjian. However, Su Wanwan furrowed her brow, stating, I am still recuperating from my injury and cannot assume such a heavy responsibility. I must request that Master he convey this to the Empress Dowager. She was not surprised by her response and merely waved his hand, instructing others to push Su Wanwan's wheelchair forward. Madame Su, if you wish to decline, you must present yourself in the palace to the Empress Dowager. There was no room for her to refuse. Su Nan rose to intervene, but was obstructed by He Shi's associates. Angered, he scowled, Master He, my daughter cannot enter the palace. How can you force her? He Shi retorted coldly, to dare obstruct the Empress Dowager's decree. Master Su is truly audacious. With that, he swiftly departed without further ado. Su Wanwan was forcibly taken into Ning's show palace. Yet she did not meet the Empress Dowager Wang. Instead, she was assigned to reside in a side hall of Ningxiu Palace. Upon seeing the two strong maidservants who had previously attended to her, Su Wanwan immediately understood that this was all orchestrated by Lu Xingjian. He intended to confine her within the palace through the position of a female official. A sense of helplessness engulfed her as she felt as if she were calling out to the heavens and the earth in vain. She could only focus on her recovery and seek an opportunity to escape the palace in the future. Soon, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived on the 15th day of the 8th month. The palace held a family banquet, and Princess Lu Xingjian visited the Empress Dowager before taking the opportunity to check on Su Wanwan in the back hall. With a hint of mockery in her tone, she remarked, "The Duke of Wei's household has finally done something commendable. Su Qingbi and Su Pengju have been coming to the Su residence daily, exposing their bare backs to atone for their sins, restoring some of your reputation. Master Su has also shown resolve, reclaiming the marriage certificate from the Wei family and returning all the betrothal gifts. In the present day, you are no longer Su Pengyan's wife, but rather Su Wanwan, who has divorced him and severed ties with the Su family." Lu Xingjian finds it quite surprising that one can still seek a divorce even after the death of a husband. For Su Wanwan, this turn of events is indeed fortuitous, indicating a complete disconnection from the Wei Guogong mansion. Had it not been for the palace's intervention, extricating herself from the Wei Guogong household would have been a formidable challenge. Lu Xingjian's gaze, filled with complexity, scrutinized Su Wanwan from head to toe. Initially, she believed her own marriage was rather unfortunate. Although Lu Yaoting had married her and fathered a child, he remained emotionally distant. Yet, when juxtaposed with the Su Wanwan she had despised for years, she felt a sense of triumph. Her natal family had fallen from grace, while her husband's family had taken advantage of her misfortune, tarnishing her reputation by seizing her dowry. Now, she found herself confined within the palace, serving as a mere lowly lady-in-waiting, forever bowing to the likes of Su Wanwan, the Princess of Rome. What did it matter if Lu Yaoting held affection for her? At most, he could bestow upon her the title of a secondary consort. While the term secondary consort sounds dignified, in reality, it equates to being a concubine. The notion of affection pales in significance when faced with the weight of social status. With a hint of smugness, she remarked, "Su Wanwan, had I known you would end up in such a predicament, I would have refrained from pouring that bowl of soup on you back then." Su Wanwan offered an apologetic smile. "In my ignorance back then, I inadvertently caused the princess to suffer facial burns. I wonder if there are any scars." Lu Xingjian's expression fluctuated between shades of green and red before she departed with a frosty demeanor. A nearby young palace maid approached and whispered, "The Princess of Rome is exceptionally warm-hearted. If you flatter her a bit, she will certainly offer assistance when needed." Su Wanwan paused for a moment, recalling the Princess of Rome's past words of support on her behalf within the Wei Guogong mansion, and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, she has extended her help to me." The young maid sighed in relief. "Many of us in the Rinshou Palace have benefited from her kindness, so there is no need to fear gossip." Su Wanwan replied with a smile. 7 years had elapsed, and the Princess of Rome had transformed from a fiery and naive newlywed into a discreet and capable royal consort. A future princess destined for a fief, extending such benevolence to her attendants, is indeed commendable. Today, the palace banquet was held at Qianqing Gate. With only 3 male heirs, Lu Xingjian, Lu Yaoting, and Lu Xingse, there was no need to separate the seating by gender. Lu Yaoting, with a sullen expression, drank in silence, largely ignoring Lu Xingjian. After several rounds of drinks, Empress Dowager Zhang spoke up. "Now that the mourning period for the late emperor has concluded, has the green plaque of the Respectful Affairs Room been hung?" Li Rong quickly replied. In response to the Empress Dowager, "It has already been displayed." "Have arrangements been made for the emperor's nightly companionship?" Empress Dowager Zhang inquired with great interest. Li Rong's smile faltered as he discreetly glanced at Lu Xingjian, bending respectfully as he said, "The emperor has been preoccupied with state affairs and has yet to attend to this matter." Lu Xingjian's expression turned icy, his displeasure evident as he refrained from addressing Empress Dowager Zhang. He found it distasteful to have such private matters discussed in public and resented the Empress Dowager's overreach. Noticing his demeanor, Empress Dowager Zhang's smile faded, and she spoke to Empress Xia Shui in a gentler tone. Tonight is the 15th of August. The emperor and empress should consummate their marriage, and the empress must serve him with utmost care. Xia Shui responded with a shy demeanor, casting a bashful glance at Lu Xingjian. Last month, the mourning period of the late emperor came to an end, concluding a span of 27 months. The 15th day of the 8th month marks the Mid-Autumn Festival, a most fitting occasion for reunion. On the 1st and 15th of each month, it is customary for the emperor to grant her the honor of resting in Kunning Palace. The quiet Prince Rong, Lu Yaoting, finally spoke up. "Mother, has Wanwan's leg injury improved?" His voice was rich and resonant, swiftly capturing everyone's attention. Lu Xingjian lifted his gaze to him, his expression notably neutral, remaining silent. Xia Shui's smile faltered momentarily as she paused with her chopsticks. Su Wanwan, with a reputation in tatters, had inexplicably been summoned to the palace as a lady-in-waiting. What would happen if the emperor became enamored with her once more, given their frequent encounters? The Empress Dowager, Wang, was momentarily perplexed, only realizing that Lu Yaoting was addressing her when reminded by a nearby maid. Wanwan still cannot part with her wheelchair. Empress Zhang squinted her eyes and remarked with a smile, "Mother, you seem rather forgetful, bringing a leg-injured patient into the palace as a lady-in-waiting, consuming resources without contributing, and yet you worry for her." The Empress Dowager Wang rubbed her temples and sighed. "My spirit wanes day by day, and I find myself increasingly drowsy." A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Empress Zhang's eyes, her smile deepening. "Then do take care of your health and refrain from fretting over trivial matters." Lu Xingjian keenly observed the spark in her gaze and cast a cold glance at Empress Zhang. She sensed the warning in his eyes, but met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Their silent confrontation lingered for a few moments, rendering the atmosphere tense. The crowd fell silent, hesitant to speak. Xia Shui felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her scalp tingling. She had always felt a certain distance between the empress and the emperor, lacking the intimacy typical of a mother and son. Little did she expect that the conflict between them would unfold so openly today. Yet, she found herself puzzled. Was the emperor's dispute with the empress regarding the health of the Empress Dowager, or concerning Su Wanwan? It was the Empress Dowager Wang who broke the stalemate. "I am weary. I shall return to rest." "You may continue." Lu Xingjian interjected. "Grandson will escort the Empress Dowager back to the palace." Empress Zhang chuckled softly, turning to Xia Shui. "The empress should accompany us, as husband and wife. It is only fitting to show filial piety to the Empress Dowager." A procession moved towards Ningshou Palace. As they turned past the Longqing Gate, the procession abruptly halted. The sky had darkened, and the full moon began its ascent from the east. Not far ahead, under the luminous moonlight, stood a man and a woman, with a wheelchair beside them. The woman, cautiously moving with a cane tucked under her arm, was Su Wanwan, her leg injury still healing. The man, Gu Ziyu, extended his hands protectively beside her, encouraging her gently. "We're doing wonderfully, Sister Wanwan. You must engage in more movement." His voice, imbued with youthful clarity, radiated warmth and hope. Her voice was barely a whisper, tinged with fear. "I can hardly stand, I might fall." Gu Ziyu gently supported her slender waist, steadying her. "Do not be afraid. You will not fall. I shall hold you." The two stood in close proximity, one tall and robust, the other delicate and fragile. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful, appearing perfectly matched. Xia Shui turned to glance at Lu Xingjian's expression. Lu Xingjian stood beside the Empress Dowager's palanquin, his face betraying little emotion as he simply observed. Chapter 40. The emperor's head was cracked while proposing to Miss Su as Crown Princess Gu Ziyu, and Su Wanwan finally spotted them and approached to pay their respects. The Grand Empress Dowager, with a warm and gentle smile, playfully admonished, "Ah, Ziyu, you are here to serve on the Mid-Autumn Festival as well? Aren't you afraid your elders will scold you?" Gu Ziyu, supporting Su Wanwan, beamed with a bright smile. "Sister Wanwan is in the palace, and I worry she might feel lonely, so I arranged for someone to switch shifts." He felt a hint of gratitude towards the Grand Empress Dowager. Without the leniency from Rinshou Palace, he would not have been able to see Sister Wanwan at all. The Grand Empress Dowager nodded approvingly. Such a considerate young man. Lu Xingjian's gaze first fell upon Su Wanwan, and he inquired in a neutral tone, "Are you able to walk?" Her face flushed slightly, beads of fine sweat glistening on her delicate nose, her eyes shimmering like spring water, vivid and captivating. It reminded him of their cherished moments together in the past. Su Wanwan was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed rare for him to initiate a conversation with her in front of so many witnesses. During her time in Ningxiu Palace, she had received no news from him, nor had he made an appearance. With her injured leg still unable to bear weight, she could only manage a few steps with the aid of a cane. She briefly explained, adding, "Ziyu is concerned that sitting for too long will weaken me further." Only then did Lu Xingjian turn his attention to Gu Ziyu. Gu Ziyu, exuding a friendly demeanor, smiled and assured, "Your Majesty, I will ensure that Sister Wanwan does not fall." Lu Xingjian smiled faintly. "Such matters should not trouble you. It seems a waste of talent." Yet, the smile did not reach his eyes, which remained cold. "Not at all. After all, Sister Wanwan is my fiancée. It is only right." Su Wanwan cast a complex glance at Gu Ziyu. Their engagement process had not been completed before her father, Su Nan, had rejected the marriage. How could she truly be his fiancée? However, it was thanks to Gu Fong producing the letter from Su Peng'an that her reputation was salvaged, indicating that Gu Ziyu had invested considerable effort behind the scenes. She felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. A flicker of chilling disdain crossed Lu Xingjian's dark eyes as he ignored Gu Ziyu. He addressed Su Wanwan. "Last year at the West Garden S archery contest, Ziyu hit 3 consecutive shots and was awarded a golden belt, a feat comparable to the esteemed Duke Zhongmao of yesteryears. It is indeed a waste for him to serve as a mere guard." Su Wanwan paused, gripping her cane tightly. In the past, during a secret meeting, Lu Xingjian had held her in his arms, spinning her around while burying his face in her neck, asking, "Wasn't your man impressive today, hitting 5 consecutive shots?" At the time, she had been bewildered, simply aware that he was unusually joyous and excited, and she had complimented him on his prowess. The result was that he had become exuberantly passionate, insisting she stay the night, which had frightened her immensely. She had to beg her way back to Qingming Palace under the cover of darkness, knowing she would never dare to stay outside. She felt a twinge of guilt, as if she had dampened his spirits, and resolved to cheer him up the next time they met. That might have been the closest moment to love they had shared. For several days afterward, she had been distracted, nearly revealing her feelings to others. However, the next time they meet, he is gently teaching Xia Xuei to paint, their proximity radiating an intimate warmth. Yet, he remains cold towards her, not even casting an extra glance. It feels as though a bucket of icy water has been poured over her head, nearly bringing her to tears. In retrospect, she realizes her naivety, believing that fleeting pleasures could blossom into genuine affection. How utterly ridiculous. Now, amidst the splendid beauty of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he has wed the woman of his dreams, Xia Xuei, and ascended to the throne, wielding immense power. Surely, he must be far happier and more content than he was when he hit the mark 5 times in a row. Gu Ziyu's heart tightened. Is Lu Xingjian no longer inclined to have him serve as a palace guard? If that is the case, then so be it. If he could be assigned elsewhere and find a way to marry Wanwan before taking up his post, it would indeed be a heavenly existence. With a bright smile, he replied, "Your Majesty overestimates me. I shall not intrude upon you." As he spoke, he gently guided Su Wanwan aside to avoid the corridor. Lu Xingjian's gaze fell upon the hand he used to support Su Wanwan, his expression inscrutable. "I have matters to discuss with her." Xia Xuei's expression faltered, her forced smile betraying her. "Your Majesty, with your myriad responsibilities, any matters concerning the harem may be directed to me." She was adamant about preventing any private interaction between Lu Xingjian and Su Wanwan, harboring an instinctive animosity towards the latter. Lu Xingjian turned to her, his brows calm. "This is unrelated to the Empress. Let us proceed." Xia Xuei's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she refused to let it go. Su Wanwan, as an official in the palace, should rightfully fall under the Empress's jurisdiction. How could this not concern her? Lu Xingjian paused, his gaze cooling slightly. His thin lips curving into a faintly disdainful smile. Are you implying that I cannot intervene in the affairs of the harem? The implication was perilous. Xia Shui stood frozen, tears brimming in her eyes, uncertain of how to respond. He had humiliated her in front of everyone. Did he truly disregard her as empress? The Empress Dowager interjected, attempting to smooth things over. The empress manages the harem to alleviate the emperor's burdens, not to usurp his authority. Do not confuse the essence of the matter. With that, she declared her fatigue and excused herself from the gathering, her words unmistakably chastising Xia Shui. Su Wanwan had been standing for quite some time and was nearing her limit. The subtle discord between the emperor and empress was of no concern to her. Her gaze merely flitted over the Empress Dowager, her brow slightly furrowing in thought. Once they had moved on, Gu Ziyu hastily assisted her back into her wheelchair for a moment of respite. The two lifted their eyes to admire the full moon above. Sister Wanwan, I wonder if we will still be able to appreciate the mid-autumn moon together this time next year? Gu Ziyu's voice carried a hint of anxious anticipation. Su Wanwan was at a loss for words in response. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunions, traditionally spent with loved ones. Gu Ziyu had never relinquished his desire to marry her, despite her tarnished reputation and her current confinement within the palace. The brightness in his eyes was impossible for her to ignore. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Ziyu, the Empress Dowager is correct. You should truly be with your family during this time. Gu Ziyu remained silent, simply gazing at her, his eyes filled with unspoken longing. In his heart, he thought, to me, you are family. After a considerable interval, the two ambled towards the Ningxiu Palace. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Lu Xingjian, who was surrounded by a throng as he exited the palace. Without so much as a glance at them, he coldly instructed Steward Li, take her to the Eastern Palace. With that, he strode away. Su Wanwan's grip tightened around the armrest of her wheelchair, her complexion paling slightly. Steward Li arranged for someone to push the wheelchair. But Gu Ziyu offered, allow me to push her. It is conveniently along my route. Steward Li smiled warmly. I appreciate your assistance, Guard Gu. Gu Ziyu had been Lu Xingjian's companion since childhood, practicing horsemanship and archery together. Their camaraderie had once been quite robust, as he was a staunch supporter of the Crown Prince, coupled with his esteemed lineage from the Nguogong family. He commanded a degree of respect from the royal relatives. Even as a palace guard, his standing was markedly distinct from that of others. Upon reaching the gate of the Eastern Palace, Steward Li finally halted Gu Ziyu, stating, Guard Gu, you may return now. Gu Ziyu hesitated. In the stillness of the night, what could the emperor possibly want with her in the Eastern Palace? The unsettling memory of the scene at the estate flickered through his mind. Su Wanwan, though apprehensive, reassured him, it is all right. You should attend to your duties. Having resided in the palace for an extended period, she believed Lu Xingjian would not treat her with undue severity. As Gu Ziyu watched the wheelchair pass through the entrance, the crimson doors closed behind them. An inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up within him, rendering him motionless beneath the moonlight. He gazed up at the full moon, only to see a dark cloud drifting in to obscure it. At that moment, a fellow guard approached, asking, why are you standing there? It is time for patrol. With a complex expression, Gu Ziyu cast a final glance at the Eastern Palace's grand entrance before following the guard away. Su Wanwan maneuvered her wheelchair into the Dongnuang Pavilion of the Eastern Palace, feeling as though she had traversed through time, her entire being freezing in place. Lu Xingjian sat beneath the lamp, drinking. The room was shrouded in dim, ambiguous light, the aroma of wine permeating the air. Reminiscent of the night they first shared bed. At that time, she had merely accompanied Zhou Wanxiu to deliver a hangover remedy. Intending to leave after waiting for Lu Xingjian, but rain had suddenly begun to fall as she stepped outside, leading her to this very place. Lu Xingjian was also seated under the light, indulging in wine, though his usually upright posture appeared slightly slumped, exuding an aura of profound loneliness. She knew she ought not to meddle, yet, compelled by some unseen force, she reached for the wine jug in his grasp. However, it felt as if the jug were affixed to his hand, impervious to her efforts. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, and her eyes inadvertently fell upon the bruise on his forehead, leaving her momentarily dazed. The clandestine report she had overheard earlier from the Zhou family resurfaced in her mind. The Crown Prince had petitioned the Emperor to designate Miss Su as his consort, only to have his request met with a violent rejection. In a swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace, and a kiss laden with the scent of alcohol descended upon her unexpectedly. Her struggles only seemed to him a form of flirtation, and everything spiraled toward chaos. She felt like a lost vessel in a tempest, her hands futilely pressed against the window frame above her head. The turmoil within her, mingled with guilt, reached a crescendo. Outside the window, wind and rain lashed together, thunder and lightning crackled. Zhou Wanxiu stood in the courtyard, drenched by the rain, angrily reprimanding the Eastern Palace attendants. They accused them of being lazy and unhelpful. Zhou Wanxiu nearly barged into the Grand Hall. Just a window away in the Dongwan Pavilion, Lu Xingjian tenderly kissed away her incessantly falling tears, whispering in her ear, "Wanwan, you belong to me, mine." She, in her fright, covered his mouth, biting her lip to stifle her cries, terrified of being discovered by Zhou Wanxiu outside. It was too humiliating. Now, after 5 years, returning to the familiar place, the initial thrill and shameful panic had faded into oblivion. Though they were in the same room, less than 10 paces apart, it felt as though an insurmountable chasm lay between them. The atmosphere was cold and distant. At the very least, the woman she had become would no longer recklessly seize the wine jug from his hands. Lu Xingjian gazed at her with profound intensity for a long moment before softly inquiring, "Are you truly intending to marry Guziyu?" Chapter 41. What Not to Do. Su Wanwan pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a moment before finally replying, "Yes." Lu Xingjian gazed at her for a while, took a sip of his wine, his expression serene and unperturbed. Guziyu was humorous and charming, undoubtedly a good husband. The Gu family held a rigorous and deeply rooted family tradition, also a fine destination for settling down. If you require my assistance in investigating his background, I would be more than willing to help. After all, we are friends, and I would hate for you to find yourself wed to an unsuitable partner, leading to a life of sorrow. Su Wanwan felt a twinge of irony. She had anticipated that his visit was solely to discuss this matter. Lu Xingjian set down the wine jug, propping his elbows on his knees as he leaned forward to observe her, his demeanor serious and earnest, as if he were entirely focused on her well-being. "Please consider it carefully." She scrutinized his face, pondering whether his words stemmed from genuine concern or concealed motives. Yet, she discerned nothing amiss. She responded coolly, "There is no need for that. Ziyu and I have known each other since childhood. I trust him." Lu Xingjian narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips, his hand subtly forming a fist. The atmosphere in the room grew oppressively silent. After a prolonged pause, he merely stated, "As you wish." Su Wanwan then spoke, "I'm still recovering from my leg ailment, and find myself unfit for the role of a lady-in-waiting. I kindly ask your majesty to permit me to return home." Lu Xingjian frowned, casting a gentle glance her way, his tone indifferent. "I fear it will take some time. The turmoil surrounding the Su family has yet to settle. Remaining in the palace to avoid the storm would not be detrimental to you." Su Wanwan fell silent. Since he had no intention of keeping her around for long, her departure from the palace was merely a matter of time. There was no need for her to rush. Lu Xingjian rose, uttering no further words nor casting her another glance, as he elegantly walked past her, holding the wine jug. Su Wanwan turned her wheelchair, following him out. Upon entering, she had noticed that the thresholds between the rooms were absent, making it easier for her wheelchair to navigate. For some reason, her heart began to race. At that moment, the full moon was entirely shrouded by clouds, the air turning cool and laden with the scent of dust. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall, increasing in intensity. Chief Stewardly glanced at the sky and remarked, "Your Majesty, the Empress is awaiting your presence in Kuan-Ning Palace for the consummation. This rain is indeed unfortunate. Would you prefer to wait a while before departing?" Lu Xingjian stood under the corridor, observing the curtain of rain with an air of leisure as he took another sip of wine. Su Wanwan remained inside, quietly watching his retreating figure, reflecting that fate had been exceptionally kind to him. Even his act of drinking appeared so composed and elegant, undeniably graceful. The Empress was fortunate to have such a husband. Her life must be quite fulfilling. Yet, she felt somewhat embarrassed herself. Navigating the threshold with her wheelchair to descend the steps was no easy feat. Su Wanwan felt compelled to speak up. "Chief Stewardly, I must return to Ningxiu Palace. Could you arrange for someone to assist me?" The chief stewardess' expression turned slightly troubled as he looked up at the sky. "Oh dear, the guards have all finished their shifts. With the rains so heavy, it would be inconvenient to return to Ningxiu Palace. Would you like to stay here for the time being?" Su Wanwan's expression was somewhat grim, and instinctively she opened her mouth to refuse. "It's inappropriate." Lu Xingjian turned a glance at Su Wanwan, handing the wine jug to Stewardly. "Fetch 2 umbrellas. I shall escort her." With that, he stepped into the room, reaching out to push the wheelchair. Stewardly quickly cast a knowing look at Su Wanwan. She caught her breath, her heart racing. If the palace personnel were to witness the emperor braving the rain to see her home, that would be disastrous. Perhaps it would be better to wait for the rain to cease. Su Wanwan's gaze flickered for a moment before she finally relented. Her eyes met Lu Xingjian's dark ones, which hung low, devoid of expression, yet earnestly seeking her consent. "Are you certain?" Su Wanwan aukvatli avetet hia gaza. His hand casually rested on the armrest of her wheelchair, brushing against hers. Su Wanwan instinctively withdrew her hand. Lu Xingjian paused momentarily before firmly grasping her hand, disregarding her struggles, unwilling to release her. Su Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. One stood while the other sat in the wheelchair. Neither moved nor looked at each other, merely gazing at the intensifying rain outside. The autumn rain fell incessantly, and the chill grew more pronounced. His hand was large, warm, and damp with long, strong fingers enveloping her hand entirely. She lowered her gaze, awkwardly observing the hand she could not escape from, her face growing increasingly flushed. An air of ambiguity lingered in the stillness of the night. With the light behind them, both their faces were shrouded in shadow, the sound of their heartbeats growing louder. Stewardly, ever perceptive, discreetly closed the door. Su Wanwan grew more flustered, looking up at him. "Let go." This time, upon her tug, he released her hand, but swiftly lifted her from the wheelchair, carrying her steadily into the room. Su Wanwan's heart raced like thunder, her words tumbling out in disarray. "What are you doing?" She certainly understood his intentions. Ever since she noticed the absence of thresholds in this place, a suspicion had taken root in her mind. She pressed her hand against his chest, attempting to create distance between them, yet with her entire being cradled in his arms. How much distance could there be? The warmth emanating from him seeped through her thin clothing, as if it sought to melt her away. Lu Xingjian's voice was soft, resonating just above her head. "First, a bath." Su Wanwan's gaze flitted uncertainly. "I don't need." She was simply waiting for the rain to stop. "Why would she need a bath?" He responded nonchalantly, striding directly to the bathing chamber while holding her, calm and unhurried. The bathing room was already prepared with warm water, steam rising in gentle wisps. Neatly arranged on a nearby table were delicate pink garments, tailored for a woman. A slender-necked vase nearby held blooming roses. A solitary man and woman, in the dim light of the late hour, as the autumn rain tapped against the window panes, echoed the chaotic scene of their initial encounter. What would transpire next was all too evident. Su Wanwan's entire being tensed, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, her heart threatening to leap from her chest. Since her entrance, there have been only the two of them in this room. The decor and ambience were evidently prepared in advance, clearly orchestrated by him for the evening. She resembled a naive lamb, unwittingly stepping into a trap, only to realize the gravity of the situation at the last moment, overwhelmed with panic. Lu Xingjian placed her gently upon the soft couch and glanced at her, inquiring with a voice as light as a feather, imbued with ambiguity. "Do you need assistance?" "No, I do not," Su Wanwan replied, her gaze lowered, her ears flushed under the soft light, her hands gripping the fabric of her attire tightly. Lu Xingjian stood there, not observing her, enveloped in silence. Perhaps he was waiting for her to gather herself, to accept the circumstances at hand. The room was steeped in quietude, broken only by the disordered breaths and heartbeats of the two. An atmosphere thick with tension lingered, where unspoken refusals clashed with unyielding acceptance. creating a palpable friction in the air. Despite the ostensibly tranquil night, the space felt rife with an undercurrent of danger. He was known for his patience. His prey was right before him. The meteorological observatory predicted that the heavy rain would persist until dawn. Time was on his side, and he felt no urgency. The prolonged silence tugged at the fabric of the still night, creating an almost palpable tension. At last, he moved, extending two slender fingers to gently lift her chin. His gaze, lowered, met her flushed face from above. She, overwhelmed with nervousness and shyness, could barely meet his eyes, her gaze darting away. The man's lips descended upon hers with a forceful intimacy, the scent of alcohol enveloping her senses, reminiscent of their first encounter. Su Wanwan turned her face, her chest heaving as she gasped, "Please, no." His lips brushed against her cheek before lingering near her ear, and in the next moment, he gently bit her soft earlobe, teasing it with tender bites. "Wanwan, Wanwan." He murmured her name softly into her ear. "What do you not want?" He cradled her delicate form, easing her down onto the couch, one hand meticulously supporting her injured leg. "Do you not want me?" Chapter 42. Caught in the act, he gazed down at her, his eyes filled with an ineffable tenderness, his fingers gently caressing her cheek and then her hair. Su Wanwan felt a surge of emotion that threatened to spill over. Such a tender touch could be deadly. His imposing figure leaned closer, heavy and overwhelming. Beneath him, she felt like a fragile, powerless kitten. Su Wanwan placed her hands against his chest, insisting, "We cannot. You should seek the Empress. She is waiting for you." Lu Xingjian let out a cool, mocking laugh before lowering his head to kiss her, his lips brushing against hers with a lingering softness. He kissed her, asking after each gentle peck, "Who else could it be? Su Peng'an? Gu Ziyu? Or perhaps Uncle Shersan?" Su Wanwan bit her lip, closing her eyes in silence. Lu Xingjian inhaled deeply, holding her tightly in his embrace. His noble nose pressed against her cheek, and after a moment, he inquired, "Why do you wish to divorce?" Su Wanwan stiffened slightly, her breath growing heavy. She had promised Su Peng'an on their wedding night that they would part ways after a year. This was a secret known only to the two of them. After Su Peng'an's death in battle, the matter faded into oblivion and was never mentioned again. Did Lu Xingjian truly know of this? The peculiar incident of Su's widowhood and subsequent divorce. Was he the one who orchestrated it from behind the scenes? He pressed further. His voice rose slightly at the end, sultry and husky, like honey that ensnares the unwary. "No, no." Su Wanwan flustered, vehemently denying it. He continued, "If you do not like him, why marry him?" Tears welled in Su Wanwan's eyes, cascading down her cheeks as she insisted again, "I do not dislike him." Lu Xingjian grasped her waist, gently wiping away her tears before kissing her eyelids, softly asking, "Wanwan, for whom are you preserving your purity? Tell me." The more he pressed, the more she recoiled. In a fit of anger, she pushed him away, exclaiming, "There is no one. I am not preserving myself for anyone. Are you satisfied now?" It was clear that this was not the answer he sought. However, he did not press her further. Instead, he began to unfasten her belt. Her struggles proved futile. The atmosphere was thick with intimacy. Her crimson robe was carelessly tossed aside, soon followed by his brocade garment, enveloping that hint of red completely. "My legs hurt. Please, don't be reckless." She gasped for breath as his kisses continued, her body trembling uncontrollably, yet she still attempted to rouse his reason. "We cannot. Tell me, who do you like?" "No one," she sobbed softly. He kissed her neck, and Su Wanwan frowned, turning her head away. The answer was not satisfactory. He tenderly brushed her raven hair while still coaxing her to respond. "Think again." Su Wanwan refused to engage, biting her lip and turning her head to the other side. He was truly insufferable, both humiliating and shameful. He waited for her answer, like a predator toying with its prey, unwilling to let her escape easily. Manipulating her emotions was his primary aim. Unable to withstand his relentless pursuit, Su Wanwan finally whispered 2 words, "Xiaobin." The man momentarily stiffened. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed up at her, a cool smile gracing his lips. "You truly are remarkable." Su Wanwan anticipated his departure in anger, as he had done before. However, contrary to her expectations, he displayed an unexpected patience, tenderly kissing her, tracing his lips from her forehead to her brows, eyes, the tip of her nose, and finally her lips, each kiss deliberate and gentle, filled with a lingering affection. Wanwan, speak the answer I desire. No, she painfully refused, turning her face away. Please, just say it, won't you? His voice, husky and low, caressed her smooth, dark tresses as he coaxed her again and again. Not a chance. You filthy man who flits about brothels. She was thoroughly incensed, hurling harsh words at him. The man paused, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. What makes me filthy? Going to brothels during the mourning period. How can you even ask? Su Wanwan retorted, righteous indignation in her tone. Although the mourning period was technically still ongoing, the reality of it weighed heavily. How could he be so unable to restrain himself? He joyfully pressed his lips to hers, his spirits soaring. It's merely a discussion. Su Wanwan averted her gaze, utterly unconvinced. When Su Wanwan awoke, her mind was clouded. The sun had risen, casting a bright light into the room, and the sounds of escalating arguments echoed outside. She attempted to sit up, only to be pulled back down by Lu Xingjian, urging her to sleep a little longer. Su Wanwan felt like a startled bird. The Empress is outside. Lu Xingjian, his face still heavy with sleep, nestled in her neck. Inhaling her unique fragrance, his eyes still closed. Ignore her. Su Wanwan was taken aback by his nonchalance, panic rising within her as she scrambled to sit up. We can't be discovered. Lu Xingjian let out a low chuckle, kissing her lips gently for an extended moment. Su Wanwan felt like a frightened fawn, her romantic thoughts evaporating in an instant. She pushed against his back, desperate to escape his grasp. The man pinned her hands above her head, fingers intertwining with hers, creating a firm bond. Su Wanwan felt as if she might lose her sanity. A tumult of shame and panic surged within her, threatening to tear her apart. She bit down on her lip, terrified of making even the slightest sound that might reveal their secret. Yet, Lu Xingjian pried her tightly clenched lower lip from between his teeth and whispered in her ear, "What are you afraid of?" She shot him a resentful glance and sank her teeth into his solid shoulder. He inhaled sharply, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The little kitten had finally revealed her claws. How could he not retaliate? At that moment, all semblance of his usual elegance and composure dissipated, giving way to a rebellious spirit. The sound of hurried footsteps and the anxious voice of Steward Li drew nearer. Su Wanwan froze, her face a mask of terror as she looked at the man. He frowned, raising his hand to draw the bed curtain from its hook. Just as the door swung open, the curtain fell, swaying precariously. Shadows of two figures were faintly visible on the bed. Chief Steward Li knelt before Xia Shui, desperately attempting to prevent her from advancing further. Your Majesty, it is unwise to intrude upon the inner chambers. Xia Shui stood at the threshold, her gaze fixated on the swaying bed curtains. Her silver teeth nearly ground to dust. Just a few more steps, and she could unveil the truth, discerning which seductive vixen the Emperor entertained. Last night marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day that should have heralded their consummation as a couple. She had waited for him throughout the night, having meticulously prepared for this occasion. She bathed in fragrant oils, tended to her skin, and employed every arduous beauty regimen and fertility secret she could muster, all to win his favor and ensure a swift conception of the Dragonair, to placate the Empress Dowager. Yet, he had not even shown his face, neglecting even the morning court session. The Empress Dowager, preoccupied with her daughter-in-law's marital consummation, had spent the night in restless worry and, incensed, had foregone her breakfast this morning. Under the Dowager's reprimand, Xia Shui wiped away her tears and, with determination, stormed into the Eastern Palace. How absurd it was! The Emperor, instead of residing in the grand Qinqing Palace, chose to take refuge in the Eastern Palace. Chief Steward Li claimed that the Emperor was burdened with state affairs and should not be disturbed. Yet she had heard that Su Wanwan had not returned to Ning Shou Palace the entire night. She could surmise that the enchanting harlot in the bed was indeed Su Wanwan, the very woman whose loyalty had been questioned by her family, the one who had cast her husband in a dubious light. Why must it be her misfortune? Now, the adulterous couple lay caught in the act, and yet she lacked the courage to confront them, to draw back the final veil of modesty. The two occupants of the bed remained eerily silent. Lu Xingjian, with a calm demeanor, gently pulled the thin blanket over Su Wanwan, carefully protecting her injured leg. Su Wanwan trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. In their previous clandestine encounters, they were both unwed. Now, however, the situation had altered. Lu Xingjian was already wed to the Empress and had 2 concubines. Yet he had not consummated his union with the Empress. Here she lay beside him, a blatant affront to the Empress's dignity. But she could neither flee nor hide. Her leg incapacitated, resigned to his whims. The atmosphere in the room was palpably tense. Xia Shui inhaled deeply, her gaze settling upon the solitary pair of shoes at the foot of the bed. Only 1 pair of shoes, yet there were 2 individuals upon the bed. Chapter 43. The marks of teeth on the shoulder. Perhaps this was not their first battlefield. Her heart felt as if it were shattering. What could she do? Should she confront him directly? Did she dare to? Xia Shui pinched her own arm fiercely, her eyes instantly reddening, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her voice quivering with barely contained emotion. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has heard that you did not attend the morning court. She especially sent me to inquire after your well-being. Are you overwhelmed by the burdens of state affairs? I have already summoned the imperial physician, who can come in at once to check your pulse. Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Xia Shui truly possessed remarkable composure. She almost wanted to applaud her in admiration. No wonder she was the revered empress of the realm. A flicker of surprise passed across Lu Xingjian's face. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he replied, I appreciate your concern, Empress. I am in good health. You may kneel and be at ease. His voice carried a slight rasp. Yet, Xia Shui's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, unmoving. Her gaze ablaze with fury, as if she could ignite the thin curtain before her with her wrath. Did he not feel even a twinge of remorse or panic? In ordinary households, reputation was paramount. One could not favor a concubine at the expense of the wife. Did he truly wish to indulge that seductive harlot, allowing her to trample upon the dignity of the empress? Xia Shui clenched her fists tightly, her porcelain face twitching with suppressed emotion. As she sidestepped stewardly and took a few steps toward the bed, Stewardly knelt on the ground, anxiously swallowing hard. Su Wanwan's face was a mask of terror and helplessness as she buried her face in Lu Xingjian's shoulder. Glancing down, she noticed several bite marks on his pale shoulder, as well as the blood drawn from her own nails. It was over. Lu Xingjian looked down at her tenderly, gently pulling her dark tresses from beneath the quilt. He whispered in her ear, "Do not be afraid." How could she not be afraid? Su Wanwan loathed Lu Xingjian with a passion. It was he who had dragged her into this turmoil. Those 2 words fell upon Xia Shui's ears not far away, causing her steps to halt abruptly. The courage she had mustered crumbled under their weight, her mind racing in chaos. Reason and emotion waged a fierce battle within her. One voice urged her to tear aside the bed curtains and expose the emperor's scandalous behavior to the world. Su Wanwan, you vile creature, may you meet an untimely end. How dare you steal my emperor from me? The other voice cautioned her. The emperor appears so composed. Perhaps he is waiting for me to lose my sanity, thereby legitimizing the removal of the empress, just as Emperor Xianzong had done. In the past, the deposed empress Wu had wielded power through her family, emboldened by her relative's military strength. Yet she had been discarded merely a month after her wedding. What did she possess? Her father had only risen to the title of Duke of Qingyang due to her status as empress, and her sisters had married into prominent families, ascending the social ladder. Her only ally was the Empress Dowager. She could not afford to offend the emperor in a moment of impulsiveness, for she could not bear the consequences of being deposed. If she were not the empress, would the dowager still protect her? The dowager valued only the Xia family's dependence on the Zhang family, as she saw her as the most obedient and loyal servant. Only by preserving her status as empress could she hope to negotiate other matters. She could not afford to provoke the emperor. Xia Shui took a deep breath, her voice trembling as she said, "Your Majesty, I have brought the imperial physician to await you." After speaking, she finally lifted her foot to leave. After she exited, Chief Stewardly followed suit, closing the door behind him, his expression tense and anxious, as if his head were about to roll. The moment the door clicked shut, Su Wanwan's top body suddenly slumped. She had known all along that remaining in the palace would lead to no good. The bond she shared with him was truly inextricable. Lu Xingjian lowered his gaze upon her face, which bore the marks of harrowing survival, remaining silent. The room fell into an eerie stillness. After a long pause, he kissed her forehead and lifted her along with the blanket, first to wash up. When he returned to the wheelchair, her hand fell upon his wrist, which was about to withdraw. She looked up at him with a sense of despair, asking, "What shall we do? Once we step out of this door, it will surely lead to a great uproar." Lu Xingjian gazed at her delicate fingers, retracting his hand slightly before grasping hers, slowly intertwining their fingers. His expression remained calm, a smile barely detectable on his lips. "Call out once more, and I shall tell you." Su Wanwan withdrew her hand, remaining silent in her seat. At this moment, he still had the inclination to tease her. As the sovereign, he was naturally unconcerned with rumors that might tarnish his reputation. Yet she was merely a lowly court official, her standing so precarious that this time she was bound to suffer greatly, dragging the Su family into yet another storm. The East Palace was spacious, with 5 chambers. The bedroom located in the warmest eastern room, while the adjoining room was divided into 2, one serving as a living area and the other as a study. To the west of the living area lay the main hall of the East Palace, where the Empress awaited with her entourage. As the wheelchair entered the living area, Su Wanwan felt her entire being tense, filled with trepidation. The two of them stepping out together would expose their illicit affair, marking the moment she would endure public scorn. Such a scenario had haunted her countless times in nightmares, far too familiar and terrifying. During the 2 years of their secret liaison, she had lived in constant fear of being discovered, yet equally anxious that no one would realize. Little did she expect, 3 years after their separation, that the nightmare would manifest into reality. Lu Xingjian halted, gazing at her for a long moment, before gently running his fingers through her hair. In that final instant, his heart softened. He could not bear to let her face the disgrace of being labeled a femme fatale. Although this meant she would be irrevocably tied to him by the title of the Emperor's woman, it would deter other men from daring to covet her. "Wait for me here, all right?" Su Wanwan nodded absently. For her, it mattered not where she waited. The anguish was the same everywhere. The humiliation she had faced when publicly accused of infidelity at the Su family's hall paled in comparison to her current predicament. For today, she had been caught in the act. He pulled her into his embrace, slowly caressing her slender back, her head resting against his chest. "Have you ever regretted being with me?" he asked softly. Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. The delight in her expression pleased him, his clear voice imbued with warmth. "Since you do not regret, there is no need to fear. I shall concern myself with matters at hand. You need only focus on your recovery." His tone carried a hint of care and tenderness, and after a brief pause, he added, "Why don't you find some books to read here?" Odate, Suvan Wandiplaith, watching him as he departed. Yet her thoughts drifted far away. Perhaps no one truly comprehended the depths of her intentions. The clandestine exchanges shared with him were, after all, orchestrated by her own design. Ever since she reached the age of maturity, the late emperor's gaze often lingered on her with an inscrutable significance. On one occasion, he even remarked on her striking resemblance to her mother and inquired whether she wished to remain in the palace forever. It was only when the late emperor openly dismissed the Empress Dowager Zhou's aspirations to select a suitor for her, stating, "You obstructed me once. Do you intend to do so a second time?" That Su Wanwan sensed the impending peril. She made every effort to avoid encounters, rarely stepping beyond the confines of the Jinling palace, striving to evade the late emperor's presence. However, one could not escape the incessant attentions of others. An array of exquisite garments and adornments continuously found their way to her, relentlessly pressuring her to acquiesce. Su Wanwan felt akin to a cornered beast, unwilling to wed that elderly man who already had a wife, regardless of his exalted status as emperor. This resolve remained steadfast until shortly after her 16th birthday. Chapter 44. Please establish Su Wanwan as the crown princess. Someone discreetly reported to the Zhou family that the crown prince had beseeched the emperor, imploring him to appoint Su Wanwan as the crown princess. Enraged, the emperor unsheathed a sword from the wall and pursued the crown prince with the intent to strike. The jade seal he cast flew forth, striking the Crown Prince's brow and drawing blood. In order to recuperate from his injuries, Crown Prince Lu Xingjian publicly proclaimed himself too inebriated to receive visitors. Suddenly, Su Wanwan realized that amidst the dimness of her path, a glimmer of light emerged. That light was none other than Lu Xingjian, the sole son of a late emperor and her childhood companion. Zhou Wanxiu, brimming with excitement, hurried to the East Palace to deliver a restorative soup. She could have easily chosen not to accompany Zhou Wanxiu, yet she found herself drawn along. In a twist of fate, it appeared as though he had compelled her, but in truth, she was cleverly leveraging him to escape the fate of becoming a mere plaything of a late emperor. After all, Lu Xingjian shared a profound bond with her, far surpassing that of others. Although surrendering to him in such an ignoble manner felt deeply unjust, she could not help but feel a sense of gratitude towards him. Su Wanwan maneuvered her wheelchair into the study, where the desk was adorned with the 4 treasures of the study, meticulously arranged. A small, damaged box stood out awkwardly amidst the order. Su Wanwan focused intently on the box for a moment, then wheeled herself closer and opened it. Inside lay several letters, all previously unsealed. A few of the envelopes were familiar, bearing her handwriting and the stationery she frequently used. As she perused the letters, a wave of complex emotions washed over her. The letters were divided into 2 categories, those she had written to Su Pengyan and those penned by him to her. She carefully examined each letter, lost in thought for an extended period. No wonder she had never received any correspondence from Su Pengyan. They had been intercepted by someone with ulterior motives. It seemed the letter Gu Feng had presented to exonerate her had also been seized by Lu Xingjian. The final letter Su Pengyan wrote to her was a farewell missive. Sensing the impending peril, his tone bore a tragic weight. He asked if, upon his safe return, they could avoid a divorce. He envisioned a life together where he would cherish and protect her, treating her child as his own, as they aged gracefully side by side, rather than remaining mere pretenders to a marriage that had never truly begun. Should he fail to return, she need not wear mourning, and it would be best for her to leave the Su family promptly, taking her entire dowry with her, so as not to fall victim to their schemes. Su Wanwan could not help but recall the image of Su Pengyan in his resplendent red wedding attire, tall and handsome, his eyes alight with hope. On their wedding night, she had proposed a separation after a year, offering to give him half of her dowry as compensation. Su Pengyan's expression darkened, the light in his eyes extinguished, replaced by unmistakable disappointment. After a prolonged silence, he replied, "A woman's stability and survival is inherently challenging. As a man of honor, I cannot accept your dowry. When the time comes for separation, I shall be the one to propose it, sparing you the difficulties from both families." Despite his ulterior motives for marrying her, he had never caused her distress while he was alive, always considering her needs with remarkable thoughtfulness. After all, having once been married and exchanged vows, Su Pengyan held a distinct significance in her heart. The kindness expressed in his final letter still warmed her spirit. Had Su Pengyan not perished, would she have managed to divorce smoothly with the support of the Su family? Or would she have remained ensconced in the Su household as the esteemed wife of the heir? In any case, she likely would not have had to endure the recent slander against her reputation or the tumultuous scenes of today. Xia Shui waited for over half an hour before finally encountering Lu Xingjian. He approached leisurely, taking his place at the head of the table, surveying the room before calmly inquiring, "Where is the physician?" Xia Shui gazed at his face, noting his composed expression, devoid of any remorse or embarrassment, which sent a pang of anguish through her heart. She clenched her hands tightly, striving to maintain her composure, and mustered a gentle smile. "Chief Stewardly mentioned that His Majesty is not gravely ill, and I sent the physician back." Lu Xingjian's inscrutable gaze fell upon Xia Shui's face as he remarked, "The Empress is indeed considerate." Xia Shui's expression momentarily stiffened, her lips quivering as she ultimately replied, "Just now, the Grand Eunuch Wenzi from Mother Empress's side came to instruct me to serve diligently. I have greatly benefited from his counsel. Empress Zhang urged me to consider the greater picture and avoid escalating matters. An escalation would only grant His Majesty the opportunity to bestow Su Wanwan with a title. thereby introducing a formidable rival into the harem. It is wiser to endure for now and strategize for the future. Lu Xingjian was not surprised by this outcome. He regarded the empress with a profound gaze and said, "Empress, please kneel in peace and do not set foot in the Eastern Palace again." Xia Shui could no longer contain her composure, tears streaming down her face. "Your Majesty, do you harbor any discontent towards me? Why utter such words?" Lu Xingjian's replies were succinct. "You are my lawful wife, bound to me in unity. Is it not permissible for me to reside in Jinling Palace while you come to see me?" Suppressing her sobs, Xia Shui's makeup was ruined by her tears, rendering her a pitiful sight that evoked deep sympathy. Lu Xingjian's brow bore the weight of fatigue, his expression tinged with coldness. Xia Shui knelt before him, her hands resting on his knees as she wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Her sense of grievance was truly heart-wrenching. "It is my folly for not understanding. I should not have intruded. Please do not be angry with me, dear cousin. I simply love you too much and cannot bear the thought of you with another woman. I will change." At that moment, Wanwan happened to crack open the door to the sitting room. From a distance, she saw Xia Shui weeping on Lu Xingjian's lap. A hint of tenderness and compassion flickered across Lu Xingjian's face. Wanwan froze, utterly taken aback. The fierce confrontation between the emperor and empress had unexpectedly transformed into a scene of heartfelt confessions. Indeed, he had married the humble Xia Shui as his empress, which spoke volumes of his deep affection. They were a true couple, while she remained the one shrouded in shadows, unworthy of the light. A wave of helplessness and exhaustion washed over her. His feelings for Xia Shui were evident, and the notion of using him to topple the Xia family was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. She had been naively idealistic. Upon hearing the commotion from the living room, Lu Xingjian raised his gaze and found himself locking eyes with Wanwan. Chapter 45. Is it over? Wanwan chuckled softly, slowly closing the door to the sitting room. That smile, tinged with a hint of reluctance and bitterness, spoke volumes. Lu Xingjian watched as the door shut, his gaze gradually lowering to rest upon Xia Shui, a faint shadow flickering in his eyes. Wanwan sat quietly in her wheelchair, lost in thought. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a slender hand rested upon her shoulder. She caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance of sandalwood mingled with the scent of ambergris, a smell favored by the queen, Xia Shui. Pausing for a moment, Wanwan gradually maneuvered her wheelchair, distancing herself from that hand. It appeared as if she was merely changing direction, yet in truth, she was creating space between them. Lu Xingjian's hand lingered in the air, the intimacy and allure of the previous night dissipating like mist with this subtle withdrawal. The morning sunlight streamed through the intricately designed window, illuminating the dust particles that danced in the beams, as if revealing an invisible barrier between them. The torrential rain had washed the sky clear the previous night, and now, the day was bright and radiant. All discomforts were rendered starkly visible in the sunlight. The warmth of the sun on her face was almost blinding, serving as a reminder to retreat to their original positions and maintain the boundaries that ought to be respected. With difficulty, Wanwan spoke, her voice laced with concern. "Your Majesty, is everything well with you and the Queen?" The Queen's generosity only served to highlight her own frivolity. Fortunately, despite the fervent emotions of last night, they had not crossed the final threshold, thus preserving a semblance of dignity. Both had room to maneuver, allowing them to return to a state of mutual indifference. Lu Xingjian's expression turned somewhat frosty as he withdrew his hand. After a moment of silence, he replied in a low, cool tone, "The queen was merely a bit impulsive. There is no cause for concern." Indeed, Wanwan felt herself relax, absent-mindedly stating, "The deep affection between the emperor and empress is a blessing for the realm." Her words were akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Lu Xingjian's demeanor shifted to one of stark indifference, his jaw tightening as he averted his gaze, turning away without another glance and departing. Wanwan felt the chill he left behind, as if she were ensnared in an icy abyss. Had she erred in her speech or actions? What had she done to offend him? Before long, Stewardly entered with a smile, cheerfully announcing, "Miss Su, henceforth, you are assigned to the Eastern Palace. You need not return to Ningxiu Palace." The palace attendants began to tidy up the bedroom. Su Wanwan strained to listen to the commotion within the room, feeling somewhat uneasy, and she responded to Steward Li's words with a mere acknowledgement. Steward Li then smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How forgetful of me! The emperor instructed me to relay this good news to Guard Gu, and yet it slipped my mind." Su Wanwan's expression darkened considerably. Lu Xingjian had completely cut off her means of retreat, effectively forcing her to carve out a life within the palace. Steward Li, still smiling, remarked, "The emperor's feelings for Miss Su are known to no one outside. It would be best for Guard Gu to be informed sooner rather than later, for everyone's sake." Su Wanwan pressed her lips together, asserting, "I shall speak to him about this myself." Steward Li hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. "I shall convey the message to Guard Gu right away." When Gu Ziyu arrived, Su Wanwan was in the courtyard, seated in her wheelchair, observing ants busily relocating their homes beneath the trees. The two of them, one standing and the other sitting, exchanged no words. The atmosphere was serene, infused with an inexplicable energy. After a considerable pause, Su Wanwan softly remarked, "It looks like it will rain." In truth, a heavy downpour had occurred the previous night, and today was a splendidly sunny day, with the evening sky adorned with vibrant crimson hues, a sight of unparalleled brilliance. Gu Ziyu's voice was raspy, reminiscent of someone unwell, starkly contrasting with the clarity of yesterday's sunshine. The ants, in their migration, were seeking refuge from the impending rain, choosing higher ground to establish their new abode. "Did you think the same?" His voice was deep, laced with a hint of sorrowful inquiry. Su Wanwan finally lifted her gaze to meet his. Gu Ziyu's eyes were bloodshot, his appearance disheveled, his once proud posture now tinged with desolation. In comparison to his vibrant demeanor from the day prior, he seemed like a different person altogether. Her eyes gradually reddened, and a faint smile broke through. Ants are superior to humans. They possess the agency to choose. What about her? Merely a pawn in the hands of others. Gu Ziyu fixed his gaze intently on her eyes. Su Wanwan turned her head slightly, tilting her face upwards to prevent tears from falling. "Gu Guard, please take your leave." Gu Ziyu clenched his jaw, a flicker of humiliation crossing his eyes, and turned to depart. In this palace, where hierarchy was stark and rigid, he, a noble scion of the Ongwood Duke's residence, felt no more significant than an ant. What choices could Sister Wanwan possibly have? At the entrance stood Lu Xingjian, quietly observing them, seemingly unaware of when he had arrived. Gu Ziyu merely offered a bow and attempted to leave. Lu Xingjian, however, addressed him with a hint of familiarity. "Are you leaving already?" Gu Ziyu managed a brief smile. "I must attend to my duties." Yet the smile did not reach his eyes. Lu Xingjian did not linger on him, instead proceeding directly to Su Wanwan beneath the tree. The setting sun cast a blood-red glow. The crimson clouds, reflecting off the golden-glazed rooftops, enveloped everyone and everything in a fiery hue. Each person resembled a flickering flame, burning with youth and hope. As Gu Ziyu brushed past Lu Xingjian, the smile on his face instantly faded, replaced by a mask of solemn indifference, reminiscent of smoldering coals extinguished, leaving behind only cold ashes. Just as Gu Ziyu was about to exit, he heard Lu Xingjian's crisp voice, laced with gentleness, call out from behind, "There are mosquitoes outside. You should come in." His steps hesitated momentarily before he continued, striding away. That night, Lu Xingjian held Su Wanwan tightly, his forehead veins bulging, voice husky. "Do you miss him?" Su Wanwan, eyes closed and head turned away, bit her lip in silence, ignoring his probing. This only awakened the primal instincts within a man, who ceased to restrain himself, fully unleashing his desires, almost overwhelming her. Eventually, the room fell silent late into the night. After an indeterminate time, she stirred gently, cautiously adjusting herself to protect her injured leg. Lu Xingjian opened his eyes, turned over, and enveloped her beneath him. His lips hovered near hers, scrutinizing her complexion in the dim light. Su Wanwan silently turned her face away. He exerted a slight pressure with his hand, compelling her to meet his gaze. His features were sharply defined, and when devoid of a smile, he appeared particularly austere. Yet, the hint of desire in his eyes rendered him irresistibly alluring. "Are you well?" His voice was gravelly, tinged with a breathlessness. That was all. He cast a glance at her. Su Wanwan was reluctant to engage in conversation. Their clandestine relationship brought immense pleasure to the body, yet profound torment to the soul. The man paused for a moment, enveloped in silence, before inquiring, "Have you experienced something better?" Su Wanwan retorted, "What about you?" He replied, "I have only tried with you." Su Wanwan fell silent. The fact that he had only been with her did not guarantee he would remain exclusive in the future. The Empress of Summer was still awaiting his consummation. The man leaned in again. Su Wanwan turned her head to evade him. His lips lingered on her cheek. "Do not be afraid. Leave it to me, all right?" Chapter 46. Something is amiss with the person on the bed. He seemed to be soothing her, gently caressing her hair. Due to the gravity in his tone, she suspected he might harbor ulterior motives. Was he suggesting that she surrender her body to him? Or did his words imply something else? Su Wanwan slowly turned her face, locking eyes with him. In that fleeting moment, she quickly averted her gaze. His eyes were filled with a profound affection, thick and molten, reminiscent of the fervent passion shared by youthful lovers, igniting a sense of unease within her. It had to be a fade. Surely, it was false. He had already possessed her body. Why would he deceive her further? She lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering delicately like a butterfly unfurling its wings. The man gazed at her quivering lips and leaned in to kiss her once more. The intimacy was overwhelming, and her heart raced uncontrollably. The sound of blood rushing in her ears was akin to a haunting call. In the pitch-black depths of the night, within this small sanctuary draped in curtains, they shed all identities and shackles, leaving only two hearts trembling in response to one another. The following day, when Lu Xingjian awoke, the dawn had yet to break. He sat quietly at the edge of the bed, observing Su Wanwan's serene profile as she slept, a hint of tenderness glimmering in his eyes. He instructed the young attendant, "Mengyu, do not wake her. Await my return for lunch." Mengyu, taken aback, raised his gaze only to promptly bow his head in acquiescence. The emperor was accustomed to attending morning court, proceeding to the study to review memorials, and after lunch, he would continue to handle state affairs without respite. His days were typically a whirlwind of activity. Today, however, was a rare exception. Su Wanwan had enjoyed an uncharacteristically restful sleep, free from nightmares of perilous pursuits. Upon waking, she felt rejuvenated and languidly stretched. Indeed, the joys of love can greatly enhance one's rest, provided one does not burn the midnight oil too long. As she extended her hand, it brushed against something warm. Startled, Su Wanwan opened her eyes to find Lu Xingjian lying beside her, his eyes still closed. Had it not been for his outer robe, she might have assumed he had been asleep all along. The man stirred, and when he opened his eyes to see her, his expression was tranquil, devoid of words. Su Wanwan quickly sat up, her gaze flitting in a flustered manner, uncertain of how to confront him. For a brief moment, the air felt stagnant. The fervor of passion had faded, leaving them to face the mundane realities of life. She wondered if there awaited another Empress Xia outside. "Are you hungry?" Lu Xingjian inquired gently. Su Wanwan hesitated for a moment, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, unable to meet his eyes. "I suppose so. Let us get up for breakfast." He continued. Lu Xingjian glanced at her, then rose to sit up and put on his shoes. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, Su Wanwan reluctantly began to dress. They busied themselves with their own tasks, avoiding each other's gaze. Just as she finished tying her belt, he reached out to embrace her. Startling her, their eyes met, and Lu Xingjian was the first to avert his gaze, his expression turning somewhat serious, though his ears betrayed a subtle flush. Su Wanwan felt equally awkward. Lu Xingjian guided her to the vanity, saying, "I'll have someone come to style your hair." "There's no need," she replied. Su Wanwan hastily pressed down on his wrist. The man's hand was defined and robust, embodying both the refreshing vigor of youth and the steadiness of maturity. A flush crept on Su Wanwan's cheeks as she spoke, her voice tinged with shyness. "I'll manage on my own." In truth, she felt a tinge of embarrassment at the thought of facing others. Lu Xingjian merely responded with a soft standing a short distance behind her, quietly observing. As Su Wanwan delicately combed her lustrous black hair, Her gaze inadvertently met his reflection in the mirror, causing her heart to race, and she accidentally tugged at a few strands. Once she had finished her makeup, she softly inquired of her husband, "Is my eyebrow pencil applied in moderation?" This had been the scene she had once envisioned when dreaming of marriage. Yet, the man standing behind her was someone else's husband, not hers. Lu Xingjian maintained a calm demeanor, as if he believed their interaction was entirely appropriate. On the dining table, a meal had already been laid out. The two sat down to eat in silence, without further conversation. It had been many years since Su Wanwan had shared a lunch with Lu Xingjian, and she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to it. A piece of sweetened goose breast had appeared on her plate. She looked up to see Lu Xingjian retracting his chopsticks. His expression mild as he sampled the dish. Su Wanwan paused for a moment, then picked up her chopsticks to take a small bite of the goose breast. The dish was sweet, a flavor she had cherished in her childhood. It was a rarity that he still remembered. The corners of Lu Xingjian's lips turned up slightly. "I have matters to attend to today, and will not be home for dinner." Su Wanwan's hand holding the chopsticks froze momentarily, and she gently acknowledged with a soft mm. Lu Xingjian kindly advised her, "I will leave Li Rong here. Find some books to read, and should anything arise, consult Li Rong." Su Wanwan nodded obediently, which made Lu Xingjian's lips involuntarily curl upward. He lowered his head to sip his soup, which was fresh and fragrant, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Just after finishing the meal, someone came looking for him. Lu Xingjian's expression grew serious, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. He stood up and quietly said, "You should sleep first tonight. There is no need to wait for me." Su Wanwan's breath hitched for a moment, her body tensing. She lowered her gaze, her eyelashes trembling lightly. She felt she lacked the proper standing to respond to his words. Not hearing her reply, Lu Xingjian looked over with a questioning gaze. As he reached out to caress her face, seeing her reaction made him halt mid-motion, his hand slowly forming a fist before discreetly retreating behind him. Throughout the afternoon, Su Wanwan felt somewhat distracted. Lu Xingjian's intentions were abundantly clear. He wished to keep her in the East Palace, free from the Queen's disturbances. He desired to share a life with her here, akin to an ordinary couple. However, such a relationship lacked legitimacy and could not withstand the trials of time. It was destined to falter eventually. Moreover, the Empress Xia, fearing to offend Lu Xingjian, refrained from openly causing trouble, yet she might resort to more insidious tactics. Years ago, even when Su Wanwan was married, the Xia family had pursued her to the south. How could the Empress now tolerate Su Wanwan sleeping with her man right under her nose? It was only a matter of time before she would act against Su Wanwan. Yet, strangely, Su Wanwan found herself anticipating the unfolding events. If the Empress Dowager continues to feign magnanimity, it becomes increasingly challenging to uncover her flaws, thereby unsettling her position. It may be more prudent to respond to her provocations and observe the unfolding events. In the evening, a visitor arrived at the Eastern Palace. A lady-in-waiting dispatched by the Empress Dowager herself. "Good evening, Wanwan." Upon hearing Zhou Wanxiu's voice in the courtyard, Su Wanwan instinctively clenched her hands. Zhou Wanxiu rushed in, lifting her skirts, her innocent eyes sparkling with delight. "Aunt Wan, I petitioned the Empress Dowager to serve in the Eastern Palace. What brings you here?" Su Wanwan could not help but smile wryly. "I am currently employed here in the Eastern Palace." "How did you come to be appointed as a lady-in-waiting?" Zhou Wanxiu beamed with joy. "The Empress Dowager specially summoned me to the palace and inquired if I wished to be a lady historian, and I readily accepted." Su Wanwan furrowed her brow. "Wanxiu, why put yourself through this? A lady historian is an entirely unrefined and lowly position, without protection. One endures countless hardships and is obliged to serve for a lifetime within the palace. At such a splendid age, why forgo a stable life of marriage to pursue this arduous role?" Zhou Wanxiu pouted. "Aunt Wan, I merely wish to accompany you. Let me stay with you." Su Wanwan hesitated, realizing she needed to consult Steward Li. She summoned a palace servant, only to learn that Steward Li had been urgently called out of the palace and had yet to return. The palace gates were now locked, and aside from the duty-bound maids and eunuchs, the rest had returned to their quarters beyond Wansui Mountain. Zhou Wanxiu playfully pleaded, "Aunt Wan, I have no place to stay. Would you be so kind as to shelter me for just one night?" Su Wanwan said little, simply instructing someone to prepare the back hall for Zhou Wanxiu to manage for the night. She herself arranged a bedroom next door to rest. With Zhou Wanxiu present, she could no longer brazenly occupy the main hall's eastern warmth chamber. Lu Xingjian returned late at night. The entire eastern palace was shrouded in darkness. He entered the eastern warmth chamber and, by the moonlight streaming through the window, discerned a figure lying on the bed, facing inward. He paused, an inscrutable emotion flickering in his eyes, the corners of his lips curling slightly. After a moment of silence, he strolled leisurely toward the cleansing chamber. When he emerged, he was slightly damp, clad in an undergarment, and lifted the brocade coverlet to slip into bed. The person on the bed remained in the same position, apparently fast asleep. He reached out an arm, intending to draw her into his embrace. However, something felt amiss. His hand halted midair, and he demanded coldly, "Who goes there?" Chapter 47. Are you allowing her to occupy my bed? The woman spun around and threw herself into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. "It is I, Brother Xingjian," she said, her voice trembling. It was Zhou Wanxiu. Even in the absence of light, she could sense the terror etched across his face. His muscles were taut, resisting her proximity. Tears shimmered in her eyes, and she felt a sense of bewilderment. The man ruthlessly pushed her away, swiftly buttoning his shirt as he descended from the bed, his voice chillingly cold. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Wanxiu's pride suffered a devastating blow. Having gone to such lengths to offer herself, did he still reject her? She crossed her arms in a bid to salvage her dignity, appearing pitiful. "Annie allowed me to stay here." The words were certain to be discarded immediately. "Where is she?" Lu Xingjian interrupted her with an impassive expression. Suppressing his fury, Zhou Wanxiu bit her lip and rose from the bed, discarding her sheer nightgown. "Brother Xingjian, will you not look at me? I'm no less than her. I am younger, unmarried, and love you wholeheartedly. What makes her superior?" In that instant, as she reached to remove her clothing, Lu Xingjian turned and left, retreating into the dressing room. When he kicked open the door to the side chamber, Su Wanwan had just awakened, sitting up in alarm and asking warily, "Who?" In the darkness, the two exchanged silent glances, neither uttering a word. Their eyes engaged in a wordless confrontation. Su Wanwan could feel his anger radiating. He cast a frigid gaze upon her, his brows furrowed tightly, his voice taut. "Do you have something to say?" Su Wanwan simply replied, "The Empress Dowager sent Zhou Wanxiu to the East Palace. So, you permit her to sleep in my bed?" Lu Xingjian nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. He sneered, "How generous of you." His tone dripped with sarcasm, looking down upon her. To be without the status of an empress, yet burdened with her afflictions. His words fell like a bucket of icy water, leaving Su Wanwan feeling utterly chilled. Her heart felt as though it had been struck, realizing her own delusions. She had mistakenly believed he harbored genuine feelings for her. In truth, he merely enjoyed her company, possessing neither respect nor trust. The explanations she had held within suddenly felt meaningless. A surge of anger welled up from deep within her, prompting her to exclaim, "What the emperor says is true. I wish to be the empress. Since you cannot attain that position, why should I suffer?" Lu Xingjian's body stiffened momentarily, his pupils flickering. He strode to the edge of the bed with an imposing presence, causing Su Wanwan to recoil, yet he confined her shoulders with his grip. His expression was frigid, his gaze sharper than a blade, while his voice dropped to a hoarse whisper filled with accusation. "Is it solely my fault? Had you not fled to marry another, would we be in this predicament?" Footsteps echoed from outside. Zhou Wanxiu was approaching. Su Wanwan's body tensed instantly, her eyes filled with panic, struggling to break free from Lu Xingjian's grasp. Uncertain of how much of her earlier outburst was overheard by Zhou Wanxiu and what repercussions it might entail, Lu Xingjian showed no intention of releasing his grip. Instead, he tightened his hold, the veins on his forehead visibly bulging. "Su Wanwan, you were the one who provoked me first. You shall not retreat." Su Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief. "How did I provoke you?" Lu Xingjian let out a cold laugh. "You've already forgotten your deliberate allure in the imperial study." The footsteps outside grew increasingly closer, and Su Wanwan felt a surge of urgency. "What of it? Times have changed. All I desire now is to return home. I implore the emperor to release me from the palace." She raised her hand in an attempt to push him away, inadvertently delivering a slap instead. Zhou Wanxiu, standing outside the room, was left utterly dumbfounded. Was Su Wanwan truly fearless? How could she dare to strike the emperor? Such an act was profoundly humiliating. Lu Xingjian was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating her gesture. He finally released Su Wanwan, coldly uttering, "Dream on." Zhou Wanxiu's previously disheartened mood suddenly brightened. "Su Wanwan, you are courting your own demise. Splendid. The emperor is furious, and he is likely to completely disdain you." This was an opportunity for Zhou Wanxiu. Lu Xingjian, in a fit of rage, swept away, not even casting a glance at Zhou Wanxiu outside the door. After returning to bed, Su Wanwan's body still trembled slightly. She felt no remorse for offending him. Summer Shui and Su Wanwan could not coexist. He could only choose one. To savor the blessings of many, he would have to relinquish her. For an extended period thereafter, Su Wanwan did not see Lu Xingjian again. She remained within the East Palace, seldom venturing out. Occasionally, she would lean on a cane to stretch her limbs, hoping to regain her mobility swiftly, quietly awaiting her chance. Zhou Wanxiu, however, frequently entered and exited, bringing various tidings. She mentioned that the commander of the Jinhui, Yu Yong, had presented the emperor with 12 captivating and skilled performers, which led to his exceptional promotion to the position of deputy commander, a leap of 2 ranks. No wonder the sounds of music and laughter had been incessant in the Qianqing Palace lately. Zhou Wanxiu spoke with a tinge of jealousy. "I once thought he was indifferent to women, but it seems he has merely concealed it well. Now that the mourning period for the late emperor has concluded, and he stands as the exalted emperor, there is no need for him to hide anymore." Su Wanwan paused slightly, gazing at her with calm composure. "So, do you intend to remain in the palace? At his age, he will only attract more women. Are you certain you wish to marry him?" After a moment of silence, Zhou Wanxiu solemnly nodded. "Wanwan, I have been taught since childhood that my fate is to marry into the imperial family. To become his woman is my destiny, as well as the expectation of the Zhou family. Even if he refuses to grant me any title, I must remain by his side." She looked at Su Wanwan with guilt. "Wanwan, it is my fault for rashly provoking the emperor that night. I should not have been so impatient, which ultimately caused you to bear the brunt of it." Su Wanwan remained silent. That night, she had been unaware that Zhou Wanxiu had secretly recommended herself to the emperor, catching her off guard. As for the instigator, she now finds herself increasingly apprehensive. With Zhou Wanxiu around, one can only wonder how many times she will be stabbed in the back. It is imperative to devise a strategy to distance herself from Zhou Wanxiu. Chapter 48. I just want to be the queen. September 12th marks the birthday of Queen Xia Shui. In previous years, she refrained from ostentatiously celebrating this occasion, for it bears an ominous significance. It is also the death anniversary of the late Princess Xiu Yi. Each year on this day, Empress Dowager Zhang would leave the palace to personally pay her respects at the princess's grave, returning as though half of her spirit had been extinguished, engulfed in sorrow. Even Emperor Lu Xingjian would send his eunuchs to mourn on behalf of the royal family, highlighting the deep bond between the siblings. However, this year unfolded differently. Before departing the palace, Empress Dowager Zhang advised Xia Shui to act judiciously, emphasizing that seizing this opportunity for consummation was paramount. Xia Shui and her maternal family had meticulously planned for this birthday, deliberating strategies many days in advance. Yet, despite their efforts, none of the plans bore fruit. By afternoon, Lu Xingjian merely dispatched stewardly with birthday gifts, making no appearance himself. A flicker of malice crossed Xia Shui's eyes as she resolved to employ her final tactic. She commanded, "Bring Su Wanwan here." When Zhou Wanxiu appeared, pushing Su Wanwan in a wheelchair, Xia Shui languidly remarked, "I have heard your legs are nearly healed. Why not stand and take a few steps to demonstrate?" Su Wanwan replied with a composed demeanor, in response to Her Majesty the Queen. "The physician has instructed that I must not exert my left leg yet. I shall bow to you once my injury has fully recovered." Baffled by this soft rebuttal, Xia Shui chose not to engage further with her, but redirected her ire towards Zhou Wanxiu. "Zhou Wanxiu, why do you not kneel? You have served beside Su Wanwan for quite some time. yet her injury remains unhealed. Surely, your service has been lacking in diligence. The capriciousness of those in power is notorious. Xia Shui, with her royal title, felt perpetually elevated above others, with only a few capable of restraining her. Zhou Wanqiu knelt, indignantly protesting, "Your Majesty, you misjudge me." The physician stated that Aunt Wan's leg requires 3 months of care, and the time has not yet elapsed. The matron beside Xia Shui scoffed, her voice sharp as she reprimanded, "How dare you retort against the queen? Seize her and give her a slap." Su Wanwan's heart raced with excitement. After such a prolonged wait, the opportunity had finally arrived. She feared that Xia Shui might embody the virtues of grace and benevolence to the extent that it would leave her without any leverage. Hastily, she interjected, "The condition of my leg bears no relation to Wanqiu. I beseech your Majesty to forgive her." The matron, wearing a sardonic smile, retorted emphatically, "Miss Su, you jest. Those in the palace must adhere to the palace's rules. If everyone were to challenge the queen so impudently, would the harem not descend into chaos? Slap her." "Wait." Su Wanwan stood from her wheelchair, gazing calmly at Xia Shui. "Your Majesty, I have risen as you wished. May we spare Wanqiu?" The disparity in their statuses was vast. Xia Shui, resolute in her intent to torment her, would surely not offer leniency. Rather than clash against a formidable foe, it would be prudent to acquiesce to Xia Shui's desires. Regardless, this presented a splendid opportunity for a strategic feint. One could only gamble on how that man would respond. If he remains indifferent, then alternative strategies must be devised. This would not only temporarily win over Zhou Wanqiu, but serve a dual purpose. As for whether Zhou Wanqiu would be moved, this would be revealed in due course. Zhou Wanqiu regarded Su Wanwan with a complex gaze, then lowered her eyes, showing no inclination to offer assistance. Su Wanwan sighed softly within, lamenting how the years had caused her close friend to drift further away, leaving only the remnants of superficial politeness. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Xia Shui's face. It seemed the leg injury had healed, a piece of good news indeed. "I shall graciously bestow upon you a title, promoting you to the rank of a 7th-grade official, effective immediately, and you will serve at Kuan-Ning Palace henceforth." Su Wanwan's pupils contracted, a look of fear crossing her countenance. "I am grateful for the Empress's kindness, but I am unworthy of such a significant role. I humbly request permission to resign from my position and return home to recuperate." Xia Shui was not inclined to believe her. After having shared the emperor's bed, would one truly wish to return home? Such nonsense was hardly credible. "My command is not to be dismissed." Xia Shui ordered those in attendance to withdraw. Even the wheelchair was pushed away. Su Wanwan stood unsteadily in the center of the grand hall, directly pleading, "Your Majesty, there is no need to target me. If you would permit me to leave the palace, I shall depart the capital and never return." Xia Shui scoffed dismissively. "Why should I release you from the palace? I have no need to offend the emperor on your behalf. I expect you to exert effort in producing heirs for the throne. Any future offspring can be recorded under my name as legitimate." Su Wanwan scrutinized Xia Shui's expression, her own countenance growing desolate. "I fear your Majesty may be disappointed. 3 years ago, I fell into the icy waters in March, injuring myself. It is impossible for me to conceive again." She had not anticipated that Xia Shui had transcended matters of affection, confronting the stark realities of self-interest. A wave of pity washed over her for Lu Xingjian. It seemed this Empress Xia harbored little love for him. Among the women surviving in the palace, few truly regarded love as sustenance. With a legitimate heir, she would become an unassailable empress, destined to be the future Empress Dowager. Yet, to regard Su Wanwan merely as a vessel for reproduction was a miscalculation. Upon hearing this news, Xia Shui instead felt a sense of relief. A woman unable to bear children poses no threat. She is merely a fleeting plaything for men. As long as she does not incur the emperor's wrath and enjoys the favor of the Empress Dowager, she remains a precious empress, with Su Wanwan forever subservient to her. Xia Shui smiled with satisfaction. "Ah, what a pity. I had hoped to bear a prince myself." Su Wanwan pressed her lips together, her words insincere. "I wish the empress all her heart's desires." The words spoken in anger that day suddenly echoed in Su Wanwan's mind. I simply wish to be empress. She did not genuinely aspire to be empress. Instead, she sought to unseat Xia Shui from the throne. Only then could her vulnerable position in Jinling be secured. Empress Xia smiled coldly. Serve me diligently, and should I conceive, I shall reward you handsomely. Su Wanwan's injured leg could no longer endure the strain of standing for too long, and an agonizing pain began to surge through her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 49. I feed you. When Lu Xingjian arrived at Kuanning Palace, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Su Wanwan stood by, holding a handkerchief, attending to the late-night meal of Empress Xia Shui. A chilling aura accompanied his abrupt entrance, causing the palace maid who came to greet him to stumble. Upon seeing Su Wanwan standing stiffly, his brows furrowed and his countenance turned frigid. The empress immediately rose to pay her respects, her demeanor graceful as she welcomed him with a smile. Your servant humbly greets your majesty. Indeed, having a grip on Su Wanwan was akin to grasping the emperor's Achilles heel. Su Wanwan, enduring excruciating pain in her legs, was drenched in sweat, presenting a stark contrast to the resplendent and radiant Empress Xia. Her pallid face, upon meeting his gaze, briefly revealed a hint of grievance and fragility. In that moment of eye contact, she quickly lowered her head, concealing all traces of emotion, as if she had not suffered any harm or humiliation. Lu Xingjian pressed his thin lips together, casually discarding the riding crop in his hand. With his hands clasped behind his back, he emanated an indescribable aura of oppression. A sense of trepidation gripped Xia Shui's heart. The smile on her face froze, and she dared not meet his gaze, her eyes falling upon him. Clad in a narrow-sleeved, dark-hued dragon robe, cinched at the waist with a delicate sash, he appeared even more gallant and imposing. Dust and grass clippings clung to his boots, starkly contrasting with his usual immaculate appearance. It seemed he had returned from outside the palace in haste, without the time to change. Xia Shui blinked, her smile brightening, laced with a touch of flattery. Your Majesty, I invited Sister Wanwan today to reminisce. We truly resonate with one another. So I promoted her position and brought her to Kuanning Palace to keep me company. I trust you do not mind? Lu Xingjian's voice was cool. If I were to mind, would the Empress still proceed? Su Wanwan kept her head bowed, silent. She deemed the act of reporting grievances too trivial and ineffective, preferring to wait for Xia Shui to dig her own grave. Offending a mere palace maid bore no comparison to the repercussions of offending the emperor. Xia Shui's expression shifted to one of timid apprehension, her gaze flickering, with unshed tears glimmering, as if she had been frightened by him. That air of grievance was truly heart-wrenching. If your Majesty truly minds, I shall inform you beforehand next time. The Empress Dowager is still unwell, and I do not dare to celebrate my birthday grandly. I merely wish to converse with a few old friends. As she spoke, she cast a grateful glance towards Su Wanwan. Sister Wanwan has taught me many things. Su Wanwan scoffed inwardly. What a clever tactic. The appellation Sister Wanwan and the reference to an old friend placed the esteemed empress in a position of vulnerability. It was as if Xia Shui were still the timid scholar's daughter of yore, while Su Wanwan remained the highly regarded granddaughter of the prime minister. Thus, the notion of oppressing the weak was rendered moot, a masterstroke of retreating to advance. No wonder she could ascend to the position of empress. To unseat Xia Shui was not a task for simple maneuvers. Su Wanwan needed to bide her time for the right opportunity. Lu Xingjian cast a glance at Su Wanwan. Her face now bore a respectful and submissive smile, affirming Xia Shui's words. The interaction between the two individuals appeared remarkably harmonious and pleasant, starkly contrasting with the tense atmosphere he had envisioned. Instead, it highlighted his own hurried demeanor as somewhat ludicrous. Lu Xingjian's disposition grew increasingly aloof. He seemed oblivious to Su Wanwan, instead guiding Xia Shui to sit down, his tone regaining a semblance of gentility. I have been exceedingly busy today and was unable to accompany you for your birthday. You are not upset, are you? Xia Shui, seizing the opportunity, nestled beside him, leaning into his embrace, her eyes brimming with tears, pouting adorably. As long as His Majesty can visit me, I am completely content. Lu Xingjian's body stiffened momentarily before he relaxed again. After a brief hesitation, he wrapped his arm around Xia Shui, the coldness in his expression softening into threads of warmth and concern. Why are you so sensitive? Xia Shui dabbed her eyes and tilted her delicate face, pleading sweetly. Your Majesty, may I stay in Kuan-Ning Palace tonight? Her pitiful appearance was heart-wrenching, making refusal difficult. Lu Xingjian's movements faltered slightly as his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Wanwan not far away. Her complexion was starkly pale, her body trembling slightly. Yet she wore a faint smile as if delighted by some secret. Lu Xingjian's jaw tightened for an instant, a hint of a smile gracing his face. His gaze tender and captivating. Very well. Xia Shui nestled closer, her body quaking with tension, yet unable to suppress a triumphant smile. She quickly set about preparing for Lu Xingjian's ablutions, tentatively suggesting, "Shall we have Sister Wan serve you?" However, Lu Xingjian seemed to ignore her suggestion. His expression frosty as he brushed past Su Wanwan and proceeded to the cleansing chamber. Su Wanwan, having held on until now, was at her limit, finding it difficult to even move her feet. Naturally, she did not follow, avoiding any further embarrassment. Xia Shui had already bathed and changed, and after a quick tidying up, she sat anxiously at the edge of the bed awaiting Lu Xingjian's return. I take my leave, Su Wanwan announced. Xia Shui frowned, hesitating before ultimately saying, You may leave later. Had it not been for Su Wanwan's presence today, she doubted her ability to retain Lu Xingjian's attention. However, it seemed there was discord between the two. Rumor had it that the emperor had furiously departed from the Eastern Palace that night, likely irked by Su Wanwan, which inadvertently provided her an opportunity. Su Wanwan clenched her fists tightly, her heart racing with joy. The room was brightly lit, filled with a rich fragrance that she recognized as the sweet scent of warm incense. Xia Shui aspired to consummate their union and secure her family's decades-long glory, resorting to aphrodisiacs without hesitation. How amusing, she thought. She genuinely felt a twinge of sympathy for Lu Xingjian. Even his primary wife, his empress, was so calculating against him. Yet, having been astute and vigilant since childhood, how could he be ensnared by such schemes? She was curious to see whether Lu Xingjian would yield to the current or if he would become the unsuspecting prey in this game. When Lu Xingjian emerged, still glistening with moisture and clad only in a deep blue silk undergarment, he appeared refreshingly invigorated. Upon noticing Su Wanwan still in the room, he paused momentarily, his brow slightly furrowing. Su Wanwan lowered her head, tactfully turning to withdraw. Lu Xingjian strolled leisurely to the bedside, adopting a relaxed demeanor. His gentle gaze settled upon Xia Shui, a hint of tenderness gracing his features. The flickering red candle cast a warm glow, and the air was imbued with a sweet fragrance, suffused with a sense of alluring intimacy. Lu Xingjian's voice, cool and enigmatic, broke the serene silence. Serve the tea. Xia Shui momentarily paused, her eyes shimmering as she responded in a soft, melodic tone. Yes. It was indeed time for tea, perhaps a necessity after his hurried return. Thirst gnawing at him. However, Lu Xingjian seized her arm, drawing her into his embrace. The faint scent of dragon's saliva wafted from him, enveloping her senses. Xia Shui's porcelain-like face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. The moment to consummate their union had finally arrived. How could one not feel exhilarated? Lu Xingjian's gaze shifted to Su Wanwan, who stood upright at the door. Upon catching his stare, Xia Shui bit her lip and instructed, Sister Wanwan, please bring a cup of tea. Su Wanwan, having just stepped out, felt compelled to comply. Yes, the tea had been prepared earlier at a suitable temperature. As for any added ingredients, that remained uncertain. Given Lu Xingjian's robust constitution, additional enhancements were likely unnecessary. Xia Shui was simply too eager. Impatience could lead to mistakes, and mistakes could render one vulnerable. Tonight, who would be the unsuspecting lamb to the slaughter? Su Wanwan approached the bedside, carefully balancing the tray. Though her gait was slightly unsteady, Lu Xingjian lowered his head, a touch of gentleness gracing his demeanor as he asked Xia Shui, nestled in his arms, Are you thirsty? Summoning her courage, Xia Shui grasped his hand. Her eyes filled with emotion as she replied, a little. Lu Xingjian reciprocated her hold, declaring, I shall feed you. Su Wanwan observed the intertwined figures before her, momentarily lost in thought. A self-deprecating realization dawned upon her. They were the true couple. She reached the bedside, bending to lift the tray, though her body wavered slightly, causing some tea to slosh over the edge. Lu Xingjian did not hasten to accept the teacup, his dark, indifferent eyes fixated on the trembling vessel. Chapter 50. Your Majesty, please be gentle in the Queen's palace. The servants appeared utterly incompetent. His voice was neither warm nor cold. It was said that Su Wanwan adhered to the palace's rules and etiquette with utmost precision, serving as a paragon of virtue. Yet now, she could hardly steady a teacup. Surely, this was intentional? The tenderness on the Queen's face faltered for a brief moment. Her gaze flitted over the teacup, and she awkwardly remarked, Sister One has just begun to recover from her leg injury. Her actions are indeed unsteady. I shall refrain from calling upon her henceforth. Su Wanwan's voice trembled slightly. This servant is foolish. I beseech your Majesty and the Queen to punish me and cast me out of the palace. Lu Xingjian abruptly interrupted her words, his patience wearing thin, his tone somewhat fierce. Leave? Yes. Su Wanwan felt as though she had received a reprieve. Without raising her gaze, she bent over and awkwardly retreated a few steps, clutching the tray, intent on turning to depart. Lu Xingjian glanced at her limping gait, which struck him as particularly irksome. He lowered his gaze to the woman in his embrace, his expression growing colder by the moment. His grip on Xia Shui's shoulder tightened. Oh dear, your Majesty, please be gentle. Xia Shui, unable to withstand the pressure of his hand, spoke in a delicate, quivering tone, reminiscent of a flower battered by the storm. Su Wanwan's heart tightened suddenly, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. As she turned to leave, her foot caught the hem of her skirt, and she stumbled, on the brink of falling. This was disastrous. Helplessly, she closed her eyes. In the next moment, the anticipated fall did not occur. Instead, she found herself still upright, her slender wrist grasped firmly by him. The tray tumbled from her hands, spilling tea everywhere. The man stood expressionless beside her, yet his garment bore the evidence of the splattered tea. Instantly, Su Wanwan's body tensed, while internally she reveled in her triumph. Perfect, the tea had splashed just right. Not too much, not too little, and perfectly positioned. As long as Lu Xingjian had not lost a sense of smell, he would detect the tea's fragrance. She cast a glance at him, her large eyes seeming to convey a myriad of unspoken words, shimmering with an air of melancholy, finally settling on his damp garment. The man maintained a stern and frigid demeanor, not sparing her a glance. Once she regained her balance, he released her and turned to the bedside. Su Wanwan lowered her gaze, bending to retrieve the tray and teacup. Xia Huangho had not anticipated being suddenly pushed aside by Lu Xingjian. As he resumed his seat by the bed, Xia Shui hastily composed herself and instructed, Sister Wan, do not bother with that. You may leave now. She regretted retaining this woman in the room at this moment. What a pity for that cup of tea. Otherwise, even if the emperor sensed something amiss, he could easily shift the blame onto Su Wanwan. Yes, Su Wanwan's legs could no longer support her in a crouching position. She dragged her numb, pained leg swiftly toward the exit, her gait increasingly uneven. Yet, the corner of her lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Wasn't Xia Shui adept at feigning benevolence? Appearing fragile and innocent, it would be delightful if she could maintain the fade. The moment the door closed, the atmosphere in the room grew ever more peculiar. The previous, enchanting ambiguity dissipated entirely. Lu Xingjian sat at the edge of the bed, his long legs crossed, exuding an aura that discouraged any proximity. Xia Shui dared not nestle into his embrace again, forcing a semblance of a smile. Was the injury to Sister Wanwan's leg a lingering consequence from the beating she endured on Gu Ziyu's behalf back in the day? She could sense Lu Xingjian's concern and compassion for Su Wanwan, stirring a pang of jealousy within her. Yet, she feared incurring his wrath. She needed to swiftly deflect the blame for Su Wanwan's leg injury. Lu Xingjian turned his gaze toward her, the emotions in his eyes gradually darkening, his expression growing utterly frigid. Xia Shui felt a wave of fear wash over her, her body trembling weakly. She had never witnessed him so enraged, as if she had struck a nerve. Tears welled up her eyes and spilled forth. "Brother Xingjian, I just love you too much." Outside the room, Su Wanwan only heard a tearful call of Brother Xingjian. A bitter smile crept onto her lips. No wonder he enjoyed coaxing her to call him that. It seemed that Xia Shui privately addressed him in such a tender manner. How could any man resist such a delicate figure, so pitiful and vulnerable? Xia Shui's ascent to the status of empress indeed showcased her capabilities. It was not impossible for Lu Xingjian to be swayed by her, perhaps even to stay the night. Su Wanwan felt utterly drained, her injured leg numb with pain. She struggled to make her way out of the Kuan-Ning Palace, uncertain of her destination. The palace attendants kept their distance, as if she were a plague. Their glances were laced with mockery, clearly indicating her unpopularity in this place. According to protocol, a sixth-rank attendant would receive a small residence outside the northern gate of the palace, near Jing Mountain. However, the palace gates were already closed, leaving her unable to exit. Perhaps the eastern palace could provide her temporary refuge for the night. Yet the distance was considerable, and her legs might not bear her that far. Raindrops began to fall from the sky, and the autumn breeze sent a shiver through her. She settled on a bench in the corridor outside Kuan-Ning Palace, intending to rest and evade the rain for a while before contemplating her next steps. Yet, her thoughts wandered to whether Lu Xingjian would spend the night here or depart after a fleeting encounter. Surely, he could discern the aphrodisiac aroma lingering in the room. Could he not? Su Wanwan brought her tea-stained fingertips to her nose, inhaling the fragrance. Besides the refreshing scent of tea leaves, there was a faint hint of cinnamon and a subtle bean-like aroma. It was cinnamon essential oil and epimedium powder. How brazen! The tea had been laced with 2 types of love potions, treating Lu Xingjian like a mere beast, fearing he would not respond with desire. In the eastern warm pavilion of Kuan-Ning Palace, Xia Shui's eyes glistened with tears as Lu Xingjian's mood gradually softened. Xia Shui felt a sense of relief wash over her. She knew he could not bear to see her cry. After all, years of flattery and compliance. Over a year of calling each other husband and wife, and countless instances of humble submission had forged a bond. He still harbored a degree of compassion for her. Now, her task was to magnify this compassion, overshadowing his concern for Su Wanwan. Then she would emerge victorious. He appreciated her magnanimity, and she, in turn, indulged in displaying her generosity before him. "Dear brother Lu, if you harbor affection for Lady Wan, then please take her into your harem. Though the thought of sharing you with another is disheartening, my sole desire is your happiness, and I would endure anything for it." Lu Xingjian's voice was cold. "I do not hold any affection for her. Refrain from such unnecessary actions in the future, as they undermine the queen's dignity." Xia Shui was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his words. "Are you suggesting that I am being jealous? I apologize. I should not have been so petty last time. It is simply that my love for you is so profound that I cannot bear the thought of you with another woman." Xia Shui's mind raced. He is not like Su Wanwan. Is this truly the case? Lu Xingjian's expression turned slightly frosty. Only love would provoke jealousy. Indifference would allow one to easily push another toward someone else. She could even smile as he sought to bestow favor upon the queen. He suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, directing his gaze toward Xia Shui, who continued to pour out her heart. Chapter 51, Your Majesty. It seems you have been poisoned. Should you not take a look? Xia Shui's eyes were red, her voice laden with distress. Sister Wan is beautiful and gentle. Many men are enamored with her. Uncle Shi-san and Gu Ziyu are competing to bring her home. Are they not? If she remains in the palace, I shall be her good sister. Lu Xingjian nonchalantly remarked. You are overthinking. She has no desire to stay in the palace. A chill ran through Xia Shui's heart. It was she who did not wish to remain, not him. Biting her lip, she trembled as she unleashed her ultimate weapon. If she desires the position of empress, I would be willing to relinquish it. As long as I can remain by your side, I would give up everything. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung together. Severed from their thread, Lu Xingjian, engrossed in inspecting the dampness on his garments, slowly turned his gaze toward Xia Shui upon hearing her words. He regarded her with an expressionless countenance, his eyes icy and devoid of warmth. Xia Shui's heart raced, her eyes betraying her panic. Had she disowned his thoughts? Or had he noticed something amiss in the tea? On the brink of collapse, she daringly embarked on a perilous gamble. Sister One is proud and unwilling to be a concubine. If you were to strip me of my title, could you not then elevate her to empress? Regardless of the outcome, she needed to coax him into consummating their union tonight. The air grew still, taut, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, Lu Xingjian suddenly chuckled softly, his gaze softening with an unexpected tenderness. Is it so difficult for me to desire a cup of tea? Xia Shui paused, quickly instructing the attendants to serve the tea anew. From afar, into the corridor, approached a man clad in an oilskin raincoat, a sword at his waist. Sister Wan. Su Wanwan lifted her gaze. Gu Ziyu, holding an oiled paper umbrella and another raincoat, stepped before her. Are you unable to proceed? Allow me to carry you. In the night, his smile radiated warmth. Are you still serving as a guard in the palace? Su Wanwan noticed the guard uniform beneath his raincoat. At this hour, the only adult males permitted within the imperial palace were those trusted and favored guards and eunuchs. In truth, his presence before Kuining Palace was quite improper. A single misstep could provoke the emperor's ire, casting him under suspicion of disrupting the palace's tranquility, which could prove perilous. He had originally been slated for transfer to the 3,000 camp, yet that transfer had been rescinded. His gaze settled quietly upon her face. Their eyes met. He averted his gaze and, noticing her arms crossed tightly, offered her the raincoat. Wearing this will keep you warmer. Where are you headed? I can escort you. A wave of warmth surged within Su Wanwan. Was he here to assist her? Gu Ziyu was always so gentle and considerate. However, she found herself at a loss as to where she should go. With a resigned smile, she replied, Perhaps we could first go to the guard's duty room to warm up. I can take you to the East Palace. Her expression stiffened slightly, a dull ache settling in her heart. Last time, Gu Ziyu personally escorted her to the Eastern Palace, and thereafter, she shared a bed with Lu Xingjian. The impact of this event was profoundly damaging to him. Yet, she wished to sever all ties with him. It was unnecessary. Gu Ziyu would not allow her to refuse, unceremoniously lifting her up. Sister Wanwan, you are far too light. You should eat more. To alleviate her embarrassment, Gu Ziyu effortlessly shifted the conversation to a new topic. Su Wanwan replied, Put me down. Are you intending to let me freeze to death here? Gu Ziyu paid no heed to her protests. The guard's duty room was located at the southwest corner of Qinqing Gate, a distance that was not particularly far. However, Su Wanwan's left leg throbbed painfully, causing her to wince several times along the way. Concerned about further hurting her, Gu Ziyu walked slowly and cautiously. By the time they reached the duty room, he was drenched in sweat. The other guards, upon seeing him carrying a woman, discreetly retreated to other rooms. Gu Ziyu set her down on a chair, bringing her a clean blanket and hot tea. Rest assured, these items have not been used by anyone else. Saying this, he turned to fetch some snacks. Su Wanwan cradled the warm tea, her gaze vacantly following his busy movements. When Gu Ziyu returned with the snacks, their eyes met, and he paused. Thank you, she murmured, lowering her gaze to the steaming cup, enveloped in a haze of warmth. Unaware that her voice carried a slight nasal tone, Gu Ziyu placed the snacks on the small table before her and sat down at a distance. After a long silence, he simply stated, There is no need for gratitude between us. Meanwhile, Lu Xingjian lifted the teacup from the tray and presented it to Xia Shui with a gentle and charming smile. I offer this tea in place of wine, to celebrate the Empress's auspicious birthday and to wish for your well-being. Xia Shui was immensely grateful and reached for the teacup. The fact that the Emperor personally served her tea seemed to signal the resolution of past grievances with Su Wanwan. However, Lu Xingjian showed no intention of releasing his grip. She was left with no choice but to sip from the cup while still holding onto his hand. Lu Xingjian frowned. Why is the Empress's face so flushed? Someone summoned the court physician to examine the Empress. Xia Shui leaned into him, her gaze like flowing water. Your Majesty, I am perfectly well. I am merely here to serve your comfort. Before she could finish her sentence, She reached to untie Lu Xingjian's garments. He grasped her wrist firmly. Empress, you have worked hard. You must prioritize your own health. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Her gaze anxiously darted to the teacup she had just drunk from. Someone, take the teacup away. Yet, Lu Xingjian interjected, there is no need to rush. Let us wait for the physician to take a look. Suddenly, Xia Shui's heart raced to her throat, though a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Did the emperor suspect something was amiss with the tea? Surely, I am not foolish enough to continue administering poison after being suspected by you. Lu Xingjian merely sat there, his expression inscrutable. The physician arrived promptly. Your Majesty, the empress has been administered an aphrodisiac. The tea contained 2 types of stimulating drugs, and the incense burner is filled with exotic aphrodisiac scents. Lu Xingjian cast a calm glance at Xia Shui. Does the empress have anything to say? Xia Shui appeared incredulous. How can this be possible? She had just discreetly signaled to the palace maids to abandon their plans for administering poison. Lu Xingjian scoffed coldly. Search the palace. Xia Shui became as tense as a startled bird, her body coiled with anxiety. The Kuan-Ning Palace concealed numerous secret potions discreetly sent by her family. What to do? She could not confess. The blame must be shifted onto the palace maids. Soon, the items that had been discovered were presented. Lu Xingjian raised an eyebrow, his expression unfazed. Does the empress have anything to say? I am wrongfully accused. I do not know where these items came from. Xia Shui vehemently denied any knowledge. Lu Xingjian let out a few cold laughs, no longer pressing her for answers. The chief of the palace guards was instructed to apprehend all personnel from Kuan-Ning Palace and subject them to severe interrogation. The Interior Ministry dispatched other palace maids to serve in Kuan-Ning Palace. Xia Shui, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped disaster, relaxed her tense posture. After all, only a few palace maids had been sacrificed. Fortunately, the emperor had not vented his anger upon her, leaving her with another chance. Lu Xingjian returned to Jinling Palace, weary and drained, and inquired softly, where is she? The side doors surrounding Jinling and Kuan-Ning palaces were locked at night, allowing entry only through the heavily guarded Jinling gate. Given her injury, she could not have gone far. The attending eunuch, Meng Yu, reported. Guard Gu carried Miss Su to the guard's duty room. Lu Xingjian halted, his gaze darkening. His troublesome romantic entanglements were numerous. A moment's inattention, and another man had already shown her affection. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and concealed the turmoil within. When he reopened them, his expression was calm and composed. Summon the imperial physician to examine her, he stated tersely, strolling casually towards the bedroom. Meng Yu glanced at his retreating figure, pondering. Your Majesty seems to be under the influence of some potion. Do you not wish to be examined? However, he dared not voice his thoughts further and hurried off to find the physician. Lu Xingjian quickly took a cold shower and changed into fresh attire. But Meng Yu had yet to return. Chapter 52. She could no longer endure. After examining Su Wanwan, the imperial physician wore a grave expression and shook his head. If she does not rest and recuperate properly, I fear she may suffer a lifelong disability, forever limping. Gu Ziyu's countenance changed abruptly. Master Zeng, you must cure her. I would be willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. Master Zeng shot Gu Ziyu a disapproving glare. What nonsense are you uttering? If you serve me in such a manner, wouldn't the Duke of Ongwa demand my head? Nonetheless, Master Zeng found the situation rather gratifying. Gaining a favor from the legitimate heir of the Gu family would certainly facilitate matters in the future. Gu Ziyu appeared anxious and embarrassed, momentarily at a loss for words. Master Zeng stroked his beard, choosing not to press him further, and smiled amiably. As long as you adhere to the medical advice, rest well, and engage in appropriate exercises, recovery should pose no issue. However, it is imperative that you remain in bed for the next half-month. Your injured leg must not bear any weight. Do you understand? Gu Ziyu nodded vigorously in agreement. Master Zeng cast a sidelong glance at him before turning his serious gaze towards Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan smiled wryly. Today's ploy had come at a considerable cost. She had nearly rendered her leg useless. She had not anticipated that Lu Xingjian would leave the palace so late. Nevertheless, he had arrived. Having subtly hinted at the tea being compromised, would Lu Xingjian confront the schemes of Empress Xia directly? She feared he might overlook it, swayed by their marital bond. Su Wanwan responded obediently. Master Zeng, I will do my best. Gu Ziyu glared at her, his tone somewhat fierce. What do you mean by do your best? Even if the sky were to fall, you must ensure your leg heals properly. Do you remember? Su Wanwan looked at his somewhat irate face, unsure of how to respond. Within this palace, their statuses were merely that of servants, and what choices did they truly possess? Without paying a price, how could they hope to bring down the lofty and scheming nobles? The two exchanged glances, momentarily lost for words. Master Zeng, engrossed in writing a prescription, paid them no mind. At the entrance, Meng Yu, upon seeing the door open and Lu Xingjian's entrance, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He cleared his throat gently, reminding, Miss Su, it is rather crowded here. You should return to the Qianxing Palace to recuperate. Turning her face slightly, Su Wanwan caught sight of Lu Xingjian outside the door. Behind him lay the desolate, cold night, with autumn winds and rain whispering mournfully. Inside, the room was brightly lit and warm as spring, resembling two worlds apart. He was still clad in dark attire, nearly merging with the shadows behind him. His pale visage, illuminated by the room's light, bore a striking contrast of darkness and brightness, exuding an air of aloofness. She bit her lip, feeling a momentary discomfort. Lu Xingjian had been observing her intently, and naturally noticed this fleeting change, narrowing his eyes slightly. The occupants of the room promptly rose to pay their respects. Su Wanwan struggled to stand from her chair. It was indeed improper for a palace made to seek shelter from the rain in the guards' quarters, as it could implicate others. Lu Xingjian approached her directly, his expression impassive as he lifted her effortlessly and turned to leave. Su Wanwan did not resist. She merely glanced over his shoulder to observe Gu Ziyu inside the room. Gu Ziyu coldly fixed his gaze on their departing figures, and upon meeting Su Wanwan's eyes, he offered her a radiant smile that felt profoundly bittersweet. He lacked even the authority to prevent their departure. A wave of guilt washed over Su Wanwan. She should not have acquiesced to their marriage proposal at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, dragging Gu Ziyu into this unfathomable quagmire. Lu Xingjian cast a fleeting glance her way, his eyes shrouded in shadows, exuding an even colder demeanor. The patter of raindrops echoed against the umbrella overhead, and the warmth emanating from him intermittently reached her. Yet Su Wanwan felt an overwhelming chill. Despite being enveloped in his embrace, a vast chasm seemed to separate them, as if the expanse of the galaxy lay between them. Your Majesty, you need not concern yourself with me, she managed to utter after much introspection. Lu Xingjian paused slightly, his jawline taut, his voice icily sarcastic. What are you to me that I should care? Su Wanwan stiffened, struggling momentarily. Then just leave me here. Lu Xingjian's grip was like an iron band, unwavering as he held her, his tone growing even more frigid, laced with disdain. And then what? When the Emperor finds a corpse in the morning, I shall be branded a tyrant. Su Wanwan halted, her expression growing increasingly bleak and distant, turning her face away to minimize contact with him. Why would he come to her if he found her so distasteful? Moments ago, he had been so tender with Empress Xia, yet upon seeing her, he transformed into a figure of icy indifference. Meng Yu, holding the umbrella behind them, felt a knot tighten in his throat. The atmosphere was terrifying. While he could endure the rain, the palpable chill between the two sent shivers down his spine. Despite the Emperor cradling Miss Su, what should have been an intimate gesture felt akin to enmity. The palace of heavenly purity loomed large and imposing, a solemn and austere entity, resembling a monstrous beast standing resolutely against the night. Had it not been for Lu Xingjian's embrace, Su Wanwan would have lacked the courage to approach this palace. Having lived in the imperial palace for over a decade, she had never set foot here. Numerous emperors had met their end within these walls, including the late sovereign. She was placed upon a small bed in a modest chamber, while Lu Xingjian seated himself on the opposite side of a small calm table. He regarded her with an icy disdain, his tone reproachful. Can't you refuse? Su Wanwan's pupils constricted, puzzled by his words. Was he referring to rejecting Gu Ziyu as assistance? Lu Xingjian's expression darkened further. The Eastern Palace is heavily guarded. If you do not leave, what can the Empress do to you? Su Wanwan felt a deep chill, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Indeed, she was employing a strategy of self-sacrifice to elicit his pity, to outmaneuver Empress Xia. Yet, from what standpoint did he question her? Her heart felt frozen, her voice colder still. What crime have I committed to warrant confinement in the Eastern Palace? Are you not aware of the Empress's torment? Is it not you who subjects me to this suffering? Must I perish for your satisfaction? Her long-suppressed negative emotions reached a boiling point, and in a fit of anger, she forcefully overturned the small table in front of her, producing a resounding crash. After enduring for so many years, the more she held it in, the more stifled she felt. She could no longer bear it. Lu Xingjian gazed at the toppled table. His fury ignited completely as he seized her wrist, his tone chilling and low. What madness is this? Su Wanwan vehemently resisted his approach, her voice rising in a piercing scream. Let go of me. I hate you. Lu Xingjian, I hate you. She shouted, relentlessly pounding her fists against his chest, utterly unraveling. Isn't it enough that you have harmed me like this? Her complexion was as pale as death, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. All I want is to go home, to escape the capital in peace. Why won't you just let me go? Upon hearing her desperate words and enduring her blows, Lu Xingjian's cold demeanor softened slightly as the fury within him gradually dissipated. Chapter 53. He held her too tightly. She had no desire to remain in this place. It was he who compelled her to stay. Su Wanwan was delicate in frame, appearing to create quite a ruckus, yet she posed no threat to him. Soon, she found herself utterly exhausted. His unwavering composure rendered her feeble fists devoid of any semblance of menace. As she wept, she hurled insults at him, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You are nothing but a bounder. I should never have known you." Lu Xingjian chuckled softly, asking, "How could you possibly not know me?" Su Wanwan was momentarily speechless, her chest constricted with emotion, her tear-stained eyes glaring at him, red and swollen. Her nose bore a rosy hue, and the sweat from her tousled hair clung to her forehead. Her once fair cheeks, now flushed with indignation, were streaked with tears and perspiration, rendering her a pitiable sight. They had known each other since their earliest memories, playing together daily. How could she not know him? The truth was, she found it impossible to forget him. Lu Xingjian's heart softened as he pulled her forcefully into his embrace. Holding her tightly, he caressed her back gently, his tone soothing. "If you wish to hate me, then do so." Hatred is preferable to indifference. Indifference, which had seen him push other women into his bed, while he smiled at the prospect of consummating with them. Yet Su Wanwan still felt wronged, sobbing softly. Even though her self-inflicted torment bore an element of intent, the pain inflicted upon her was undeniably real, especially when she witnessed his gentle treatment of Xia Shui, contrasted starkly with his coldness towards her. The disparity felt like a knife carving into her heart, leaving her bleeding. She had believed she had moved on from him. Yet in crucial moments, she realized that was not the case. Finally, she slumped against him, crying, "Why? Why must you torment me?" He stroked her hair, pressing his lips gently onto her strands, his voice husky. "I would rather you hate me than have no connection with you at all." Through her tears, Su Wanwan expressed her desire to return home, her voice a mere whisper, "I just want to go home." Lu Xingjian inhaled deeply, his voice low and resonant. "This is your home." Her face pressed against his chest. She sobbed like a petulant child. "No, it's not. I want to return to the Su family. I want to find my father. Let me go, Lu Xingjian, let me go." She had lost the strength to resist, only able to whimper. Her tears soaked the fabric of his shoulder, her voice soft and filled with grievance. Lu Xingjian released her, using his fingertip to wipe away her tears, cradling her face with gentle determination. "Wanwan, I will take you home, all right?" Su Wanwan looked up at him through her tear-filled eyes, a flicker of disbelief crossing her features. She sniffled, her voice still quivering. "I don't believe you." Lu Xingjian once more enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly, his lips kissing her forehead tenderly. "Trust me," Su Wanwan sobbed. "You're deceiving me. I would never deceive you." After a brief silence, She murmured softly, "I've wiped my nose on your clothes." Knowing his fastidious nature, she anticipated he would release her. Yet he held her too tightly. Lu Xingjian chuckled softly, pressing her face gently into his embrace, his gaze radiating an unrecognized tenderness. Little rascal. Su Wanwan felt a bit dazed. Wasn't he quite angry? How could he still smile? Yet, she was utterly exhausted, too weary to ponder much. After a bout of tears, she relaxed entirely, soaking in the warmth of his arms, and soon drifted into slumber. Lu Xingjian did not anticipate her falling asleep in such a disheveled manner, resembling a little stray cat. He lifted her and laid her on the bed, tucking her in snugly. Caressing her cheek, he whispered softly in her ear, "Wanwan, just wait a little longer. Who would T want to return home?" A profound melancholy lingered in his brow. He longed for it too. During the night, Su Wanwan awoke several times, her legs aching painfully, tossing and turning as she curled up to massage her injured limbs. At some point, a large hand joined in, gently kneading her sore leg. The pressure was a bit too firm, causing her to gasp. The hand softened its grip, and a gentle voice inquired, "How is this?" It was Lu Xingjian's voice. A peculiar sensation washed over her, and she softly responded with a murmur. He could be sharp-tongued, yet his concern was genuine. After a while of massage, she felt considerably better and fell into a deeper sleep. When she next awoke, the daylight flooded the room, revealing a strange environment with only her present. Lying in bed, she momentarily lost herself in thought. Had the previous night's leg massage been a dream or a reality? She ought to feel elated. He cared for her, and perhaps one day he would take action against the Xia family for her sake. Yet, her heart was laden with an unusual bitterness. In truth, he had given her a chance. Had she been forthright, he might have consented to avenge her. But emotions were like savings. There was only so much. If he acted against his own kin for her, she would owe him. How could she ever repay such a debt? Rather than relying on his promises, it would be wiser to devise her own plans, for opportunities would surely arise. The door swung open, revealing a stunningly exotic beauty with sharp, striking features. She greeted, albeit in halting Mandarin, "Miss, you are awake. Would you prefer a bath first or breakfast?" Su Wanwan recalled what Zhou Wanxiu had mentioned about the 12 exquisite beauties offered to the court. She inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Guli, newly assigned from the Jinling Palace to serve you, as arranged by Steward Li." Unfamiliar with her surroundings, Su Wanwan allowed Guli to assist her with breakfast. Following that, 4 elegantly dressed palace maids, all possessing captivating beauty, attended to her bathing and dressing. She discreetly observed these 4 fair-skinned, beautiful women, pondering how delightful it must be to be an emperor. What kind of beauties could he not have? She could easily imagine the vibrant life Lu Xingjian led each day. Xia Shui could be considered beautiful, yet in comparison to these strikingly gorgeous women, she paled in insignificance. The physician arrived with a female medic to tend to Su Wanwan, advising her repeatedly to rest in bed and take care of her leg injury, warning that she must not exert any effort on her injured leg for at least half a month. Otherwise, there truly exists the possibility of a limp. Following the physician's advice, Su Wanwan reclined in bed for an entire day. As dusk began to descend, Guli eagerly inquired, "Shall we take a wheelchair ride outside?" Su Wanwan naturally had no objections. Guli wheeled her to the grand hall. The hall, vast and towering, was so spacious that even a slight elevation in voice echoed ominously. Guli, feeling a tinge of apprehension, glanced around and asked, "Shall we venture out?" Su Wanwan chuckled, "Why not?" She felt an endearing fondness for the innocent and enthusiastic girl. The square at the entrance of the Jinling Palace was expansive and desolate, epitomizing royal grandeur and luxury. Guli, observing the several large bronze water basins positioned at the foot of the platform, curiously inquired, "What purpose do these serve?" "They are here to prevent flooding." Essentially to avert fire hazards, Su Wanwan patiently explained, encouraging her to wheel around the square. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the entrance of the guard's duty room in the southwest corner. It was there that Gu Ziyu had led her to seek shelter from the rain the previous night. As she pondered this, a tall man emerged from the rear door of the building in the southeast corner. One could not deny that Lu Xingjian possessed an extraordinary appearance and demeanor. Chapter 54. Su Wanwan must be eliminated, not to mention her first-rate bone structure. The elegance and nobility reflected in her every gesture are strikingly impactful. Particularly today, as she dons an immaculate, jade-hued, round-collared robe, delicately cinched at the waist with a palace ribbon. Unlike her usual dark attire that conveys maturity and composure, this ensemble adds a touch of youthful vigor and brilliance. When Lu Xingjian's gaze fell upon her, Su Wanwan instinctively lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the tears of the previous night. At this moment, she was torn between the desire to see him and the fear of facing him, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. As she raised her eyes again, another figure emerged from the doorway, tugging at Lu Xingjian's sleeve with tears welling in her eyes. "Brother Xingjian, it was Xue's fault. Please forgive me." To her dismay, it was none other than Empress Xia Xue. Su Wanwan paused for a moment, subtly signaling Gu Li to push her back, seeking refuge from this imperial battlefield of discord. Xia Xue watched as Su Wanwan was ushered into the Jinling palace, her silver teeth clenched in frustration. Since Lu Xingjian ascended to the throne, she had been barred from entering the Jinling palace, while Su Wanwan now moved in and out with ease. Yet, she dared not confront Lu Xingjian directly. Instead, she pitifully pleaded, "The servants of Kuinning Palace have served me for a year. Could you please allow them to remain?" Lu Xingjian calmly withdrew his sleeve, his tone indifferent. "The servants harbor ulterior motives. They should be replaced. The Empress need not plead for them." Xia Xue was momentarily taken aback. "What about my sister? Can we keep her as my companion?" Lu Xingjian did not refuse outright. "That depends on her own wishes." Xia Xue's mind raced, and she finally replied, "Very well. I shall ask her." The fact that the emperor still listened to her words indicated that he cared for her. She needed to devise a plan to win back his heart. Lu Xingjian strolled ahead, while Xia Xue regarded his tall figure with mixed emotions. She found herself unable to grasp his thoughts anymore. He had rebuffed all her attempts, yet chose to keep Su Wanwan in the Jinling palace. Last night was supposed to be their opportunity to consummate their union, yet he had erupted in fury over a tea incident, completely replacing all the palace maids and eunuchs of Kuinning Palace. Had it not been for her desire for a successful union, she would not have resorted to such desperate measures. She had initially believed her plans to be foolproof, even considering that should complications arise, she could shift the blame onto Su Wanwan. Who would have anticipated that Su Wanwan would spill the tea and escape unscathed? With the Empress Dowager absent from the palace, she found herself without anyone to turn to for help. Just as Su Wanwan lay down on her bed, she was taken aback by the unexpected entrance of both Lu Xingjian and Xia Xue into her modest chamber. Tension enveloped her as she prepared to rise and pay her respects, only to be halted by a gesture from Lu Xingjian. No need for formalities. Xia Xue scrutinized the room, now bearing traces of everyday life. The quilt on the bed was still disheveled, causing her smile to falter, transforming into an expression more tragic than tears. Images of Lu Xingjian leaving Kuinning Palace to indulge in intimacy with Su Wanwan flooded her mind, leaving her feeling utterly despondent. All her meticulous scheming had culminated in another reaping the fruits of her labor with such ease. Su Wanwan's cunning is too profound. She is difficult to deal with and must be eliminated. Xia Xue forced a bitter smile, abandoning any pretense and directly stating her purpose. "Sister Wan, how about moving to Kuinning Palace to keep me company?" Su Wanwan clenched her fists, her pupils contracting slightly. If Xia Xue tormented her once more, she would be utterly crippled. She cast a fearful glance at Lu Xingjian. The injury to her leg was nearly debilitating. She could not endure further torment and merely wished for the emperor and the empress to grant her mercy, allowing her to leave the palace and recuperate at home. Xia Xue stiffened, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. How audacious of Su Wanwan to report her. The docility displayed yesterday was merely a fade. Xia Xue timidly looked towards Lu Xingjian, terrified he might side with Su Wanwan and publicly humiliate her. Lu Xingjian's expression was slightly frosty, yet he did nothing more than that. Xia Xue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He still considered her status as empress, granting her a semblance of dignity. This was acceptable. Various thoughts raced through Xia Xui's mind, and she finally mustered the courage to say, "I genuinely admire Sister Wan, Your Majesty. Why not decree her as a consort? This way, Sister Wan can rest in the palace at ease." Su Wanwan's heart tightened. Without waiting for Lu Xingjian to respond, she immediately refused. The Su family has a code of conduct. Su women cannot become concubines. I must regretfully decline the Empress's goodwill. Xia Xui was exceedingly patient and adept at feigning magnanimity. Once Su Wanwan became a palace consort, her identity would be forever cemented in that subordinate role, eternally overshadowed by Xia Xui. The Empress and Dowager Zhang would undoubtedly conspire to torment her eventually. As for Lu Xingjian, he was preoccupied with matters of the previous dynasty and had no time to consistently protect her. Xia Xui's expression fluctuated between shadow and light as she forced a smile. "Sister Wan, why cling so stubbornly to family traditions? Once you bear an imperial son, it would also bring glory to the Su family." Su Wanwan furrowed her brow and declined once more. "I sustained an injury years ago. It is impossible for me to conceive again. Furthermore, I wish only to wander freely, cherishing the beauty of nature. I implore Your Majesty and the Empress to grant me this wish." This was, in truth, her heartfelt sentiment. Lu Xingjian's gaze finally fell upon Su Wanwan, his expression appearing calm and serene. Yet his hands, resting on his knees, were clenched tightly into fists, the veins visibly straining against his skin. After being rebuffed multiple times by Su Wanwan, Xia Xui's jealousy boiled within her, and she ultimately turned to Lu Xingjian. "Your Majesty, what is your stance? Sister Wan is still young. She will eventually marry. Rather than encountering a family like the Wei Dukes, it would be better for her to remain in the palace. If the emperor issues a decree, what nonsense family traditions could possibly matter?" Su Wanwan's personal opinions would hold no weight. She aimed to uphold the image of a magnanimous empress, keeping Su Wanwan in the palace as a consort, which would serve two purposes. It would benefit Lu Xingjian and compel her to vacate Qianqing Palace. With the Dowager's support, it was only a matter of time before Su Wanwan was brought down. Lu Xingjian's voice was indifferent. "Let her be." Xia Xui could hardly believe it. "Your Majesty, do you not have feelings for her?" Lu Xingjian replied coldly. "When have I ever expressed affection for her?" "Empress, please be cautious with your words." Su Wanwan lowered her gaze, her expression tranquil. A wave of bitterness surged within her heart. Indeed, he had never professed his affection for her. He merely cherished her physical form. The atmosphere in the room was stiff and peculiar. Xia Xui found herself utterly at a loss for words, and after a brief period of silence, she took her leave. Lu Xingjian rose to escort her back to Kuan-Ning Palace, acting as a considerate husband. Xia Xui, deeply affected, felt her spirits lift momentarily as she gazed at him longingly. "Will Your Majesty be staying the night?" Lu Xingjian lowered his gaze upon her, pausing in silence for a few moments before responding. "The Empress Dowager is gravely ill. My mind is preoccupied with worry, and I cannot afford to be distracted. You should rest well, Empress." Xia Xui's countenance fell completely. In truth, she had frequented both Qianqing Palace and Kuan-Ning Palace in the past. During the reign of the late emperor, there was only Empress Zhang in the harem, and it felt as if they were an ordinary couple sharing their lives together. With Xia Xui often visiting Qianqing Palace, she had once hoped to become a loving pair with Lu Xingjian, akin to that of an affectionate emperor and empress. Yet, after more than a year of marriage, an invisible barrier seemed to persistently separate them. Last night was meant to be the pivotal moment in their relationship. Yet it only served to push him further away, and he seized the opportunity to replace the servants in Kuan-Ning Palace. Su Wanwan had just drifted into a light slumber, caught in a haze between dreams and reality, when she suddenly felt herself being lifted. Startled, she opened her eyes, unsure whether she was dreaming or awake. In the next instant, her lips were captured by someone, and a familiar scent enveloped her. Chapter 55, Your Majesty, it cannot be. Su Wanwan trembled as she asked, "Your Majesty?" Lu Xingjian whispered, "Do not move." He cradled her and navigated through the corridors, twisting and turning until they arrived at another chamber. When Su Wanwan was finally placed upon the bed, she felt utterly bewildered. an amalgamation of urgency and embarrassment flooding her as she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, it cannot be." Lu Xingjian pinned her beneath him, planting soft kisses upon her eyes and the bridge of her nose, his voice a throaty whisper, "What cannot be? We cannot return to bed." Su Wanwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pushed against his shoulders with both hands. Lu Xingjian's gaze darkened with an ominous intensity as he replied, "We have never been permitted." Tears streamed down her cheeks, her heart aching with the bitter truth that their bond had never received approval or blessings, neither accepted by others nor tolerated by society. Lu Xingjian's heated breath grazed her ear, his voice unsteady as he asked, "And what of it? Do you not desire this?" His lips traced a fiery path from her face down her neck. Su Wanwan choked back her anguish, vehemently denying, "No, I do not want this." Yet her body betrayed her, trembling with unbidden pleasure. Despite her resistance, they drew closer, unleashing a long-suppressed desire. Two souls, once passionately intertwined, could not help but quiver in response to one another. Her delicate form twisted within his embrace, so soft, so exquisitely captivating. Wanwan, he gasped, gripping her hand tightly, whispering fervently into her ear, "You are mine. Do not leave me." Su Wanwan, eyes closed and neck arched back, cried out, "No, I do not like you. I want to go home." Lu Xingjian held her fiercely, his voice hoarse yet laced with a palpable torment, yet his demeanor remained unyielding. "You do not like me. Not all. So what? I want you." The following day, with the sun high in the sky, they had yet to rise. He pressed his lips against hers and asked in a muted tone, "Do your legs still ache? Should we consult the imperial physician?" He had been exceedingly cautious the night before, yet worry lingered that he might have inadvertently harmed her in the throes of passion. The physician's warnings had instilled a measure of concern. Su Wanwan lacked the strength even to move her fingers, her voice soft and laced with shyness as she replied, "I do not know." What kind of answer was that? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xingjian decided they ought to seek the physician's counsel. Su Wanwan buried her face in the blanket, uncertain of how to face him. If she could evade confrontation for a while longer, she would. He had not attended the morning court session. Should anyone discover the reason for their absence, she feared being labeled a source of calamity. Lu Xingjian placed gentle kisses along her fair neck, inquiring languidly, "Shall you accompany me to the imperial study today?" Su Wanwan paused, taken aback. Lu Xingjian continued, "You are now a palace maid serving in the Qinxing Palace. It is time you fulfill your duties. You cannot simply indulge in leisure." Su Wanwan retorted, "But you said you would send me home?" The words he had spoken the night before had startled her greatly. This morning, she needed to confirm once more. "Perform well, and I shall expedite your return home," Lu Xingjian said, his expression inscrutable. Su Wanwan quietly exhaled in relief. The man's words spoken in bed were merely casual remarks, not to be taken to heart. With each passing day in the palace, her peril increased. Given Lu Xingjian's current lack of desire to conceal their relationship, both Empress Zhang and Empress Xia would not let her off easily. She needed to devise a way to leave the palace promptly for her own safety. As for eliminating the Xia family, that could be considered later. Lu Xingjian pressed his lips against hers once more, and after a considerable while, he released her. "If you behave well for a day, I shall send you back a day earlier." Su Wanwan gazed into his eyes. "Do you mean it?" "Indeed," Lu Xingjian replied with utmost seriousness. "Even when the time comes and you wish to linger, you must depart." Su Yanyan posed, extending her finger. "Let's make a pinky promise." A hint of youthful charm surfaced in her demeanor. Lu Xingjian raised an eyebrow with a smile, truly engaging in the promise. A pinky promise must not waver. Whoever breaks it shall be a little dog. Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, her mind conjuring the image of Lu Xingjian playfully barking like a dog, which nearly elicited a chuckle from her. During breakfast, Lu Xingjian instructed stewardly to summon the imperial physician. Observing Su Wanwan pecking at her food like a little bird, he inquired softly, "Is it not to your taste?" The breakfast spread was abundant, featuring an array of dishes, including special items sourced from outside, all laid out on the table, mostly comprising Su Wanwan's favorites. She shook her head listlessly. Lu Xingjian gracefully served her a bowl of soup, placing it before her. "Drink it all," with others present. Su Wanwan remained silent, and consumed the entire bowl. Lu Xingjian ate quietly, his gaze discreetly resting on her, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. The physician arrived to examine Su Wanwan's leg, ultimately reporting, "The recovery is progressing well. Continue with this regimen, and by next month, you may attempt to take a few steps." This was indeed encouraging news. After finishing their meal, they proceeded to the imperial study, with Lu Xingjian leading the way and Su Wanwan maneuvering her wheelchair behind him. Upon entering through the back door, they were greeted by a grand rosewood screen adorned with majestic landscapes. As Su Wanwan followed Lu Xingjian around the screen, a sense of tension enveloped her. Inside the study awaited 2 rows of ministers clad in red robes, the atmosphere solemn and reverent. Leading the cabinet was the elderly Li Dongqian, accompanied by the aged Jiao Fong and the slightly younger Wang Ao. The Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs was also represented by several senior eunuchs. Lu Xingjian approached the imperial desk with composure. The ministers collectively knelt in greeting. Turning to glance at Su Wanwan, Lu Xingjian signaled for her to follow. Only then did Su Wanwan regain her composure, wheeling herself to the side of the imperial desk, her demeanor resolute. Once seated, Lu Xingjian addressed the ministers. "Rise, my loyal subjects." Su Wanwan braced herself under the scrutiny of these esteemed officials. Li Dongqian was the first to step forward. This old minister, beset by ailments, once more humbly requests to resign. Lu Xingjian picked up a memorial from the desk and handed it to Su Wanwan, indicating she should present it to Li Dongqian. "Minister Li has served for many years. His reputation is long-standing, and I hold him in high regard. Do not speak of resignation again." The imperial edict bestowed upon Li Dongqian, the Grand Scholar of Huagai Hall, who concurrently holds the titles of Minister of Personnel and Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, elevated his remuneration by 1 rank. Su Wanwan, maneuvering her wheelchair, respectfully presented the memorial to Li Dongqian. Subsequently, Lu Xingjian conferred upon the other 2 cabinet elders the ranks of Grand Preceptor and Grand Tutor, while the eunuchs of the Palace of Ceremonies were rewarded by bestowing the title of Commander of the Imperial Guards upon their fathers. Su Wanwan's emotions were somewhat conflicted. The emperor's generous allocation of additional salaries to these high-ranking officials was indeed a welcome development, yet it also thrust her into the limelight. It was a clear indication of her favored status, a silent proclamation that she was under the emperor's protection. After the ministers departed, Lu Xingjian instructed her to grind ink by the imperial desk. Their proximity was palpable as he cast a sidelong glance at her and inquired, "Are you tired?" Chapter 56. She had always dared not dream or desire. Su Wanwan absent-mindedly nodded. "My hands are tired." Lu Xingjian elegantly set down the purple brush, grasped her wrist, and gently massaged it, his gaze fixed on her delicate hand without lifting his eyes. "You really ought to exercise more. Everything tires you out. Such a pampered creature." Su Wanwan nervously glanced at the several open doors meant for ventilation, her face immediately flushing as she swiftly withdrew her hand. There were officials waiting outside to see the emperor. Lu Xingjian smirked at her, then resumed writing. After several more waves of officials had come and gone, he finally had a moment to rest. A eunuch brought in some snacks and tea. Exhausted, Su Wanwan began to lightly thump her slender arm. At that moment, the doors of the imperial study were closed. Lu Xingjian lifted her onto his lap, gently wiping her hands with a warm, damp cloth, before offering a piece of pastry to her lips. The familiar sweet aroma of osmanthus cake blossomed between her lips and teeth. Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. She remembered this delicacy was crafted by an elderly matron in the Jinling Palace during her childhood. After the matron's health declined, and she moved to the Annal Hall for retirement, Su Wanwan had not tasted such exquisite osmanthus cake again. It felt as if she had returned to the innocent days of their youth. He wrote. She ground the ink, sometimes even mimicking his handwriting to copy large characters for him. The following day, their teacher discovered this and punished them with double the writing. They sat dejectedly, one writing and the other grinding ink. Once the ink was ready, she wrote alongside him, this time not daring to help with the large characters, merely keeping him company. She often complained about how miserable it was being the Crown Prince, with endless writing and books to memorize. This left them little time to play together, forcing them to read and write instead. The Empress Dowager, Zhou, feigned ignorance of the punishment and even sent them a late-night snack. At that time, she rested her head on her hand, battling drowsiness, but the sight of osmanthus cake instantly revitalized her. For the sake of their teeth, such sweet treats were rare in the Jinling palace, especially at night. Being able to indulge in the fragrant osmanthus cake made the task of writing seem far less arduous. But back then, they sat side by side, sharing the cake. Now, however, she found herself sitting on his lap, eating osmanthus cake. Lu Xingjian gazed at her dazed expression, his heart racing with affection, finding her utterly adorable, much like in their childhood. He reached up to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear and softly inquired, "How does it taste? Just like when we were young." Lu Xingjian's lips curled into a faint smile as he leaned down to peck her tender lips, half smiling, indeed. "It is the same." This kiss was as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, yet the tenderness and affection behind it felt profoundly real. Su Wanwan's heart fluttered. Her gaze flickered, and she slowly raised her eyes to meet his. The atmosphere was serene and gentle, a thread of warmth gently unfurling from their hearts, entwining them in soft circles. This thread was invisible, intangible, yet it flowed continuously, warming their souls. He gently pressed her head into the crook of his shoulder, holding her ever tighter, the tenderness in his eyes no longer concealed. "Wanwan, Wanwan." He breathed deeply, whispering softly. It seemed as though 1,000 words were poised to escape his lips, yet all that emerged was the gentle calling of her name. Su Wanwan found herself at a loss for words, feeling as though she had melted into a puddle in his embrace, their bodies drawing ever closer. "Lu Xingjian." She murmured his name, her delicate brows knitting slightly in worry. Lu Xingjian paid no mind to her direct address. His lips brushed against her dark tresses, his deep, obsidian gaze resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist, heavy with unspoken sentiments. At that moment, they appeared as two children, shedding their defenses over a mere morsel of cake, drawing nearer in spirit. Suddenly, voices drifted in from outside the door. Stewardly, with a smile, greeted Prince Rong, Lu Yaoting. What wind brings you here today?" "Your Highness?" Lu Yaoting replied with a faint smile, handing over a red envelope. "I have matters to discuss with the Emperor." "Is His Majesty in the study?" Stewardly graciously accepted the envelope, his smile growing more sincere. Last June, Prime Minister Su Jian had requested that Prince Rong travel to Changde to establish his fiefdom. However, Lu Xingjian had declined, insisting that the prince remain in the capital to perform royal duties on his behalf. Initially, Stewardly believed Lu Xingjian's intentions were genuine. Yet, upon seeing Su Wanwan return to the capital and Prince Rong's desire to take her as a concubine, he began to perceive the deeper implications. One couldn't help but admire Lu Xingjian's cunning. He had anticipated the possibility of Prince Rong seizing her once he left the capital, going to such lengths to prevent it. If Su Wanwan had never returned, would he have kept Prince Rong in the capital indefinitely? A prince remaining in the capital always posed a threat to imperial power. Truly, the emperor favored beauty over the throne. Meanwhile, the two were lost in their sweet reverie within the room. And for Prince Rong to witness it firsthand would surely extinguish any lingering hopes. Noticing Lu Xingjian's silence, Lu Yaoting urged, "Please have Stewardly announce my presence." Stewardly smiled amiably. "Your Highness is too kind. I shall inform them at once." Yet, his movements were leisurely as he cleared his throat, adjusted his collar, and dusted off his sleeves before finally ambling to the door to knock. "Your Majesty, Prince Rong requests an audience." Lu Yaoting observed the charade with quiet intensity, his gaze sweeping toward the study's grand doors. What pressing matter could have compelled even the emperor's most trusted steward to refrain from entering? As the doors to the study swung open, Lu Yaoting strode in with his head held high, only to pause abruptly. Su Wanwan sat in a wheelchair, positioned close to the dragon table. The emperor was holding her hand, only releasing it upon Lu Yaoting's entrance, as if deliberately orchestrating the moment for him to witness. Lu Yaoting inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, and finally bowed. "I, Lu Yaoting, pay my respects to your Majesty. May you be in good health." Lu Xingjian responded with a calm demeanor, aloof and regal. 13th uncle, You are too courteous. Please rise. As Lu Yaoting straightened, his eyes narrowed slightly, a chill emanating from his gaze as it settled on Su Wanwan in the wheelchair. After a lingering pause, he managed a soft chuckle. Wanwan, no wonder you refused to marry me. Su Wanwan stiffened momentarily, uneasily lowering her gaze. The noble Wang is not foolish at this moment. He must have already surmised that Lu Xingjian has long been entangled in a clandestine affair with her. He could easily take the moral high ground and condemn her as shameless and licentious. Lu Xingjian cast a glance at the noble Wang, his deep, dark eyes harboring a coldness beneath the surface. He reached out once more to grasp Su Wanwan's hand, refusing to let her break free. His tone carried a note of warning. 13th uncle, Wanwan is timid. Do not frighten her. Lu Yaoting let out a disdainful chuckle. Timid? Does a timid person dare to plunge the face of the noble Wang's consort into scalding meat broth? Chapter 57. Heartache for him? Ultimately, he withdrew unscathed, suffering only a few months of confinement. Consequently, he became a source of apprehension for the Su family. At the slightest disturbance, he faced censure from the officials, adopting an air of caution and discretion that rendered him hesitant to act impulsively. Fortunately, the Su family has now fallen for grace. Your Majesty, do not be deceived by her. Lu Yaoting spoke with a stern demeanor, condemning Su Wanwan. Lu Xingjian coldly interrupted him, asking, why does the Prince of Rome seek an audience with me? The title shifted from 13th uncle to Prince of Rome. Lu Yaoting recognized that the emperor was displeased. Despite his seething jealousy, he had no choice but to suppress it. The renovations of my residence in Changde are progressing slowly. The Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Works cite insufficient funds. He lamented, I am at a loss and have come to seek your Majesty's counsel. Lu Xingjian narrowed his elongated eyes slightly, swiftly grasping his intentions. The Prince of Rome was using the pretext of expediting funds to gauge his stance on the fiefdom. I shall instruct the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Works to accelerate the renovation of your residence. You may rest assured, 13th uncle. After a brief pause, Lu Yaoting added, the attendant officials in Changde have written, complaining of inadequate provisions as they endure the harsh winter. My salary is limited and insufficient. I hope your Majesty can alleviate my concerns. Lu Xingjian tossed the question back to him. Does 13th uncle have any thoughts on this matter? Lu Yaoting glanced at Su Wanwan, who quietly regarded him, her expression tinged with humiliation. A dignified prince reduced to pleading poverty to a nephew, a blow to any man's pride, especially in front of a woman with whom he once shared vows. And now, that woman belonged to his nephew. Su Wanwan found it strange that a prince would find himself in such dire straits. She inquired, with the prince's annual salary of 10,000 stones, how could His Highness the Prince of Rome be in such financial distress? Lu Yaoting furrowed his brow, remaining silent. It was Lu Xingjian who responded, indeed, the prince's annual salary is 10,000 stones. However, the late Minister Su established a rule that princes residing in the capital receive only 3,000 stones. These past years have been difficult for 13th uncle. Reflecting on the obstinate old man who had guarded against the Prince of Rome more fiercely than a thief, a warm feeling surged within Lu Xingjian. His lips curled slightly. Why not return and contemplate which lands in Changde might sustain the prince as household? Submit a memorial, and I shall grant it. To be honest, he found himself missing that stubborn, hard-headed old fellow with a straight back. Su Wanwan's expression grew solemn. There was something amiss with the Prince of Rome. If he were truly in such dire straits, how could he have remained indifferent to her substantial dowry? Did he merely desire her as a person? Yet, why had he just spoken ill of himself before Lu Xingjian? It all felt exceedingly strange. Lu Yaoting bowed and withdrew, his back straight yet tinged with desolation. Before departing, his gaze lingered on Su Wanwan for a moment, a mix of sorrow, frustration, and unfulfilled ambition evident in his eyes. As if he longed to speak, yet held his tongue. Su Wanwan unintentionally met his gaze, momentarily stunned. Did Lu Yaoting still harbor feelings for her? Lu Xingjian observed their exchange, his aura growing increasingly frigid. Once the Prince Rong departed, the grand doors of the imperial study closed anew, and a tone of cold disdain echoed Do you truly feel for him? Just moments ago, you were feeding him osmanthus cakes, and now you're exchanging glances with another man. Such a heartbreaker. Su Wanwan furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Why do I feel that Prince Rong does not appear to be lacking in wealth? Lu Xingjian paused momentarily and replied, he must possess alternative means of acquiring wealth. The princes of the great Liang dynasty face numerous restrictions, prohibited from leaving their fiefs and entering the capital, all to prevent potential rebellion. If he has other avenues for profit, yet chooses to feign poverty, what could be his motive? As these reflections deepened, the conversation took on a rather somber tone. Noticing Su Wanwan still in contemplation, Lu Xingjian's mood soured slightly, and he remarked sarcastically, you seem quite preoccupied with him. Su Wanwan hesitative. Surely, the emperor should be more concerned than a mere servant, considering he is your esteemed uncle. She emphasized the words esteemed uncle with a hint of meaning. Lu Xingjian, recalling Su Jian's wariness towards Prince Rong, felt his demeanor brighten considerably at her words. He relished them and encouraged her to elaborate. Su Wanwan seized the opportunity. When Emperor Yingzong was captured during his personal campaign, his younger brothers who remained in the capital seized the chance to ascend the throne. If Prince Rong delays his departure to the fief, who would believe he harbors no ulterior motives? Lu Xingjian's lips curled into a slight smirk, his tone teasing. If Prince Rong were to discover that you conspired against him behind his back, he would surely be incensed. Su Wanwan retorted, what conspiracy do you speak of? I'm not merely stating the truth. Her tone carried a hint of aggression, which paradoxically added a touch of feminine charm, contrasting with her usual indifference. Lu Xingjian pulled her onto his lap, affectionately pinching her nose. You are quite the clever one. I have my own judgment. Wanwan, your political instincts are indeed sharp. The smile gradually faded from Su Wanwan's face, replaced by a solemn expression as she regarded Lu Xingjian. She could surmise that he had faced considerable hardships over the years. The court was filled with seasoned officials steeped in the intricacies of politics, each one cunning and shrewd. The inner palace was under the control of Empress Zhang. He had to constantly negotiate with various factions, balancing alliances and suppressing threats. He needed to grow swiftly amidst the cracks while guarding against potential annihilation, daring not to indulge even a single woman frivolously. Except for her, someone he had known intimately since childhood, who posed no threat to him. Setting aside other matters, at least the Su family had steadfastly supported him since he became the crown prince. Even when his grandfather was forcibly retired, he swiftly returned to his hometown, causing him no further trouble. Yet now, she too sought to leverage him to eliminate Empress Xia and the Xia family. Lu Xingjian gazed gently into her eyes, tenderly pinching her cheek. What troubles you? Are you contemplating laziness instead of grinding ink? Su Wanwan rested her hand on his wrist, her expression complex and her gaze flickering. I was wondering, when I return home, will you forget me? Lu Xingjian smiled, placing a fleeting kiss upon her lips, his tone light and flirtatious. It depends on your performance. Su Wanwan, how should I perform? Lu Xingjian gazed at her adorably innocent visage, completely devoid of the inclination to peruse the memorials. He cradled her face, poised to bestow a kiss. However, the tranquility of the moment was abruptly disrupted by Steward Li's voice from outside the study. Your Majesty, Duke Su Chengbi of Wei is awaiting your audience. Do you have a moment to see him? The enchanting atmosphere was shattered, causing Lu Xingjian's countenance to darken as he fell silent. Steward Li stood outside, straining to catch any tidings. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan sensed an unusual tension in his demeanor, her cheeks flushing slightly. I think it best if I take my leave, she suggested. Lu Xingjian inhaled deeply, regaining his regal composure, and merely replied, there's no need. Chapter 58. Will we have more in the future? Su Wanwan settled back into her wheelchair, feigning a slow and meticulous grinding of ink. As Su Chengbi entered the room, he was met with the sight of Su Wanwan, adorned in the attire of a palace maid, diligently preparing ink at the imperial desk. His heart leapt into his throat, trembling with trepidation. He knelt and performed a deep bow, exclaiming, I pay my respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty be in good health. Lu Xingjian disregarded him. The atmosphere in the imperial study was quiet yet suffocating. Su Wanwan paused momentarily and glanced at Su Qingbi, who appeared markedly haggard, akin to a startled bird, evidently having endured considerable tribulations recently. A sense of satisfaction flickered within Su Wanwan as she nonchalantly lowered her gaze, slowly rotating the ink stick between her fingers. Su Qingbi, left in silence for an extended period, grew increasingly anxious. His voice, laced with a sobbing tone, conveyed profound emotion and sorrow. This old minister has failed in guiding his son and restraining his servants. I beseech your majesty to impose punishment upon me. I humbly implore your majesty, considering the honor of the Su family's ancestors, to spare my son Pengju's life. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow. Her ears perked to catch the unfolding drama. Having spent nearly 2 months in the palace, she was entirely unaware of the tribulations besetting the Su family. At last, Lu Xingjian lifted his head, his voice frigid, yet casually indifferent. I have heard that the heir of the Wei Duke recently wed the emperor's sister. How does this pertain to a matter of life and death? Su Qingbi, overcome with emotion, began to weep profusely. On the day of my son Pengju's wedding, the imperial guards took him away, claiming he was implicated in a murder case concerning land disputes with the people of Wuxi. I implore your majesty to discern the truth. My son is innocent. Lu Xingjian's countenance grew increasingly frigid as he retrieved a memorial, glancing at it before bellowing in anger. Nonsense. The inspecting censors, such as Zhang Daiyou, the presiding officials of Suzhou, Changzhou, and Wuxi, and other officials have colluded to frame your household, the Wei Duke's residence. With that, he hurled the memorial onto Su Qingbi's lap. Su Qingbi, drenched in cold sweat, picked up the memorial and his face drained of color upon reading the damning verdict. Su Pengju is guilty of inciting a servant to commit murder, sentenced to death by strangulation. He crawled on the ground, tears streaming down his face, pleading with desperation. These deeds were orchestrated by the treacherous servant Su Lin. In collusion with others, I had no knowledge of this. My son, being still young and unaware of the gravity of his actions, did not strike anyone to death. I beseech your majesty to show mercy. Lu Xingjian, cold and unyielding, spoke slowly yet with unmistakable clarity. A prince is not above the law. He is subject to the same penalties as commoners. Wei Duke, I hope you learn from this lesson, restrain your servants, and rectify your family's conduct. Let there be no more disgraceful incidents. Su Qingbi continued to bow repeatedly, his forehead quickly swelling and bleeding, mingling tears with blood as he resembled a forlorn dog, desperately imploring, I beseech your majesty to quell your anger and spare my son Pengju's life. He is also your relative. I earnestly request your majesty to consider the honor of the Su family's ancestors and grant us dignity. This situation carries a hint of deceit. Lu Xingjian coldly stated, a prince is subject to the same laws as a commoner. Can my kin take lives with impunity, disregarding the law of the land? Duke Wei, kneel in peace. Su Qingbi, however, was unwilling to depart, sobbing pitifully. The emperor, filled with thunderous rage, felt profound sorrow at the death of Su Pengju. Yet, what was even more terrifying was the ensuing wave of betrayal. The once mighty Duke Wei's household now found itself precariously on the brink of downfall, a fate Su Qingbi feared most. Seeing his distress, Su Wanwan interjected softly, Duke Wei, how is Bongrui faring? Su Bongrui was merely a 2-year-old child whom she had once cared for, and she held a lingering concern for him. Indeed, both concubine Luo and Su Bongrui represented her last ties to the Duke Wei's household. Gradually, Su Qingbi's sobs subsided, and he wiped his tears, replying, he is well. Please take care of him, and I shall visit when I can. Su Wanwan responded gently, I appreciate your concern. Su Qingbi, increasingly sorrowful, lamented, Wanwan. Bongrui often cries out for you, his mother. The Su family has wronged you. He understood well that Su Pengju was not foolish enough to partake in a murder directly. Yet he was ensnared by the consequences of his past transgressions against Su Wanwan. Although Su Wanwan now occupied the role of a palace maid, her presence beside the emperor in a wheelchair spoke volumes of his trust in her. The privilege of accompanying the emperor in the study was not afforded to just anyone. The emperor's support for her hinted at a greater likelihood of targeting the Su family. Yet now, when it came to pleading for leniency on behalf of the Su family, he found himself at a loss for words. The Su family had bullied Su Wanwan far too mercilessly. Fortunately, she still harbored some affection for Su Bongrue. With this connection, there remained a glimmer of hope for the Su family. He felt a flicker of optimism and gratefully bowed to Wanwan. Su Wanwan remained noncommittal. She was acutely aware that Su Chengbi's abrupt deference stemmed from his prior disdain when her family had fallen into disgrace, leaving her vulnerable to their torment. Now, as she had risen in status as a palace maid, he sought to curry favor with her. It was a classic display of cowardice towards the strong and cruelty towards the weak. Although the Su family had not gained significantly from her dowry, they had severely tarnished her reputation. She would not forgive easily. Chief Steward Li then entered with the palace attendants to assist Su Qingbi in leaving. For reasons unknown, tears unexpectedly welled up in Su Wanwan's eyes, flowing uncontrollably. She thought of Su Bongrue, soft and cherubic, nestled in her embrace, calling her mother in a sweet, endearing manner. At times, she nurtured Su Bongrue as if he were her own child, pouring all the unexpressed maternal love into him. The longing surged forth like a floodgate opened. Impossible to contain. Lu Xingjian observed her tears cascading more fiercely and furrowed his brow, offering her a handkerchief. Is it worth shedding tears for the Su family? Su Wanwan, enveloped in her sorrow, shot him a resentful glare, her voice laced with irritation. This is none of your concern. Lu Xingjian's hand, holding the handkerchief, hovered in the air, momentarily frozen. He paused for a moment, leaning down to gently wipe her tears away with a tender motion. Do not cry, all right? He said, almost in a soothing manner. Su Wanwan remained silent, her face etched with sorrow, a sorrow directed towards their child. She was blaming him. Though she did not voice it, he understood. Ironically, the more he tried to wipe her tears, the more they flowed. He sighed, pressing her face into his embrace, softly patting her back. We will have another chance in the future, won't we? Su Wanwan hesitated, slowly sitting up and withdrawing her face from his chest. They were merely a fleeting romance. What future could there possibly be? Once she resolved the enmity and threat posed by the Xia family, she would return to Jinling. Lu Xingjian had many matters to attend to, and noticing her lingering despondency, even after she had ceased her tears, he instructed Steward Li to escort Su Wanwan back to the Qianxin Palace. Chapter 59. Are we not related? By the time Lu Xingjian returned to the Qianxin Palace, the night had grown deep. Gu Li, trembling, knelt before him. Lu Xingjian gazed at the closed door, and his originally calm expression began to chill. Where is she? Miss Su has locked herself away since her return. She hasn't even dined. The maid has no knowledge of her condition. Lu Xingjian's countenance darkened. Why was there no timely report? If she is alone in her sorrow, what shall we do? Gu Li, pale with fright, was at a loss for words. No one had mentioned the necessity of promptly informing the emperor. Lu Xingjian took a deep breath, raised his hand intending to forcefully push open the door, but paused, gently knocking on the door instead, his voice soft. Wanwan, open the door. Su Wanwan had been lying on the bed, lost in thought, not quite asleep. Upon hearing the knock, she did not stir. However, with no sound of retreating footsteps, she resolved to rise and open the door. As she stood to move to the wheelchair by the bedside, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Outside, Lu Xingjian heard the thud of her fall and could no longer contain himself. He kicked open the door. Bang! The door crashed against the wall with a resounding noise. The room lay shrouded in darkness. The lantern's light at the entrance illuminated the sight of Su Wanwan sprawled on the floor. Lu Xingjian's heart twisted painfully. How had she endured those days without him? In the face of life and death, familial reproach, and tarnished reputation, how had she borne it all? Was it truly the case that she had fallen to the ground, neglected and alone, when she was lifted into his arms? Su Wanwan caught sight of his grim and terrifying expression. Gu Li at the door was equally ashen, trembling uncontrollably. I am fine. Do not vent your anger on others. She softly reassured him. Lu Xingjian was not one to mistreat his attendants. On the contrary, he was typically generous, bestowing gold and silver rewards upon those around him. He merely felt that this newly arrived maid from the ethnic minority was rather heedless of the gravity of the situation. With Su Wanwan, who had difficulty moving, alone and in a poor state of mind, any issue that arose was beyond the capacity of a mere palace made to resolve. Suppressing his expression, Lu Xingjian patiently inquired, "Did you injure yourself anywhere?" "No," she replied. The thick carpet before the bed had cushioned her fall, and she was careful to protect her injured leg. Suffering no serious harm. Should there be a next time, you need not serve in the Jinling palace any longer. Lu Xingjian coldly warned Gu Li before carrying Su Wanwan to another room. Gu Li, frightened, knelt again. The rooms in the Jinling palace were small, yet numerous, with stairs leading to the second floor. Su Wanwan realized that this room was different from the one she had occupied the previous night. Lu Xingjian gently placed her on the bed and then leisurely turned to the cleansing room. She curled up in the corner of the bed, her eyes wide as she stared at the canopy above, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps in a void of contemplation. Not long after Lu Xingjian emerged from his bath, Su Wanwan felt the weight shift on the side of the bed. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, surrounded by the fresh steam of water, accompanied by a faint scent of soap. Why? Her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck. Why change rooms? Lu Xingjian remained silent. After a long pause, he simply replied, "For safety's sake." Su Wanwan's heart jolted. She had witnessed his meticulousness regarding food outside, yet she was unaware that he was this cautious even about his living arrangements. She recalled a winter solstice several years ago when Steward Li hurriedly knocked on the gates of Rinshou Palace, declaring that the Crown Prince had fallen gravely ill, suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea, his life hanging by a thread. At that time, Jinling Palace was still under construction, and Zhou had taken her to reside in Rinshou Palace. Upon hearing the news, her expression changed dramatically as she trembled, retrieving a pill from a locked cabinet by her bed and personally handing it to her. The Crown Prince was the foundation of the nation. He could not be allowed to falter. "Hurry, you must administer it to him yourself. It can counteract all poisons." She rushed to the Eastern Palace at the fastest pace, finding Lu Xingjian's complexion as pale as wax, his lips a shade of blue, barely breathing. Forcing open his jaws, she managed to administer the medicine. Unsure of the pill's efficacy, she sat by his bedside for an entire day and night, not daring to close her eyes. Subsequently, she personally oversaw the herbal concoctions prescribed by the imperial physicians, enduring the trials by his bedside and tasting the medicine herself. He was her kin. Nothing could happen to him. During that time, she stayed in the Eastern Palace for over a month, devotedly caring for his health. Eventually, she learned that the court had been thrown into turmoil over the incident. Her grandfather, Su Jian, took the lead in submitting memorials to admonish the emperor, citing the frequent natural disasters, particularly in Nanjing's Shaoling and Fengyang's ancestral tombs. He proclaimed that the ruler's matters are akin to a father's concerns for his son. If a father reprimands his child, it is born of deep worry and fear, necessitating humility and contrition. Should such matters be treated lightly, a father's anger would only deepen. This year's calamities were unusual, a divine retribution, causing considerable distress among the cabinet, the 6 ministries, and the 13 departments. "Are you the only one unconcerned?" She recounted the content she had heard to Lu Xingjian. His face bore little sorrow. He remained silent, enveloped in a profound silence that spoke of a heart that had ceased to feel. From the time she could remember, she knew he longed for the genuine affection of the emperor and empress, much like Princess Xiui. What child does not yearn for a parent's love? In the stillness of midnight, she slowly offered him solace. "Not all parents love their children. My parents do not love me. Thus, we must learn to love ourselves. For one day, we will find those who truly love us." Her mother had long since passed away, and her father had taken a stepmother and had a son. He was not familiar with her, the daughter he had not raised, and held little affection for her. Yet, she always felt deserving of love, believing she would eventually encounter someone who would cherish her genuinely. Once, she thought that person was Liu Yaoting. Later, she believed it would be Lu Xingjian. Only much later did she realize that those who love you will come to you unbidden. There is no need to seek them out. Initially, she believed that after this poisoning incident, Zhou would once again shield Lu Xingjian under her wings. To her surprise, this did not occur. Instead, Zhou focused on nurturing Prince Rong, Liu Yaoting, and Prince Shun, Lu Yukai, the two younger brothers of the late emperor, while Lu Xingjian continued to be cast aside. Since then, Lu Xingjian has gradually distanced himself from the Zhou family, while growing increasingly close to the late emperor and Empress Zhang. Su Wanwan, lost in her thoughts, suddenly felt a long, powerful arm encircle her slender waist. In his presence, she appeared as delicate and helpless as a tiny kitten. Whatever he wished to do, she could only acquiesce. Lu Xingjian pressed his lips against hers, only releasing her after a considerable time, his voice husky as he murmured, "We are unrelated, are we?" Su Wanwan's eyes fluttered, breathless. It took her a moment to respond, her entire face flushing a deep crimson. Chapter 60. Wait for my return. She slightly tilted her head, unwilling to respond to him. Lu Xingjian's gaze darkened as her movement revealed her elegantly slender neck, utterly enticing. He gently bit down, akin to a beast seeking to pierce the throat of its prey. Was this indifference? A sharp sting accompanied by a pleasant numbness radiated from her neck. Su Wanwan realized that he was harboring resentment for her retorts earlier in the imperial study, vowing to repay her insolence. Whether she would retract her words was of no consequence to him. Though she claimed to be indifferent, her actions suggested otherwise. Su Wanwan whimpered like a spoiled child, stubbornly insisting it is unrelated. What connection could they possibly share? The hierarchical divide between emperor and maid, or the illicit entanglement of lovers? He would only take advantage of her. This remark seemed to provoke a hornet's nest, as Lu Xingjian's gaze sharpened, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The night is still young. Take your time to contemplate. By the time the clock approached 5, the two of them, unable to find rest, sat at the dining table. Lu Xingjian lazily yawned, casting a satisfied glance at the array of breakfast laid before him. A reward. All were Su Wanwan's favorites. Chief Steward Li, noticing the dark circles under Su Wanwan's eyes, smiled as he gently advised, "Thank you, Your Majesty. However, moderation is key. Miss Su's leg injury is at a critical juncture, and one must not risk further harm for fleeting pleasures." Perhaps due to the harmonious balance of yin and yang, the emperor's mood had notably improved in recent days. Although he still maintained an indifferent demeanor, Chief Steward Li, having served him for many years, could sense the change. As Su Wanwan slowly sipped her porridge with her head bowed, her ears flushed upon hearing his words. She knew their relationship could not be concealed from his trusted confidants. Yet previously, she could turn a blind eye to their whispers. Now, with everything laid bare, it felt unbearably humiliating. Lu Xingjian cast a cold glance at Chief Steward Li, tossing him a warm handkerchief. "I acknowledge your loyalty. Go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and claim your reward, double portions." The wrinkles on Chief Steward Li's face blossomed like a chrysanthemum as he accepted the handkerchief, smiling as he took his leave. Lu Xingjian, with graceful movements, began his meal. Noticing Su Wanwan remained withdrawn, barely eating, he gently inquired, "Is the food unpalatable?" As he spoke, he brought a shrimp dumpling to her lips. Only then did Su Wanwan lift her head, her cheeks slightly flushed and her expression flustered as she distractedly took a small bite. "I want to go home. I shall leave today." He paused, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing, patiently coaxing her. "Could you share the reason?" Su Wanwan pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xingjian pondered, "Is it because of Li Rong's earlier remarks?" "I do not wish to be the subject of gossip." Su Wanwan's emotions swirled within her. If she were merely a simple maid, perhaps it would be bearable. Alas, that was not the case. Night after night, entangled with him, something was bound to occur. His demeanor suggested he was reluctant to hide their affair from others. While no one dared to accuse the emperor of promiscuity, they would likely direct their scorn towards her, labeling her as the harbinger of chaos in the harem. She could not stand precariously beneath such a threat. Lu Xingjian gazed at her with calm composure, his tone gentle. "I shall consider this matter, all right?" In recent days, the bond between the two individuals has grown increasingly intimate, akin to the strong adhesive of glue, where the husband sings and the wife follows in harmony. He harbors no desire to part ways just yet. Su Wanwan gazes out at the still dark sky, her expression grave as she nods in acknowledgement. Lu Xingjian notices her slight rigidity and, with a tone imbued with tenderness, suggests, "First, let us nourish ourselves. Otherwise, upon returning to the Su residence, your father may chastise me for neglecting your well-being." His words indicate a genuine intention to escort her home. Her mood lightens a fraction, and she resumes sipping her porridge. After breakfast, Lu Xingjian prepares to don his formal attire for the morning court assembly, while Su Wanwan plans to return for a much-needed rest. Dressed appropriately, just as she is about to step out, Lu Xingjian unexpectedly returns, casting a lingering gaze upon Su Wanwan in her wheelchair. When she meets his eyes, her drowsy yet beautiful gaze reveals a blend of confusion and surprise, reminiscent of a startled fawn in the woods, her eyes shimmering with clarity yet tinged with bewilderment. After much restraint, Lu Xingjian can no longer contain himself. He approaches, lifting her chin to bestow a kiss upon her delicate lips. The presence of an attendant outside catches Su Wanwan off guard. Her face instantly flushes crimson. The kiss is too intimate, and the thought of being observed leaves her paralyzed. Her hands clench tightly at her sides. Time seems to stretch until the steward, Li, clears his throat gently from outside. Only then does Lu Xingjian release her lips, his voice husky as he murmurs, "Wait for my return." Su Wanwan responds, flustered, "Mm." He squeezes her hand tenderly once more, declaring, "I shall take my leave now." She nods absently, the exchange reminiscent of a husband bidding a reluctant farewell to his wife, though she is not truly his spouse. With a heart weighed down by unspoken thoughts, Su Wanwan returns to her chamber to rest, yet she is plagued by nightmares that transport her back over a decade. Within the halls of Jinling Palace, flames rage, smoke thickly enveloping the air. She awakens, choking, and rushes to the adjacent room to seek her ailing nurse, Aunt Zhong. However, the door is stubbornly shut, impervious to her desperate knocks, as she cries out, "Aunt Zhong, wake up! The fire is spreading." Aunt Jing's voice, frail and pained, implores, "Do not concern yourself with me. Go save him." Su Wanwan understands that him refers to Lu Xingjian and hurriedly promises to comply, racing towards the Dongwan Pavilion in the front hall. Yet, Aunt Jing's fears are unfounded. Both the Empress Dowager and Lu Xingjian have already been swiftly relocated by vigilant palace servants. The servants intended to escort her away as well. But how could she abandon the nurse who had cared for her since childhood? Returning to the side hall, she forcefully opens the door to rescue Aunt Zhong. Alas, the curtain at the entrance suddenly ignites, flames surging violently, leaving them no means of escape. She fears she will perish in the flames. Just as despair sets in, Prince Lu Xingjian arrives, breaking through the window to rescue them all. At that moment, her face is smeared with soot, her throat raw and painful, rendering her voiceless. Overwhelmed by terror and disarray, Lu Xingjian appears like a celestial savior, that youthful hero of yesteryears now transformed into a contemplative prince. In one moment, he feigns poverty before the emperor, and in the next, he pretends to harbor lingering affections for her. What is his true intent? If he is not in want of wealth, whence does his fortune derive? Meng Yu and Gu Li, in a state of panic, roused Su Wanwan. The Empress Dowager summons you to the Rinshou Palace. Su Wanwan glanced at the sky, her heart tightening. What time is it? Has the emperor concluded the morning court? She was uncertain of the Empress Dowager's intentions. However, at this critical juncture, just before her departure from the palace, she wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. Meng Yu's face reflected distress. It is already a quarter past the hour of the snake. The morning court has yet to conclude, and it is said to be quite tumultuous. Chapter 61. The stench of conspiracy is too obvious. Su Wanwan paused for a moment. The morning court generally commences at the hour of the rabbit and concludes at the hour of the dragon. Since the ascension of the young Emperor Yingzong, the morning court has often devolved into mere formality. Typically, 8 matters are prearranged for discussion, after which the court disperses. However, it has now persisted for 2.5 hours, suggesting that a significant issue has arisen. What could the Empress Dowager have summoned me for? Meng Yu, articulate yet hesitant, replied, "I am uncertain, but I have heard that both the Empress Dowager and the Empress have already proceeded to the Rinshou Palace, seemingly to address a grave matter." A pang of anxiety struck Su Wanwan. The Empress Dowager had returned to the palace. What could be the reason for the gathering of such formidable figures of the harem, calling upon a mere maid like her? It was evidently not for good tidings. Could she possibly avoid attending? Su Wanwan yearned to evade the situation. However, Meng Yu's words severed her last avenue of escape. I have already dispatched someone to inquire with Chief Steward Li, who indicated that you should proceed with caution and await the emperor's arrival. Chief Steward Li had accompanied Lu Xingjian to the morning court. His message likely mirrored Lu Xingjian's sentiments. Reluctantly, Su Wanwan dawdled until the eunuch sent to summon her urged her forth, compelling her to sit in a wheelchair and slowly make her way towards Rinshou Palace. In the palace corridor, numerous maidens and eunuchs stood, frequently glancing skyward and engaging in animated discussions. Look, why does the sun appear so peculiar? The sun emits a backdraft, its hue of vivid red and yellow, an ominous omen that should not be present within the palace. In the 5th year of the Jingtai reign, a similar phenomenon occurred, and the officials of the Astronomical Bureau proclaimed that within 3 years, the nation would suffer loss. Ultimately, in the 1st month of the 8th year of Jingtai, the former emperor returned to power, and Emperor Jingtai passed away. A wave of trepidation swept through the hearts of all present. Su Wanwan furrowed her brow. Upon arriving at the entrance of the grand hall of Rinshou Palace, her heart raced to her throat. Within the hall, not only stood the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Emperor's consort, but also the Princess of Chunnan and her husband, Duke Kaizhen. Duke Kai had overseen the affairs of the imperial clan court for over a decade. Recalling the Princess of Chunnan's hostility towards her, Su Wanwan felt an ominous foreboding. Fortunately, the atmosphere within the hall was taut with tension, and the assembly paid her little heed. The Empress Dowager, despite her ailing visage, spoke with unbridled fury. Dare to conspire against me. Such madness is unconscionable. Emperor Zhang offered a nervous smile. Mother, please temper your anger. This matter is still under investigation. Why rush to conclusions? The Empress Dowager, Wang, paused, then retorted with a cold laugh. The wife of the Marquis of Ruyan fell into a poisoned stupor after testing the medicine for me, her life hanging in the balance. And you still claim this matter is inconclusive? As she spoke, she wiped her tear-stained eyes and lamented, had she not been foolishly insistent on testing the medicine herself. I would have already joined my ancestors in the afterlife. At that moment, the imperial physician stepped forward. The wife of the Marquis of Ruyan has succumbed to profound poisoning. I must regretfully declare my inability to reverse her fate. These words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The wife of the Marquis of Ruyan was not merely the sister-in-law of the Empress Dowager, but also the daughter of the late Marquis of Wanwan, Lu Jing, and the maternal sister of the current Marquis, Lu Wan. The Lu family had long served as generals guarding the southern provinces. Yet after Lu Jing's transgressions during the reign of the late emperor, their military power had been stripped, leading to their decline over the past decade. Not long ago, the newly appointed and Yuan Marquis, Lu Wengang, was designated by Lu Xingjian as the new commander-in-chief of the Guangxi provinces, marking the Lu family's resurgence on the political stage. The death of the Ruyan Marquis's wife within the palace, attributed to poisoning, was undoubtedly a grave matter. After a moment of shock, Empress Dowager Zhang furiously berated the imperial physician, exclaiming that his incompetence had led to this tragedy, and commanded that the head of the Imperial Medical Academy be summoned for a second opinion. Following a chaotic scene, the verdict from the head physician was even more devastating. The Ruyan Marquis's wife had passed away, and he implored the Empress to bear her grief with fortitude. The Empress Dowager Wang, stricken with anger, fainted on the spot. Empress Zhang, thoroughly panicked, cried out for her mother to take care of herself, and urgently called for a physician. The death of the Ruyan Marquis's wife within the palace would not be quietly accepted by the Wang and Lu families. If this matter was not handled with utmost care, the repercussions would be far-reaching. The implications were profoundly severe. The notion that one could lose their life within the palace would deter any noblewoman from seeking an audience with the emperor. Should the Empress Dowager pass away at this critical juncture, how could Empress Zhang maintain her dignified rule? It was feared that the world would brand her with a heart as cold as a serpent's. Princess Chunnan and her husband, the Duke of the Guards, Kaizhen, wore somber expressions. Xia Shui, who had been closely observing Empress Zhang's demeanor, felt like a startled bird, shrinking back in trepidation. Empress Zhang had entrusted her with all matters of the palace, and the burden of this calamity would ultimately fall upon her shoulders. Xia Shui had already been in a state of unease, unable to eat or sleep properly, appearing remarkably haggard. Upon hearing the announcement that the emperor had arrived, she was so frightened that her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. "The empress has fainted," exclaimed the palace attendants in alarm. Lu Xingjian happened to enter the hall of Rinshou at that moment, and upon hearing the commotion, he swiftly made his way into the hall. Su Wanwan, waiting outside, caught only a glimpse of his cold, hurried demeanor as he passed, without a glance in her direction. Perhaps he had seen her, yet chose to offer no acknowledgement. As the Empress Dowager slowly regained consciousness, Empress Zhang wept, recounting a prophecy she had heard from a high monk the previous day. If there were recent celestial anomalies, it indicated the presence of a malevolent individual within the palace who posed a threat to the royal family. Initially skeptical, the simultaneous illness of her mother and the empress left her no room for doubt. "Your Majesty, we must not overlook this ominous presence." Princess Chunin furrowed her brow and sternly inquired of the attendants, "Who has recently come into contact with the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Marquis's wife?" Upon overhearing this, Su Wanwan felt her blood run cold. The scent of conspiracy was unmistakable. Indeed, the palace attendants knelt and reported only Su Wanwan. She initially resided in the Hall of Rinshou, then became restless after being transferred to the Eastern Palace, befriending the Marquis's wife, and even served in the Hall of Cunning. Princess Chunin scoffed, her voice resonating with authority. "It is indeed she, born to bring misfortune to her own mother. She has caused the death of her husband, and now her malevolent aura is so potent that even the Empress Dowager and the Empress have fallen victim to her curses." Seated in her wheelchair, Su Wanwan felt paralyzed. She understood that Empress Zhang would not easily let her escape. The onslaught of calamity had arrived swiftly and unexpectedly, leaving her reeling. At this moment, Empress Dowager Zhang had regained her composure and ordered for Su Wanwan to be brought in. Her gaze was sharp and venomous. "So, it is you, this harbinger of calamity, who has brought misfortune upon us. Years ago, when Prince Dao passed away at the tender age of 3, my beloved Xiui was taken from me at 9, and the child I bore within me was also claimed by your malevolence. Throughout these years, how much humiliation has the Empress Dowager endured? How many tears have been shed? All the pent-up emotions found a release, surging forth towards Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan's complexion turned pale. At this moment, the Grand Empress Dowager, the Empress, and Lu Xingjian were not present in the Great Hall, having likely retreated to the sleeping quarters. Xia Shui would probably be ensnaring Lu Xingjian without respite. She was utterly alone, a mere palace maid, facing the dual wrath of the Empress Dowager and the illustrious Princess Chunin. How could she possibly withstand such fury? Chapter 62. The Lamb Awaiting Slaughter. Only to await the fall of the blade, the esteemed Princess of Chunin wore a stern expression. "How dare you sit in a wheelchair at this moment? Kneel and accept your punishment." The palace attendants, sensing the princess's fury, seized Su Wanwan from her wheelchair and forced her to the ground, pressing her face against the floor while twisting her hands behind her back. Empress Dowager Zhang regarded Su Wanwan with a cold, mocking smile. "You calamity. Do you wish to take this opportunity to bring ruin upon us all, to beguile the emperor and entice his heart, aspiring to be the revered empress?" Su Wanwan, enduring the pain of her twisted hands, lifted her face defiantly towards the Empress Dowager, calmly retorting, "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I would never harbor such thoughts." The Empress Dowager's gaze was laced with malice. "Humph, you say you would never think such a thing? Your mother once harbored intentions to seduce the late emperor, and being the daughter of that vixen, how could you possibly be free of such notions?" "Someone silence her." Su Wanwan lay on the ground, not struggling. In that moment, she felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, resigned to her fate. "Stop!" Lu Xingjian, whose presence was unknown until that moment, stood at the doorway of the eastern chamber. His face taut, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. The noble Duke Kai Zhen quickly rose to pay his respects. "This humble servant greets your Majesty." Two high-ranking individuals were bullying an injured maid, a sight that he could not bear. Yet, as an outsider, he found it difficult to interject at such a moment. Lu Xingjian approached Su Wanwan, his gaze sweeping over her, his tone indifferent. Grandmother has just awakened. It is unwise to startle her. Violence will only disturb her peace. Pinned to the ground, Su Wanwan's view was obstructed. All she could see was the hem of his robe. A profound sense of humiliation welled within her, an indignity that pierced her very bones. In the eyes of these lofty figures, she was but an insignificant insect, trampled at will. To disturb them during their punishment was a crime. Though she knew he sought to find a reason to save her, the humiliation and discomfort lingered. The Empress Dowager's face was filled with hostility. Such a calamity should not remain in the palace, for she will only bring disaster. Your Majesty, this matter must be handled with utmost caution. Lu Xingjian replied. The death of the Lady of Rian Marquis was due to poisoning, which bears no relation to this calamity. As for other matters, they require further investigation. I kindly ask that Mother exercise caution in her words. The situation had unfolded too swiftly, leaving him unprepared. The Princess of Chunin, displeased, countered, Your Majesty, do you intend to defy the Empress Dowager for the sake of such a woman? Are you not afraid of being condemned by the world for failing to uphold filial piety? Her words were heavy with consequence. This dynasty was governed by the principle of filial duty. If the emperor did not adhere to this virtue, how could he serve as a model for the realm? If one lacks the moral integrity to rule, others may seek to usurp their position. The Princess of Chunin, a figure from Lu Xingjian's grandfather's generation and the eldest living princess, commanded great respect, with her husband overseeing the imperial clan court. Should she raise her voice? It was feared that the vassal kings across the land might stir into action, eager to unseat the emperor. Lu Xingjian's disadvantage lay in his status as a younger generation. Having ascended the throne merely 2 years prior, he found himself overshadowed by numerous ambitious elders, each wielding considerable power. The mantle of filial piety, when cast aside, renders many matters and words susceptible to reproach from his standpoint. Is one not adhering to filial duty? The Empress Dowager let out a cold huff as she was assisted out. Lu Jintz, are your eyes blind? Right before you stands an unfilial example. Yet you divert attention and unjustly accuse others. The Empress Dowager's voice, frail and aged, bore no less sarcasm. Lu Jintz is the name of the Princess of Chunin. At this moment, dare not utter a word. Among the royal members in the capital, in terms of seniority and status, only the Empress Dowager could overshadow her. Earlier, when the Empress Dowager fainted and was taken to her chambers for treatment, it was her grandson, Lu Xingjian, who accompanied her rather than her daughter-in-law, Empress Zhang. The distinction between who is filial and who is not is glaringly evident. After taking her seat and recuperating for some time, the Empress Dowager weakly instructed someone to assist Su Wanwan from the ground and return her to her wheelchair. Zhang, your disdain for Wanwan ultimately stems from Jinling, does it not? Why must you call for violence against the younger generation? Upon hearing this, all present were momentarily stunned. The name Jinling is a taboo within the royal family, yet was uttered from the lips of the Empress Dowager, the most revered matriarch of the dynasty. Su Wanwan's heart raced. She cautiously glanced at Lu Xingjian, who stood beside her, his face etched with exhaustion and indifference. This name appeared to have no effect on him whatsoever. Empress Zhang was the first to regain her composure. Su Wanwan was raised by that wretched Jinling. What good intentions could she possibly harbor? Mother, we cannot allow Su Wanwan to remain in the palace and bring calamity to our royal family. Even the young empress has fallen ill because of her. At last, Lu Xingjian's gaze turned to Empress Zhang, his eyes icy with a bone-chilling coldness. Empress Zhang involuntarily shivered, her subsequent words faltering and left unspoken. The Empress Dowager's aged voice, though slow, carried an undeniable authority. Are you afraid that Zhang Jinling will return to seize your position as empress? Empress Zhang's complexion turned ashen in an instant. The Princess of Chunin grew anxious, repeatedly signaling to Kaizhen. Kaizhen, steeling himself, ventured, Ancestress, please be cautious with your words. Do not be swayed by delusions. Was it not the late emperor who imprisoned that deceiver Zheng Wang in the Ministry of Justice during his reign? To dare impersonate the prince's maternal grandfather is a capital offense. You assert it deserves death, yet the late emperor did not execute Zheng Wang. What might this imply? The Empress Dowager, summoning her dwindling strength, countered. Kaijian's face flushed crimson beneath his white beard, casting a quick glance at Lu Xingjian, yet he dared not speak further. The case of Zheng Wang's deception had been forcefully suppressed by the late emperor. Zheng Wang, a mere impoverished remnant of the military, conspired with several eunuchs, proclaiming that his daughter, Zheng Jinling, was the true mother of Prince Lu Xingjian. Zheng Jinling, sold by Zheng Wang in her youth, changed masters thrice before ultimately entering the palace as a maid, serving the Empress Dowager Zhou, and by chance gave birth to the royal son, Lu Xingjian. Empress Zheng, in her audacious quest to claim another's child as her own, not only failed to silence the murmurs of the populace, but also ignited a storm of controversy within the court. The late emperor personally presided over the investigation, leading to the execution of the implicated eunuch through the brutal method of lynching. Ultimately, however, Zheng Wang was not executed but merely incarcerated. It is evident that Zheng Wang acted under the influence of a more powerful figure. It is implausible that he could have orchestrated such a scheme alone. As for the identity of the instigator, Kaijian remains uncertain. It is conceivable that it could be the Zhou family, long-standing adversaries of the Zhang clan. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that it might be the emperor himself, Lu Xingjian, who stands in the Grand Hall. If it is indeed the Zhou family, that may be manageable, but should it be Lu Xingjian? This conflict is far from over. Princess Chunan has prematurely allied herself with Empress Zhang. Yet she cannot afford to be naive, nor can she align herself with the Empress blindly. Over the past 2 years, she has witnessed Lu Xingjian's formidable strategies and unyielding resolve. He is a ruler who shows no allegiance to kin, possessing a ruthless disposition. Within merely 2 years of his reign, he has systematically purged the venerable officials from the court. He first compelled the Minister of Personnel, Ma Wanwan, and the Minister of War, Lu Daxia, to flee, followed by the resignation of Su Jian and Xie Qian from the cabinet, and even the Minister of the Household, Wanwan, was forced into retirement. His sweeping reforms have unfolded without incident, largely due to his early consolidation of control over the capital's military and the cultivation of a cadre of loyal officials to occupy key positions, thereby averting chaos. This skill and decisiveness starkly contrast with the previous emperor, who, in his indecisive nature, remained perpetually devoted to Empress Zhang throughout his life. He simply has yet to allocate time to rectify the affairs of the harem. Once he does, the dynamics within the harem will undoubtedly shift, though the outcome remains uncertain. Princess Chunan interjects, "Let us not digress. With the Empress now ill and celestial anomalies occurring, chaos brews within the harem, necessitating utmost caution. The Grand Dowager Empress, the Empress, and the Emperor must proceed with the utmost prudence. It is better to mistakenly execute than to let slip Su Wanwan, who cannot be permitted to remain." Su Wanwan's heart raced, a cold smile curling at her lips. The opportunity has finally arrived. Seizing upon a flaw in Princess Chunan's discourse, she boldly interjects. "The time for a decisive counterattack has come. Princess Chunan, this calamity may not be solely yours to bear." Chapter 63. The servants attend to your changing attire. It is worth mentioning that on the auspicious day of the Empress Dowager's birthday, you had the opportunity to meet both the Empress Dowager and the Queen, as well as the Lady of Rian Marquis. Before your marriage, you brought about the demise of your own mother. Your younger brother, King Shimu, also met his end by your hand. Now, even the Empress Dowager and the Queen have fallen victim to your machinations. Accusations can be flung by anyone with a sharp tongue. What of the Grand Princess? Despite her age, she has witnessed far more deaths around her than I have. To call you a harbinger of calamity is not unwarranted. The Grand Princess of Chunan stared incredulously at Su Wanwan, her cheeks trembling with rage. "Silence. You calamity, do not speak such slander." Yet, Su Wanwan remained composed, her gaze unwavering as she replied leisurely, "The Empress Dowager, the Queen, and His Majesty, it is better to err in execution than to let the guilty go free. The Grand Princess of Chunan must truly be dealt with." Kai Zhen's face shifted from pale to crimson as he retorted angrily, "Absurd." On the auspicious day of the Empress Dowager's birthday, a multitude came to offer their congratulations. By your reasoning, does that not implicate them all? Su Wanwan turned her gaze towards Kai Zhen, a cold smile forming in her heart. Had life been too comfortable for him, rendering him this foolish? He was unwittingly handing her a weapon. Her eyes glinted with a scrutinizing and dangerous light as she said, "Are you suggesting that we should spare none? Neither the inner nor outer ladies of the court?" Kai Zhen panicked. When did I ever say that? Su Wanwan was truly cunning. She seized upon a flaw in the Grand Princess's words, deftly redirecting the ire toward their couple. Truly, her tongue was sharp. The inner and outer ladies present during the birthday celebrations encompassed all the families of the powerful. Should news of any intentions to harm them leak, the realm would surely descend into chaos. Emperor Zhang remained ensnared by the intimidation brought forth by the name Jinling, hesitant to speak. The Emperor's earlier gaze bore a clear threat of violence. If the Empress Dowager and the Emperor were to expose the truth that she was not the Emperor's biological mother, the situation would only worsen. Su Wanwan, merely a lowly maid, posed a threat only to Empress Xia. She could not afford to lose everything over a trivial matter. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was oppressively silent. No one dared to breathe for fear of being implicated. Finally, it was the Empress Dowager who could no longer endure the tension and made a decisive proclamation. "Lu Xingjian, you truly revel in chaos. Unworthy of your title as Grand Princess. Return to your princess's residence and reflect for a few months. I am weary, and the queen should also rest well. As for Wanwan," she sighed, glancing at Lu Xingjian, "you may leave the palace now." Lu Xingjian respectfully acknowledged her command. A eunuch approached with a report. "The queen has awakened and requests an audience with the Empress Dowager and His Majesty." Lu Xingjian nodded. "My grandmother, and I shall come shortly." He did not look at Su Wanwan again, merely instructedly roamed beside him in a low voice. "See Su out of the palace." Lu Xingjian stepped forward to personally assist the Empress Dowager, accompanying her to the sleeping quarters. As he passed by Su Wanwan, he did not spare her a glance. She lifted her gaze, capturing only the cold indifference and gravity etched upon his profile. She gently pressed her lips together. Perhaps he did not anticipate such a tense situation when he reluctantly bid me farewell, promising to wait for my return. Look, leaving me in the palace is akin to pushing me to the brink of despair. How foolish one must be to desire the role of your consort. Li Rong personally escorted Su Wanwan out of the palace. It was not until she stepped outside the gates and boarded the carriage that her body finally succumbed to exhaustion. A sudden wave of fear washed over her, the terror of having survived a harrowing ordeal. She closed her eyes, allowing the tears to flow freely. Survival within the palace is no easy feat. When the carriage arrived at the Su residence, Steward Li noticed her pale complexion and tear-streaked face, and he expressed his concern. "Miss Su, take care of yourself." He refrained from saying more and departed with his entourage. Su Wanwan braced herself and knocked on the door. Soon, Yin Rong and Hang emerged, their expressions filled with worry upon seeing her state. Has the young lady suffered some indignity? Su Wanwan's arms were tightly gripped, rendering her incapable of exerting strength, so she simply replied, "Let us go inside first." Yin Rong hesitated, her hairpin, a golden phoenix, glimmering under the sunlight. Hang, however, spoke candidly. "The master has already taken Miss Wanning back to Luoyang." Su Wanwan paused, her heart suddenly heavy with inexplicable sorrow. As she lowered her gaze, tears cascaded down. The Su family had ultimately abandoned her. Yin Rong quickly reassured her. "The master was unaware of your whereabouts and hastily sent Miss Wanning back home. He said he would return to the capital once he hears from you. Do not be disheartened." Su Wanwan wiped her tears and nodded. Her gaze drifted back to Yin Rong's hair, where the golden phoenix pin was now absent. "If there is anything else, please share it all," Su Wanwan urged. Hang appeared a bit anxious. Second young master Gu left the capital on business yesterday and sent word that the son of the chancellor, Li Zhaoxian, has passed away. We must be cautious and wary of retaliation from the Li family. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wanwan commanded, "Pack our belongings. We must leave the capital swiftly." "Where shall we go?" Yin Rong exclaimed, her face pale with shock and a hint of excitement in her eyes. They had longed to return to Jinling, but now that the young lady was separated from the Su family, Jinling was no longer an option. Regrettably, most of the young lady's dowry was situated in the Jiangnan region. Luoyang, on the other hand, was a completely foreign place to both them and the young lady. Su Wanwan took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and remained silent for a moment, her mind racing. The Deliang dynasty is marked by a strict hierarchy. Items such as dragon and phoenix symbols are forbidden in the palace and rarely seen among the common folk. The golden phoenix pin, a privilege reserved for high-ranking concubines, is rarely bestowed, and certainly, Su Wanwan possessed no such adornment to grant to a servant. Thus, where had Yinrong acquired this hairpin? Upon reopening her eyes, Su Wanwan's gaze was calm and resolute. She spoke softly. Let's head north to Weizhou. Yinrong and Haiying exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their mutual confusion. Weizhou was known as a place of exile for Xiaohui. What could the young lady possibly intend to do? Packing their belongings took a little time. Yinrong and Haiying were the busiest, directing the servants to tidy up and organize various trivial matters. Seizing this opportunity, Su Wanwan called a few guards and discreetly instructed them. The guards hurriedly departed ahead of time. As the carriage passed through Dashing Gate and journeyed northward, Yinrong anxiously cautioned, "My lady, once we exit Jiong Pass, we shall enter the territory infested by the northern barbarians. With our limited manpower, we risk being easily robbed." Su Wanwan remained obstinate, retorting, "If you do not wish to proceed, then dismount and return to the capital to inspect the residence." Lu Xingjian ordered a complete replacement of the personnel at Renshou Palace. The medications used by the Empress Dowager were not only assigned to a dedicated individual for testing, but were also supervised concurrently by 3 imperial physicians throughout the entire process. To prevent any exploitation, the original attendants of Renshou Palace were sent to the Xinxing Bureau for strict discipline. The stewards from the Ruian Marquis and the Anyuan Marquis households were summoned to the palace. After a prolonged audience, they left with sorrowful expressions, escorting the remains of the Ruian Marquis's wife to arrange for her funeral. Once these matters were settled, Lu Xingjian proceeded to Kuanning Palace to console the ailing empress. Xia Shui lay in bed, a headscarf tied around her forehead, appearing exceedingly frail. "Your Majesty, it is my incompetence that such a significant error occurred in managing the harem, resulting in Sister Wan being expelled from the palace." Lu Xingjian, though weary, maintained a calm demeanor, his tone laced with a hint of comfort. "It is not your fault. Focus on your recovery and refrain from unnecessary worries." Xia Shui cautiously studied his expression, lamenting, "How could Mother place the blame on Sister Wan? I regret losing consciousness at that moment, unable to defend her." She sought to preserve her image of kindness and magnanimity before Lu Xingjian, hoping to evoke his sympathy. Lu Xingjian paid little heed to her words, his voice remaining even. "With the matters intertwined, it is only natural for Mother to panic. The well-being of grandmother and you is paramount. Everything else is trivial." Xia Shui pondered his words repeatedly, feeling a slight release of tension. The ominous signs of the sun rising on her back should awaken him to reality. The stability of the harem was the foundation of his imperial authority. In such times, he naturally understood the necessity of choices. No matter how admirable a woman may be, she could never surpass the importance of imperial power. The palace was never in want of beautiful women. Once new beauties captured the emperor's attention, Su Wanwan would pose no threat. Although it was currently impossible to definitively accuse Su Wanwan of being the ominous figure jeopardizing the harem, it cannot be concluded that she was not that person either. The most beneficial course for the imperial authority would be to expel Su Wanwan from the palace. Moreover, even if Su Wanwan were forcibly retained within the palace, burdened with this suspicion, should any turbulence arise in the future, she would undoubtedly be the first scapegoat. Her removal was merely a matter of time. If she were wise, she would voluntarily leave the capital at the earliest opportunity. With tears welling in her eyes, Xia Shui grasped Lu Xingjian's hand, saying, "Your Majesty, please take care of yourself and do not overexert. I see dark circles under your eyes." Lu Xingjian lowered his gaze to the delicate hand resting in his. With a gentle grip on Xia Shui's hand, his gaze softened as he looked at her. The queen is virtuous and considerate. She is indeed a blessing to me. As for my mother, I would appreciate your efforts in comforting and advising her, so as to prevent any discord between the Rinshou Palace and the Tsikong Palace. Xia Shui, completely yielding, leaned against Lu Xingjian's shoulder, her eyes brimming with affection as she replied, "It is my duty to alleviate the emperor's burdens." The night deepened, and she suggested, perhaps the emperor could rest here. Lu Xingjian's body tensed slightly before he relaxed again, responding softly with a simple, Xia Shui struggled to contain her inner joy, her previously pale complexion brightening considerably. "Your Majesty, allow me to assist you in changing." Chapter 64. Miss Su has disappeared. Su Wanwan never anticipated that her travel permit would be insufficient to pass through Jiong Pass. With dusk now upon her, returning to the capital was no longer an option. In this desolate wilderness, she had no choice but to seek refuge in a nearby household. Approximately 30 miles south of Jiong Pass lies Yong'an City, governed by Chongping Prefecture. The group found an inn within the city to rest, planning to send someone to the Duke of Ongwa's residence the following day for assistance in resolving the issue of the travel permit. The inn was fraught with numerous thresholds and stairs, making it quite inconvenient for her to navigate with a wheelchair. Su Wanwan was reluctant to be carried about, so she relied on her crutches to move. Naturally, her appearance, injured yet determined to stay at an inn, attracted many curious glances. However, there was little that could be done. Yinrong carefully supported Su Wanwan from behind. When she inadvertently lifted her gaze, she spotted a figure in the corridor, her expression darkening momentarily. By the time Su Wanwan reached her room, she was already beaded with perspiration. She hastily consumed the meal provided by the inn before retiring for the night, hoping fervently that the matter of the travel permit would be resolved swiftly, allowing her to distance herself from the turmoil of the capital. Yinrong instructed Hang, "Tonight, I shall stay with the young lady. You go ensure that our luggage and the others are settled properly, and then rest early." Hang nodded and departed. Yinrong was the most trusted maid. Even she followed Yinrong's directives without question. Before the morning court session commenced, Lu Xingjian moved gracefully towards the Fengtian gate. Beside him, stewardly bore a half-smile. "Your Majesty, did you sleep well last night?" Lu Xingjian cast a sidelong glance at him, his dark eyes glinting with a cold sheen. "Are you particularly idle these days?" Stewardly instinctively sensed the looming danger and hastily replied with ingratiating laughter. "How could that be? Your Majesty, you misjudge this old servant. My legs feel as though they might give out." Miss Su left the capital only to encounter difficulties at Jiong Pass. Had I not made prior arrangements to prevent her passage under the pretext of her travel permit, she would likely be at Jinling Post Station by now. Stewardly shook his head helplessly. "I do not understand why she insists on leaving the pass." Lu Xingjian's expression noticeably chilled. "Bring her back to the capital." He recalled Su Wanwan's response from that evening, an inexplicable agitation stirring within him. The name he wished to forget lingered in his mind. He had assumed she would only venture to Luoyang, never imagining her audacity to journey to the frontier. That guard, insignificant as an ant, held such significance in her heart. Before the morning court session began, Stewardly first read aloud an imperial edict, instructing the civil and military officials not to waste time endlessly debating matters that had already been decided. Discussions were to be concise and devoid of superfluous talk, with severe consequences for those who failed to comply. Concurrently, the official Xiepai, who had spoken recklessly during the previous morning court, was dismissed. Xiepai was a former top scholar, the second son of Xie Qian, a leader among the cultured gentry of Zhejiang, with 2 shackles imposed, and the lingering authority from the previous summer's punishment still present. Today's court session was markedly quieter. Even the unusual celestial phenomena from yesterday went unmentioned. Lu Xingjian was pleased with the temporary compliance of the officials and, upon concluding the court session, turned his gaze towards Stewardly Li. The steward cast a furtive glance, nervously wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Your Majesty, Miss Su, has vanished." Lu Xingjian furrowed his brow. Did she sneak out of the city? Quite a remarkable feat. The steward's expression grew grave. "It appears otherwise. She was staying at the Tongfu Inn in Yong'an City." and it was only during the night that the maid discovered her bed empty. Lu Xingjian's face instantly darkened, sensing the undercurrents of a conspiracy. Just yesterday, she had faced difficulties in the palace, narrowly escaping a perilous situation. Now, she had disappeared outside the capital that very night. He could hardly believe that no one had targeted her intentionally. He commanded in a low voice, "Order the elite cavalry of the 3,000 camps to seal off Yong'an City and sever the vital transportation routes of the capital." The steward hesitated, words of caution on the tip of his tongue, but swallowed them back. The 3,000 camps comprised the capital's finest cavalry. Meanwhile, the Divine Mechanism camp wielded powerful firearms, unmatched in combat effectiveness and lethality, making them the most crucial military force. Mobilizing both camps simultaneously would likely plunge the capital into chaos. Such a grandiose effort to locate one individual seemed excessive. Yet, he dared not advise against it, and instead sent someone to summon Minister Lu Yu of the Ministry of War. Lu Yu had once been highly regarded by Su Jian, but was later marginalized by Minister Lu Daxia. It was Su Jian's strategic acumen that had preserved his official position. Lu Xingjian returned to the Qianqing Palace. As he passed the door of the room where they had parted the previous day, he paused, glancing at the spot where her wheelchair had once rested. The smooth, mirror-like dark gold bricks lay empty. A few rays of sunlight filtered in, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the shafts of light, adding a semblance of vitality to the somber, desolate grandeur of the palace. Yet, it only accentuated the profound stillness enveloping the Qianqing Palace, as if he were the sole inhabitant. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan found her slumber restless, as if ensnared within a cage from which she could not escape. It felt as though a vast net enveloped her, suffocatingly tight. In her hazy consciousness, she seemed to glimpse Lu Xingjian's face, his voice lingering, "Wait for my return." Her eyelids felt unbearably heavy, refusing to part. Nearby, a sharp male voice broke the stillness. "Why is she not awake yet? Could it be that you were too rough and harmed her?" A coarse male voice interjected, laced with servility and respect. The master commanded that she must not be harmed. I dare not disobey. It is merely that the effects of the sleeping powder have yet to wear off, and she will not awaken for a time. That is acceptable. Watch over her carefully, and you shall not be without your rewards. The sharp voice receded into the distance. I shall obey. Once silence enveloped her surroundings once more, Su Wanwan mustered her strength, opening her eyes to survey her environment. This was not the inn room where she had fallen asleep, but a very humble dwelling, with earthen walls and a thatched roof. The coarse blanket draped over her was made from faded cloth, heavy and unyielding, carrying a peculiar odor. Yet, she could not lift the blanket, for her hands and feet had been bound. Had she been abducted? Su Wanwan scanned her surroundings, finding no trace of her maid or coachman. Had they been killed or imprisoned elsewhere? She lay quietly, contemplating her fate, speculating on the identity of her captor. She was visited in the evening by a dark-skinned, middle-aged peasant woman who, without uttering a word, offered her a bowl of porridge before departing. Su Wanwan lowered her voice to pose several inquiries to the woman, yet the peasant remained entirely unresponsive. Who had abducted her and refrained from ending her life immediately? Did they harbor ulterior motives? Was it for wealth, desire, or was something else entirely? As night fell completely, a sudden cacophony of violent clashes erupted outside. The flickering light of torches danced upon the window. Su Wanwan, whose heart had just begun to steady, felt it race anew, her complexion paling slightly. Yet a trace of barely perceptible excitement glimmered in her eyes. At that moment, faint birdsong echoed from behind the house. Su Wanwan doubted her senses and turned to glance toward the back, only to see the earthen walls devoid of any windows. Chapter 65. The Ambush Before Long. The door swung open. Su Wanwan glanced toward the entrance, where a man, surrounded by others, stepped inside. The light was behind him, obscuring his features, yet his silhouette seemed oddly familiar. "Wanwan," he said, as the torchlight soon illuminated the entire room. Su Wanwan squinted, adjusting to the brightness. The man approached the bedside, and his face, imbued with tenderness and concern, became distinctly visible. "Wanwan, you have suffered." With that, he pulled back the quilt, revealing her hands and feet bound. He swiftly began to untie the ropes. A wave of inexplicable bitterness surged within Su Wanwan. While surprised, it was somewhat within reason. The one who had come to rescue her was none other than Prince Lu Xingjian. With Lu Xingjian's aid, she sat up, finally regaining her senses. She instinctively grasped his sleeve, her eyes misty. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Lu Xingjian's gaze fell upon her hands as he gently took hold of them, his eyes warm and focused, reminiscent of the most devoted lover. "Upon hearing you had left the palace, I rushed to the Su residence in search of you, only to find you had been abducted to this place." Su Wanwan's throat tightened, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Xingjian caressed her pale cheek with affection. "Were you frightened? Fear not, for I shall protect you. No one shall harm you again." Su Wanwan lifted her gaze to meet his, her doe-like eyes unblinking. His handsome visage now seemed different from the youthful face she remembered, refined and composed, exuding the gentleness of yesteryear. Devoid of the scorn and coldness she had encountered in the imperial study just days prior. How many who grew up in the palace could resist the art of performance? She withdrew her hand from his grasp. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me from peril." Lu Xingjian narrowed his eyes slightly, a pained expression crossing his face. "Wanwan, do you still hold a grudge against me for breaking my promise years ago? Do you know that in my drunken state, I mistook the princess for you, leading to my grievous mistake? I have never forgotten you all these years." As he spoke, he drew her into his embrace. "Will you wait for me to marry you?" Su Wanwan felt a mix of embarrassment and discomfort, allowing him to hold her, yet finding it nearly unbearable. After a long pause, she finally spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, "Your Highness, I urgently need." Lu Xingjian seemed taken aback by her words, letting out a soft laugh. "How thoughtless of me. Wait here. I shall summon someone to attend to you." "No need." Su Wanwan quickly declined, lowering her head, feeling quite bashful. "Could you please close the door?" Her demeanor resembled that of a shy young girl, prompting Lu Xingjian to reminisce about the affection they once shared. He smiled gently. "I shall remain just outside. Call for me if you need anything." A lady of her stature would surely prefer not to have a strange maidservant attend to her needs. Moreover, he had come in haste without a servant in tow. Such matters of privacy were far too delicate to be managed by a man. As Lu Xingjian stood waiting outside, he suddenly heard the urgent sound of galloping hooves approaching swiftly. A group of fully armored soldiers burst through the rudimentary wooden gate, demanding in a stern voice, "Who dares to cause a commotion here?" Lu Xingjian frowned, his expression serene. An inner court official beside him inquired, "Who are the newcomers?" "I am Luda, a captain of the Jinling, dispatched by imperial decree to patrol this area." "And you, sir, who might you be?" The inner court official quickly admonished, "His Royal Highness, the Prince of Rome, is present." "Captain Lu, should you not pay your respects?" Luda was taken aback. What brings His Royal Highness here at such a late hour? As the two parties engaged in conversation, someone pointed in terror towards the thatched cottage, exclaiming, "What is happening?" "There's a fire." Lu Xingjian's expression changed dramatically. He turned to see the flames were not yet overwhelming, and rushed towards the dwelling, only to be seized by the inner court official. Within mere moments, the conflagration surged, engulfing the thatched cottage entirely. The flames illuminated the night sky, attracting the attention of patrolling cavalry in the vicinity. They hastened toward the source of the light, while Lu Xingjian's striking visage displayed an array of tumultuous emotions, shifting between light and darkness. The door of the thatched cottage, not particularly sturdy, was soon smashed open. However, the interior had already succumbed to a sea of flames, and Su Wanwan was nowhere to be seen. By the time Lu Xingjian arrived, the inferno had been extinguished. A charred corpse had been unearthed from the ruins. Lu Xingjian gazed mournfully at the lifeless form on the ground. Lu Xingjian stepped into the courtyard, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings before locking onto Lu Xingjian, imbued with a measure of scrutiny and intrigue. "Uncle Sher-san, what a coincidence. A princely figure, not residing in the royal palace of the capital, find himself in such a remote village in Chongping Prefecture. Indeed a curious affair." Coupled with the disappearance of Su Wanwan, numerous thoughts coursed through his mind. Lu Xingjian met his cool gaze and, filled with sorrow, questioned, "Is the emperor truly so intolerant of her?" Lu Xingjian's demeanor remained unruffled, his tone calm. Uncle Sure-san, why do you say such things? Lu Yaoting's pupils contracted slightly. He understood that when this young emperor appeared most composed, it often signified the greatest peril. Why must she perish in flames, merely due to an ominous portent? Lu Yaoting demanded in outrage. Lu Xingjian paused momentarily, his face betraying a fleeting stiffness as he turned his attention to the corpse on the ground. Lu Yaoting lamented passionately. If she cannot find refuge in the palace, I could have taken her to the royal residence. Must it come to this to utterly eradicate her? Lu Xingjian, however, was impervious to any reasoning. His voice chillingly calm, examined the body. He stood beside the corpse, watching as the coroner conducted the examination, his mind devoid, unable to process the reality before him. How could this be the outcome? It was impossible. She had expressed her desire to become empress, and he had yet to fulfill that dream. She could not possibly be dead. The coroner worked swiftly. Your Majesty, the deceased is male. There is no soot deep in the throat, indicating he did not inhale smoke while alive. He was burned post-mortem. Aside from the burns, there are no other apparent injuries. And preliminary assessment suggests death resulted from a fractured cervical spine. Lu Xingjian's tense form immediately relaxed. It was only then that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. How could this be? Lu Yaoting could not bring himself to believe the coroner's verdict. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Wanwan was clearly within the confines of the house. What could she be? Lu Xingjian furrowed his brow and commanded, surround the area within 10 miles and conduct a thorough search. Stewardly hurried forward, urging caution. Your Majesty, this place is exposed, and it is unwise to linger here. Lu Xingjian surveyed the enveloping darkness, casting a glance at Lu Yaoting, whose demeanor was cold. Uncle 13, let us proceed together. For a fleeting moment, Lu Yaoting's expression darkened, but he quickly masked it, responding with a hint of concern. Indeed, should there be any news of Wanwan, I beseech your Majesty to inform me promptly. Lu Xingjian regarded him with a profound look, his tone frosty and laced with a subtle mockery. Uncle 13 truly was infatuated. Today, Lu Xingjian had mobilized ample manpower. Coupled with the earlier fire at the thatched cottage, which had drawn a throng to this vicinity, news soon reached them. They had discovered a cannon. It was situated on the hillside to the north of the burning thatched house, within its firing range. Beside the cannon lay 2 corpses. Lu Yaoting's countenance shifted dramatically. What did you say? His voice rose in alarm. The reporting guard, shaken, replied, it is unclear who set the ambush or who was responsible for the killings. Otherwise, your Majesty might have faced peril. Lu Xingjian remained increasingly composed, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Yaoting. Continue the investigation. Chapter 66. Treason is a grave sin. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan donned a suit of Ming military armor, blending seamlessly into the search party. Her gaze was drawn to the figure ahead, poised and gallant upon his steed, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Gradually, they strayed from the focal area of the search, quietly merging into the embrace of the night. The distant calls of birds from behind the thatched cottage served as a covert signal from Guard Xiao. She had not anticipated that the exiled Xiao could arrive in such a timely manner, locating her whereabouts before she even realized it. Seizing the moment when Lu Yaoting was distracted, he had leapt down from the beams to whisk her away discreetly. His skill and prowess were truly commendable, and such unwavering loyalty was profoundly moving. After traversing a rugged mountain path, they arrived at a secluded dwelling. The man dismounted and assisted her down from her horse. Xiao Bin remarked, this is the Imperial Mausoleum's territory. The patrols do not reach here. Su Wanwan could no longer suppress the tears welling in her eyes. How did you arrive so swiftly? Her voice was laced with emotion. Each perilous encounter had been salvaged by Guard Xiao. How could she ever repay such kindness? Before her departure, she had discreetly sent word to him in Weizhou, yet the back and forth would require at least 2 or 3 days. Moreover, given his status as an exiled convict, he was not permitted to leave his assigned post. Xiao Bin's tone was gentle. I was recently ordered to enter the city to procure supplies. Upon hearing of your disappearance, I came to seek you. He tethered the 2 horses to a tree on the right side of the house and guided her inside. The interior was thick with dust and shrouded in cobwebs, indicating it had long been uninhabited. Xiaobin gestured for her to sit by the Kong, saying, "We shall reside here for a few days. Let me tidy up first." He adeptly found a cloth and a basin, heading to the courtyard as well to fetch water for cleaning. Su Wanwan brushed her hand across the Kong, discovering a layer of dust nearly half an inch thick. The dilapidated state of the place seemed to pose no obstacle for Xiaobin. A little effort would suffice to rectify it. Watching him move about in the darkness, a sense of inexplicable security washed over her. She too took a cloth, wiping away the dust surrounding her. "How did they assign you to procure supplies?" she inquired. Such tasks were typically lucrative, and it was indeed remarkable that a convict of less than 3 months' standing could secure such a favorable position. Xiaobin, continuing to wipe the table, glanced at her and replied, "The silver you provided was ample. A bit of persuasion was all that was required. It was no difficult task." Su Wanwan chuckled. "I had thought it was your remarkable skills and irresistible charm, but it seems it is the allure of silver that prevails." In truth, several competent overseers managing her dowry were found through Xiaobin's assistance. She had merely established profit-sharing agreements and operational guidelines with the overseers. Over the past few years, her dowry had flourished, nearly doubling in value, largely due to Xiaobin's contributions. Naturally, Xiaobin lowered his gaze, continuing his cleaning, the tenderness in his eyes well concealed by the night. She was able to jest now, indicating her emergence from the earlier state of fear and trepidation. It seemed that her past few months had been fraught with difficulties. "Xiao bodyguard, how come you're so familiar with this place?" Su Wanwan found herself speaking more freely in front of Xiao bodyguard, perhaps due to the trust she felt, which allowed her to relax considerably. "I used to live here. The house was purchased from the villagers, so I can stay here with peace of mind." As she gazed at the modest dwelling, something within her was stirred. She had previously inquired about Xiaobin's family and origins, to which he had only replied that he was an orphan. After that, she refrained from further questioning. Now, sitting in this room, it felt as though she was encountering the past version of him, the side of him she had never known. This sensation was ineffable, as if they had grown closer in some inexplicable way. As dawn broke, Lu Xingjian, who had spent the night awake, furrowed his brow and commanded, "Broaden the search area." After a day and a night of intensive searching, Su Wanwan remained elusive. However, they did uncover cannons, weapons, flags, and other items associated with rebellion. Following the leads, they discover a man named Zhang Hua who was in charge. The accompanying officers were filled with excitement, for treason was a grave offense. Uncovering this lead could lead to promotions and wealth. Yet, Lu Xingjian's expression grew increasingly frigid. Did her maid, coachman, or bodyguard provide any information? Gu Feng, the official in charge of investigating major cases from the Jinling Northern Pacification Bureau, wore a solemn expression. Only a maid named Yin Rong mentioned connections with individuals close to the Prince of Rome, but her contact has since vanished. A hint of anger flickered within Lu Xingjian's composed demeanor. Uncle 13 handles matters without a trace of error. Gu Feng shifted the topic back to the treason case. The thatched cottage where the fire occurred is not far from the estate of Princess Chunin. Lu Xingjian's gaze sharpened, and he ordered further investigation. After a pause, a glint of severity crossed his dark eyes. Investigate the Prince of Rome's residence and the Shining Marquis's estate thoroughly. Gu Feng's breath hitched. These were the 3 most powerful royal relatives in the capital. Simultaneously investigating would surely create considerable commotion. As dawn lightened the sky, the house had been rendered nearly clean. However, the bedding and coverings had been in use for too long, exuding a musty odor. When a quilt was pulled from the wardrobe, a snake slithered out, flicking its tongue at them. Su Wanwan was startled and quickly jumped behind Xiaobin, unprepared for such an encounter. Xiaobin drew his knife and severed the snake, tossing its remains outside with an air of resignation. "I shall buy new ones." The house had been uninhabited for too long, lacking basic necessities. He needed to procure some supplies, feeling fearful in a dwelling where snakes roamed. Su Wanwan resisted her apprehension and nodded. "You go ahead." Xiaobin furrowed his brows, casting her a careful glance as he inspected the house once more. After confirming there were no issues, he retrieved a short dagger from his cloak and handed it to her. "Take this for protection. I will return shortly." gripping the dagger. Still warm from his touch, Su Wanwan nodded. You go. I'll be fine. Once Xiao Bin's footsteps faded, Su Wanwan strained to listen to the sound around her. The morning forest was filled with the incessant chirping of birds, lending an air of tranquility and serenity. It somewhat resembles the days spent in the Jinling temple of yore. The room has grown increasingly luminous, and the dread brought by the serpent gradually dissipates. Su Wanwan removes her armor and leaps into the courtyard. A circle of stones surrounds the well, with weeds flourishing in the crevices. As she leans against the doorframe, hesitating whether to fetch a bucket of water, footsteps approach from outside the courtyard. Xiao Bin returns, accompanied by several individuals dressed in the attire of farmers. A matron clad in a dark blue coarse cloth coat cradles a bundle of bedding in her arms and greets her warmly. You must be Lady Xiao? What a striking beauty you are, truly a match for Lord Xiao, a perfect couple indeed. Su Wanwan instantly feels a wave of embarrassment and glances at Xiao Bin. He strides over with several long steps, supporting her with concern as he asks, Why aren't you staying indoors? Is there another snake? Chapter 67. Who could be the abductor? The elder woman's gaze settled on the hand of Xiao Bin, who was supporting Su Wanwan, and exchanged a knowing smile with the young daughter-in-law behind her, jesting. Lord Xiao truly knows how to care for others. The men of Maoling village ought to take a lesson from him. The young daughter-in-law, holding a bundle of clothing, chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, my husband lacks such thoughtfulness. Xiao Bin's expression momentarily shifted to one of embarrassment as he prepared to offer an explanation. Su Wanwan, feeling somewhat awkward, greeted them. Good day, Auntie. Good day, sister-in-law, deftly steering the conversation away. This remark left Xiao Bin's intended explanation stuck in his throat, his ears slightly flushing as he coughed uncomfortably. The elder woman and the young daughter-in-law were efficient and diligent, swiftly tidying up the room. They laid soft bedding and blankets on the Kong, ensuring even the west room and the main hall were left immaculate. The elder woman returned with a steaming pot of thin rice porridge and a few millet and wild vegetable dumplings. My husband has gone to the town to buy bathing beans and kitchenware. Lady Xiao, please enjoy your breakfast first. We shall return later to help tidy the courtyard. Su Wanwan felt a bit uneasy. The title Lady Xiao made her feel ill at ease. However, she couldn't blame the elder woman for the misunderstanding. Having been married before, she had always styled her hair in a woman's bun and was easily mistaken for a wife when accompanying Xiao Bin. This, in a way, helped conceal her true identity. With this thought, Su Wanwan felt much more at ease and politely insisted, Auntie, please join us. The elder woman, chuckling, served 2 earthen bowls of porridge on the table. This is for the 2 of you. Lord Xiao has already paid. We can eat at home, so as not to disturb you. Once the elder woman and the young daughter-in-law departed, Xiao Bin expressed his apologies. I should have clarified to prevent their misunderstanding. He and Su Wanwan shared a mutual understanding. For a solitary man and woman, pretending to be husband and wife was undoubtedly more convenient. After all, they were merely staying for a few days and likely wouldn't return. They had engaged in similar ruses before while evading pursuers. Su Wanwan had already seated herself at the table, placing her chopsticks atop the bowl of porridge across from her, raising an eyebrow and sighing with a smile. Guard Xiao. Following me means you can only partake in plain fare. You truly have unfortunate luck. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Xiao Bin understood that she was not taking it to heart. He graciously seated himself opposite her, offering her a wild vegetable dumpling. Then let us wait for the young lady to strike it rich and improve our lot. It is absolutely feasible. What would you like to eat? Xiao Bin contemplated the brown millet dumpling in his hand, seriously considering. It must be steamed buns made of fine white flour. Su Wanwan giggled, covering her mouth. Then I must work hard. It seems I'm a pauper. In reality, he was well aware of her substantial resources. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon the dining table and enveloping the 2 in a radiant glow. Xiao Bin lifted his gaze to her, noticing the delicate down on her face, her eyes shimmering like water, with her brows and features strikingly beautiful. Her tender, rosy lips would occasionally press together or be lightly bitten by her pearly teeth. Feeling his gaze upon her, Su Wanwan turned to meet his eyes. As their gazes met, Xiao Bin was the first to avert his eyes. What plans lay ahead? Su Wanwan lowered her head, glancing at the bowl of porridge, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had initially intended to visit Wei Prefecture to find you. Xiaobin's hand, which held the bowl, paused momentarily, his chiseled features tinged with a faint blush. His eyes lowered, and his grip on the bamboo chopsticks tightened and then relaxed. Finally, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "I will make arrangements." Subsequently, the two lapsed into silence, quietly consuming their meal. Just as they finished breakfast, an elderly farmer in his 50s, accompanied by an auntie with a basket, approached. The old man began unloading pots, bowls, and other essentials from the basket, muttering, "There are many officials and soldiers in Huangling town, checking households for the census, and they are likely to reach us too." Su Wanwan's expression stiffened. But what exactly are they investigating? The old man did not elaborate, only mentioning that someone with ill intentions had been captured, and they were currently apprehending accomplices. Hence, it was not her they were after. Su Wanwan let out a sigh of relief. Whether it was the usually low-profile Prince Rong, Lu Yaoting, or Xiaobin, who had come from beyond the borders to rescue her, she felt a deep sense of gratitude. As for Lu Xingjian, he was preoccupied with the myriad affairs of the previous dynasty and the imperial harem, likely too busy to concern himself with her misfortunes. Xiaobin furrowed his brow and politely addressed the old man. "Uncle Chun, could you kindly speak a few words of praise in front of the village head?" The old man was taken aback and waved his hands repeatedly. "Is that even necessary? The village head's son owes his position and salary to your support. He has always been grateful to you." Watching Xiaobin see the old man off, Su Wanwan couldn't help but marvel at his down-to-earth nature. With his talents and abilities, had he not deigned to serve as her protector, he could have achieved great things. At that moment, Stewardly entered with a teacup, advising the weary Lu Xingjian, whose eyes were bloodshot, "Your Majesty, even iron men cannot endure such exhaustion. It would be wise to rest for a while. We will surely find Miss Su's whereabouts." Lu Xingjian surveyed the map of Huangling town, massaging his tired brow as his long fingers tapped the map. "Has this area been thoroughly searched?" Steward Li's gaze sharpened. Huangling town is crucial to the feng shui of our great Liang dynasty and is traditionally heavily guarded. Outsiders are not permitted to enter freely. Sending people to conduct a detailed search might disturb the royal ancestors. Lu Xingjian pressed his thin lips together and decisively ordered, "Send the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau's Gudaon, accompanied by trusted officials and soldiers, to conduct a secret search." The Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau's Tengxiang Four Guards were the Emperor's most trusted confidants, and sending them would minimize the risk of leaks and eliminate concerns about disturbing the ancestors. Steward Li respectfully acknowledged the order, though a flicker of unease crossed his eyes as he remarked, "Your Majesty, Prince Rong has remarkably swift access to information, finding Miss Su before our own secret guards and the court soldiers. This is certainly thought-provoking, especially considering that canon, had it not been dealt with beforehand, Your Majesty might have faced dire consequences." At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Steward Li's brow. Lu Xingjian's dark eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. The individual meticulously trained by the venerable matriarch, the 13th uncle, undoubtedly possesses remarkable skills. Otherwise, he too would have met his demise like the 14th uncle. Capturing Su Wanwan as bait, they set a cunning trap, eagerly awaiting the moment when Lu Xingjian would unwittingly step into it. As for the death of the Duchess of Rian and the subsequent expulsion of Su Wanwan from the palace, whether it bears the mark of Prince Rong, Lu Yaoting, remains a matter requiring further investigation. Chief Steward Li refrained from speaking further, bowing his head to withdraw. Yet a sense of perplexity lingered within him. Who could have been responsible for the demise of the two individuals near the cannon? The method of murder was consistent with that of the charred corpse, an abrupt snapping of the cervical vertebra, a single, lethal blow, executed with remarkable precision. Lu Xingjian closed his eyes, yet his thoughts were consumed by the question of why Su Wanwan had remained utterly silent when she was abducted from the thatched cottage. It was evident that Lu Yaoting and his guards were merely a doorway. Had she emitted even the slightest sound, it would have raised immediate alarm. Was it due to the overwhelming prowess of her captors that she was deprived of the opportunity to react? Or perhaps were her abductors individuals she inherently trusted? If it were the latter, who could have taken her? Someone she deemed more trustworthy than Prince Rong? Lu Yaoting? He suddenly opened his eyes. Investigate the whereabouts of Xiaobin from Weizhou Guard. Chapter 68. Wanwan, you are truly disobedient in the twilight hours. Su Wanwan sat quietly in a secluded and outside Yong'an city, sipping tea. Before her stood several guards who had been dispatched to protect Xiaobin. Upon entering, Xiaobin's expression was grave. The officials have already sent men to the residence in Maling village. Thus, the court is making a grand effort to search for me? Su Wanwan reluctantly accepted this reality. Yet, which faction was pursuing her? Xiaobin nodded solemnly. The troops of the 3,000 camp and the Divine Machine camp have set up checkpoints at every intersection. We shall remain here for a few days. Will this delay your affairs? Su Wanwan expressed her concern. Weizhou is not far from here. A journey of 1 or 2 days would suffice. And the Weizhou garrison would not grant him an extended deadline. It is of no consequence. I have already arranged for the necessary supplies to be sent back. Xiaobin replied, demonstrating his meticulous planning. Observing the individuals in front of her, Su Wanwan felt a heavy weight upon her heart. Each of them possessed exceptional skills and abilities. However, in the face of the court's elite forces conducting a thorough search, with checkpoints established everywhere, their journey from Maling village to this location had been fraught with challenges and near captures. To conceal their identities and pass through the heavily guarded Jiong Pass was akin to a wild fantasy, and it was unnecessary. Each of these individuals was a treasured asset, cultivated with considerable effort and painstaking selection. She could not bear to see them suffer losses. With a hint of regret, she said, Xiaoguard, please acquire this in for me. Xiaobin furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a long moment. Do you not intend to go to Weizhou? Yes, I shall settle here. In the future, when you travel to the capital for supplies, you can reside in this inn. Given Su Wanwan's financial resources, purchasing an inn was a trivial matter. Even though she was currently without a penny, Xiaobin's funds were more than sufficient to secure this establishment. The innkeeper beamed with joy at the price, which was double the market rate. He promptly drafted a transfer document and presented the property deed, eagerly awaiting the following day to visit the authorities to finalize the transfer. This sum was enough for him to acquire an inn in the capital. Why endure the hardships of this place, fretting daily to avoid losses? With a broad smile, the innkeeper made his bow and took his leave. Just as he descended the stairs, a squad of Jinling clad in blue and gold armor, wielding curved sabers, burst through the entrance. The Jinling swiftly secured all exits, imposing a lockdown on the entire inn. The entire operation was executed in silence, without a hint of commotion. The innkeeper's assistant, intending to inquire about the situation, was swiftly silenced with a blow from a sword sheath, collapsing to the ground. Inside the room, Su Wanwan remained seated, gazing at the transfer document in her hands. There was no trace of joy upon her face. Instead, a cloud of gloom enveloped her. Xiaobin regarded her with furrowed brows, finally stating, if you wish to return to Jiangnan, I will find a way. Given his current status, he could not travel to Jiangnan. If he wished to go, it would require a feigned death and a change of identity. Su Wanwan remained silent, yet her eyes brimmed with tears. Jiangnan, the place of her affections. These past few months, immobilized in the capital, her longing had only intensified. Especially in this time of unease and uncertainty, she felt grateful for the choices she had made. Xiaobin pursed his lips. His striking features were shrouded in an air of melancholy as he gazed upon Su Wanwan's delicate and graceful silhouette. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her. Su Wanwan, suppressing the sorrow within, clutched the cloth and wept silently. Everything will be all right. You need not worry. Xiaobin's voice was low and hoarse, his eyes betraying a flicker of compassion and tenderness. After enduring the weight of silence for what felt like an eternity, he approached her, gently stroking her hair, a gesture imbued with comfort. Yet, given their positions as protector and charge, it felt rather too intimate. At last, Su Wanwan could no longer contain herself. She buried her face in his embrace and wept freely. It was only in his presence that she could dismantle her defenses and release the emotions she could not articulate. He understood her unspoken burdens, accepting them without judgment. Xiaobin's ears twitched subtly as he observed the still sobbing Su Wanwan. Outside, he discerned the faint sound of footsteps drawing near, his acute hearing allowing him to perceive the approaching presence. His hand stealthily moved towards the blade at his waist. gripping the hilt tightly before relaxing his hold. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open, startling Su Wanwan into a flinch. Their eyes instinctively turned toward the entrance, one filled with fear, the other with calm resolve. Lu Xingjian stood at the threshold, his expression impassive as he regarded them. The dim light of a solitary candle flickered in the room, casting a weak glow that barely illuminated the doorway. However, Su Wanwan could discern the alarming pallor of the man outside. A fleeting moment of panic crossed her features, and her body tensed, instinctively loosening her grip on Xiao Bin's collar. The intruder was none other than Lu Xingjian, Notijin Herrschaft in Demanor, Xiao Bin, whose hands had hung by his sides, suddenly moved, gently patting her frail shoulder. His gaze hardened, fixated on the shadowy figure at the door, his eyes narrowing with a chilling intensity. Su Wanwan inhaled deeply as the cold wind from outside swept in, causing the candle's flame to dance. The flickering light and encroaching darkness clashed in the stillness of the night, their shadows wavering against the walls. Lu Xingjian's gaze was cold and quiet, resting upon the hand Xiao Bin had placed upon her shoulder. The man's provocation was brazenly evident. Xiao Bin responded with a polite yet distant remark. "Esteemed guest, our establishment is currently at capacity. We cannot accommodate you." Su Wanwan's eyes momentarily flickered with apprehension. Xiao Bin's protective presence warmed her heart. Yet she was acutely aware that he was no match for Lu Xingjian. After all, it was merely a single Li Zhaoxian who had resulted in Xiao Bin's exile to Weizhou Guard, a consequence she had fought to mitigate through her own pleas. Lu Xingjian narrowed his eyes slightly, disregarding Xiao Bin as his gaze fell upon Su Wanwan. Her eyes were red and swollen like ripe peaches, streaked with tears, and her hair appeared disheveled. She wore a simple, floral-patterned garment typical of common folk, a deep indigo skirt that was coarser than that of palace maids. Were it not for her exquisite features and graceful form, she might easily be mistaken for a village girl, resembling a stray cat, lost and vulnerable, ready to follow anyone who offered her a semblance of warmth, both pitiable and infuriating. The voice of Lu Xingjian carried a chill. "Wanwan, it is time to return home." Home! Su Wanwan found these two words steeped in irony. She had once believed that leaving the palace and returning to the Su family would signify a return home. There, she had her father and her cousin Wenying. Together, they could journey back to Luoyang, far from the turmoil of the capital. Yet, her father's departure from the capital shattered that illusion. To the Su family, she was merely an expendable entity, a pawn sent to the palace to demonstrate loyalty, a daughter who was married off, and later, a palace made after a divorce. A place devoid of family is nothing more than an empty dwelling. How could it be considered home? Upon returning to the capital, would the Xia family spare her? Would Empress Zhang show her mercy? Summoning her courage, she cast a determined and aloof gaze towards Lu Xingjian. "Dear guest, I am a new proprietor of this establishment. We are fully booked and cannot accommodate you. Please depart without further ado." She had no intention of following him, having endured both physical and emotional torment. Lu Xingjian pursed his lips and regarded her silently for a moment before offering a humorless smile, his voice as frigid as ice. "Wanwan, you truly are quite disobedient. I shall await you outside." With that, he turned gracefully and departed. However, two fully armed guards entered, standing at either side of the door, exuding an imposing presence. Mengyu, standing outside, lowered his gaze and respectfully pushed forward a wheelchair, patiently waiting in silence without urgency. Su Wanwan bit her lip as she glanced at the individuals by the door. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Chapter 69. Do you still wish to elope? Mengyu, with a furrowed brow, implored, "Miss Su, please have mercy. It is no easy task for us servants. To seek you, the emperor has personally ventured into perilous situations, nearly falling into ambush. He has not closed his eyes for the past few days and has summoned the elite troops from the capital. If you have any grievances, you ought to address them to him directly, rather than remain in this stalemate." Su Wanwan gasped in surprise. She was unaware of these developments. The inn's entrance opened onto a vast expanse, with an official road not far away, yet the night was deep, rendering the thoroughfare desolate and devoid of travelers. Lu Xingjian, clad in dark robes, seemed to meld into the shadows of the night. Pushing her wheelchair before him, Su Wanwan struggled to articulate, "What brings you here?" Lu Xingjian's face bore no expression, his tone icy as he looked down at her. "You wish to elope with him?" Su Wanwan could sense his suppressed anger. She frowned. "He is my protector. What is inappropriate about my meeting him? Moreover, my departure from the capital would not bring misfortune to your esteemed self. It will be beneficial for everyone." Lu Xingjian's brow furrowed. "This matter I shall resolve." Su Wanwan's voice was polite, yet distant. "Your Majesty, I bear the title of disaster bringer. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance from me to avert calamity." She had come to realize that within the imperial harem, despite his position as emperor, his influence was limited. Her return to the capital would only serve as a burden to him, exacerbating the tensions between him and Empress Zhang and Empress Xia. He would have to expend effort to protect her. What was the point? A gentleman's vengeance is best served cold. She was in no hurry to dethrone the Xia family. Lu Xingjian's dark, profound gaze drifted toward the inn in the distance. It was too late. Treason? Do you think you can escape its consequences? Su Wanwan widened her eyes in astonishment. Treason? How absurd. If I desired something, I could simply appease you. There would be no need for treason. He glanced at her, his voice low yet chilling. So you understand this principle, yet are unwilling to humble yourself and seek my favor. Instead, you persist in entangling yourself with a mere guard. At this juncture, she remained obstinate. He chose to disregard her further, merely nodding into the darkness. The guards stationed within the inn swiftly and methodically retreated, sealing the inn's doors and surrounding it from a distance. Instinctively sensing danger, Su Wanwan raised her voice in protest. "What are you planning to do?" Bang! A resounding explosion. The western half of the inn was reduced to ruins, flames and smoke erupting into the night. The eastern half trembled perilously, threatening to collapse. Startled, Su Wanwan instinctively curled into a ball, yet was showered with debris. A ringing in her ears rendered her temporarily deaf. Lu Xingjian, however, grasped her hand and shouted in her ear, "Do you perceive the might of the divine mechanism camp's artillery?" Though he stood before her, his voice seemed to echo from a great distance, muffled and indistinct. Su Wanwan felt her blood freeze in her veins. There were still people inside the inn. "Are you going to kill them?" Lu Xingjian chuckled lightly, his laughter as serene as a clear sky. "A few ignorant guards. Allow me to teach them a lesson on your behalf. Who are you to command my people? Besides them, there are others." Su Wanwan shouted in fury. She attempted to rise from her wheelchair, but was pressed back down by him. "Do you no longer wish to keep your legs?" His lesson consisted of obliterating them with cannon fire, treating human lives with utter disregard. He was merciless. Lu Xingjian's thin lips curled into a cold and cruel smile as his long fingers gripped her chin, compelling her gaze towards the inn. "Do you still wish to elope?" He whispered in her ear. Flames were already soaring into the sky. Half of the three-story brick building had collapsed, thick smoke billowing forth, with cries of anguish echoing from the remaining half. "Lu Xingjian, there are servants and common folk there. How can you commit such wanton slaughter of the innocent?" Su Wanwan was seething with rage, glaring at him with tears streaming down her face. How could it come to this? Lu Xingjian crouched down, his face mere inches from hers, veins standing out on his forehead, his jaw clenched, and his blood-red eyes locking onto hers. "If anything were to happen to you, it would not just be a handful of lives lost. Do you understand?" His expression was grim, bordering on monstrous. "You are a madman." Su Wanwan was taken aback by his fearsome visage. "Quickly, save them. I beg you." Seeing her genuine fear, Lu Xingjian's expression softened slightly as he raised his hand, signaling the Imperial Guards encircling the inn to take action and approach the building. Just then, a window on the second floor of the inn was kicked open, and a bundle tumbled out. The guards rushed to investigate and found two individuals wrapped in bedding. One was Su Wanwan's guard, whose hand was steadying a dazed old man. The cook from the kitchen. Soon after, others began to jump from different windows, flames already licking from some of the openings. Su Wanwan disregarded Lu Xingjian and maneuvered her wheelchair closer to the inn. More and more people fled from the inn amidst a cacophony of cries. Upon inspecting, she found that her guards had successfully led the elderly, women, and children to safety through the windows. One guard counted the numbers and reported to Su Wanwan. There were 37 occupants in the inn, including servants, and 34 have escaped. Su Wanwan felt a slight relief. Earlier, when signing the transfer documents, the former innkeeper had mentioned there were 10 servants and 27 guests. It appeared that the half of the inn that had turned to rubble had claimed almost no lives. Lu Xingjian still possessed a semblance of humanity. He must have cleared that side beforehand. However, as she searched, she did not see any sign of Xiaobin. Where's the guard Xiao? 2 individuals are trapped in the fire. He's gone to rescue them. Su Wanwan watched as the eastern half of the building became engulfed in flames, her anxiety urging her to rise from the wheelchair. Lu Xingjian pressed her back down, his voice icy. Do you no longer wish to keep your legs? She truly held a special regard for Xiaobin. Before she could finish her thought, the window on the 3rd floor, now ablaze, suddenly shattered, and a massive fireball rolled out. After the fireball landed, it rolled upon the ground, extinguishing the flames and revealing the quilt within. As the quilt was lifted, 3 soot-covered individuals emerged. Among them stood the tall figure of Xiaobin, who cradled an elderly woman with silvery hair in one arm while protecting a small, wailing child in the other. Lu Xingjian observed this scene, his lips pressed thin and his gaze momentarily sharpening, as a reminiscent image from deep within his memory stirred. It harkened back to the devastating fire at Jinling Palace, where he and his great-grandmother, Zhou, had also been among those rescued. Su Wanwan rose from her seat, offering her wheelchair to the trembling elderly woman and gently taking the child from Xiaobin's arms. The child appeared to have inhaled too much smoke, his throat damaged, eyes red and swollen, his cries hoarse and broken. Is there a doctor? Su Wanwan inquired urgently, her heart aching at the sight of the poor child. Lu Xingjian steadied her, his expression calm, yet laced with concern. The doctor will arrive shortly. Su Wanwan turned to him, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face. He was the very architect of this tragedy. Why then did he present himself in such a guise of compassion? The doctor arrived swiftly, tending to the child by offering water and washing his face, while also providing care for the elderly and the injured. As the child was returned to his mother's arms, Su Wanwan's gaze lingered on the boy. A shadow of melancholy crossed Lu Xingjian's eyes as he urged her, it's time to go home. Her eyes, filled with fondness and worry for the child, shone brightly. If their own child had not miscarried, he would have been of similar age now. A pang of sorrow gripped Su Wanwan's heart. She glanced at her guards, her expression pleading, please, spare them. Chapter 70. If I were to die, who would be most likely to ascend the throne? Lu Xingjian gently caressed her hair and assuredly said, let us be on our way. Su Wanwan turned to glance at Xiaobin and the others. They appeared disheveled, surrounded by the imperial guards. Lu Xingjian understood her concern for the safety of their protectors. He intended to bring them back to the capital, and once the conspiracy was thoroughly investigated, they would be granted their freedom. He instructed his retinue to ensure the guests at the inn were well taken care of and, after the reconstruction of the inn, to send the accounts and profits to the Su family. Su Wanwan, lacking the courage to defy him further, climbed into the carriage beside him. The carriage moved slowly towards the capital, illuminated by a lantern. Su Wanwan sat silently in the side seat, striving to make her presence as inconspicuous as possible. Lu Xingjian watched her intently for a long while before finally lifting her onto his lap, holding her tightly in his embrace. His chin rested against her hair, gently stroking it, occasionally placing a tender kiss upon it, as if cradling a precious treasure that had been lost and found again. Su Wanwan remained motionless, like a marionette in his grasp. He spoke softly, it was my oversight that caused you suffering. The person in his arms offered no response. Such a thing will not happen again. Please do not be angry. Silence enveloped them. He lifted her face gently, his thumb caressing her cheek. His eyes filled with tenderness and affection. From now on, we shall reside in Xiaoyuan, and no one will bully you again. At last, Su Wanwan stirred slightly. Clenching her fist, she finally spoke. I am a calamity. You are not, he replied. They say I am. A shadow passed over Lu Xingjian's eyes. I will handle this. It will require some time. She finally raised her gaze to meet his, her eyes distant and aloof. As if to keep him at bay, you will be implicated and suffer consequences. He pressed her face into the crook of his neck, firmly holding her waist, as if wishing to fuse her into his very being. That will not happen. After a long pause, he murmured, "It is I who endangers you." Tears gradually filled Su Wanwan's eyes, a long-suppressed sense of grievance and bitterness finally finding an outlet. The tears dampened his neck. "Forgive my selfishness, Wanwan. I cannot bear to be without you." His voice was hoarse and weary, a mere whisper. Neither moved nor spoke further, as if they had drifted into slumber. Lu Xingjian truly fell asleep, having not rested for 2 days amidst intense focus. He was indeed weary. Yet, Su Wanwan kept her eyes wide open. What would returning to the capital change? The intricacies of the situation and the unspeakable relationships loomed large. As the carriage approached the capital, its pace slowed. Lu Xingjian awoke, stretching his stiff limbs slightly, yet he hesitated to release her from his embrace. Lowering his gaze to find her still awake, he softly inquired, "Are you tired?" Su Wanwan gently shook her head, soft and obedient. He tousled her hair, his voice, still laced with sleepiness, tender and lingering. "Wanwan, I dreamt that we were married." Su Wanwan's body stiffened. "The Empress Dowager instructed me to treat you well and forbade any mistreatment," Lu Xingjian murmured softly. Su Wanwan reminded him in a low voice. "She passed away 3 years ago." Zhou, their guardian and protector, had never sought the elder's aid in arranging a marriage between her and Lu Xingjian. In her final years, the elder's health had deteriorated, and she devoted her remaining energy to balancing the political affairs of the court. Su Wanwan could not bear to trouble her with personal matters. Lu Xingjian kissed her hair gently, recalling the elder's final words. Surprised, Su Wanwan lifted her gaze to his face, seeking confirmation of his truthfulness. However, the carriage suddenly jolted violently and came to an abrupt halt. Lu Xingjian reacted swiftly, lifting Su Wanwan and pulling her down into the carriage. Hud, hud, hud. The carriage was violently struck, with arrows piercing through the exterior. Fortunately, the carriage was specially constructed, reinforced with fine iron, preventing the arrows from breaking through. Outside, shouts echoed, an ambush, accompanied by the neighing of horses. Boom! In the distance, cannon fire roared. Dazed, Su Wanwan was startled. Yet she observed Lu Xingjian's face alight with excitement, akin to a beast sensing blood, brimming with vigor. He leaned close to her ear and asked, "Are you afraid?" Surprisingly, Su Wanwan found herself calm, her senses sharpening. In such moments, fear served no purpose. "You're quite brave," Lu Xingjian remarked, his eyes shining brightly, his tone steady. "Just stay close to me." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the thudding on the carriage finally ceased. Hasty footsteps approached, and a male voice reported, "My lord, there's an ambush in the nearby village. We must retreat from the main road." Understood. Lu Xingjian retrieved a heavy, substantial cloak from the storage compartment and wrapped it around Su Wanwan before leading her down from the carriage. He held her in his embrace, quietly following the guards into a nearby building. A man with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes reported, "The convoy has been split into 3 sections. One in the city, one in the citadel, and ours outside the city. The main firepower is concentrated in the city and the citadel, buying us some time. We must hold out until reinforcements arrive." Lu Xingjian's expression grew serious. "The cannon is aimed at the section within the city?" "Yes," the man replied, his face darkening, fearing grim prospects ahead. A chill coursed through Su Wanwan. She recalled that when the carriage had first set off, theirs was not far from the front of the convoy. She wondered why they had later fallen behind. Had they remained at the forefront, they would now be under cannon fire. To bombard the Emperor's South convoy in the street was indeed a reckless act of treason. Moreover, those capable of mobilizing cannons surely held a position of significant power. Lu Xingjian commanded in a low voice, "Proceed as planned." Su Wanwan suppressed her trembling body and asked, "Did you know there would be an ambush tonight?" "No," Lu Xingjian replied succinctly. However, if they wished to strike, this was their final opportunity. A chill surged from the soles of Su Wanwan's feet, engulfing her in an unsettling dread. "Who are they?" she inquired. Lu Xingjian cast a fleeting glance in her direction, pondering, if I were to perish, who would be the most likely to ascend the throne? A bitter taste filled her mouth as if struck by lightning. Are you suggesting it would be Prince Rong? Lu Yaoting? Do you not believe it? Lu Xingjian's lips curled into a sardonic smile, as if to say that he could not bear to take her life. Instinctively, Su Wanwan shook her head. The bonds of royal kinship were tenuous. How could she harbor such extravagant hopes? After a prolonged silence, she mustered the courage to ask, "Will you kill him?" Lu Xingjian's laughter resonated, a joyous sound she had never before encountered. "Wanwan, your faith in me is truly remarkable," he replied, implying that she believed in his inevitable triumph. He then uttered, "In due time, you shall make the decision." With that, he grasped the bow and curved blade from the table, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Su Wanwan clutched his sleeve, her expression grave yet resolute. "You will win, without a doubt." Chapter 71. His kingdom may not endure. Lu Xingjian paused momentarily, a tender glimmer flickering in his eyes as he caressed her cheek. "Do not venture outside. Wait for my return." Su Wanwan nodded obediently. With resolute strides, Lu Xingjian exited the room, firmly closing the door behind him. In the fleeting moment before the door shut, Su Wanwan glimpsed a multitude of armored soldiers standing menacingly outside. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. She was astounded to learn that the Duke of Rome, Lu Yaoting, who had recently lamented his financial woes to the emperor, possessed the audacity and capability to conspire against him. Yet deep within, she instinctively recognized that Lu Yaoting was not one to content himself with the position of a prince. The sounds of battle echoed intermittently from outside, sometimes distant, sometimes near. She endeavored to calm herself, striving to remain unaffected by the turmoil beyond. Nevertheless, her heart continued to thump erratically. "Lu Xingjian, you must not come to harm. You are the emperor. Surely, fate will favor you." She yearned to burst forth and uncover the truth, but ultimately restrained her impulse. She was merely a cumbersome burden, and venturing out would either lead to her demise or hinder others. The clamor of combat outside subsided momentarily, just as she contemplated opening the door to investigate. A volley of arrows struck, some even embedding themselves in the window frame. Su Wanwan instinctively sought refuge when, unexpectedly, the door swung open. Lu Xingjian rushed in, his expression taut with urgency. "We must change locations." Su Wanwan was startled by his words and pushed away his arms that sought to embrace her. "You must leave quickly. Do not concern yourself with me. Do not speak nonsense." Lu Xingjian scooped her up and began to move. The eagle-nosed man waiting outside, reeking of blood, spoke urgently in a hushed tone. "My lord, entrust her to me. You must retreat first." Lu Xingjian strode forward, his long legs carrying him swiftly as he barked. "Less chatter. Lead the way." Su Wanwan felt a pang of guilt for being a burden, her mobility hampered. She insisted, "Put me down. I can walk on my own. It's merely a slight limp. I shall be fine." Lu Xingjian delivered a firm but gentle pat to her posterior, his tone stern as he admonished, "Do not fuss." Su Wanwan fell silent, though a sense of heaviness lingered in her heart. What was the necessity of this? The group traversed through doors and across streets, entering a residential building. The moment they crossed the threshold, a deafening crash erupted behind them. The very structure they had occupied moments prior had been reduced to rubble by cannon fire. Had they not evacuated in time, they would have been obliterated. The eagle-nosed man breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. How long until reinforcements arrive? The nearest reinforcements have encountered an ambush. The roads are blocked, and the horses cannot pass. They are estimated to arrive in half an hour. There has been no word from the 5 armies camp. Lu Xingjian furrowed his brow. The Divine Machine camp and the 3,000 camp were stationed outside the city. The contingent he had brought to the capital comprised only about 800 men. After being divided into 3 groups and enduring 2 skirmishes, their personal guards had dwindled significantly. If the 5 armies camp was unable to provide assistance, it suggested they were being suppressed, merely spectators to the unfolding chaos. Should reinforcements fail to arrive promptly, they would find themselves in a perilously dire situation. In a state of anxiety, ensconced within the confines of his residence, he was beset by the threat of cannonade, aware that constant movement would inevitably expose his position. It was indeed a dilemma of considerable magnitude. He inquired about the departure time of the contingent dispatched to neutralize the artillery. The crimson cannon possessed a range of approximately 2 miles, likely concealed within the residential quarters. Only by vanquishing this formidable beast of a cannon could they ensure their safety. The man known as the Eagle-Nosed looked rather grave. It has been half an hour, but as per your orders, Prince Rong has also been brought here and is currently within the residence. No sooner had he spoken than another cannon fired, though this time the blast was further away. A conflagration erupted in the sky, this time consuming an oil mill. The flames grew ever fiercer, imperiling neighboring houses, illuminating the sky as if it were midday. The sounds of screams and wails echoed from afar, rendering the night eerily tragic and horrific, akin to a purgatory on earth. Lu Xingjian swiftly commanded his attendants, seized the token, and summoned the guards from Dushing Gate to extinguish the flames. With cannon fire raging both within and beyond the city, and the cacophony of battle echoing like thunder, what significance remained in defending the city? Prince Rong, Lu Yaoting, looked astonished upon seeing Lu Xingjian cradling Su Wanwan, remarking, "Indeed, you have inherited the fervor of the late emperor. You are quite the romantic. Clinging to a woman in such dire circumstances is rather foolish. How could one with vulnerabilities sit securely upon the cold, unyielding throne?" Lu Xingjian gently placed Su Wanwan upon a chair, finally directing his gaze towards Lu Yaoting. "Did you just come to this realization, uncle?" Lu Yaoting met his gaze with a playful smile. "No. From the moment you implored me to rescue her from the inferno at Qingning Palace, I was aware. And later, when you faced peril in Jiangnan, it too was for her, was it not?" His attention shifted to Su Wanwan, laced with a hint of mockery. "Wanwan, see how he is willing to brave fire and water for you, yet cannot claim you as his own. He is not superior to me in this regard." Su Wanwan felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart, akin to a crushing blow. The events of this night had far surpassed her expectations, particularly Lu Yaoting's remarks. He was the emperor. How could he be so foolish? She dared not ponder further, nor entertain thoughts of his willingness to risk everything for her. She would prefer his indifference, wishing only for his safety. Remaining silent, she resolved to be a lesser burden, allowing him to focus on the present crisis, even feeling a twinge of shame for having previously viewed him as a means to an end. Yet Lu Yaoting was relentless, taking 2 steps forward only to be halted by fully armed guards. "He will not treat you any better than I do. If you are willing to return to my side, I would not mind your past." Lu Yaoting narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Su Wanwan, like a wooden figure, chose to ignore Prince Rong, too weary even to cast him a glance. Lu Xingjian cast a satisfied look at Su Wanwan, coldly scoffing, "Uncle, even now you remain unyielding, coveting his throne, yearning for his woman. Prince Rong certainly has a brazen spirit." As soon as the words fell, someone outside rushed in with panic-stricken news. "The guards of Shundian Prefecture are approaching." The expressions of those present instantly turned grave. The guards, numbering around 6,000 or 7,000, are responsible for maintaining order within the jurisdiction of Shundian Prefecture. Although their combat prowess does not rival that of the army, they represent a formidable force that cannot be underestimated. Lu Xingjian did not order the mobilization of the Shuntian guards. Was this military force heading here for him? He cast a cold, penetrating gaze toward Lu Yaoting. Indeed, Lu Yaoting, unfazed and calm, casually brushed his sleeves, tacitly acknowledging the situation. The hawk-nosed man, seething with rage, unsheathed his dagger. "Your Majesty, let us eliminate him first." Lu Xingjian gestured for him to desist. Lu Yaoting smiled nonchalantly. "My dear nephew, this predicament is entirely of your own making. You cannot blame your uncle." He pointed at the hawk-nosed man, stating, "Your reliance on eunuchs and the likes of Yu Yong, a man of dubious character, has long since alienated both the nobility and the military leaders. As for the literati, humph, you have offended each and every one of them gravely. When the walls crumble, the crowd will push. And your current state of isolation and betrayal is a consequence of your own misdeeds, an inescapable fate." Yu Yong, in a state of desperation, clasped his fists and implored, "Your Majesty, allow me to eliminate him." Without those treacherous ministers to support, they will naturally disperse. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room froze. Only a barbaric man like Yuyong would dare to openly suggest the slaughter of a prince. Chapter 72. Where else could he conjure an army? The emperor would undoubtedly benefit from this, but such an act would likely incite public outrage, leaving the feudal lords in a state of trepidation. Ultimately, he would be cast aside as a scapegoat by the emperor. Lu Yaoting furrowed his brow, speaking urgently and sternly. If this king is slain, the throne shall surely become even more unstable. In moments of life and death, it is only natural for one to be filled with anxiety. Who would favor a ruthless tyrant? If Lu Yaoting were to be killed, the feudal lords across the land would surely be unsettled. Lu Xingjian maintained his characteristic calm demeanor, merely instructing his attendants. Inquire of the troops from Xinjiang Prefecture as to their purpose. Then he turned his attention back to Lu Yaoting. Uncle, why the haste? Sit. The night is still long, and we have much to observe. With that, he leisurely took his seat, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yuyong, upon witnessing this, silently sheathed his drawn dagger. Lu Yaoting's pupils constricted sharply. Lu Xingjian's excessive composure filled him with unease, as if it were not he who was ambushed. This young man possessed far more cunning than his father. The 5 military camps remained motionless, while the Divine Machine Camp and the 3,000 camp had been entirely dispatched to Chongping Prefecture and could not come to their aid. The Wuqing military command was under the control of his father-in-law, effectively managing the internal thoroughfares of the capital. The troops from Xinjiang Prefecture were indeed there to apprehend him. Where else could he possibly summon an army? With these thoughts, Lu Yaoting felt a slight sense of calm. The situation he had meticulously planned for years was finally on the verge of revelation tonight. To claim he was not stirred with excitement would be utterly false. He hoped that tonight's game would determine the fate of the realm, rendering his sacrifices worthwhile. Outside, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed. The noise was so thunderous that even the teacup just served trembled slightly upon the table. Everyone in the room held their breath, awaiting the report from the scouts. Lu Xingjian gently tapped the lid of his teacup, lowering his head to softly blow at the tea leaves floating on the surface. The mist rising from the water enveloped his face, while the sound of porcelain scraping against porcelain felt particularly jarring in the tense atmosphere. After a considerable time, a soldier entered to report. Governor Li Han of Xinjiang Prefecture personally leads the guard troops to protect the prince. Lu Xingjian's hand holding the teacup paused, and he slightly turned his face, his gaze penetratingly sharp as it met Lu Yaoting's, exuding an intense pressure. Lu Yaoting also happened to gaze back at him. Their eyes clashed in the air, neither willing to yield. The others remained silent as the grave. Whether Li Han's arrival was truly to safeguard the prince, or if he harbored ulterior motives, remained uncertain. Su Wanwan gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, her entire being tensed, cold sweat trickling down. Recently having experienced the Xiaobin incident, she was aware that Governor Li Han was a disciple of the Prime Minister Li Dongxian. If Li Han had allied himself with the honorable Prince Lu Yaoting, might Li Dongxian also covertly support him? Would Li Dongxian take such a risk? Just days prior, Lu Xingjian had elevated his rank and title, placing him in a position of great power. Did he really need to jeopardize everything to support Prince Lu Yaoting in his treasonous plot? In the annals of history, only the shame of a treacherous minister would remain inscribed. Yet, just recently, his only son had passed away. The demise of Li Zhaoxian, the Xiaobin case, and the Jinshui Bridge kneeling incident all represent irreparable rifts between him and Lu Xingjian. Ultimately, these tribulations can be traced back to her. To speak candidly, she truly possesses an uncanny ability to bring misfortune. Lu Yaoting was the first to break the silence. Is His Majesty not inclined to summon the magistrate of Li's residence? Lu Xingjian chuckled softly, turning to Su Wanwan. What is your opinion, Wanwan? Su Wanwan felt a tightening in her throat and endeavored to steady her voice. Given the devastating fire at the oil mill, the magistrate of Li should prioritize disaster relief. The principle that the people are of utmost importance, the state comes next, and the sovereign is the least significant, is a timeless truth passed down by sages. Lu Xingjian laughed heartily. What a splendid assertion, that the people are paramount and the sovereign is of lesser importance. Li Rong, go convey the decree, relaying these two phrases to the governor of Shunti and Fu, enjoining him to prioritize the rescue of the populace from calamity. Chief Steward Li complied and departed. Whether Li Han would heed the command remained another matter entirely. Lu Yaoting's expression darkened considerably. He cast a penetrating glance at Su Wanwan. Recognizing the poise she exhibited after years of training before the Zhou family, diligently assisting in the review of memorials, with a mere phrase about the people less importance, she had deftly placed Li Han in a precarious position. Should he fail to extinguish the fire, it would be a disgrace to have studied the wisdom of the sages in vain. If he chose to act, he could not invoke the pretext of protecting the emperor to restrain Lu Xingjian. Scholars are particularly concerned with their reputation and honor. Li Han's indecisiveness was infuriating. It is no wonder that it is said that scholars take 3 years to mount a rebellion. Had he stormed in without hesitation, claiming to protect the emperor and seizing control over Lu Xingjian, it would have been far less problematic. At worst, he could have later feigned that the emperor had succumbed to illness. However, now, facing a multitude of soldiers and being commanded to extinguish the flames, refusing the order could very well undermine morale. After all, those soldiers are fed with imperial rations, and a rebellion on the spot is not out of the question. Su Wanwan trembled slightly with anxiety. Whether Chief Steward Li would return depended entirely on Li Han's will. Lu Yaoting's gaze was sharp, fixated on Lu Xingjian, as if flames were about to erupt from his eyes, mentally racing through possibilities. Did Lu Xingjian appear so composed because he was already aware of an ambush on the journey back to the capital? Yet, despite his extensive preparations, the entire plan had materialized in haste, with all participants receiving their orders at the last minute. It was improbable that Lu Xingjian possessed foreknowledge. Where, then, lay the crux of the issue? Time passed slowly as he replayed events in his mind. Eventually, Chief Steward Li returned with a beaming expression. "Your Majesty, Lord Li Han has already dispatched the provincial military to combat the fire." He paused, adding, "The Inspector Lin Maodao reports that the provincial troops are currently awaiting your summons outside." Lu Yaoting shot to his feet in disbelief, exclaiming, "The provincial troops? How is that possible? The border army cannot enter the capital without a command." Chief Steward Li bowed slightly, his smile unwavering. "That is a matter for Minister Lu of the Ministry of War. The ministry holds the authority to mobilize troops. During the reign of Emperor Ying, when the capital faced peril, it was Deputy Minister Yu Qian who marshaled the remaining forces to defend against the Tatar cavalry's incursion." Lu Yaoting's pupils dilated in shock. He recalled that Lu Yu, the Minister of War, was a favored protégé of the former Prime Minister Su Jian, who had repeatedly recommended him to the late emperor. Initially, in a bid for power, the late emperor supported Lu Daxia and suppressed Lu Yu on numerous occasions, resulting in Lu Yu being stationed outside to oversee military affairs. He held the position of right deputy censor and was responsible for strategic frontier bastions, such as Datong and Xianzhou. It was only after Su Jian's downfall earlier this year that Lu Yu was summoned back to the capital, where he took charge of the censorate seal, ascending from right deputy censor to left deputy censor, and eventually becoming the Minister of War. His decision to mobilize the familiar troops of Xianzhou to protect the emperor was both logical and justified. No wonder Lu Xingjian appeared so composed this evening, patiently awaiting the reveal of his cards. Lu Yaoting, feeling despondent, sank back into his chair, laughing heartily to the point of tears. "My dear nephew, have you not already dug a pit, merely waiting for us to leap into it?" Lu Xingjian replied with a smile. "Is it not rather that Uncle Shur-san has prepared the pit, eagerly anticipating my descent?" Chapter 73. Is he going to die? Lu Yaoting exhibited a demeanor of understanding, his expression shifting between joy and sorrow, ultimately settling on a dark, inscrutable gaze directed at Su Wanwan. "Wanwan, I must admit, I underestimated you." Su Wanwan appeared bewildered. "Your Highness, what do you mean? Such pretense." He had undoubtedly fallen into this woman's trap. Had she not rashly ventured out of the capital, he would never have embarked upon this perilous scheme. Lu Yaoting smirked, choosing silence as he leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, awaiting the unfolding of events. Lu Xingjian's gaze gently rested upon Su Wanwan, his heart inexplicably twitching. She sat quietly, her eyes cast down, brows knitted, striving to render her presence inconspicuous. This demeanor was achingly familiar. Before her marriage, she had always maintained such a tranquil, unobtrusive presence within the palace. While other noble ladies adorned themselves in vibrant finery, she donned a half-worn attire that made her appear more like a palace maid. She was often mistaken for one, tasked with serving tea and water. Yet, it was she who had informed him that the inner treasury was nearing depletion and that securing financial power was the foundation of stabilizing the kingdom. Akin to a female strategist guiding him to focus on Jiangnan. At that time, the late emperor had been wary of him, the crown prince, as well as Prince Rong, while also hoping for the premature demise of the Zhou matriarch. After much deliberation, he had finally obtained the opportunity to personally attend to affairs in Jiangnan. Then, she had swiftly married, cutting all ties with him. When it came to cunning and decisiveness, who could rival her? Prince Rong's accusations against her were surely not unfounded. However, what was her ulterior motive in using herself as bait to provoke Prince Rong? Surely, she could not have anticipated the perilous circumstances of tonight. Before long, Circuit Inspector Lin Maoda arrived to pay his respects, accompanied by 2 military generals. Among them was none other than Gu Ziyu, whom he had not seen for several days. Gu Ziyu wore a stern expression, emanating an aura of coldness, a stark contrast to his previous cheerful demeanor. In that moment, Liu Yaoting's resentment and fury reached their zenith. Gu Ziyu's presence signified the Gu family's stance. It was well known that the Gu family had risen in Xianzhou, deeply entrenched within the border armies of Datong. Any movements within the Xianzhou military would not escape the Gu family's notice. He had initially thought that the standstill of the 5 military camps indicated the Gu family's neutrality. But to his surprise, the Gu family steadfastly supported Lu Xingjian. With the involvement of the Xianzhou army, the situation quickly stabilized. The Xinji camp and the officers of the 3,000 camps soon arrived, entering the city ahead of time to clear the streets and eliminate potential threats. As dawn broke, everything was in order, and they could finally leave the residence. Su Wanwan, seated in a wheelchair, followed Lu Xingjian as he was surrounded by a throng of people exiting. The streets outside had been cleared, and a carriage awaited them. As Lu Xingjian turned to assist Su Wanwan into the carriage, a cold arrow suddenly shot from behind, striking him squarely in the back. He stumbled forward, spewing blood, and collapsed before Su Wanwan. The guards surrounding them swiftly formed a protective circle around the two. Lu Xingjian sensed a distant glimmer of light reflecting toward him. He looked up to see a figure clad in black atop the rooftop, drawing a bow to release an arrow. With blood-red eyes, he shouted hoarsely, "There's an assassin." No sooner had the words left his lips than the black-clad archer let loose the arrow. Instinctively, Lu Xingjian lunged forward, spreading his arms to shield Su Wanwan, who was confined to a wheelchair within his embrace. However, the sudden exertion caused him to spit a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto her back. The guards surrounding them formed a human barricade, encasing them in safety, yet the threat loomed above. If the archer were a marksman of unparalleled skill, that arrow could have been fatal. Nevertheless, the arrow did not target them, but rather soared across the street, striking down an archer who had long concealed himself on the opposite rooftop. Several agile guards swiftly ascended the rooftop, and before a second arrow could be loosed, they closed in on the black-clad figure. Meanwhile, a few other guards rushed to the opposite rooftop, seeking the assassin who had shot at the emperor from behind. It was evident that these two groups of assassins were not allies. They turned on each other at a critical moment. Otherwise, the emperor would have faced a dire fate this time. Su Wanwan, tightly held in Lu Xingjian's embrace, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. She did not realize that the archer atop the roof was Xiao Bin, nor was she aware that he had slain the assassin targeting Lu Xingjian, only to be mistaken for an assassin himself. At the moment Lu Xingjian was struck, her mind went blank, her ears ringing with a deafening silence. All she perceived was the blood spraying onto her, and then he collapsed over her, pinning her to the wheelchair, immobile. His arms encircled her head. and his hands firmly gripped her back, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. She felt as if she had been paralyzed, unable to voice a sound, even incapable of raising her hand to touch him, who was so close. A few drops of his blood landed in her eyes, and despite her efforts to widen them, all she could see was a sea of crimson. Her mind was engulfed in silence, unable to absorb any sound. The entire world had come to a halt. Only one question reverberated within her. Is he going to die? Is he going to die? Gods, please protect him. He cannot be harmed. He must live. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before she regained her senses, yet the world remained shrouded in a haze of red, obscuring all else. Panic seized her as she spun her wheelchair, desperately asking everyone she encountered, "Where are they? Where are they?" Her voice emerged like a winded bellows, raspy and harsh, as if someone had gripped her throat. No one responded. Abandoning the wheelchair, she hobbled from room to room, her injured leg forgotten in her frantic search. Unable to see, she felt her way through, the rooms eerily empty, save for the guards stationed at the entrance. The guards, unaware of her quest, offered no answers as they hurried out to report. In her urgency, she dashed toward the door, colliding with a hurried figure. "Forget your legs?" the newcomer exclaimed angrily. Steadying her unsteady form, Wanwan gradually regained her composure, realizing that the voice was eerily familiar. She urgently inquired, "Where is he? Where is he?" The person remained silent for a moment before replying, "He has returned to the palace. Once the road is safer, I shall escort you home." A sense of calm began to settle her frantic heart. Though she could not see the person before her, she had finally recognized the voice. It belonged to Gu Ziyu. Anxious questions tumbled in her throat, desperately seeking release. Is he unharmed? As the words escaped her lips, her body tensed, every muscle taut with apprehension. Fearing he would utter the news she dreaded most. She was not that strong. No, she thought, her gaze must be pleading now, if only he could see it. Gu Ziyu, with his keen intellect, would surely feel sympathy for her and refrain from delivering the worst news. He must. Gu Ziyu furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with impatience and rigidity. "I do not know." After what felt like an eternity, Wanwan managed to find her voice, trembling uncontrollably. "Is he gravely injured?" Gu Ziyu remained silent, merely observing her. The silence was deafening, terrifying. It nearly crushed her spirit, which was already stretched to its limit. A strange ringing echoed in her ears. He must be seriously hurt, or else he would not have left her behind. Chapter 74. The sound of the wind and the crane's cry last night. Amidst the perilous circumstances, he had kept her by his side. Now, as the guards wheeled her chair over, Gu Ziyu gently urged her to take her seat once more, his tone markedly softened. "Let us wait here for a while. We shall return to the city in the afternoon. Do not fret." Wanwan gripped the armrests of her wheelchair tightly, striving to maintain her composure. "All right." Gu Ziyu sensed a hint of distress within her, but could not discern its source. He merely instructed the attendants to take good care of her while he ventured out to patrol the surroundings. Perhaps she was simply shaken, he mused, noting the dried bloodstains on her clothing. A sheltered young lady like her had likely never faced such turmoil before. The situation here was one thing. The streets of the city were truly hellish. It resembled a hell's cape, littered with fragments, shattered limbs, and splintered wood mingled with debris. Blood pooled across the ground, staining the earth crimson. The cannon fire had rendered traditional armor obsolete, regardless of one's social standing or martial prowess. A single cannon shot could obliterate even the most noble of beings, leaving nothing but dismembered remains. The scene was profoundly shocking. Even he, having spent years honing his skills on the frontier, felt an overwhelming weight upon his heart. It was not unfathomable that he could one day find himself reduced to mere fragments among the rubble. The root of all this chaos lay in the insatiable greed of certain individuals, perpetually yearning for greater power and higher status. It was not until dusk that Wanwan finally boarded the carriage, arriving at the Su residence as night fell. Gu Ziyu watched as her wheelchair was pushed through the grand entrance. The area surrounding the Su family was heavily guarded, soldiers stationed every few steps. His gaze darkened momentarily, flashing with a hint of resentment, before he turned to leave. If that man still had the energy to arrange sentinels, then surely there could be no grave issues at hand. Su Wanwan lay in bed for 3 days, only occasionally inquiring of Ying about any developments outside. Ying shook her head. The capital is under lockdown. Even vendors cannot venture out. Su Wanwan lay there, lost in thought. If he were to pass away, there would be a tolling of bells, marking a 27-day period of national mourning. Alternatively, perhaps the succession of the throne was unresolved, delaying the announcement of the emperor's death until a successor was chosen. This would be the most dire outcome. Of course, it was also possible that he had simply sustained injuries. Her mind, however, could not help but conjure images of him hurriedly carrying her to safety and shielding her with his body. The words of Lu Yaoting echoed in her ears. Later, when you encountered peril in Jiangnan, it was also for her, was it not? Her grandmother had once mentioned that he had nearly met his demise in Jiangnan due to his infatuation with a beauty. That beauty, it appeared, was none other than herself. He had never spoken of it, despite the fact that she had already married and had even torn apart the sachet she had sent him. She had repeatedly and explicitly rejected his affections, only seeking him out when she had need of his assistance. How could he be so foolish? He who was so astute, the prince lauded by over 20 imperial scholars for his wisdom. The following morning, as Ying came to tidy the bed, she anxiously inquired, "Miss, why is the pillow wet? Are you unwell?" Su Wanwan quietly sipped her congee, after a while simply uttering, "It's nothing." Ying, observing the few spoonfuls of bird's nest congee she had consumed, cautiously advised, "Miss, you ought to drink more. You haven't eaten properly these past few days. If this continues, your health will deteriorate." Su Wanwan merely replied, "It doesn't matter." Soon, she returned to her bed to lie down again. Ying watched as Su Wanwan grew increasingly emaciated, perpetually listless and dazed, feeling an urgent sense of helplessness. She went to the Earl of Changning's residence to report on Su Wanwan's condition. Madame Chun simply sighed, instructing her to take good care of her, and sent a reliable physician to examine her. Yet she herself did not make an appearance. Ying felt disheartened, but also understood the circumstances. The atmosphere in the capital had become one of palpable tension, with the streets eerily deserted. Armed soldiers frequently passed by, supposedly searching for traitors. According to the idle chatter of the soldiers, the emperor's uncle, Earl Wanwan Jun, had sustained severe injuries. Although Madame Chun was the girl's maternal grandmother, she was still an outsider. If she were to be targeted and harmed by traitors, the consequences would be dire. Ultimately, Ying decided to send someone to the Duke of Angwa's estate to seek Gu Ziyu, hoping he might be able to offer some counsel. Gu Ziyu hastily arrived, appearing travel-worn. Upon seeing Su Wanwan, who had lost considerable weight and lay languidly in bed, he frowned deeply. "Are you unwell?" he inquired. The physician had come and reported there was no illness, merely a heaviness of heart. Ying, being just a maid, found herself at a loss for what to do. Gu Ziyu remained silent for a long while before finally saying, "Yesterday was the Wanshou festival. The emperor received congratulations from civil and military officials, as well as envoys from the 4 barbarians at the Feng Tian Hall." Su Wanwan had been closing her eyes, drifting off to sleep, but at these words, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. The heavy shackles on her heart were abruptly loosened. The fact that he could emerge to receive tributes from his ministers indicated that his health was seemingly intact. That was a relief. Gu Ziyu gazed at her quietly, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over him. "Sister Wanwan, do you not have anything you wish to ask me?" His clear voice carried a note of melancholy. Su Wanwan slowly regained her senses, a sense of shame swelling within her. After a moment of contemplation, she finally asked, "Didn't you leave the capital on official business?" Gu Ziyu took a seat beside her bed, his head slightly lowered as he spoke. "I was originally dispatched to Xuanqing for official duties, but upon hearing that you were in trouble, I hastily returned to the capital. On the journey, I dared not think of anything. I didn't know what I would do if something happened to you. I regret letting my sorrow consume me and leaving you alone in the city. Sister Wanwan, I know you do not harbor feelings for me, and I am aware of our impossibility. However, I simply hope you will take good care of yourself. Remain safe and free from illness or disaster." A pang of bitterness struck Su Wanwan's heart as she sat up, earnestly gazing at Gu Ziyu. the words she had been preparing in her mind feeling as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Ziyu, I am unworthy of your affection. It is my fault. I should not have agreed to our engagement back then, for it has caused you much suffering. Gu Ziyu's eyes reddened, and he stared at her in a daze for a long time. Sister Wanwan, do not speak of such distant things. If it were not for you, I would have been beaten to death at the age of 10. If we cannot become husband and wife, let us instead forge a bond as sworn siblings. For all I desire is to remain by your side, safeguarding your peace. He was unaware that the persimmons he wished to pluck at the tender age of 10 carried such weight and bitterness. At that time, he only perceived Su Wanwan as a quiet little girl, lacking any presence, devoid of arrogance. Though she was the granddaughter of the esteemed Gu family, raised in the serene halls of Jinling Palace, she exhibited none of the haughtiness that many of the imperious noblewomen did. Instead, she was timid, her gaze cautious, fearful of uttering the wrong words or committing any faux pas, even more so than the newly acquired maidservants in her household. When he hurled persimmons at her, she dared not protest, merely quickening her pace to escape. It was utterly unamusing, inciting his indignation, prompting him to seize more persimmons to throw at her in hopes of eliciting a reaction. The outcome was unexpected, as he was held down to receive punishment. This timid girl bravely intervened, taking the blame upon herself. 100 lashes. He was terrified, convinced he would meet his end that day. This foolishly courageous girl rushed forth without hesitation, disregarding past grievances, displaying not an ounce of fear. He was left in a daze, helplessly watching as she, too, was pinned to the ground, the heavy board descending upon her. The scene has remained indelibly etched in his heart over the years, never fading. From that moment onward, it seemed he had suddenly matured. Still playful and mischievous, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his studies. He even secured a coveted position as a prince's companion, a feat not easily attained. He immersed himself in literature, calligraphy, martial arts, and social engagements, leaving no stone unturned. His parents and elder brother believed he aspired to inherit the title, even admonishing him for it. Yet, he understood that his ambition lay not in titles, but in becoming stronger, so that one day he could prevent that dreadful board from falling upon the one who sought to protect him. However, after all these years, it felt as though he had made no progress, his goals perpetually out of reach. Su Wanwan gazed at Gu Ziyu with a sense of guilt, for her heart had long been claimed by another, and she knew she could never offer him what he desired. Upon witnessing her expression, Gu Ziyu could no longer restrain himself. He embraced her tightly, tears brimming in his eyes. His youthful journey had been filled with ease. Even after several years of hardship on the borders, engaged in battles, his solid foundation from a prestigious lineage had shielded him from significant loss. The only challenges he faced were in love and marriage. Yet, he felt indebted to Su Wanwan, believing he should endure any hardship for her sake. As Ying stepped out to prepare tea for Gu Ziyu, she returned to find a tall, slender man standing at the door. Chapter 75. Addicted? A glance at the figure in the doorway revealed it was none other than the emperor, whom they had not seen for quite some time. Meanwhile, in the room, young Master Gu was holding Su Wanwan, tears streaming down his face in an emotional outburst. Ying was nearly terrified, her teacup trembling in her grasp, almost crashing to the floor. The last encounter at the estate was outdoors, where young Master Gu had merely embraced the young lady, and the atmosphere had been chillingly tense. Now, in the confines of a bedroom, with only the two of them, she hesitated to speak up, feeling too intimidated. Instead, she coughed forcefully, attempting to alert the couple within. Su Wanwan, facing the door, remained stiff and unaware of the presence at the threshold. She wished to push Gu Ziyu away, but her strength was insufficient against his sudden grasp, leaving her momentarily immobilized. It was only upon hearing the cough that Gu Ziyu turned around, freezing at the sight of the cold-eyed man. "Addicted, are we?" came the icy remark from Lu Xingjian at the door. Su Wanwan stiffened at the sound. Gu Ziyu instinctively released his hold, creating distance between them, and candidly stated, "Sister Wanwan is unwell and in a poor state of mind." Lu Xingjian's voice was chillingly severe. "Are you a doctor? Some ailments cannot be cured by a physician." Gu Ziyu was undeterred. He met Lu Xingjian's gaze directly. Lu Xingjian entered slowly, his tone languid yet menacing. "I have heard that the fourth miss of the Jinling Mark residence harbors deep affections for you. Shall I arrange a marriage?" Gu Ziyu's expression shifted dramatically, yet he managed to smile. "Your Majesty's kindness is appreciated, but I must respectfully decline. If a marriage is to be arranged, it should be between myself and Sister Wanwan." Lu Xingjian's brow twitched, his eyes glinting with cold light as he replied. "The fourth miss of the Jinling Mark residence is waiting outside. Are you certain you do not wish to see her?" Gu Ziyu turned a glance at Su Wanwan, feeling overwhelmed. Su Wanwan had remained silent, finally speaking up. "You should go attend to your matters." Gu Ziyu was destined to marry, rather than be a burden to her. It would be wise for him to seek a suitable match sooner rather than later. Otherwise, scenes like today's might recur. Gu Ziyu recognized this was advice meant for himself. "I shall visit you again," he promised. He Ying brought the teacup into the room, then escorted Gu Ziyu out. The room was left with only Lu Xingjian and Su Wanwan. Lu Xingjian sat beside the bed, staring at her for an extended moment, suppressing his anger. "Wanwan, you're being quite disobedient." Su Wanwan lifted her face towards him, striving to widen her eyes to see him, yet perceiving nothing. The last time he had been this furious, he had used cannon fire to destroy her newly acquired inn. "So what?" she asked. Lu Xingjian's forehead throbbed with tension as he grasped her chin, leaning closer to her face. Their eyes met, and he instinctively felt something was amiss, his pupils constricting. "What is wrong with your eyes?" Those once sparkling, watery eyes now lacked luster, their pupils unfocused. He brought his fingers near her eyes, but she neither flinched nor closed them. Had she gone blind? Lu Xingjian hastily summoned the imperial physician. Ying was also called forth, her voice cold as she inquired. When did her eyesight begin to fail? "It has been like this for some time," came the reply. Ying was filled with trepidation and confusion. Upon closely examining Su Wanwan's eyes, she finally discerned something amiss. Since her return, the young lady had spent her days languishing in bed, and the maid had not noticed anything unusual. Lu Xingjian's jaw was tightly clenched. The attendants by her side were utterly incompetent. Su Wanwan remained seated, allowing him to take charge. Gu Ziyu had brought her back and had conversed for quite some time without noticing any issue with her eyes. Ying, who had been attending to her closely these days, also failed to see the peculiarity in her gaze. Yet he, after uttering just a single phrase to her, became aware of the anomaly. Were they too dull, or was he overly sensitive? The physician arrived promptly. After the examination, he declared it was a malady stemming from suppressed emotions, suggesting several herbal remedies for her recovery. Only then did Lu Xingjian relax slightly, reassured that there was no severe problem. The doctor spoke confidently. Some patients experience temporary blindness after sudden joy or sorrow. In addition to medication, it is essential to provide emotional support and guidance to the patient. Ying was nearly in tears, exclaiming, "The young lady has been weeping since her return. Her pillow is soaked daily. I truly have no means to assist her." Lu Xingjian was taken aback. Images of himself bleeding before her, her face drained of color and paralyzed with fear, flashed through his mind. A heaviness settled in his heart, as if something was about to burst forth. He found it hard to believe. A wave of immense joy surged through him, intertwined with inexplicable sorrow and a profound ache. The physician stepped out to prepare the medicine. Lu Xingjian reached out, delicately caressing her pale, emaciated face, murmuring, "It is my fault. I should have informed you that I am well." Su Wanwan pushed his hand away. Though her body felt weak, her voice was eerily calm. "You yist. Your life or death holds no significance for me." Ying, holding the prescription at the door, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. It was rare for the young lady to display such vexation, and to speak of life and death was truly hurtful. Lu Xingjian gazed at her silently, his expression devoid of emotion. Su Wanwan disregarded him and turned to lie down on the bed. However, Lu Xingjian grasped her, pulling her tightly into his embrace. "I am sorry. I neglected your feelings." Su Wanwan, unable to contain the pent-up negative emotions she had harbored for over half a month, struggled desperately, her voice choked. "You have those you care for. Why must you consider me?" Lu Xingjian pressed her face against his neck, her tears soaking his skin. Su Wanwan found herself immobilized by his hold, and resorted to pounding her fists against his chest. His internal injuries had not yet healed, and her gentle strikes inadvertently aggravated them, causing him to cough. He appeared somewhat fragile. Su Wanwan quickly ceased her movements, fearful to continue. His large hand pressed hers against her chest, and she acutely sensed that he had lost considerable weight. She knew well that after expelling such a large amount of blood, it was a stroke of fortune that he could still cling to life. A myriad of worries coalesced in her heart, ultimately crystallizing into a single inquiry. "How is your injury?" "Much improved," he replied, "yet I find myself missing you terribly." He whispered softly in her ear, his tone tender and lingering. In the half-closed depths of his eyes, warmth seemed to dissolve into the air. A trace of guilt lingered, difficult to articulate, intertwined with sweetness. It flowed like silk spun by a silkworm in spring, ceaselessly weaving an invisible cocoon that enveloped the two of them. Su Wanwan dared not move, fearing it might aggravate his wound, so she obediently nestled against his chest, and together they settled in a tranquil embrace. The atmosphere was serene and hushed. Stewartly peeked in from outside. At that moment, Heing entered with a fresh concoction of medicine, and the two of them stepped inside together. With a smile that carried a hint of reproach, Stewardly remarked, "Your Majesty, you ought to be resting in bed to recuperate. How can you sneak out? There are so many significant matters awaiting your decision. You must take care of your health." He paused, casting a glance at the two of them, and suggested, "Perhaps we should invite Miss Su to the palace to recuperate together, providing mutual support and, in the process, nurturing your relationship." Chapter 76. The queen has fallen ill. The sweetness of the moment was palpable, even stirring envy in the old eunuch. Su Wanwan's body immediately tensed. Lu Xingjian, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "There is no need. The palace remains restless. This place is, in fact, safer. There are still ominous signs and the issue of calamity stars that remain unresolved. Should Su Wanwan appear in the palace, she would easily become a target once more. This is precisely why I chose not to bring her back to the city with me. Firstly, I feared unforeseen accidents on the road might affect her. Secondly, I was concerned that Empress Zhang might once again direct her ire towards her, leaving me unable to intervene." After Su Wanwan finished her medicine, Lu Xingjian offered her mouthwash, tenderly wiping away the remnants of the medicine from her lips with a handkerchief. Heing stood to the side, silently admiring the emperor's attentive care, rivaling even that of her devoted maidservant. Chief Stewardly glanced at the sky and gently reminded, "Your Majesty, it is time to return to the palace." Lu Xingjian turned his gaze towards Su Wanwan, tousling her somewhat disheveled hair. "Is there anything else you wish to inquire about?" Su Wanwan pondered for a moment before asking, "What is the current situation regarding my guards?" Lu Xingjian's expression was somewhat inscrutable. "I had thought you would first inquire about the Prince of Rome. The Emperor is wise and will undoubtedly make a decisive judgment. A humble woman would not dare to speculate," Su Wanwan replied with a faint smile. In that perilous moment, he had refrained from executing the Prince of Rome. Now that the overall situation was stabilized, it was even less likely he would do so. How to effectively utilize the Prince of Rome for maximum benefit was what he should truly contemplate. A slight smile graced Lu Xingjian's lips as he spoke gently. Then, "Do indulge me with your guess on how I shall decide." Chief Stewardly, with his eyes half closed, listened intently. Recently, there had been considerable debate regarding the disposition of the Prince of Rome. The royalists, especially those who had established their merits outside the city that night, advocated for the severe punishment of the prince, branding him a traitor. This would consequently elevate the merits of these royalists. However, with the new emperor having ascended the throne for merely 2 years and already facing treachery from his uncle, it was feared such actions could lead to turmoil in the court, with various princes seizing the opportunity to rebel. Such a scenario would be detrimental to the stability of the realm. For this reason, a definitive stance on the matter had yet to be reached. Instead of answering directly, Su Wanwan countered, "Does your Majesty still recall Li Guang?" Lu Xingjian instinctively fell silent. The fire at Qingning Palace had been the culmination of the intense conflict between the late Emperor's Empress Zhang and the Grand Empress Dowager Zhou. However, in the end, the Zhou family merely faced light repercussions, placing all blame upon the eunuch Li Guang. The late Emperor and Empress Zhang were stripped of power, Yet their noble statuses remained intact. The officials and princes quickly lowered their banners, and the brewing storm dissipated without a trace. From the list of bribery and connections unearthed from Li Guang's household, numerous civil and military officials were implicated. Ultimately, the list was consumed by flames, with no further inquiries made. Frankly speaking, such a lenient approach did not align with his usual style of conduct. Nevertheless, he could comprehend Zhou's choice. Had the face-off been fully realized at that time, would the circumstances have been any better had the late emperor abdicated or passed away? The aged Empress Dowager and the still youthful Crown Prince may inadvertently incite the ambitions of those who are ever eager to seize power. To speak of others is unnecessary. Even Zhou's youngest son, Prince Jian, incessantly submits memorials requesting to serve his elderly mother in the capital. When the time comes, will the Zhou family forcibly elevate their youngest son to the throne, or will they support the young crown prince? This upheaval has compelled Lu Xingjian to step out from the protective shadow of the Zhou family, learning to confront the intricate and perilous situations alone. Consequently, he harbors a deep-seated resentment towards Li Guang. Had it not been for that catastrophic fire, perhaps his life would not have been so arduous. Wanwan, unable to discern his expression or thoughts, chose not to speak further. A momentary silence enveloped the air. Observing her cautious demeanor, Lu Xingjian found it somewhat amusing. Leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "We agreed that you would decide." The intimate posture and tone were undeniably suggestive, particularly in the presence of Steward Li and Hiying, leaving Wanwan feeling quite embarrassed. "I have no particular thoughts," she retorted, unwilling to appear foolish by insinuating any interference in affairs of state. Lu Xingjian's warm breath brushed against her ear. "Are you certain?" His lips softly grazed her earlobe, a proximity that felt excessively intimate. Perhaps due to her inability to see, Wanwan's sense of touch became remarkably acute, causing her body to stiffen and her face to flush crimson. Images flashed through her mind of him, breathless, tightly grasping her hand, enticing her in a whisper. "You truly do not desire this? Are you certain?" Noticing her embarrassment, Lu Xingjian's mood inexplicably brightened. After a brief contemplation, he finally remarked, "Your guards have performed admirably this time. They were responsible for destroying both cannons and skillfully eliminating the assassin. Their abilities are commendable. I intend to reward them with minor official positions." Wanwan's brow twitched, and her lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. Yet, she merely replied obediently. Lu Xingjian regarded her with renewed determination, stating, "A few have sustained injuries and have yet to recover. Shall we send them back to the Su residence to recuperate?" Turning to Hiying, Wanwan instructed, "Please inquire if there is sufficient accommodation at home." This statement greatly pleased Lu Xingjian, as she had not even mentioned Xiao Bin's name. It was unclear whether this was intentional or if she simply did not care. Thus, when Hiying mentioned that there were empty rooms available, he stood up generously, declaring, "Then it is settled." At that moment, a flustered young eunuch appeared at the door, peeking in with an urgent demeanor. Steward Li was the first to exit, chastising, "What is the matter? What urgent news do you bring?" The young eunuch lowered his voice deliberately. "The empress has fallen ill and requests the emperor to come, claiming there is great news." His words resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The atmosphere instantly cooled, as if it had been gripped by an eternal frost, chilling to the bone. Wanwan's breath caught in her throat, her body tensed, her complexion paling as she instinctively recoiled. The smile on Lu Xingjian's face vanished entirely, his expression turning icy. His lips pressed into a thin line, and his dark eyes appeared as deep and still as a shadowy well. His hand hung by his side, tightly clenched, yearning to reach out and caress Wanwan's hair. Yet, the old wounds within him stirred, sending a jolt of pain coursing from his chest. Ultimately, that hand fell back weakly, the veins on the back of it prominently visible. He merely cast a glance at Wanwan, his jawline taut, remaining silent for a lengthy moment before softly uttering, "I'm leaving." These simple 3 words carried an unspoken weight of pressure. Upon hearing those eerily familiar words, Wanwan instantly regained her composure. She forced a stiff smile, bowing politely yet distantly, and said, "Safe travels." Lu Xingjian furrowed his brow, refraining from further words, and departed without delay. He Yingshu helped Su Wanwan lie down, inquiring with curiosity, how can the empress fall ill yet still have joyful news? It's truly peculiar. Su Wanwan's body curled inward, her complexion notably grim. Chapter 77. The empress is expecting. He Ying, noticing something amiss with her demeanor, inquired with concern. Is there something troubling you, miss? Su Wanwan felt as though she could scarcely breathe, managing to utter a few words. I am fine. He Ying, however, dare not take her words at face value. She swiftly sent someone to retrieve the physician who had not yet departed. The physician returned promptly and, after taking her pulse, expressed a sense of helplessness. As long as the patient remains in good spirits, there is nothing to worry about. He Ying felt a bit awkward and shifted the topic, asking the physician, what condition is considered a delightful event? The physician replied with a smile, that would naturally be the joy of pregnancy. Could it be that the empress is with child? He Ying felt as if struck by lightning, utterly stunned, and quickly glanced at Su Wanwan, who lay facing the bed. No wonder the young lady's complexion had suddenly changed. She had long sensed that the emperor harbored some affection for her. Yet now it seemed that such feelings were painfully shallow and absurd. A man merely indulging in frivolity, his heart divided among many. What could he possibly regard our young lady as? A fleeting romance, a source of novelty? If given a choice, she would undoubtedly prefer a devoted and steadfast man like Master Gu, where becoming the main wife would be legitimate and honorable. After a prolonged silence, she mustered her thoughts and offered some consolation. Miss, do not be disheartened. It is not worth your sorrow. Su Wanwan's voice remained remarkably calm. Had the arrangements for the shops been finalized? Is the opening date set? Ying promptly replied, everything is ready. The stationery shop has already opened. The jade shop is awaiting the arrival of its prized treasures from Yunnan, and the silk shop is also operational. Whenever you feel well enough, you may go and take a look. Su Wanwan nodded discreetly. Yes, please have the accounts reported to me tomorrow. The guards will be returning to stay, so prepare their accommodations. Seeing her preoccupation with these trivial matters eased He Ying's worries, and she replied affirmatively before departing. That very evening, the guards were brought back to the Su household. Several of them had sustained serious injuries and were still confined to bed. Although Xiao Bin's injuries were not the worst, he too required rest and recuperation. Upon receiving this news, Su Wanwan merely acknowledged it with a soft Her mood and appetite, however, had markedly improved. Perhaps it was the calming ingredients in the medicinal broth she had consumed for that night. She enjoyed a deep and dreamless slumber. By the following day, not only did Su Wanwan rise to eat, but she also ventured out of her room to take a few steps. Her leg injury had nearly healed. She just needed to avoid standing for prolonged periods and gradually increase her activity to aid recovery. After 3 days, her vision began to clear, coinciding with the visit of a guest. The visitor was Mrs. Li, the wife of Li Han, the governor of Shuntian Prefecture, who had previously rebuffed Su Wanwan's request for an audience. When Mrs. Li entered, she immediately fell to her knees, her face awash with tears. Miss Su, I beseech your forgiveness for my previous arrogance and rudeness. Please, have mercy and save my husband's life. Su Wanwan set down her teacup, furrowing her brows as she said, Madam Li, you are merely casting about in desperation, seeking help in the wrong place. She turned to He Ying and instructed, please escort Madam Li out. Madam Li's pupils dilated sharply as she advanced a few steps on her knees, fervently imploring. I have heard that it was you who once proclaimed the people are of utmost importance, while the ruler is but a trifle, which persuaded our master to extinguish the flames of rebellion and avoid any suspicion of treason. I beseech you, Miss Su, to extend your kindness and assist our master. She was acutely aware of the difficulty in soliciting favors. Yet the crime of treason carried the weight of annihilation upon her entire clan. What did her own dignity matter in the face of such peril? Madame Li's once well-maintained visage, akin to that of a refined matron, was now marred with terror and desperation. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, and tears cascaded down, washing away the powder from her face, leaving her looking as disheveled and forlorn as a stray dog. Su Wanwan paused, simply observing her in silence. Under her gaze, Madame Li's heart raced, and she hastily explained, "Miss Su, I understand that you harbor resentment towards me for once coveting your wealth without providing assistance. My husband was merely momentarily bewitched by a siren, nearly leading to calamity. I implore you, Miss Su, to overlook my past transgressions and offer guidance to spare the Li family from utter ruin. The Li household shall forever be grateful for your boundless grace." As she spoke, she produced a brocade box from her bosom, holding it aloft with both hands in a gesture of submission. Su Wanwan motioned for Ying to accept the box and nodded in acknowledgement. To her astonishment, it contained a sum of 200,000 taels in silver notes. Hesitantly, Ying inquired, "Miss, should we really accept this?" With a gentle smile, Su Wanwan replied, "Simply return the silver I previously gifted to Madame Li, and the rest shall be given back." Upon hearing these words, Madame Li collapsed onto the ground, lost in a daze as she murmured, "This cannot be. Minister Li assured me that seeking your aid would bear fruit." Su Wanwan frowned, realizing that it was indeed Minister Li who had directed Madame Li to seek her out. After careful contemplation, she glanced at the box overflowing with silver notes and suggested, "Have you considered approaching the chief of the imperial rites, Lu Yin? He is a formidable ally for Lu Xingjian. Extracting silver from corrupt officials is far simpler than navigating the treasuries and enduring the associated disgrace. For Lu Xingjian, it presents a splendid opportunity to amass wealth." Madame Li shook her head in despair. "We have sought him out before, to no avail." Su Wanwan implied, "Perhaps your intentions were not sincere. The harbor of Lord Lu is not easily accessible." This remark rekindled a flicker of hope within Madame Li. She gazed back at the returned brocade box, newfound resolve blossoming within her as she took her leave. The following day, news arrived that Li Han, imprisoned in the imperial prison, had been released and appointed as the deputy censor-in-chief of the censorate, overseeing grain transport. Madame Li, overwhelmed with gratitude, visited Su Wanwan to express her thanks, her face awash with tears of joy from her narrow escape. "Thank you, Miss Su, for your guidance. This grace shall be eternally etched in the hearts of the Li family." Su Wanwan modestly replied, "Madame Li, you overstate my contributions. I have done nothing." Madame Li wiped her tears. "My husband was assigned to the capital only in May. One misstep nearly cost our entire family's lives. Originally, the governor of Shuntian was a minor official with limitless prospects." Su Wanwan smiled, noting that the vice minister of the right was also a third-rank official, equivalent to the governor of Shuntian. Lady Li sighed, acknowledging that although both held the same rank, positions outside the capital were inherently regarded as a notch lower than those within it. This was indeed a tangible demotion, indicative of the emperor's dissatisfaction with our lord. She had invested her entire fortune into this endeavor, a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. One could only wonder when it would be recouped. Indeed, the threshold at Lu's dock was exceedingly high. However, it must be said that Miss Su, having grown up in the palace, truly lived up to her upbringing. Su Wanwan refrained from saying much, courteously lifting her teacup, prompting Lady Li to awkwardly take her leave. One cannot help but remark on the insatiable nature of the human heart. The entire Li family had just escaped the charge of treason, yet lamented their demotion from the capital. Chapter 78. The young lady may be in peril. The governor of the transport system is renowned for overseeing a significant and lucrative position. However, for over a century, the transportation sector has been plagued by numerous issues, necessitating a bold and comprehensive reform. Although Li Han's transfer appears to be a mere reassignment, he has not entirely shed the suspicion of treason, leaving a small remnant of blame in Lu Xingjian's hands. If he fails to achieve satisfactory political results to atone for his past, the future may hold uncertain prospects for him. News of Li Han's situation inexplicably spread, and soon the Su residence was bustling with visitors seeking an audience. Su Wanwan instructed Ying to organize the visiting cards, feeling overwhelmed. The cards were predominantly from families implicated in the recent treason case, numbering around 70 or 80, and the list was still growing. Lacking the desire to meet them, Su Wanwan instructed the doorkeeper to respond, "Seek out Lu Ling of the ceremony office." On that day, her vision seemed significantly clearer. and she intended to check on the recovery of her guard's injuries. However, she was soon informed of a visit from the Grand Princess of Chun'an and her husband, Duke Kaijun. Frowning at the memory of the Grand Princess's previous humiliations, Su Wanwan promptly declined. I shall not meet her. She was not a masochist, compelled to face that imperious princess. In the inner room, Xiaobin had just changed his bandages when he spotted Su Wanwan's arrival and quickly tidied his attire to greet her. Is the young lady feeling better? Su Wanwan smiled. I have recovered completely. Xiaobin's expression eased slightly, and he stood with his hands at his sides, observing his considerable weight loss. Su Wanwan felt a twinge of sorrow, but was at a loss for words. She understood that she could no longer indulge in a personal relationship with Xiaobin, for it could potentially endanger him. The previous barrage of warnings had served as a constant reminder. After a lengthy silence, Su Wanwan finally spoke, suppressing her inquiry about his injuries. Congratulations, Xiaoguard, on your remarkable achievement. Have I mentioned any official title as a reward? She dared not express excessive concern. He mentioned he would return to Weizhou Guard as 100 households commander. This position, a 6th-rank military post, was hereditary, and given Xiaobin's capabilities, it was undoubtedly beneath him. Yet, in light of his accomplishments, it seemed somewhat inadequate. Had it not been for Xiaobin's timely destruction of the cannon, it was uncertain whether Lu Xingjian and she would have escaped the bombardment unscathed. Lu Xingjian was not a miser. The meager reward bestowed upon Xiaobin could only suggest one possibility, her connection with him. Su Wanwan chose not to pursue this subject further and instead inquired about the destruction of the cannons. What happened regarding the 2 cannons? The first was at a thatched cottage in Chongping Prefecture, Xiaobin replied. I noticed suspicious movements and followed them, only to discover the artillery aimed at your trap cottage. The second time, his expression turned serious, as if reluctant to elaborate. He finally summarized tersely, if not destroyed, the young lady could have been in danger. At that, tears welled in Su Wanwan's eyes. She turned around, slightly tilting her head, suppressing her tears. After years of companionship, she had long grown accustomed to his manner of expression. The more perilous the situation, the more he would casually brush it aside, not wishing to burden her with worry. Henceforth, she should prioritize her own safety and refrain from being overly brave. The numerous times he had saved her life were debts she feared she could never repay. Indeed, Xiaobin replied succinctly, though it was unclear whether he truly grasped her words. After a prolonged silence, Su Wanwan found it difficult to speak. Lord Xiao, you will be an official of the court henceforth, no longer my protector. Please take care of yourself. I wish you boundless prospects. Xiaobin finally lifted his gaze to meet hers, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Soon, however, that gaze dimmed, replaced by understanding, resignation, and desolation. Su Wanwan turned away, refusing to look back at him. Once your injury has healed, you should return. Not burdening him is the best repayment she could offer. Xiaobin remained silent, watching as Su Wanwan's figure receded into the distance. Just as she approached the flower-laden gate, she heard a commotion outside, faintly catching the voice of Gu Ziyu. The Grand Princess of Chun'an truly wields power, causing a ruckus at another's doorstep. You little rascal, refrain from making sarcastic remarks and swiftly summon that girl. The Grand Princess of Chun'an said, suppressing her fury. How dare that little girl deny this princess entry? Forgive me, but I cannot enter through this gate. Gu Ziyu retorted boldly, his tone laced with mockery. Or perhaps you would like to try forcing your way in? This residence is surrounded by the Emperor's forbidden troops. I am quite curious to see how long the Grand Princess of Chun'an can act so audaciously while trampling upon the Emperor's taboos. The Grand Princess of Chun'an, enraged, struck the carriage seat with her hand, her face turning ashen. Forcing my way into a commoner's home? How utterly humiliating. Duke Kaijun, her husband, gestured for her to calm down, and with a conciliatory expression, addressed Gu Ziyu. Qingyan, could you kindly inquire at the Su residence? My wife and I sincerely wish to pay our respects to Miss Su, harboring no ill intentions. Qingyan was Gu Ziyu's courtesy name. Under normal circumstances, when esteemed royal relatives visited someone's home, the host would undoubtedly open their doors wide, welcoming them with incense. Who would dare to reject them so shamelessly? They would not stoop to such a level to linger at the door. Yet now, they found themselves in a predicament. Their youngest son had been embroiled in a treason case. Without a means to navigate the situation, their entire family risked being implicated. This was no trivial matter. Gu Ziyu glanced lazily at the tightly shut gate of the Su residence, his tone nonchalant. But what good does it do to visit the Su family regarding Kai Chun's matter? It would be more effective to go directly to the palace and seek the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. The expressions of the Grand Princess of Chunin and Kai Jun darkened considerably. They had already attempted to reach out to Empress Dowager Zhang, but to no avail. They could not even catch a glimpse of the Emperor. They had originally hoped to plead their case before the Emperor on the day of the Longevity Festival. Yet he merely made a distant appearance before departing. Kai Jun had tried every possible means, bribing the palace officials with considerable sums, yet there had been no response. Just days prior, as the first day of the 10th month approached, the Emperor had dispatched the Duke to pay respects at the imperial tomb. Ma Cheng Yutai and Huang Yong, 3 relatively younger princes, have all been appointed to significant positions. Even the husband of the younger generation, Shuni Princess's consort, Yi Bin Zhou Yu, has been dispatched to pay respects at the tomb of the deposed emperor. Yet, conspicuously absent is Kai Jun. This omission has heightened the tension for both Princess Chunin and Kai Jun. What is Ma Cheng, after all? The son of a county magistrate of humble origins and notorious for his licentious behavior. He was once punished by Emperor Xianzong for his illicit affair with a maid, stripped of his official rank, and banished to study at the Guozijian twice. Now, must he ascend to a position where he can flaunt his authority over Kai Jun? Kai Jun finds this utterly unacceptable. From being a revered elder of royal lineage to being embroiled in a conspiracy and reduced to a mere prisoner, how could he possibly reconcile such a drastic fall from grace? Chapter 79. The fierce woman fears the pursuer regardless of the circumstances. They must find a way to escape this calamity. The tale of Li Han's wife pleading on behalf of the Su family and ultimately securing her acquittal ignited a spark of hope within them. Not only was she exonerated, but she also continued to be entrusted with significant responsibilities, overseeing the grain transportation with unwavering imperial favor. Initially, they felt too ashamed to approach this matter. However, as more individuals sought audience with the Su family, they were invariably directed to Lu Yan of the Board of Rights, with the vast majority of petitioners emerging unscathed. This revelation invigorated their